On Saturday, September 7th, 2024, Kankennon, also known as Jason Damron or the Fallout Storyteller, died from stage 4 adrenal cancer. I really don't have words. Words are the thing that I'm supposed to be good at, but I just can't. I found out a few days after he passed, like everyone else, and I'm still in a state of shock, to be honest. I had literally just emailed him the day before, the Friday, trying to set up a project for an upcoming charity event, and he took longer than he usually does to respond. He's usually a pretty prompt guy. I didn't realize why until Tuesday. I'm really regretting letting my ADHD get the better of me and putting off emailing him for 3 weeks. I mean, if I had reached out sooner, I could have at least talked to him one last time and just fuck. I don't know. I'm rambling. Jason was amazing. I had only worked with him directly a few times, but every time was an absolute joy. The man genuinely loved being the storyteller and breathing life into the Fallout franchise, and it's no doubt that he was a major staple on this channel for years, and everyone who worked with him loved him immensely. I know Tommy and Ben in particular spent the better part of 3 years with that man's voice glued to their ears. The world has become a darker, less beautiful place with him gone from it. While it's true that we all have a time to go and nothing can forestall the inevitable, and even in time what is built today that seems immortal will one day be nothing but cold dust in the remnants of space, there's no intellectualizing away the emptiness that you feel as a human when someone is robbed from you what feels like too soon. And he was taken from us too soon. Cancer is an abysmal affliction, one where your body's very cells start misbehaving and turn against you. It sucks. It just sucks, you know? I'm not very good at this. Some of my best memories are from when I first started making videos on this channel, and me, Tommy, and Ben were up late working on our respective videos, and we'd talk about things and workshop shots in our Facebook group chat, and a thread that was always a part of that was Jason. In so many ways, he was the glue that held us together for so many years, and even after we've drifted apart in life, those memories will always be there. Memories, as ephemeral as poems written in the water, they're only here as long as we are, and then they're gone. But we're still here, and we can still remember. I remember you, Jason. The joy you radiated and brought to others, both here in this channel and beyond. You're the voice of Fallout lore for thousands of people, and we all remember. And I don't plan on forgetting.
Hey everyone, Kyle and I wrote a little something for Jason. I'll be reading it, but the words are shared by both of us. First off, to you, the Storyteller fans, Jason's fans, if you're watching this, then I know he meant a lot to you. But, and I think this is very important for you to know, you meant a lot to Jason as well. He wasn't just a beautiful voice, although he definitely was that. He was one of us, a fellow fan, a fellow creator, a fellow nerd. For those who knew him, Jason was an exceptionally talented, hardworking, and charismatic guy who, given the chance, would have loved to meet and shake hands with each and every one of you. In fact, many of you know that he went out of his way to meet and interact with you guys at conventions, over live streams, any way he could. He was in your heart, but you were also in his. His actions, I think, demonstrated that he thought of you, and he thought of you often. As Team Storyteller can tell you, Jason was a very, very unique talent. If Team Storyteller were something of a band, then Jason was like our lead vocalist. In fact, Jason wasn't just our lead vocalist, He was his own backup singers too. We lost count of how many different characters he voiced in our projects and other people's projects over the years. The man was just that freaking talented, sharing the stage with other incredibly talented voices as well. To Jason's family, if you're watching this, we only experienced a tiny sliver of Jason, and he absolutely captivated and delighted us. Thank you for sharing him with our delightfully nerdy communities online and offline. He touched a lot of people's lives, more than you probably know. Jason, thank you for sharing your stories with us. We'll never forget yours. Oh, and Bethesda? Hashtag make Jason canon.
Hi everyone, this is Charli Battersby. Some of you know me as Charlie. I'm one of the writers on the Storyteller series. And when I wrote the very first episode, I didn't know who the voice actor was going to be. I was just writing for a generic narrator. And when I heard Jason's voice, I started writing the scripts a little differently. Something about Jason made this narrator into a physical presence within the Fallout world. He wasn't a disembodied observer. I knew just a few episodes in that this character was someone that's following the player and the courier through the events of Fallout New Vegas. And that was because of Jason. He didn't do it as, hey gamers, let's talk about Fallout. He was someone that was walking the sands of the Mojave Desert in person and telling you about what is happening in a real world. By episode 11 of the first season, there's a line where he says the only people who've seen Ulysses Divide are a couple of couriers and a foolhardy storyteller in rusty power armor. And that was a point, I don't even know if I was consciously doing this as a setup. It was just something I understood, that Jason had made this character into a real person. By the end of season 1, Josh had said, we have to pull back and show this character on the screen, show us who he is and who he's telling the stories to. By season 3, I wanted to shake things up a little bit, and I asked Jason, by any chance, can you sing? And he very humbly said, well, I can do a little Johnny Cash. And if you haven't watched the series in a long time, go back to season 3, episode 1. About halfway through, there's a musical number where Jason sings A Man Named Ed to the tune of Johnny Cash's A Boy Named Sue. Something that people may not realize when they watch the show is that Jason wasn't just the storyteller, he also did a bunch of other voices. He was Junior for season 3, and every time storyteller and Junior are talking to each other, that's two Jasons having a conversation. And he played some of the other characters as well, the men that pop in for just one episode, the Luddites, the guy from Dogtown that joins them around the campfire. And that's Jason doing 3 different characters, all in one scene. Something he did that I absolutely loved was his Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. At the end of season 4, there's a malfunctioning Grognak the Barbarian robot, which I wrote in just because I knew that Jason did an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. And there was an episode of the GNN podcast where me and Austin are joined by Howard Braunschweiger, the actor who plays Grognak the Barbarian. And that of course was Jason doing his Arnold voice. I tried to harass Josh, the director, into greenlighting a whole series that would have just been Grognak the Barbarian in Machinima, with Jason doing his Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, but it never came to pass. And then in the 4th season, there was some more serious dialogue. Edna had died, Daisy was missing, Storyteller and Tanner were fighting legitimate bad guys, and Jason also delivered the serious, dramatic dialogue very well. And then in the same scenes, he could do snappy banter with Courtney Taylor and Karen Carson all at once. Jason was very impressive as a performer, and he was always a good sport about doing whatever crazy thing the Shoddycast gang had for him to do this week. And even after the Storyteller show ended, he kept doing the character for fans, doing other fan projects in the Fallout community. And it was really a privilege to have worked with him.
Kankennon played a very original character in the Shoddycast series, The Storyteller. And that was a level that I had to come up to. And I'm glad that he raised me to that level. My name is Carson, and I played Ranger Helen Tanner in the series opposite of Jason/Kankennon. When I first started on the series, I think it was season 3, and I saw the first episode, it was so magical. It was just magical to see what he could do with this character and bring it to life. And the fans just loved it. They really embraced the Storyteller series. And I don't know, he had a way. Something we need to think about is these people that play in these series, they're real people just trying to get through every day, doing the best they can. And I want to say special message to his family that be so ever grateful that you have record of his valuable, wonderful life that you can cherish for years to come as you grieve now. Many blessings to his family and all the best from Ranger Helen Tanner.
Jason was always an influence on me. I remember waiting with anticipation for each new episode of the Storyteller Fallout lore series, and this series pulled me into creating videos of my own. The terrific work from the Shoddycast crew, combined with Jason's voice and the Storyteller's character, was a perfect storm for telling stories in the Fallout universe. I was lucky enough to get permission from Austin to use the character in my own videos. Working with Jason was like a dream come true. Chatting with him about Fallout and Elder Scrolls was an absolute blast, and I will never forget his passion for these games. Thank you for everything, Jason. You opened the door for so many people to learn about Fallout, and the Wasteland has become darker with you gone.
We're going to cap this off by putting together every video and clip from this channel and beyond for us all to enjoy and remember the voice that meant so much to us. You'll notice that ads are enabled for this video, but I'm not taking any of the money from it.
Originally, I was going to donate all the proceeds from this video to ACC Cure, a nonprofit dedicated to understanding and hopefully someday eradicating adrenal cancer from the face of the earth. But there were 11 copyright claims on this video despite my best efforts to avoid them, and I can't really fix it without butchering the content. So if you can, please go to acccure.org/donate or click the link in the description to give whatever you can. Any little bit helps, and I think Jason would really appreciate it.
Let's all remember Jason together.
After it was a sure thing that America could wipe out a city with just one bomb, a scientist turned to Father and said, "Science has now known sin." And do you know what Father said? He said, "What is sin?"
The discovery of the atomic bomb in the 1940s has given humanity a question the Fallout series has strived to answer. If ever there would come a day when mankind possessed the capacity to destroy himself, what would come of us? Some predict that this is where our story will end. Yet what if it was only another bloody chapter of human history? You've experienced the Fallout series in your own way, but want to learn more about its story. Well, to get to the heart of the story, you have to go back to the beginning. Change comes to all nations. In the early 20th century, the great powers of the old world thought that their rule would never end. the Tsars of Russia met their downfall at the hands of a bloody revolution. Western Europe fought a great war against fascists who sought to build a Reich that would last 1,000 years. It crumbled in less than a decade. The Japanese believed their imperial rule was eternal, yet they were the first to have their pride seared away by atomic fire. The United States of America emerged as the world's great power by the 1950s. Vast nuclear arsenals ensured that open warfare was a thing of the past, and soon after, America entered a Cold War with their enemies. It was a long, uneasy peace, a perpetual status quo as though the world were freeze-dried and sealed in a vault for a century. Those wandering the wasteland today might find it hard to believe that only 200 years ago, the richest nation in the world existed here. No death claws, no super mutants, no ghouls. Most folk back then didn't have to fight for survival or scavenge supplies. Factories produced everything a person could want by the millions. Walking into a store with a stack of paper money, they could buy as much food, ammo, or clothing as they could carry. In fact, the biggest problem people faced was finding a place to keep it all. Highways stretched 3,000 miles from coast to coast, with roadside diners selling fresh burgers made from something the old world called a cow. Riding in gas-guzzling Chrysler cars and drinking ice-cold soda pop, the Americans enjoyed their prosperity for generations, secure in their belief that their way of life would never alter, that they would never be forced to evolve. Change came slowly at first, and it was welcomed. People weren't satisfied just having a house where fresh water came right out of a pipe in the wall. No, they wanted more. Always more. They wanted robots to do their work for them, and they needed electronic computers to do their thinking for them. Companies like Robco filled the demand for domestic robots so that citizens didn't have to lift a finger. A robotic Mr. Handy could walk the dog, do the laundry, and watch over the kids too, leaving mom and dad free to spend an evening on the town, or to watch the latest show on the old Radiation King television set. Of course, all these newfangled technological wonders needed power to run. Gasoline had been plentiful for over 100 years, but the Earth had started to run dry by the middle of the 21st century. More and more of the power came from atomic energy, and thanks to companies like General Atomics, there were atoms to spare for decades to come. Cities lit up, robots kept on humming, and computer monitors kept glowing. Some factories even started turning out atomic-powered cars with fuel cells that still have some juice in them today. So don't go using those rusted old Corvegas for target practice. Factories churned out toys for the kids, teddy bears, tricycles, and comic books by the ton. Dad could mix his rum with a bottle of Nuka-Cola, and Mom had new spring fashions every year. Shelves were filled with snack cakes, canned meats, and sugar-coated cereals. All of it pumped full of preservatives so that it would stay fresh forever, and Mom wouldn't have to take so many trips to the grocery store. When it came to consumption, the Americans were the best. Yet, even with the increased use of atomics, there wasn't enough energy for the billions of people across the world. Oil was more precious than ever, and the petroleum-rich countries of the Middle East sold their dwindling supplies at ever higher prices. Eventually, the wells ran dry in most of the world. The uranium mines were scraped clean, but no one wanted to give up their shiny new technology. Change had come, and with it, war. The Middle East could have used their limited uranium stock to power reactors for a few decades, but instead, they squandered it on weapons to settle old scores. The European Commonwealth had been proud of how they had joined together in one glorious unified state, but it didn't take long before they turned on each other, scrambling for the last drops of oil within their borders. Alaska, with its abundance of natural resources, remained the source of America's power, and the only place on Earth where oil still flowed. The far-off territory was a tempting target for a desperate China. The Americans foresaw invasion and fortified Alaska, but nothing could deter China from capturing Anchorage. With the two remaining superpowers at war, Canada was trapped in the middle and soon annexed by their neighbors to the south. Allegedly, this was so that the entire continent could be one continuous nation allied against the Chinese invaders. But Canadians viewed it as a ruthless bid for America to retain control of the world's remaining oil supply. The resource wars had come to American soil. In a resource war, the winner will always be the side that fights most efficiently. China used the greatest minds of the East to create stealth technology that allowed their recon teams to infiltrate and assassinate while remaining completely undetected, taking down high-value targets with a single shot. America had its own brand of eccentric genius. With the power of the atom at hand, unbridled American engineers created scientific marvels the rest of the world couldn't have imagined. The glut of consumer electronics that had flooded American stores were only the beginning of the wonders created by the likes of Robco and Poseidon Energy, whose true focus was the development of new weapons that could replace the inefficient tools of warfare used in past decades. Combat robots, energy weapons, and cybernetics entered the war as America sought to retake Anchorage. Battles were fought by daring men who fire nuclear warheads from shoulder-mounted crossbows. Cyber dogs with the brain of a loyal hound encased in an unyielding titanium body. Even robot butlers hovered across battlefields, armed with plasma guns and flamethrowers. There was even a plan to engineer a new breed of mutant super soldiers, but it was the creation of power armor that ensured American victory. Power armor combined the mobility of an infantry soldier with the resilience of a tank and the firepower of an entire squad. Fueled by microfusion cells, these elite troops could inflict crippling strikes on Chinese military assets using a fraction of the resources of conventional military units. Early models of power armor were devastating enough, but after a decade of refinement, the T-51B power armor represented the height of pre-war combat technology. With the aid of these perfected armored suits, America quickly liberated their territory from the Chinese. In the modern day, the T-51B has become a symbol of the Brotherhood of Steel, but centuries ago, it was the final majestic icon of American exceptionalism. By autumn of 2077, the overt conflicts in the Pacific were finished, and most Americans were so tired after a decade of war that they genuinely believed peace had arrived. The paranoid, or perhaps just perceptive, began stocking their bomb shelters, knowing that China would not simply slink away across the ocean in defeat. A final confrontation was coming. In an effort to preserve at least part of humanity from the inevitable end that approached, a secret enclave of America's elite set about ensuring survival at all costs. Victory? Rebuilding? No longer viable options. Their full intent is lost to history, but documented plans include taking refuge within a mountain or an oil rig, and even launching a ship into space to find a new planet to colonize. The modern enclave claimed to be the descendants of that last group of America's elite. That might be true, although many residents of the Wasteland would argue that it takes more than a flag and a squadron of vertibirds to be a government of the people. Regardless of whether or not the enclave's claims are true, the majority of America's population did not have access to offshore bases or secret mountaintop fortresses. Fortunately for 100,000 of them, the Vault-Tec Corporation provided access to radiation-proof shelters that could each keep about 1,000 people safe while waiting for conditions on the surface to calm down. Nowhere near enough to save everyone, but it offered hope and kept the public from panicking. On October 23, 2077, alarms rang across the United States, signaling an attack. There had been plenty of false alarms and training drills over the years, and it isn't hard to imagine war-weary citizens shrugging their shoulders and going on with their day, unaware that this was really the apocalypse they had feared. Perhaps people laughed when they saw their neighbors racing to Vault-Tec facilities. The lucky and privileged few who had been assigned a place within one of the vaults might have felt silly when the massive doors rolled shut, but they were among the tiny fraction of humanity that could still feel anything at all when the bombs landed. Historians still don't know much about what happened outside the vaults that day. People weren't concerned with writing in their journals. Hard as it is to believe, there are still ways to hear first-hand accounts of the pre-war times. The sources aren't exactly reliable, though. A few rotten old ghouls claim to have been alive back then. Most of them are just telling tales, hoping to get someone to talk with them for a while. There are a few scientists who managed to preserve their brains in jars before the war, too. Some of those old brains are still alive today and might be able to discuss the old days, assuming that any of them are still sane after being a disembodied brain for 2 centuries. The right medical equipment has kept at least one person alive since before the war. Trouble is, a man with that kind of will to live isn't going to take chances by chatting with strangers. Knowing how people lived before the war can help the Wasteland tremendously. Scavengers and research teams dig up all sorts of things that can't be identified. Any rusty old box could hold an ancient secret to providing clean water or fresh food or limitless electricity to the Wasteland. At the very least, the modern world could learn from the mistakes of the past. The Americans never truly believed that their way of life could come to such an abrupt end. But change comes to all nations, to all people, all ways of life. The only constant in man's struggle for survival is war. Because war never changes. The discovery of the atomic bomb in the 1940s has given humanity a question the Fallout series has strived to answer. If ever there would come a day when mankind possessed the capacity to destroy himself, what would come of us? Some predict that this is where our story will end. Yet what if it was only another bloody chapter of human history? You've experienced the Fallout series in your own way, but want to learn more about its story. Well, to get to the heart of the story, you have to go back to the beginning.
This presentation brought to you by Vault-Tec. Here's what you need to know about leaving the vault. Be sure to remember these basic rules. Rule number 1, line up in an orderly fashion. Rule number 2, use protective eyewear. Years of living in the vault can make the eyes sensitive to natural sunlight. Without protective eyewear, extreme eye damage could result. Once outside the vault, be prepared to live life anew with help from the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, or GECK. Use the GECK to create the new world you've been waiting for. Results may vary.
Tamriel.
On October 23, 2077, the nightmares became all too real when the Great War commenced. Blinding light ignited the sky, and people ducked and took cover as they had been taught, cowering under whatever they could, hoping that if they kept their eyes closed and remained still, that the merciless flames would pass them by. They hid beneath desks at school, under cars on the street, and behind desks at work. Perhaps a few were in their beds when the flash appeared on the horizon, and perhaps they drew their blankets over their head like children, hoping that the searing pain was just a bad dream. The ballyhooed tactic of duck and cover proved ineffective against armies that no longer cared about winning. Mutually self-assured destruction was the goal, and the American and Chinese exceeded it in spades. Hundreds of millions of people lost their lives within minutes, and billions more died over the days to come as radioactive fallout settled over entire continents. The fallout muddied the oceans, clouded the sky, and sunk deep into the soil. Those who happened to be in the right place at the moment the bombs fell managed to survive. These lucky few formed the primitive tribal societies that struggled for survival in the years immediately following the war. Hidden from those tribal bands were another group of survivors, those who had been selected for Project Safe House. 100,000 people fortunate enough to have been offered shelter inside impregnable survival shelters called vaults, created by the Vault-Tec Corporation. The first vaults opened again a few years after the war, and their inhabitants slowly spread throughout the wasteland. By now, tales of the vaults have spread from coast to coast, although not many people alive today have actually been inside one. At the height of pre-war civilization, the government and a few powerful corporations knew that an apocalypse was brewing, so they used their finest technology to create vast subterranean bunkers that could withstand a nuclear blast, a meteor impact, global flooding, or other likely disasters. The general public wasn't entirely convinced that their end was nigh. Otherwise, there would have been a greater demand for vaults. When the war started, there were only about 100 of them scattered across America, and many held less than the 1,000 people they were intended to hold. Those who were smart enough or lucky enough to be inside one when the end came were protected from the devastation by airtight steel doors, thick walls of concrete, and over 200 feet of soil. The fine engineers at Vault-Tec designed their bunkers to run independently for 10 years and even more. Geothermal power, hydroponic farms for growing food, and a water purification system so efficient vault residents could fool themselves into thinking they weren't drinking their own urine. The designers made the vaults as homey as possible despite the steel-clad walls. The cafeterias were designed to look a little like roadside diners, and vault dwellers could close their eyes and imagine that they were eating a plate of Blamco mac and cheese. Shiny new medical robots tended to those who suffered from mundane illnesses and injuries, while on the surface world, billions died from radiation sickness, burns, starvation, and violence. Housing wasn't as spacious as on the surface, but there was plenty of room for several hundred people, and the vaults that held a few thousand or more could work out fair ways to share their bunks for a while. Each vault was run by a leader called the Overseer, who ran the underground community from a command center deep inside the complex. The Overseers were usually selected for their exceptional leadership skills. The vaults were comfortable enough, but after 10 years the radiation had gone down in most parts of the country, and the vault dwellers expected to head back up into the sunlight and begin rebuilding their flawed societies. Vault-Tec had prepared them for anything that might await on the surface. The vaults had all the research material that they would need to rebuild America, including the entire Library of Congress on holodisk, plus 101 recipes on how to cook rats. Those who have walked the Wasteland know that the world isn't a kind place. Sometimes people think of the pre-war days as a golden age, a time when people were better to each other, but there wouldn't have been an apocalypse if that were true. No, people were cruel and callous to each other even back then, and the folks who ran Vault-Tec were no exception. We've all heard of Vault City, a paradise built by the people who emerged from Vault 8 using a pre-war device called the Garden of Eden Creation Kit. They represent what the world could have been like if only Project Safehouse had been on the up and up. Unfortunately, Vault-Tec had some ulterior motives, and vaults like Vault 8 were rare. The poor fools who weathered the fallout in Vault-Tec's nuclear shelters were the control groups in horrible experiments. Keep people nice and safe for 10 years, then open up and build a new Garden of Eden? That happened a few times out of 100 vaults. Most vaults were designed to deliberately malfunction as part of an experiment to see just how far the human mind could be pushed before it snapped. Unbeknownst to the vault dwellers, Vault-Tec and some elite factions of the government had their own shelters far away from the public vaults. These elite wanted to learn how to rebuild society by observing the inhabitants of the defective vaults. Some of the vaults were designed so that their inhabitants would be trapped in isolation for generations. Think 10 years locked in a vault is a rough trip? Try 80 or 200. There could even be people still sealed inside hidden vaults that haven't opened yet. Other vaults had experiments that only a lunatic could conceive. 1,000 men with only one woman. 1,000 women with just one man. Or even one man trapped all alone in his own vault with nothing but a crate of puppets for company. One vault even seemed like it was designed as a personal playground for a sadistic Vault-Tec employee who just wanted some poor souls to suffer forever in a virtual reality where he was a god in a world of his own making. You might be wondering if the vault dwellers ever figured out what was happening to them. Did any of them learn that their lives meant nothing to Vault-Tec, that they had become no more than lab rats in a mad experiment? Maybe the inhabitants thought that their problems were accidental supply errors, or maybe they realized what had happened and cursed Vault-Tec with their dying breaths. Who knows if these experiments turned up any useful information for the sons of whores who devised them, but all the suffering wasn't for nothing. Many vaults did open, even if later than expected. Some of the people who emerged went on to do great things for the Wasteland. Parts of what used to be the capital of this land even has fresh water thanks to some helpful vault dwellers and technology scavenged from the old vaults. Looters hoping to uncover riches and pre-war supplies should be wary of the vaults, though. Project Safehouse has brought some troubles to the Wasteland, too. The super mutants, for instance, are connected to the corporation behind the vaults. Just remember, Wanderer, it isn't worth getting killed by mutants just because you heard about a stash of fancy lad snack cakes inside some old vault's pantry. There's a whole city of ghouls who came from one of the vaults. Sometimes you'll meet a ghoul who claims to have been alive back before the bombs fell. Don't pay them no mind, unless they're wearing a Vault 12 jumpsuit. That vault, the door never sealed up all the way. Maybe it malfunctioned, or maybe it was more of Vault-Tec's shenanigans. But the people inside got just the right dose of radiation to turn into the very first ghouls. The idea of a piece of the old world sealed fresh is just too romantic an idea for some people to resist. Of course, most wanderers have the sense to stay away from the vaults. If you really can't help yourself, though, there's a city called New Vegas where people can get a look at the inside of a real live vault without having to worry about mutants, ghouls, or old security bots. Right in the middle of the New Vegas Strip is an old vault that they turned into a hotel so that travelers have some place to sleep while they waste their caps boozing, gambling, and whoring. Tourists can even grab a Vault-Tec lunchbox in mint condition or a stylish vintage Vault 21 jumpsuit. We don't know how many vaults are still out there undiscovered. They're hidden well, and Vault-Tec like keeping their secrets. Maybe a few of these unknown vaults still have people living inside, the descendants of that first group of survivors. Or maybe there's a thriving society buried right under our feet that doesn't even wonder what the outside world is like. Sooner or later, though, that door has to open. Even the fine makers of the vaults couldn't build a system that will contain humanity forever. And when those vault dwellers take their first steps out into the bright sunlight and feel the sands of the wasteland beneath their feet, they'll find the world has changed a lot in 200 years. It's a big, mean world. Their overseer is small potatoes compared to some of the factions that run things now. There are those who view the vaults as candy-shelled morsels filled with treats. Technology is nice, but the vaults held something even more precious. A pure gene pool uncontaminated by radiation or exposure to virus-borne mutagens. There are plenty of interested parties who want to get their hands on a fresh supply of pure strain humans who have yet to be exposed to the harsh wasteland. But that is a story for another day.
Vault-Tec presents Tomorrow's Technology Today. At Vault-Tec, we're more than just America's first choice in vault technology. Thanks to military science, we're also your first choice in personal defense. Upon leaving the vault, you may find your neighbors on the surface have changed a lot while you were away. Little Sally Sue, for instance, is gone, and in her place we see Mr. Scary. Mr. Scary is not our friend. Here at Vault-Tec, your safety is our #1 concern, so we're here to help any post-nuclear nuisance go away. Introducing the Mutant Blaster R88, the latest in mutation-removing technology. Simply point this patented device in the direction of the threat, pull the easy-to-use trigger, and watch as Mr. Scary goes away. Forever. Results may vary.
When the Great War annihilated civilization, the survivors lost their loved ones, their homes, and their worldly goods. They endured a daily search for food, water, and medicine. They also had to seek out their lost identities. People have always defined themselves by the work they do, the place they live, the things they own. In the Great War, it wasn't just buildings that were destroyed. Entire cultures were erased from history. In the brutal years that followed, the survivors had to define themselves again, find meaning in their existence, or face a metaphorical loss of their humanity. But a much more literal threat to their humanity was already in place, waiting quietly beneath the desert for someone to stumble across it. Someone did, nearly a century after the war, and that threat came closer to extinguishing humanity than all the bombs and guns of the old wars. A single neutron passing through a strand of DNA can cause a cancerous tumor, but a lifetime of exposure to unprecedented amounts of atomic fallout will have wildly unpredictable results. After a few generations of passing on this defective DNA, a species will begin to mutate. That explains many of the strange beasts running around the wasteland, but not all of them. There's a different strain of mutant out there. They're shaped like men, but bigger. Some of them are more dangerous than Deathclaws, stronger than a man in power armor. They call themselves super mutants, and they're not the result of random contact with radiation, but rather a deliberate act of genetic tampering. Holotapes unearthed in pre-war military installations show that the United States government started out with good intentions. Rival nations had attacked America with biological weapons, resulting in a new plague, so America's leaders created their own defensive virus. The plan, originally, was to make a germ that would mutate America's population just enough that they would become immune to the viruses that the enemy might use. In a sense, this forced evolutionary virus worked, but the effects were much more drastic than anticipated. The animal test subjects mutated by it were not only resistant to common biological weapons, they also grew stronger and more intelligent, but monstrously deformed. In Maryland, the virus was placed in a Vault-Tec vault and used as part of their cruel experiments. According to files recovered from a Vault-Tec mainframe, the people who took shelter in that vault were exposed to the virus by their own overseer, the very man assigned to protect them after the bombs fell. After escaping the war, these people suffered even worse than those trapped on the surface. The mutation process is painful, and most people exposed to the virus die a horrible death in a body they don't even recognize as their own. Those who do survive often wish they hadn't, because their very humanity is taken from them. Whatever they look like before mutating, they transform into an enormous, bald, green brute. That sudden loss of identity would enrage almost anyone. Maybe with enough therapy, a person could come to terms with their new body. But most of the poor creatures suffered from another side effect: reduced cognitive capability. Despite the virus's potential to increase intelligence in some people, most of the super mutants on the East Coast were just plain stupid. In fact, many of their brains were too small to perform even basic autonomic functions like breathing. For those that survived, there were some positive trade-offs. Their strength increased tremendously, as did their size. Even the small ones are nearly 10 feet tall. In the capital Wasteland, these beasts continue growing throughout their existence. Wanderers have reported fighting super mutants that are 15 feet tall, and foolhardy adventurers have pumped hundreds of bullets from assault rifles into mutant overlords without bringing them down. Scouts from the Brotherhood of Steel even claim to have fought super mutants that are 20 feet tall and can survive a direct hit from a mini-nuke. The only factor that keeps them in check is that they are infertile and cannot reproduce. At least not the way that they did when they were still human. The first mutants created in that horrid vault might not have been as intelligent as the humans who created them, but they had strength and righteous fury on their side. The mutants turned on their creators and transformed them into the next generation of super mutants. And in time, the vault was nothing but mutants, alone, undying, and just intelligent enough to know that they had been betrayed by humanity. Forcibly stripped of their humanity, robbed of their ability to reason, and transformed into massive brutes, they were an angry horde trapped inside a vault. Rage and boredom are an unstable mixture, and eventually that vault burst. Hundreds of super mutants emerged into a wasteland where their enhanced physical abilities made them better suited to survive than the humans around them. The disorganized humans had only one advantage, and that was their numerical superiority. Outnumbered and unable to breed, the mutants were still cunning enough to understand that they had to boost their ranks by kidnapping humans and exposing them to the virus. Further west, things were more complicated. California and the West Coast had their share of trouble with super mutants, but those mutants, they didn't just suddenly pop out of a vault and rampage like mindless savages. The mutants of the Wasteland's core region were the result of a misguided plan to set the world right. The mutant army was smart enough to scour the lands for new humans to mutate, and to select people with little exposure to radiation. Using humans with DNA undamaged by radioactivity meant they were more likely to keep their intelligence after mutating. The size and capability of this inhuman swarm grew, always hungering for the purest human DNA to serve as the building blocks of a master race. This was before the new California Republic had solidified, before the Enclave chose to reveal itself, back when the Brotherhood of Steel kept their technology closely guarded. There was nothing to stand against an army with such organization, such single-mindedness, such unity. Who they had been before no longer mattered. The super mutants weren't divided by old-world notions of race, and they did not bicker over religious beliefs, for they all worshipped the same dark god and claimed that they could hear his voice in their heads. Did this dark god exist? Were the mutants led by some cunning mutant general? Could the master race have a master of its own? Someone or something was certainly behind this new unity movement. No doubt, through much trial and error, this dark god created generations of flawed beasts before finally discovering that the FEV works most effectively on people who have low levels of radiation exposure. Access to pre-war computers revealed that the Wasteland held secret communities of uncontaminated vault dwellers whose gene pools had been protected for generations deep beneath the earth where the radioactive fallout couldn't reach them. It's ironic that the super mutant master was done in by the actions of one of these vault dwellers. Regardless of how it happened, with their master gone, the mutant army scattered. The former elite guard of the mutant army have taken the fall of their master the hardest and have become an unpredictable menace. These Nightkin, as they call themselves, were once the best of their species, augmenting their strength and cunning with pre-war stealth technology. They are usually still in possession of the rare Stealth Boy devices and use them without concern for the harmful effects of prolonged exposure. After decades of constant use, their minds have degenerated and their skin is darkened to a distinctive gray. They're plagued by hallucinations and imaginary friends. Often their jabbering is the only sign that one is nearby. Due to their tendency to appear in unexpected places and engage in bizarre behavior, a single Nightkin can be more dangerous than a group of their green-skinned brethren. Some super mutants have formed their own communities, following charismatic leaders across the Wasteland. Turn a radio to the right frequency in the right parts of Nevada, and there's a broadcast coming from a mutant girl who thinks she can take the Master's place and guide the mutants to a new utopia. Although she has gathered many followers, her mental instability ensures that this is unlikely. Some wanderers even speak of outright friendly super mutant companions who accompany them as friends and equals. Given their resilience and long lives, these benevolent creatures could still be out there looking for new adventures and traveling companions. A few diverse communities consisting of humans, ghouls, and mutants alike have popped up, at least for a time. Despite the best efforts to get along, it seems that differences will always reduce people to fighting among themselves. Perhaps that dark god was right, and what the Wasteland really needs is more unity. If the super mutants do ever form another army, they're likely to find the Wasteland a little more of a challenge this time around. Since their master fell, the world has become a more crowded place, and there are other, better-equipped factions of humanity ready to challenge any newcomers for the spoils of the old world. But that is a story for another day. A wise soldier knows that it isn't the weapon that matters most, but the hand that wields it. An army equipped with the finest weapons certainly has the advantage in battle. But what happens when the battle is over? Over the millennia, the tools of war have changed. From bronze to iron, then steel, and eventually plutonium. Mankind grows ever more capable of waging war, and always less capable of using those weapons responsibly. There are those who feel that no one is responsible enough to wield power such as mankind had during the Great War. And then there are those who feel that they alone are worthy. Travelers and merchants in the Wasteland have seen towering soldiers in suits of metal armor marching off to battle with laser rifles slung over their shoulders. These are members of the Brotherhood of Steel. It is easy to distinguish them from other armored warriors by their pre-war power armor. Those T-51B armored suits aren't just plates of metal strapped to their bodies. No, the Brotherhood of Steel's armor is a fusion-powered artifact designed before the Great War. It augments their strength, protects them from harm, and marks them as members of an elite order. The Brotherhood of Steel is among the most technologically advanced factions that the Wasteland holds. They are relatively few in number when compared to vast armies like the New California Republic or the Legion. What the Brotherhood lacks in numbers, they make up for in raw power and indomitable courage. The Brotherhood can trace its history back to the Great War. Long before the military base in Mariposa, California gave rise to the Super Mutant Army, it was a research facility. In the days leading up to the Great War, there was a small contingent of soldiers assigned to guard the base and its loathsome contents. That loyal band of men didn't know they were protecting a horribly unethical group of scientists who were engaging in unfathomable experiments. They only knew that it was an important project, that they were there doing their part to fight the good fight and keep their country safe. Eventually, they did learn the awful truth of the forced evolutionary virus. that the base they were guarding was being used to experiment on human test subjects, inmates from military prisons. The knowledge that they unknowingly participated in these atrocities, committed on their own brothers in arms no less, stretched their loyalty to the breaking point. Colonel Spindell, their commanding officer, was unable to cope with this fact. Just a few days after the truth was revealed, he committed suicide, leaving his second command, Captain Roger Maxson, to deal with the aftermath. Today, the Brotherhood looks up to Roger Maxson with religious reverence. Perhaps Maxson was destined to carry the fire of humanity, or he may have simply had the right balance of honor and pragmatism needed to lead men through the apocalypse. Maxson took it upon himself to take control of the base, ordering the interrogations of the science teams to maintain a semblance of order. As he started to believe that the project was backed knowingly by his government, he attempted to contact his superiors for a response, even going so far as to declare secession from the Union. At the same time, he and his soldiers then gathered their families with them and readied themselves inside their remote base. They waited for a response, any kind of response, anticipating that their own government would never tolerate such an outright insurrection and would have to come and provide answers. But the response never came. Unbeknownst to Maxson, the Great War was already brewing, even as he staged his revolt. If anyone in the government knew about Maxson's rebellion, they no longer cared. The base at Mariposa proved to be a reliable shelter against the onslaught of the atomic war. Maxson, his loyal troops, and their families were among the survivors. His own wife and son were at Maxson's side, and the understanding that his children would live in whatever world he left behind must surely have influenced his actions in the days ahead. Humanity is a stubborn species, not one to die out easily, but mankind's knowledge, civilization, and technology could easily disappear once living memory had passed. Would Captain Maxson's descendants run barefoot through the desert, hunting food with stone spears? Or would they stride through the wasteland clad in power armor, felling their enemies with beams of light and fire? It was not a difficult choice to make as Maxson led his troops and their families from the Mariposa base to a hidden military bunker in what is now called the Lost Hills. There they used what materials they had gathered to build a place of refuge and learning. They preserved their military discipline and technological knowledge from generation to generation, carrying the fire, even if it was hidden beneath the desert. The Brotherhood limited their contact with other communities of survivors, primarily trading for food and other essentials with technology they recovered or made. Sequestered with their precious laser rifles, computers, and power armor, they kept the most fragile of old-world technologies alive, but hoarded that knowledge to themselves. The tribal societies on the surface that had saved pre-war equipment found it wearing out over time. Spare parts were used up, and no one had the capacity to manufacture anything new. As the years turned to decades, technology grew more and more rare. The understanding of how to use it began to disappear, even as people learned how to hunt with spears and cook rad scorpions. In time, Maxson's son assumed command as the High Elder, and his son after him. Other respected members of the Brotherhood form a council of elders beneath the High Elder, who has traditionally been a descendant of the Maxson line, although sometimes the role of High Elder has fallen to a distinguished paladin. Life within the Brotherhood still uses elements of the pre-war American military, with a strict hierarchical structure. Although there are many ranks within the Brotherhood, the three main branches of the organization are the Scribes, the Knights, and the Paladins. Scribes are responsible for scientific research and preservation of ancient knowledge. At one point, they focused their efforts on preservation, but the Brotherhood has grown less concerned with chronicling history than with the development of new weaponry. The title of Knight once referred to armored warriors who fought battles while mounted on an extinct species of animal called a horse. Those knights are a far cry from the Knights of the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood, a knight is responsible for building, repairing, and maintaining the weapons designed by the scribes. Should a knight distinguish themselves, they can eventually become a paladin. The majority of the Brotherhood personnel seen by outsiders are paladins. These elite soldiers cut a swath through the raiders, mutants, and tribal barbarians that stand between the Brotherhood and the technology they desire. While the Brotherhood is eager to fight any bandits or raiders that they come across, they're reluctant to assist the residents of the Wasteland in any significant manner. They view most outsiders as intellectual inferiors, unfit to receive technological assistance. Many people have attempted to join the Brotherhood, only to be sent on a suicidal errand to recover artifacts from heavily irradiated regions of the Wasteland. Their arrogance has nearly been their undoing on several occasions. When the super mutant menace appeared, Brotherhood scribes were the first to determine that they were a new form of mutant and a clear threat. Yet, it was not a Brotherhood paladin that defeated the mutants. It was a mere wanderer accompanied by a mongrel dog. Much later, the Brotherhood's view that they alone should be allowed to control the Wasteland's technology led them to wage a brutal war against the powerful new California Republic. Despite their technological advantage, the Brotherhood lost the war. Nowhere was this defeat more severe than in the Mojave Wasteland. Garrisoned at a pre-war solar power station, the Elder of the Mojave chapter attempted to unlock its dark secrets to use against the NCR in the war. But before he could do so, the NCR forced a confrontation. Outnumbered 10-1, the Brotherhood was forced to retreat after losing half the chapter and the disappearance of their elder. The defeat at Helios was a crippling blow for the Brotherhood. After that, the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood left the NCR alone and retreated back to their old base in Hidden Valley. There they can tend to their computers and ray guns as much as they like. They still send the occasional paladin up to the surface to procure crucial supplies, but recent years have proven to be a challenging time for the Brotherhood. Sometimes individuals will leave the Brotherhood for extended periods, often to procure rare resources, but occasionally just so the Brotherhood can discreetly get rid of rebellious youth. Wanderers who prove themselves worthy just might find themselves with a Brotherhood member as a traveling companion for a while. They can demonstrate that their cause is of value to the Brotherhood. And, well, maybe a few travelers will warm themselves by a campfire and let an old scribe tell his tales of the wild wasteland to anyone who will listen. Although the Brotherhood of Steel has seen better days, they are nonetheless a pivotal factor in conflicts affecting the core regions. Records back at Lost Hill show that there's also a disavowed branch of the Brotherhood who struck out east and took it upon themselves to defend the nation's former capital from the super mutants. But that is a story for another day.
It's not just the strength to lead, but the strength to follow. Not just strength in numbers, but the strength of brothers. There is nothing on this green earth stronger than the Brotherhood of Steel, because there is nothing on this green earth stronger than Lady Liberty. Democracy is non-negotiable. Join the Brotherhood. Courage today, victory tomorrow.
The wasteland stretches from one horizon to the other, and very few people can say that they have walked it all. If a traveler sets out from the boneyard on the west coast and walks towards the rising sun in the east, it would take months before they reach the other ocean. It used to take a lot less time. Some of the old flight records at airfields say that people would fly back and forth across the entire country in an afternoon. Not many of those flying vehicles made it through the Great War intact, and the people who use them aren't likely to take on passengers. The roads used to be smoother, and people built a steel bridge over every little river that got in their way. Even when folks didn't have the time to fly from one city to the next, they could still communicate over great distances. At the time of the Great War, this was done through wireless satellite transmissions, but even 400 years ago, people could communicate all the way across the country with a network of wires that were strung up on poles that lined the highways and railroad tracks. Some of those poles are still standing today, but the wires don't go anywhere anymore. So today, if you want to know what's happening on the other side of the horizon, there's only one way to find out. Go see for yourself. Lots of people go their whole lives without traveling more than a few days' walk from the village where they were born. But for organizations like the Brotherhood of Steel, long-distance travel and communication are on the front burner. The Brotherhood of Steel has taken it upon themselves to preserve the technology of the old world. There's plenty of old gizmos and gadgets out in New California, but the truth is, the capital of this nation used to be out on the East Coast. A few decades ago, in 2254, the Brotherhood dispatched a military contingent to the east to recover advanced technologies from cities and bases dotting the eastern seaboard. The Brotherhood sent teams east before, to Chicago, and some folks say they planned a mission to Boston. The Capital Expedition was one of the most ambitious projects the Brotherhood had ever undertaken. A promising paladin named Owen Lyons was chosen to lead a force that would learn what had become of Washington and the surrounding area. After months on the road, the first reports from Lions weren't promising. They passed through a hellhole that was appropriately named the Pit. This pit of human misery fared worse than most after the Great War. Pittsburgh is what they used to call it back then. Lions led a scourge of the city, killing any who fought back. Something was recovered that day, but only the Elder knows what it was. When the Brotherhood left the desolate city behind, the caravan carried 20 unmutated children saved by the troops. This was the first of many unconventional moves from Paladin Lions. He not only rescued those children, but he defied tradition and made them initiates in the Brotherhood. Most of the people in the Brotherhood are born into it, descended from their ancestors that helped form the Order 2 centuries earlier. Taking in an outsider is extremely rare for any Brotherhood chapter, but to recruit a group of children descended from irradiated scavengers and slaves, to some, that made Lions a hero. To others, a pragmatic leader who needed the extra hands. And a few people saw him as a mongrel-loving traitor to the Brotherhood. The capital expedition didn't stop with the Pit. They pressed on into a region called Maryland, fighting raiders and slavers wherever they found them, until they came to what was once the capital city of this land. And what they found didn't fill them with hope. Aside from slavers, raiders, and feral ghouls, there are also some of the biggest super mutants they'd ever seen. All of them full of rage and ready to attack on sight. This was nearly 100 years after the Master's super mutant army had been scattered, and Washington had the worst infestation of them Lions and his soldiers had seen. The disorganized band of humans were no match for the mutants. Out east, people live in pathetic little villages built in the ruins of highway on-ramps, the basements of pre-war monuments, and even some crazy folks who built a town out of the husk of a bomber plane, complete with a nuclear bomb right in the middle of town. There was no organization that could stand against the mutants. The Brotherhood fought their way into the center of Washington, hoping that some remnants of the old world government might be there. But the whole town was mutants through and through, dug in right in front of museums that housed priceless artifacts from the old days. Mutants walking the halls of the old Capitol building, where great men and women once wrote the laws that defined their civilization. And the biggest letdown of all was a funny little building with 5 sides. Used to be the headquarters of America's military, back when the military was all that mattered. Lions found the building had been hit pretty hard. Just 5 crumbling walls around a courtyard. And that's when the Brotherhood's luck turned. Those folks that built this Pentagon built parts of it to last. And deep inside the roots of that building, the Brotherhood found a treasure trove of pre-war intel, equipment, weapons, and best of all, a giant killer robot. His name was Liberty Prime. He was built to instill fear in the hearts of America's enemies 200 years ago. Liberty Prime could crush a soldier in power armor. He could throw nuclear bombs like footballs, and his eyes fired beams of electric death. All the while, he spouted propaganda to terrify his communist foes and inspire his allies. He was the best toy any Brotherhood scribe could ask for. Liberty Prime never got to fight the commies he hated so much. A machine that big with integrated energy weapons and computing power to control it all autonomously, it was too much even for America's most fanciful engineers. It took the Brotherhood's most brilliant scribes 20 years to get the thing running. Lions and his followers fought a hard war of attrition against the super mutant scourge that plagued Washington. They built up the ruins of the old Pentagon into a fortress that they called the Citadel. They recruited the locals to bolster their ranks and built up the finest army that Washington had seen in 200 years. The goal of plundering pre-war military installations became less important to Lions. How to best defend the people around him filled his waking thoughts. In time, some members of the Brotherhood felt that Lions had abandoned their original goal of recovering the lost technologies of America's capital. That included the main chapter of the Brotherhood back west, but also some of Lions' own men. These men abandoned Lions, formed a band of outcasts, a name they wear proudly to this day. These outcasts took over a pre-war military base on the outskirts of the city. From there, they keep up the Brotherhood's original mission of gathering rare technologies from around Washington, D.C. They dream of one day marching right back to the Lost Hills, their arms filled with shiny new gizmos, and rejoining the rest of the Brotherhood as heroes. Travelers can identify the outcasts by their black and red armor. They don't care for Lion's knight in shining armor sensibilities, so they even abandon traditional Brotherhood titles like Knight and Paladin. Instead, they use ranks like Defender and Protector. Maybe this change was intended to reflect that they're defending the ideals of the Brotherhood, or protecting technology from the savages of the Wasteland, but they certainly aren't defending the people of the capital Wasteland. They'll fight off any raiders they come across, and super mutants too, but do not mistake these actions for altruism. When the outcasts clear out a slaver camp, or a nest of feral ghouls, this is only because it furthers the outcasts' cause in some way. They view most people of the Wasteland as ignorant cavemen, unfit to touch a plasma pistol. You do not want to become a problem for them, because they have a knack dealing with problems rather divisively. Their weapons and equipment are among the best available in the Wasteland, and their patrols are augmented with combat robots that pack a mean punch. These two factions of the Brotherhood and the capital Wasteland tend to stay away from each other, but travelers don't want to be anywhere nearby when these cats meet. The sad thing is, the average settler can't tell the difference between the Brotherhood and the outcasts. They're all just people in armored suits shooting each other with ray guns. To most people in the capital Wasteland, the politics don't matter. They don't care who's killing the mutants and raiders. They just want the trade caravans to run on time. Maybe that's why the citizens of the capital Wasteland didn't make that much of a fuss when the Enclave set up shop in the capital as well. To them, the Enclave was just another group of tin soldiers with laser rifles talking high ideals. How does someone scavenging through a pile of rusty cans tell the difference? To the average Wastelander, the Enclave's propaganda machine is something to disregard. All just words to someone who won't make it through the night without a dose of Radaway. The Brotherhood of Steel knew the Enclave was trouble right from the start, and eventually went head-to-head with them in a battle unlike anything seen before, even if the Wastelanders didn't understand why they were fighting. But that is a story for another day. As far as anyone knows, this wasteland is the best damned wasteland in the world. When America and China went head-to-head 200 years ago, both sides launched everything they had, and most people assume that China was blasted back to the Stone Age. The only way to know for sure is to jump in a boat and paddle across the ocean. So folks just assume that China, Europe, Canada, and the rest of the world got hit at least as bad as America did. People look out at this land, and some of them just know in their hearts that it's the garden spot of the whole world. Maybe that's why we can't go more than a few decades without someone trying to take over the place. When humanity was just beginning the struggle to rebuild after the war, there was no sign of the government helping out. People formed tribes led by the strongest warriors and the smartest scavengers. The chain of command and the line of succession meant nothing to people who needed things done fast. The closest thing to a government that emerged was tribal elders, or the mayors of small villages. Eventually, in 2189, some of the larger towns in California banded together and formed the new California Republic, but they never claimed to be the government. With no communications from the pre-war government for over a century, the memory of it faded as new generations replaced the old, convinced the old president and his kind were long dead, but the wasteland ain't so lucky. 200 years ago, in the last days before the Great War, a secret coterie of America's top-ranking political and corporate leaders decided to duck and cover, big time. They scurried right off the continent, hid inside a secret offshore base, then cowered there while the rest of the country suffered a nuclear holocaust the government had caused. There they stayed, safe and hidden for decades. And the group we know today as the Enclave is the result of 10 generations of breeding between politicians, military brass, and corporate executives. The direct descendants of the people who caused the apocalypse? Not many people would make up a story like that, so it's probably safe to take them at their word about their ancestors. Regardless of who their great-grandparents were, the Enclave certainly has access to an abundance of pre-war tech and weapons. They hoarded it on a man-made island, a metal city that grew out of the ocean floor. It was once used to refine oil, back when people could pull oil right out of the bottom of the sea. The Poseidon oil rig was inaccessible to people on the mainland, so no one knew they were out there until they began their plan to rid the wasteland of everyone who didn't fit their definition of a real American. The Enclave had spent decades learning to improve upon pre-war weaponry. They weren't just collecting artifacts of the old world like the Brotherhood. They were looking toward the future. They had devices more advanced than anything seen in the Wasteland, including the Brotherhood. It wasn't just better guns or the ginchiest armor. The Enclave had a fleet of flying vehicles they called vertibirds. Most folk had never even seen a car move unless it was hitched to a team of Brahmin, so these vertibirds gave the Enclave an edge over every other human group in the Wasteland. They could send in drop teams to kidnap whole villages at a time to use as test subjects. They could suddenly appear at remote locations, then just as quickly disappear. Most importantly, they could travel to and from their offshore base secure in the knowledge that no one could follow. Well, almost no one. There was a person back then who seemed to have a knack for getting vehicles up and running again. People who lived in the den swear up and down that somewhere around 2242, they saw a person in a Vault jumpsuit driving around in an old Christless Highwayman, the big green mutant taking up the entire back seat, and a cyborg dog poking his nose out the window. That's a sort of tall tale that would be easy to dismiss, but it happened in the same year someone managed to get a ship seaworthy again. They sailed that tanker right out into the ocean to the Enclave's base and took them down. Stories like that, they fill a body with hope. Maybe with enough work, we could all be driving around in pre-war cars, living the good life. In a way, that sort of hope for the future was what the Enclave wanted, and they got it at the cost of their own lives. Their ambition was their downfall. They weren't content to live out their lives in prosperity. They had to take back their country from the people they viewed as subhuman. To do so, the Enclave engaged in the sort of daredevil science that brought about the end, the Great War. They engineered a virus tailored for genocide, performed inhuman experiments, and even took to playing God by creating a species of intelligent deathclaws. Just like their ordinary brethren, they were giant beasts that could rip a man in half, but smart enough to think like you and me and even mimic human speech. But even deathclaws were nothing when compared to the Enclave's deadliest creation, a man named Frank. It's hard to say just what Frank Horrigan was. People who saw him in person tended to die quickly and gruesomely. At some point, he must have been a man, a brutal killer, but still human. When the Enclave discovered the old Mariposa military base and the forced evolutionary virus bats within, Horrigan was exposed by accident. He was among the first of a new generation of super mutants created years after the Master's downfall. The arrogance of the Enclave's leaders led them to believe that they could improve upon the virus. The FEV and Horrigan were used for horrid experiments that would make the Master cringe. When they could learn no more from his suffering, the Enclave turned Frank into their most devastating soldier, a mutated cybernetic terror encased in their finest power armor. It's hard to imagine how anyone managed to defeat arguably the most dangerous being to ever walk the Wasteland and bring down his Enclave masters. But somehow, the chosen one of an obscure northern tribe destroyed the Enclave oil rig, forcing the Enclave to flee New California. Leaderless and directionless, they soon rallied behind Autumn, a senior scientist who was contacted by a new Enclave president. It didn't take long for the remnants to reach the East Coast with their vertibirds. They had no fancy oil rig this time. They soon nestled into Raven Rock and Adams Air Force Base, pre-war bases that were nearly as impregnable. They changed their routine in Washington, D.C., promising that they could guide America back to the golden age of malt shops and drive-in movies. On the West Coast, they had a man who claimed to be the rightfully elected president of the United States. But by the time they reached the capital Wasteland, things had changed a little. Now their president remained unseen and only addressed the public through a swarm of floating propaganda robots that spewed stars and stripes forever, along with political rhetoric so hollow that it sounded like it was written by a random word generator. The war for control of the capital Wasteland was a trial for the Enclave. Bereft of their island fortress, without the unstoppable brutality of Frank Horrigan, they had to fight a hard war to gain territory. The Brotherhood of Steel had a strong presence in Washington, D.C., and super mutants roamed the streets looking for humans to abduct. The Enclave still had their technological superiority and their vertibirds. They even took control of pre-war satellites and could fire missiles that had been waiting in the sky for hundreds of years. But their greatest weapons were deceit and manipulation. The Brotherhood relied on a local wanderer for help in combating the Enclave. It is possible that the Enclave managed to convince this individual to implement a more subtle plan that could accomplish their goals even after their repeated defeats at the hands of the Brotherhood. Yet, it did not save them. In 2277, following their disastrous defeat by Liberty Prime at the Purifier, The Enclave was shattered again, with its leaders dead or missing. Its major strongholds were soon annihilated by Brotherhood strikes. The few surviving members probably wished that they had stayed hidden on their private island out in the Pacific. Now the once mighty remnants of America's elite have been reduced to a handful of wistful old men hiding out in the wastelands. Most gave up on the Enclave's vision of the world and settled down to live quiet lives, getting as much peace as a person can in the wasteland. Travelers who visit a certain old motel in Novak can speak with a former Enclave pilot who isn't as bad as the legends make the Enclave sound. She's a tough old broad, but she's no Frank Oregon. Out east, the Enclave continues to operate in small bands that harass the Brotherhood and anyone else who strays too closely to their remaining outposts, but they are devoid of leadership or any long-term plans. In the west, sharp-eyed travelers can sometimes spot the rusted hulks of crashed vertebrates. There's little else remaining of the Enclave, or at least that the Enclave wishes to reveal. Could an organization with such resources be entirely stamped out? Much like radroaches, the Enclave has shown remarkable resilience. The people of the Wasteland should be prepared to deal with another hidden nest of these relics of the old days. For now, the Enclave has joined the ranks of those who fancied themselves the rightful rulers of the Wasteland. Their glory has faded along with that of others like the Master. But it seems like some lessons are never learned. There's always someone new looking to claim our Wasteland as their own. The new California Republic has flourished even as the Enclave faded, while the NCR has ruled their lands with relative peace and prosperity. Even this period of stability is threatened by a new would-be tyrant that seeks to rebuild yet another fallen empire. But that is a story for another day.
Tired of life in the new California Republic? Want to enjoy a weekend with no pesky laws or nosy government looking over your shoulder? Come to New Reno and experience the Wasteland as it was meant to be experienced. Stock up on your favorite chems like Psycho, Buff Out, and that new Reno sensation, Jet. Enjoy a visit to one of our many brothels, or even become the star of your own adult holotape. No money? No problem. Our merchants accept pre-war magazines, lumps of ore, and use jet nozzles as payment. It's a new world with new rules, and New Reno is the biggest little town in the Wasteland.
Humility is a virtue in the Wasteland. One will not find dignity when scavenging in a pile of rubble. Those who are lucky enough to be born into prosperity should know that their way of life can vanish in a moment. Likewise, those who come from humble beginnings must believe that they have the potential to build empires, lead armies, or heal the world around them. Each generation has seen would-be conquerors who seek to forge their own utopia from the ashes of the old world. But the most successful attempt at rebuilding has come from the most humble of origins. Shady Sands sounds like the sort of thing you'd read on a pre-war postcard. A tropical getaway for bored families in the old world. But Shady Sands was actually a little village in California, made up of the people who came out of one of the vaults. Lucky for them, their vault, number 15, wasn't so bad, at least when compared to some of the other ones. It was designed to open 50 years after the Great War, and its inhabitants were well supplied, even though they were deliberately made up of people who Vault-Tec knew wouldn't get along. They managed to keep from killing each other till the doors opened. Then most of Vault 15's inhabitants tore through the Wasteland, forming some of the worst raider gangs the Wasteland would ever see. Even the great cons today can trace their heritage back to the hooligans who came out of Vault 15. Not all of them are troublemakers like the cons, though. Quite a few decided to settle down and build a farming town. They had some gadgetry from the vault that made Shady Sands a prosperous little place. But that prosperity also made them a target. Raiders attacked Shady Sands without mercy, even going so far as to kidnap the mayor's daughter. Superstitious folk will say it was destiny that brought the Vault Dweller to Shady Sands at their time of need. Or maybe it was just because Vault 13 happened to be located nearby, and people are always in need. For whatever reason, Shady Sands was the first place that tested the now famous Vault Dweller. This was before that kid from Vault 13 became the hero of the Wasteland. The example set by the heroics of the Vault Dwellers stuck with the people who lived in Shady Sands. Folk like Eridesh, Tandy, and Seth, names that will go in the history books once someone starts writing down history again. Junktown, the Hub, and other places that the Vault Dweller passed through all felt the same call to be a part of something greater. The mayor of Shady Sands, Aradesh, guided the most influential communities of the 22nd century. Each one had played some small role in saving the Wasteland, and this brought them together. In those early years of this new California Republic, even the Brotherhood of Steel was an ally, their original headquarters being right in the heart of the NCR. That alliance lasted about as long as you'd expect, but it shows that the Brotherhood and the NCR could get along. Aradesh was made president for life of the NCR. He lived a good long life, but like many old men, he wanted to head out on a few final adventures before death came calling. He disappeared out in the Wasteland one day, probably looking for his old friend, the Vault Dweller. We're not sure exactly how it ended for Aradesh. When they write those NCR history books, they'll probably make up something suitably noble and heroic for his last adventure. With Aradesh gone, the natural successor was his daughter Tandy. The official records don't like to dwell on the way that President Tandy once had to be rescued from the Khans by the Vault Dweller. Getting kidnapped wouldn't seem very presidential, but that sort of humbling experience helped mold her into an ambitious leader who was wise enough to know the dangers of the wasteland around her. She led the NCR until she was nearly 100 years old, a ripe old age for someone who never mutated, and she spent the whole time trying to unify the towns north of the NCR. While places like the Hub and Boneyard were glad to join the NCR, up north things were a bit trickier. The Republic had access to some pre-war tech from Vaults 15 and 13, and that was nothing compared to the wonders of Vault City. Vault City was the community that surrounded Vault 8, and it was the embodiment of everything that Vault-Tec had promised people before the war. It was one of the few vaults that opened right on schedule, just a few years after the war, and the happy people inside emerged to build their own private Garden of Eden, with a little help from Vault-Tec's Garden of Eden creation kit. The folks that ran Vault City had a stranglehold on their territory. They had the finest medical equipment available, and a security force to defend it, plus plenty of outsiders who were willing to become servants in exchange for a safe place to live. They didn't need to be part of this new California Republic, and neither did nearby towns like New Reno, Redding, and Broken Hills. Even the NCR's mother vault, Vault 15, had fallen into disrepair by the time that Tandy was nearing the end of her presidency. And Vault 13, well, the original inhabitants had been relocated by the Enclave, and a new group of occupants had taken up residency. Good conversationalists by all accounts, but not the sort that most people would want as neighbors. The NCR was so keen on expanding their territory that they even resorted to playing dirty tricks on Vault City to get them to join and share their medical supplies with the rest of the Republic. For all its good intentions, the NCR was heading down a road to the cutthroat politics of the old days. The Wasteland isn't prone to unity. Many would-be rulers discovered that the hard way, and it was a lesson the NCR was all too familiar with. In the years since, the NCR has had a series of presidents, none of which managed to rule with the insight of Aradesh or Tandy. The new leadership has still added some territory to the Republic, though. Parts of Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, and Mexico too. With the Pacific Ocean to the west, that only leaves the east for further conquest, and the current leadership of the new California Republic had been steadily spreading their influence through Nevada and Arizona for years. Other factions had long since held territory there too, like the Brotherhood of Steel. An alliance between the NCR and the Brotherhood might have held up if there hadn't been such an abundance of amazing technology at stake. Just a little ways over the border in Nevada, the Brotherhood had discovered a solar power station called Helios 1. It not only had the potential to provide energy for half the wasteland, but it also controlled an orbiting satellite that could focus sunlight into a deadly beam. The Brotherhood always loved their death rays, and they could never let anyone else get their hands on something like that. It was an unprecedented struggle between the Brotherhood and the NCR for control of the facility. To the Brotherhood, it meant keeping a devastating weapon in safe hands, and to the NCR, it meant providing electricity to all of their citizens. Good intentions all around, but everyone was still certain that their side deserved Helios more than the other side. The Brotherhood paladins have terrifying weapons in their metal-clad hands, but the NCR has soldiers gathered from all over the Republic. A vast army of patriots who are willing to die for the idea of building a nation, state by state. Although numbers aren't the only thing that the NCR has, they have the Rangers. Even before the Great War, the West had need of soldiers and lawmen. For centuries, some of the finest of them adopted the title of Ranger, and today's NCR Rangers are made up of the best men and women that the Republic has to offer. They fight to bring law and order to this new West, and that's a powerful motivation for those who can temper their optimism with resolve. The Rangers aren't feared because of the power of their weapons or the sophistication of their armor. The Rangers are feared because of their skill and relentless loyalty to the Republic. They aren't born and bred for this elite position like in the Brotherhood or the Enclave. The Rangers are but humble soldiers who volunteer for the privilege of serving their fellow man. With such loyalty in their multitudes of soldiers, it shouldn't be a surprise that the NCR seized Helios 1. With it, they just might have enough power to light up everything west of the Colorado River. That is, if they can ever get the thing running properly. But Helios is only one of their plans to restore civilization to the world. Right in the middle of the desert, there's a great river and a huge pre-war dam that once pulled electricity right out of the flowing water. A feat of engineering, this great wall was named after one of the old presidents of a dead empire. The Hoover Dam, they called it. The NCR wanted that dam, but they discovered they weren't alone. The Colorado River had kept the Republic separated from another army, a veritable legion of bloodthirsty killers. But that is a story for another day.
This presentation brought to you by Vault-Tec. Congratulations on receiving the all-clear signal. You are now authorized to exit your Vault-Tec facility. But remember, while you've been safe inside your vault for the past few years, other people haven't been so lucky. Society on the outside has probably changed, and you should be prepared for a variety of possible scenarios. The area around your vault could be populated by cannibalistic mutants, gigantic insects, or maybe even feral children who have enslaved all the grown-ups. Who knows what kind of kooky civilization has formed, but the important thing is that you learn to roll with the punches. Remember, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and you'll get along just fine with everyone you meet.
A long time ago, there was a saying, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." That made more sense back when every child in the country went to school 5 days a week and learned their history from a big room full of books. Of late, it can be a mite hard to find a history book that hasn't been burned or rotted through. So it seems like the good folk of the Wasteland are doomed to repeat a lot of history's mistakes. There's a certain man in Nevada who's deliberately repeating history's mistakes. Calls himself Caesar, spoken by his followers as Kaiser. He's not the first to go by either of those names. A good 2,000 years ago, the first Caesar ruled an empire on the other side of the world. That Caesar probably never even imagined that there was a whole continent over here full of new people to enslave. Well, this new Caesar of the post-apocalyptic world is out to finish what the first one started. Rather than aiming to restore America to what it was in the days before the Great War, Caesar is forging a new nation, using the Roman Empire as some form of twisted inspiration. That's a funny idea for someone to get in their head. Of course, this Caesar had an unconventional upbringing. He was born in 2226 out west in the Boneyard, the ruins of what used to be Los Angeles. He didn't stay there long. His mother took him away when he was just a baby and raised him with the followers of the apocalypse. Despite their name, these followers aren't one of those doomsday cults. They're just a group of do-gooder intellectuals who try to preserve the knowledge of the old world. They also keep records about the present, so we know all there is to know about who Caesar was before he declared himself emperor. He used to be a bright young man named Edward Sallow. He was chosen to go on a follower's expedition to study the tribespeople of the Wasteland, and perhaps he was a little too intelligent and educated to be sent out among the savages. He viewed them with a mixture of sneering contempt and misguided pity. He felt it was his duty to civilize them at any cost. In a stroke of irony, it turns out that those uncivilized lands had some books from before the war, books that weren't reduced to a pile of ash. Rare historical records, including an account of the original Caesar's war in Gaul. Sallow could have seen the history of Rome a warning about an empire that was doomed to fall. but instead, he saw something of himself in Caesar and decided to follow his example, even if it meant knowingly repeating the mistakes of the past. The Romans described in those old books were, by the standards of their time, the most civilized group in the known world. So mighty was their empire, they even had it better than most folks today. Food, fresh water, roads, and libraries. The problem is that only some Romans had it that good. Their empire was built on conquest and slavery, and the people on the bottom rung of society had it about as bad as a mole rat in a death-clawed den. Under the new title of Caesar, Edward Sallow forged the tribals of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado into an army patterned after the Legion of Rome. Their entire society was converted to the war effort, and they used merciless strategies to decisively end their conflicts. 86 tribes in all, and each one they encountered was either assimilated or annihilated. The men who survived are forced to become soldiers in the Legion. All traces of their original tribe are eradicated, and these slave soldiers have but one option in life: to die in the service of their conquerors. With each new victory, the Legion grows in number, leaving behind no one to oppose them. In his own way, Caesar is bringing order to the Wasteland, one genocide at a time. The women of conquered tribes are not allowed even the dignity of dying in combat. The Legion's strictly regimented society forbids such equality, no matter how skilled those women may be as warriors. This rigid separation ensures that half of the Legion's forces fight, while the other half breeds the next generation of slaves. Caesar would say that slavery is a fitting punishment for the weak and cowardly members of the defeated tribes, a chance for them to prove themselves of worth in their new life. A compelling argument, but nothing can justify being born a slave. Children born into the Legion are separated from their parents, given no knowledge of the culture of their ancestors, and identify themselves only as one small part of the vast Legion. They are all destined to die in Caesar's servitude. Caesar's love of the old times and martial virtues does not prevent him from arming his men with weapons developed in the 21st century. If throwing javelins at their enemy won't get the job done, then the Legion will reach for assault rifles or even more advanced weaponry. They do prefer to fight hand-to-hand whenever possible, and some of the Legion's men carry kinetic energy hammers and ballistic gauntlets enhanced with 21st century technology. Caesar is the absolute ruler of this army, and disobedience is punished with death. A slow death. The Legion burns people alive, crucifies them on poles along the roadside, and forces them to fight to the death in duels for Caesar's amusement. Failure is punished with equal cruelty. Every member of the Legion knows that it is better to die in battle against the enemy than to stand before Caesar in shame. Even his highest-ranking commanders, his legates, can suffer his wrath. A few years ago, Caesar proved this when his army came upon its first worthy opponent, the new California Republic. Even as the Legion was spreading westward, the NCR was exploring territory on their own eastern border. The two nations clashed on the banks of the Colorado River for control of the Hoover Dam in 2277. It proved to be the first defeat for the Legion. The NCR has the biggest, most organized army in the Wasteland, and their rangers are some of the fiercest, most cunning fighters in the wastes. The NCR feigned retreat across the dam and led the Legion to the town of Boulder City, back when there was a town there. The place is a graveyard now, filled with the bones of Legion soldiers who charged to their own doom, certain that the NCR was fleeing in terror before Caesar's might. Caesar himself would have been clever enough to deduce that this was a trap, but he had delegated the task to one of his legates who failed to see that the NCR was only pretending to run. When the Legion reached Boulder City, they found enough explosives to level just about everything in town. Even with the loss of over 100 soldiers during the battle, the NCR managed to rout the Legion and secure the dam and leave the Legion stuck on the other side of the river. The legate who organized that disastrous attack learned just how terrible Caesar's fury can be. He was one of Caesar's oldest friends, Joshua Graham. They met back before Edward Sallow started calling himself Caesar, but that did not earn Graham any mercy. For his failure in the Battle of Hoover Dam, he was set on fire and thrown down the biggest hole in the Wasteland, the Grand Canyon. There are tales of people surviving all sorts of fates. Men mutated into blobs of goo without dying. Cyborgs that are more machine than man. Hell, there's even a lucky bastard that survived having a tree growing through his brain. Then there's Joshua Graham. People swear that they saw a burned man walk out of the Grand Canyon not long after the Battle of Hoover Dam. Might have been Graham. Might have just been an old ghoul out scavenging. Either way, the possibility of Graham still being alive is just one more worry for Caesar these days. Like any emperor, Caesar knows that his military must constantly consume new territory. The Legion produces little and has left nothing but destruction in its wake. The only way for it to survive is conquest. But now the Legion is stalled, camped out on one side of the Hoover Dam while the NCR waits on the other. Caesar can appreciate the potential of the Hoover Dam. It can generate enough electricity to power the empire he intends to build. For now, though, the Legion prepares a massive force to take it from the NCR. Legionaries cross the river in small groups on barges and have established some camps on the western banks as a brazen affront to the NCR's authority. There are enough Legion soldiers west of the Colorado River to cause plenty of trouble for settlers and soldiers out there. They need a fresh supply of slaves, although the Legion will sometimes burn whole towns to the ground and torture the citizens to death as a symbol of their might. The horrific tales of these attacks help remind people in the West that the Legion is coming eventually. Caesar sees the NCR as a personal challenge, as though everything that's happened west of the river for the last 200 years all happened just so Caesar would have a worthy foe to defeat. And he's definitely up there in that fort of his, planning for the next battle at Hoover Dam. But the dam is only the first part of Caesar's plan, though. He doesn't intend for his army to roam the land indefinitely. He wants to found a new capital city for his empire, and just a stone's throw from the dam is a town that already has a lot in common with ancient Rome. It's a decadent cesspool of every vice that a body can desire. A new Rome, a new Vegas. A place where the walls are high enough to keep out the worst critters the Wasteland can throw at them, and the streets are safe to walk thanks to an army of security bots. Not to mention a plentiful supply of leggy showgirls and roulette tables. The problem is, New Vegas already has its own tyrant. He's been there since before the bombs fell 200 years ago, and he plans to stay there for 200 more. But that is a story for another day.
Everyone loves the Pip-Boy 2000, but you have an active on-the-go lifestyle. Your friends at Robco know that you need a personal information processor that suits your adventurous attitude. So, we're giving you all the features of our Pip-Boy in an ultra-portable new form. Introducing the Pip-Boy 3000. With this smart device, you won't have to waste time thinking for yourself. This feat of Robco engineering keeps track of your vitals, manages your finances, tells you where to go, and it's stylish. The Pip-Boy 3000 is our most durable Pip-Boy ever. It could even survive a nuclear blast. Get the Pip-Boy 3000 today. Our sale bots are standing by. And coming for Christmas 2077, the Pip-Boy 3000S. Pre-order yours while supplies last.
They don't make them like they used to. Of course, they don't make much of anything anymore. But back before the war, they built most things to last. Just about all of the robots puttering around the Wasteland were constructed back in the 21st century. The amazing thing is, they're still functional after 200 years. Most of them were made by the General Atomics Corporation. But the Securitrons that are rolling around New Vegas, those were made by a competing company called Robco Industries. It's no coincidence that New Vegas is crawling with Robco robots, because the same man who founded the company back in the 21st century is still calling the shots there today. He's over 250 years old by now, but time hasn't slowed him down at all. He's a real pre-war industrialist, and they don't make them like that anymore. Robert House was born in a time when men were only expected to live about 100 years, let alone close to 300. There are a few other unusual individuals out there who've managed to stay alive for that long, one way or another. No one's actually seen Mr. House, so some folk think he might have been one of the very first ghouls, gifted with long life, but cursed with a rotting radioactive body. Others think he might be a mutant. The forced evolutionary virus grants indefinite life to mutants, but the first mutants didn't appear in Vegas until decades after the war, and House would have probably died of old age by that time. His associates in New Vegas say he's just a resourceful man who preserved himself somehow. kept himself going all this time on the best life support equipment that pre-war society had to offer. He set up shop inside one of the big casinos on the Vegas Strip back before the war, and hasn't set foot out since. He only communicates through computer screens, so as far as anyone knows, he could be a brain in a jar, or just a sentient computer that thinks it's a man. We do know a lot about House's life from before the war, thanks to history books. He was quite a flamboyant figure before the bombs fell, consorted with starlets, mingled with heads of state, and built robots for the military, so his exploits were gossiped about in books, magazines, and holotapes. He was born in New Vegas around 2020, back when it was called Las Vegas. He came from a wealthy family, was orphaned at a young age, then cheated out of his family fortune. Mr. House didn't need to inherit his family's wealth, however, because he inherited something far more precious: his father's business acumen and knack for engineering. It didn't take long for him to amass a fortune of his very own. House founded Robco in 2042 while he was barely in his 20s. Made a fortune building robots, including those clunky Protectron robots that are still clumping their way around the Wasteland. Those bucket of bolts are slow and not too bright, but they're durable and versatile enough that they're used all over the country. Modified Protectrons have been turned into everything from a sheriff to a sex bot, for the more rugged technophiles, that is. The technophiles also love another product from Robco, the Pip-Boy Personal Information Processor. They were issued to everyone inside the vaults, probably to make it easier for Vault-Tec to monitor how their little social experiments were progressing. But those little gadgets were built to last, and plenty of notable vault dwellers have used that old Robco tech to make their way through the Wasteland. House and his company also had a hand in building Liberty Prime, the gigantic killing machine that the Brotherhood of Steel dug up out east. He seemed awfully smug about that one, even had a portrait commissioned of himself standing next to his monstrosity, like a proud father. He never actually got to see Liberty Prime running, though. House was smart enough to see the Great War on the horizon, and he turned his focus from national defense to keeping his hometown Las Vegas safe. Mr. House knew that an apocalyptic war was coming eventually, and in the years leading up to the war, he pulled every string he had to ensure that Vegas would make it through. He poured all of his resources to turn his Lucky 38 casino into a fortress with enough firepower and processing speed to shoot down or hack and disable any missiles that managed to make it near the city. He even built himself a personal army of Securitron robots that were vastly superior to the old Protectrons. Faster, smarter, with bigger weapons, and all of them under his personal control. He sealed himself up inside the Lucky 38 and planned out his new world while waiting for the old one to end. But something went wrong with this scheme. House and his army of robots were quiet for close to 2 centuries after the war. He saved the city from the bombs and missiles, and then just disappeared. His tower fortress was nothing more than a lifeless concrete spire growing out of the middle of the desert. Vegas itself deteriorated in the decades after the war. The roulette wheels stopped spinning, the slot machines ceased regurgitating coins, and the tourists were overwhelmed by savage tribals that invaded the Strip. These tribes didn't care about the once great city they inhabited. They took no notice of that impenetrable tower in the middle of the Strip. They spent their days looting and murdering. Some of them even engaged in acts of cannibalism in a town that once boasted all-you-can-eat buffets on every corner. Savages like them would have been exterminated by the new California Republic if they had lived further west. They would have been assimilated by Caesar's legion if they were on the other side of the Colorado River. But in Vegas, they maintained their ways for generations, even as civilization slowly spread through the wasteland around them. There wasn't much reason for Mr. House to interact with the outside world when he was surrounded by these wild men. It took the arrival of NCR scouts to give him hope of rebuilding the world. At that first sign of civilization, New Vegas, a beacon that could be seen all over the Mojave, lit up. When House's robot army suddenly appeared, the first thing it did was set about taming the tribals. The Securitrons were useful minions, but House knew that he would need human hands to restore Vegas to its former glory and draw the interest of the NCR. Under the threat of annihilation, the tribes either gave up their wild ways and allowed Mr. House to remake them in the image of Vegas in its heyday, or left. One band of savages took on the airs of old-world entertainers from House's youth. They shed their gecko-hide clothes, tossed aside their spears, began dressing in pre-war suits and quoting long-dead singers. Maybe some of the other tribes thought they'd gone soft for living in a swanky casino, but these chairmen cocked their hats and swaggered right to the top of House's news strip. House knew he'd also need a lower class of thug, so he also took in a tribe of brutes that could be counted on to perform the most unspeakable acts. The Omertas were dressed up in suits and ties, but they were no gentlemen. Their fortune was built on the worst form of slavery. They were the flesh peddlers and chem pushers of the strip. Unfortunately, their services are in high demand. They have become an essential part of New Vegas's economy. Although the town is a magnet for the seedier denizens of the Wasteland, House has also ensured that New Vegas has something to offer those with more refined sensibilities. The White Glove Society is House's most successful attempt to recreate the splendor of the pre-war days. Once the White Glove Society was no more than a pack of wild animals doing whatever it took to survive. But now they operate the ritziest hotel in town, serving the most succulent steaks in the Wasteland. Diners will need to put on their finest attire, though, because the White Glove Society prefers patrons with marvelous fashion sense, if not particularly good taste. These three families ensure that House is at the center of a thriving city. As former rivals, these tribes endlessly plot against each other, but House's Securitrons ensure that there is no overt conflict and that the stores, brothels, and casinos stay open. By the standards of the Wasteland, New Vegas is a veritable utopia. That's why it has drawn the interest of both the New California Republic and Caesar's Legion. Each empire must continue expanding their territory, and New Vegas is the golden egg trapped right in the middle. For now, House remains within a stronghold. Walls of steel separate him from the hedonistic paradise of his own city. Outside, two great armies prepare for a war that could crush New Vegas. House's army of robots and tribals is hardly enough to fend off both the NCR and the Legion. Unless he has some secret weapon that hasn't come into play yet, he waited in silence for 200 years. Could there be some missing linchpin needed for that scheme he began before the war? It wouldn't be the first time someone in Vegas had an ace up their sleeve. No matter who holds the trump card in the war ahead, there'll be plenty of innocent people who will cash out. Caesar views the soldiers in his legion as expendable pawns who exist only to die in his name. The NCR's leadership has committed mass slaughter of those who stand in the way of their noble but misguided goals. And House's minions have no mercy for the tribes that refuse to yield to his vision of New Vegas. Trapped within this triangle are countless smaller settlements and tribes, peoples and societies that are constantly in danger of being eradicated or assimilated. Of them, none have suffered greater struggle than the Great Khans, a once proud band of raiders who, like the NCR, can trace their roots back to the opening of the first vaults. It can be difficult to feel pity for a gang of chem-dealing raiders, but the Khans have faced extinction time and time again, proving to be one of the most resilient groups in the Wasteland. That kind of resilience is something even Mr. House could respect. But that is a story for another day.
This is Sally. 6 months ago, Sally was an ordinary girl who enjoyed baking cupcakes with Mom and playing with her neighborhood pals. But Sally felt like she wasn't as clever as the other children. That's when her new friend, Butch, offered her something called mentats. They looked like candy, but they were actually recreational chemicals, or chems for short. The mentats made Sally feel like the smartest girl in the world, but only for a little while. When they wore off, she felt dumber than ever, and before long, she was nothing but a hooligan, a criminal, a dope fiend. It could happen to your children too, even with just one mentat. So store your chems safely and out of the reach of children. The proceeding was a public service message from MedTech, makers of the Fixer anti-addiction pills, now available at your local Super Duper Mart.
At night, the Wasteland is dotted with towns that light up the darkness. Each one is some settler's attempt at rebuilding civilization. The Wasteland holds endless wonders and mysteries. You'll never see them from within the walls of one village. Life on the road doesn't leave time for growing crops or herding Brahmin, so some people survive by taking what they need. Such predatory behavior is hardly commendable, but it does take strength to live the life of a raider, and who doesn't respect strength? Every few miles, there's some new group of raiders on the prowl, always certain that their strength gives them the right to prey on the weak. And every damned one of them has a theatrical name and flamboyant heraldry. The Fiends, the Jackals, the Yakuza. Every pack of chem addicts that stumbles across a history book just decides to play dress-up and terrorize the nearest village. Fortunately, most raider gangs don't last long. Entire groups can be exterminated in one fight gone wrong, or the whole lot can overdose on a batch of Med-X that's been cut too pure. But a few of the raider gangs have managed to stick around for generation after generation, and the most resilient by far is the Khans. A long time ago, many years before even the Great War, there was a place called Mongolia, home of the Khans, some of the toughest warriors the world had ever seen. They were led by a man called Genghis, and under his rule they came closer to conquering the world than anyone else. Even 1,000 years later, people still know the name. The Khans of the modern Wasteland aren't actually descendants of the originals from Mongolia. They came out of Vault-15 in 2121, along with a few other raider gangs, the people who founded the village of Shady Sands. The folks that settled down in Shady Sands couldn't wait to start rebuilding civilization, but the rest, they took a liking to the Wasteland just as it was. Some of those survivors from Vault-15 formed a gang called the Vipers, a band of kooks that worship snakes. They'll be remembered in the holotapes because one of them managed to kill the High Elder of the Brotherhood of Steel a century ago. But the Vipers are nothing compared to the most infamous raider gang that came from Vault-15, the Khans. The Khans value strength above all other qualities. When that vault opened, they knew that the world had become a place where the strong would thrive while the weak became prey. For years, they ranged through the remains of Arizona and California, stealing what they could carry, raising anything left behind. Under the leadership of a man called Death Hand, they thrived in an age where other bands barely managed to survive at all. In time, Death Hand grew old, his body covered in scars from a lifetime of battle. Even then, there was only one person who had the might to best him in a fair fight, his own son, Garl. The Khans would only accept leadership from the greatest warrior among them. There is no truer test of a person's strength than a fight to the death. Garl killed his own father for the right to lead the Khans and took the title of Death Hand as his own. He led the Khans in their raids against Shady Sands and other towns in New California for years afterwards. Many settlers considered him nothing more than a bullying, low-life brute, but others suspected that Garl Death Hand was merely seeking a worthy foe. If Garl had played his cards right, he might have lived long enough to have a son of his own and one day pass on the title of Death Hand, but before he could produce an heir, he met his end. In 2162, Garl and his gang had kidnapped a girl from Shady Sands. She turned out to be the mayor's daughter, Tandy. That was a step too far for the people of Shady Sands, and it wasn't long before some do-gooder in a Vault-13 jumpsuit showed up at the primary Khan's camp demanding that Garl release her. The legend of the Vault Dweller had just begun, and the Khans couldn't have known just what they were up against. But Garl had finally found a true equal to face in combat. The Khans were hardly the greatest threat that the Vault Dweller had to deal with, and they weren't even mentioned in the Dweller's memoir. Once a damsel in distress, Tandy went on to become president of the New California Republic, where she turned the NCR into a powerhouse that Khans could never hope to match. Only one Khan managed to survive the camp massacre, a boy named Darien, who hid during the ruckus. Darien spent the rest of his life trying to atone for his act of cowardice. He created a gang called the New Khans and spent 80 years harassing Tandy and the people of her New California Republic. What Darien lacked in courage, he made up for in leadership. His New Khans were a bunch of real bruisers, maybe even tougher than the gang from the old Death Hand days. These New Khans were such terrors that they even took control of Vault-15 right under the NCR's nose. Tandy couldn't let that stand, so she sent an operative to deal with the New Khans. That operative just happened to be a direct descendant of the Vault Dweller who had slaughtered the original Khans. The old bird probably got a laugh at that. By that time, Darien was a half-crazed old man, but but he went down with a hell of a good fight. The Vault 15 security system recorded his final battle, and he would have made Garl Deathhand proud. Even though Darien was dead, the Khans lived on. A handful of raiders away from Garl's camp survived and carried the legacy of the Khans with them. The largest group lived away on the fringes of the NCR under Papa Khan, called the Great Khans to honor their illustrious heritage. In 2267, Papa led them east where they discovered the ruins of Vegas. That was years before Robert House had unleashed his army of robots. The Great Khans found a home among the hardened tribals that inhabited Vegas back then. There the Khans could test their mettle against the other warriors. They wouldn't have to worry about the Vault Dwellers' great-grandkids showing up to kill them all. The Great Khans had a few good years there, until Mr. House decided to send out his Securitron army and civilize the inhabitants of his town. About the same time, the NCR had begun to spread east into Nevada, too. The Great Khans know more than anyone that annihilation is an ever-present threat in the Wasteland. They suddenly faced a war against two armies, so they chose to abandon Vegas rather than tempt fate. Outside of Vegas, they were of little interest to House, but they still fought NCR troops at every opportunity. The new California Republic had grown increasingly ruthless in its efforts to acquire new territory. And there are those in the Mojave who saw the Great Khans as victims of NCR hegemony. The two groups had been enemies for generations, and their battles were fought with little mercy from either side. The NCR eventually won a decisive victory, though, the Battle of Bitter Springs, although most people around the Mojave call it the Bitter Springs Massacre. Bitter Springs was identified by NCR Intel as the Khans' base of operation. The NCR cornered the Great Khans and invaded the camp. That's when the Khans started evacuating the camp down a nearby canyon. First recon troops stationed there opened fire and killed most of the gang. They thought they were shooting raiders flanking their troops. They ended up killing women and children, old folks too. Almost anyone who was at Bitter Springs has a different account of what happened. It might have been a mistake, some miscommunication between the NCR commanders, or bad reconnaissance at the site, or it could have been a deliberate act of genocide. More than a few NCR troops just walked away from the army after that. Even if the massacre can be blamed on bad intel, the soldiers who pulled the trigger still had to hold themselves accountable for their own actions. Some of them have taken jobs as mercenaries protecting towns in the Mojave. Get them drunk enough and they might talk about what they did at Bitter Springs. But most of them are drinking just so they can forget. The Khans, of course, can never forget Bitter Springs. The massacre left the Great Khans a broken people. The ones that survived limped away to the west, way out in Red Rock Canyon. There, the Great Khans are out of the way of the NCR and New Vegas. They lack the brute force and numbers to survive as raiders like in the old days. And now they make a living by manufacturing chems and selling them to other raider gangs. Papa Khan is aware of just how far his people have fallen. The NCR bears the full weight of his wrath. He has even accepted envoys from Caesar in the hope that joining the Legion will allow him some final act of revenge against the NCR in the coming war. A fool's hope, but that might be all that the once great Khans have left. They have little choice but to hide in their canyon, lamenting their lost power. Still, even a group of broken-down chem dealers have it pretty good when compared to some people in the Wasteland, if you can call them people. There are wretches out there who'd be happy just to have skin that isn't rotting off their faces, but that is a story for another day.
Up next, we've got a public service announcement. Listen up, children, this stuff's important.
Hi, kids. I'm here today with an important public service announcement. Being a ghoul has lots of advantages, like living for hundreds of years and being immune to radiation. But life as a ghoul ain't for everyone. So, if you're still a smooth skin and you want to stay that way, keep an eye on your Geiger counter when you're outside, and always use Rad-X before scavenging near radioactive materials. If you begin to experience nausea, dry eyes, or spontaneous hair loss, then go inside immediately and inject yourself with Radway. And don't forget to tune in to Galaxy News Radio for adventures of me, Argyle, and my smooth-skinned pal, Herbert Barry Bashwood. New episodes every other Friday, only on GNR.
The radiant heat of an atomic bomb can turn a human body to ash in an instant. The shockwave can crush bones and burst organs for miles in every direction. And those unfortunate enough to survive will soon succumb to the unseen threat of radioactive fallout. Most bodies will lay down and die once they've absorbed enough radiation. A horrible death that takes days, but may be better than the alternative that some people face: ghoulification. Plenty of people in the Wasteland will shoot ghouls on sight. They look like zombies or mummies, monsters right out of old horror vids. The tragedy is that most ghouls are just as intelligent now as they were back when they were human. They're perfectly aware of what's happened to them. There's still plenty of them that have gone feral, though. Spend enough time in a rotting body, and they degenerate into little more than animals that attack any human they see. Most folk think it's better to just shoot first and worry about being called a bigot later. We're not sure why some people turn into ghouls, while others just keel over after being exposed to radiation. The history tapes don't mention ghouls existing before the Great War, so something must have changed back around the end of the 21st century. Well, a lot of things changed, but even the best minds of the Wasteland can't figure out which factor causes ghoulification. The planet was covered with unprecedented levels of radiation. Some of the sites holding stockpiles of forced evolutionary virus were hit in the war, and trace amounts of the virus were released into the atmosphere. Humanity's gene pool had also been reduced from billions of people down to a smattering of survivors, many of which had been selected by Vault-Tec for dubious purposes. Ghoulification might happen when folks get just the right dose of radiation. Could even be a hereditary trait that was always present in humanity, but only activated by high levels of radiation exposure. Walk the Wasteland long enough, and you'll find evidence for all these theories and more. When the Great War happened, thousands of people made it to Vault-Tec facilities in time to survive the nuclear bombardment. Most of them were kept safe from the ensuing fallout. There is one vault, number 12, where the doors didn't close all the way. They shielded most of the radioactivity, but just enough got through to turn Vault 12's population into ghouls. Every one of them was chosen by Vault-Tec. They have a history of rigging their vaults to experience theatrical malfunctions, so it can't be a coincidence that the doors failed to seal up. This supports the notion that ghouls have a pre-existing dormant trait, but it could also mean that the scamps at Vault-Tec knew the exact amount of radiation to let in. Either way, the ghouls who lived in Vault 12 used their pre-war technology to create a prosperous, if unsightly, town. Humans stayed away from the place, though naming the town Necropolis probably didn't help with tourism. The ghouls got along pretty well by themselves for close to a century. One of the few good parts about a ghoul is they don't age like humans do. Some of the pre-war ghouls are still kicking today. Unfortunately, most of them were killed a while back, because Necropolis was one of the first places to be overrun when the Master unleashed his mutant army. The mutants stormed in, hoping to find a vault full of pure strain humans with no trace of mutation. They must have been hopping mad to learn that all that was left of Vault 12's gene pool was a bunch of radioactive zombies. The ghouls managed to keep an uneasy truce with the super mutants for a couple of years, but eventually the mutants turned on them and slaughtered most of the town. It was nearly 100 years after the Great War, but the folks from Vault 12 finally made it into their graves. Some of the surviving ghouls made it to the few settlements that would tolerate their kind, like Broken Hills, where they lived with humans and mutants alike. Others just set up shop in places too heavily irradiated for anyone to bother them. Another perk of being a ghoul is that they don't get sick from radiation exposure. Hell, some of them even feed off the stuff and get a robust, healthy glow when they're around it. A few of them settled in a town around near a broke-down nuclear reactor in California. They got it running again, even though it probably wasn't up to its pre-war safety standards. They were smart enough to trade their electricity with the surrounding cities, too. They had the idea that if they could provide enough power to their neighbors in Vault City, then they might be able to use some of that Vault-Tec medical equipment to find a cure for being a ghoul. Nothing ever came of that idea, though. Vault City wasn't known for helping out their neighbors back in those days. A few scientists are still looking for a cure, including a ghoul doctor in Washington, D.C., but there aren't any tales of ghouls being miraculously renewed. Plenty of hucksters are looking to trick them into thinking there's a cure, or a better world waiting for them in the sky. Not far from the Colorado River is a glowing preacher who claims he's going to take his flock of faithful ghouls to some sort of utopian space paradise. That is, if they can get their spaceship repaired. Back in the town of Gecko, they had some mysterious genius hidden away beneath the town with a plan to renew their humanity somehow. They should have been a little suspicious, since the cunning plan involved gathering large amounts of cheese-flavored snacks. Large ghoul settlements are rare these days because many factions within the Wasteland have tried to annihilate them entirely. The Enclave has attempted genocide twice in the last 40 years, and the Brotherhood of Steel isn't exactly sympathetic to their plight either. There's a secret ghoul city built into an old museum out in Washington, D.C. They have a lady who remembers the days before the bombs fell. She tries to help out the unfortunate people who have recently transformed. Yeah, people are still turning into ghouls. Doesn't happen often, but every now and then some lucky bastard will spend too much time near a hotspot, find themselves slowly turning into a walking hunk of beef jerky. A person can never tell if they'll ghoulify. Even if they stay away from radiation, they can still end up looking a ghoul if they get exposed to the forced evolutionary virus, the stuff that created the super mutants. Normally, when someone is dipped in a vat of FEV, they come out looking Boris Karloff with a touch of seasickness. There's a few mutants who developed other forms of genetic aberration. Holotapes recovered from the Master's old base in Mariposa speak of people who gained psychic powers and other unique alterations. A couple of these failed attempts at perfecting the super mutants ended up looking just like ghouls. One of them used to live out in the boneyard to the west, joined up with the followers of the Apocalypse over a century ago. Their records say he was an ordinary human before he was dipped in the FEV vats. He was pure strain human too, fresh out of one of the vaults, and he still came out of the vats looking like a brain eater. He might still be alive out there too if his mutation gave him the same long lifespan of the other mutants. There's another old mutant who emerged from the vats looking just like a ghoul. He was a survivor of the Great War and was the first mutant to walk the Wasteland. Or at least that's how he tells the story. He calls himself Harold, and he claims that he had a hand in just about everything that happened over the last 200 years. He survived the Great War inside one of the nicer vaults, and used to know the super mutant master back when the master was just an ordinary human. Also claims he was good friends with the Vault Dweller who defeated the super mutant army a century ago. Funny that Harold isn't mentioned in the Vault Dweller's own memoir. Harold even said that he helped the Chosen One bring down the Enclave when they tried to take over California. That might have happened. Plenty of people remember both of them being in the town of Gecko at the time. But Harold's got a fuzzy memory, so take his stories with a grain of salt. Being over 200 years old will make a body go a little senile, and Harold's got some unusual problems with his brain on top of old age. It started out as a little twig growing out of his head 100 years ago. Some side effect of his mutation. Over the decades, that little branch just kept growing and growing until Harold ended up more tree than man. He wandered the country for years at his own deliberate pace. Then he took root out east in a desolated spot. By that time, he looked more like a face growing out of a tree than of a tree growing out of a zombie. He even gave off seeds that took root in the surrounding soil. So he ended up attracting a cult of tree worshippers who thought he was some kind of forest god restoring the earth. They pester him all day long, seeking his divine wisdom, and poor old Harold just can't find any peace. They're mostly harmless. They'll even let travelers in to see Harold if you agree to drink their psychedelic tree sap. Harold enjoys the company, likes having someone around to hear his bad jokes. Not much coherent news comes out of Oasis these days. But travelers from the capital Wasteland say that the trees north of Washington, D.C. have been looking a mite greener the last few years. That could be due to the Brotherhood of Steel purifying the water in the D.C. basin. But it would be nice to think that old Harold was still out there, making the world a more colorful place. Harold has walked across just about every bit of the Wasteland in his 200 years, although he stayed out of the Mojave for the most part. There's a man, a courier, who has traveled all over the Mojave, discovering its secrets and carrying messages from its highest mountains to its deepest divides. But that is a story for another day. There were some mighty inhospitable places in this world even before the war. Deserts that could sear the life from a man as fast as any radioactive crater. Rivers so polluted they'd catch fire, and lawless lands ruled by brutal fanatics. It was a bad enough place that some people even looked forward to the apocalypse. A chance for humanity to start over and build a new society that was worthy of its people's loyalty. There are some folk who are proud to wear the flags of the new societies that have appeared in the aftermath. The Brotherhood, the Enclave, New California Republic, even some slaves in the Legion who are proud of the bull symbol embroidered on their clothes. But the flags of the old world are still out there for travelers who care to look. The red, white, and blue and the stars and stripes appear all over the Mojave. They're a code, a message for someone. Can't say who they're for, but the man who made the marks isn't shy about making his presence known. He traveled through the Mojave as a messenger of the Mojave Express out of Prim, concealing his role as one of Caesar's frumentari. He calls himself Ulysses. That's a name from the old Roman times, and one that belonged to a general who fought in one of America's most bitter wars. The Mojave's Ulysses named himself after this general, a hero who united two nations under a single flag. America's flag on his back is a symbol of that dedication. Ulysses is a man who respects symbols. He spent his life trying to find one that he could be proud to wear. It began with the tribe he was born into, the Twisted Hares. They wore their hair in braids to symbolize their life and achievements, and Ulysses has honored that tradition throughout his life, even after the tribe was assimilated by Caesar's legion. He's a loyal man, too, and that is both a virtue and a curse in the Wasteland. Despite seeing his tribe betrayed and enslaved by Caesar, Ulysses still remained loyal to the Legion. Give that man a cause, and he'll fight under its flag. He carried the symbol of the bull with him throughout Nevada and was the first in the Legion to discover Hoover Dam, where he spotted the Rangers from the New California Republic. The Rangers had their own flag. Their totem was the two-headed bear of the NCR. These were men who shared his respect for symbols, and Ulysses knew that the bull and bear would battle to the death over that dam. He didn't fight in the battle for Hoover Dam himself. Caesar had sent him further west to cut the NCR supply lines. Interstate 15 used to be a highway where cars and trucks rolled at speeds faster than a Deathclaw and jet. 2 centuries after the war, it was known as the Long 15, and it saw its fair share of traffic with Brahmin carts bringing food and ammunition to NCR soldiers. The road served as a jugular vein for the bear's 2 heads. Shortly before the NCR clashed with the Legion at the dam, Ulysses was out by the Long 15 in a town called Hopeville. That's the sort of name they like to give places back before the war. Putting the word hope in the name didn't save the place when the Great War struck, though. Got hit pretty bad, and it took years before folks started settling back in. Seems there was a courier who frequented that route on trips between California and the Mojave. Funny that Ulysses and this other courier could walk the same road for years and never meet face to face. That other courier helped build up Hopeville and neighboring town of Ashton. The place was looking mighty promising a few years ago, thanks to the work of that one courier. Ulysses saw the symbols of the old world in that restored community. He realized that the stars and stripes had the potential to be greater than the bear and bull combined. Hopeville and Ashton could have been a new home for him, free of the war between the Legion and NCR, a starting point for a nation that was worthy of his loyalty. But hidden away under those towns was a secret. No one knew that back before the war, they were actually used to hide missile silos. Those atomic warheads that slept nice and quiet for 200 years, like mythological beasts from a primeval past. Whatever old-world talisman was supposed to wake them for the Great War never arrived. Well, it didn't arrive until a couple of years ago. Without warning, the missiles started launching and exploding right under the towns. It was the second time Armageddon, and it ripped the land open, torn the streets, filled the ground with invisible radioactive fire, and set up dust storms that could skin a man alive. Why did they suddenly detonate after all that time? The only person who made it out of there was Ulysses, and whatever he knew about it, he's kept to himself so far. Even though he escaped, there are still some souls living in the ruins of Hopeville. The NCR soldiers and Legion troops who are fighting over the place when the warheads blew are trapped there now. The radiation changed them, mutated them into something akin to the ghouls we have in the rest of the Wasteland. The harsh sandstorms flayed them alive, but their mutation kept them going even when their skin scoured off. Their red, exposed flesh marks them as the unfortunates who survived a second apocalypse. Their rage unites them against anyone who enters their land. Their identities as NCR or Legion are gone. The only vestige of those former lives are the scraps of old uniforms they wear. Luckily, they grow weak when they stray from the radioactive soil of this place they call the Divide now. Few people have laid eyes on them, except for a couple of couriers and a foolhardy storyteller in rusty power armor. Ulysses managed to escape with his hide intact because of the automated medical technology in the Divide. The place was full of robots, including those little floating iBots that the Enclave used to have out east. There must have been pre-war machinery in the Divide that could duplicate the iBots and modify them to do the work of autodocs. After climbing out of the ruins of the Divide, Ulysses was still loyal to Caesar for a time. Before he took his final trip back to the Divide, he was sent by the Bull to the Great Salt Lake in Utah. There he manipulated the Whitelegs tribe into doing Caesar's will. He would inflict the same fate that had befallen his own tribe onto the Whitelegs, all to kill one man. Joshua Graham was one of the few men that Caesar feared had allied himself with another tribe in the area. So Ulysses taught the Whitelegs how to wage war with Roman brutality and 21st century weapons. The Whitelegs were unaware that their alliance with the Legion would eventually be their undoing, and they hailed Ulysses as a hero and honored him by mimicking his braided hair. They still wear it that way today, unaware that he considered it to be a mockery of his dead kinsmen, the Twisted Hairs. His days of meddling with the tribals of Utah might have been the breaking point of his loyalty to the Legion. Not long after that, he took to wandering the Wasteland, pursuing his own goals. He set about destroying the new America that seemed hell-bent on repeating the mistakes of the old. He knew that a weather station in a place called the Big Empty was connected to the sandstorms in the Divide, so he trekked into the deepest parts of the Wasteland to find it. There he braved the roving bands of lobotomized slaves and attacked robots to restore the Divide, and maybe the spirit of America too. He left his marks while he was there, but he didn't leave many more after that. His travels must have taken him all over the Mojave and beyond, but all we know is that he was in the town of Prim recently. The logbooks at the Mojave Express office there show that he was hired to take something important to the New Vegas Strip, but he turned down the job. Some other courier took the package, whatever it was. After that, Ulysses disappeared back into the Divide. He left a series of messages behind him as he went, most of them addressed to another courier, Courier 6. Maybe that's the same courier who used to travel through the Divide years ago, or the courier who took that last job at the Mojave Express. Whoever it is, Ulysses was calling them to the Divide for some reason. Maybe someone answered that call already. A mushroom cloud went up over the sky near Hopeville a while ago. Could have been Ulysses settling a score with that courier, although he'd have to have one hell of a grudge if it involved nuking that town for the third time. Ulysses has seen his tribe destroyed, his new home shattered, and loyalty spurned. He turned to the old world when the new one failed him. He's a man who could make any spot in the Wasteland his home, but he chose to stay in the Divide because of what it symbolized for him. Lately, there's been a person out there in the ruins above Hopeville, keeping a lonely vigil over the broken land, has the lean body of a messenger, and wears the flag of the old world on their back. It might be that other courier wearing a duster like the one that Ulysses used to wear. Or it might be Ulysses himself. After years of living only for his hate, he might have made peace with himself and the courier. The Wasteland has enough problems already, and lots of folk would find it comforting to think that Ulysses has come to the end of his journey, delivered his final message, and is content to stand guard over one place for a while. Ulysses was one of the greatest assets the Legion had, but even he was far from the deadliest. But that is a story for another day. Walk the Wasteland long enough and anyone will gather a few scars. Gecko bites, laser burns, scorpion stings. Little scars make for nice talk at parties, but some scars are so deep, so big, that they end up defining a person for the rest of their lives. You see a man burned head to toe and he keeps on walking, or someone with their face torn off who refuses to lie down and die. That's a person who has more important things to do than tell you their story over a bottle of Nuka-Cola. When Caesar and his legion came upon the Hoover Dam in 2277, he knew that it was his destiny to march his army across the Colorado River, just as the first Caesar had crossed another river 2,000 years before. Unlike the original Caesar, this new Caesar found himself facing a foe that would not yield at the mere sight of an approaching army. The new California Republic was just as determined to hold that dam as the Legion was to take it. When the battle came, Caesar's legate made several mistakes in the command of his forces. A combination of overzealousness and righteousness made the Legion an easy victim for a trap laid by the NCR, and the resulting debacle put an end to the Legion's march west. Now they wait on the far bank of the Colorado River, rebuilding their army with fresh slaves taken from the fiercest tribes east of the dam, looking for a way to send the NCR running in earnest terror. The man who led them to their catastrophic defeat had been Caesar's first general. At the time, he went by the title Malpais Legate, but he was once known as Joshua Graham, one of Caesar's oldest friends. Like all men, Caesar feared the unknown and placed his trust in the people he knew best. Malpais Legate might have been the person best qualified to lead the assault and simply fell victim to a cunning ploy by the NCR commanders. Or maybe Caesar was unable to see the limits in his old friend's abilities and should have led the charge himself. Either way, Malpais was punished for his failure in the worst way the Legion could find. Burned alive and thrown into the Grand Canyon. Even if Graham managed to survive, he'd be disfigured and in agony for the rest of his life. The next time that the Legion sets out to take that dam, they'll need a new legate in command of their army. They'll need someone who can stir genuine fear in the hearts of the NCR troops, and they already have the perfect candidate. Joshua Graham ended his career with defeat and disfigurement, but his replacement joined the Legion through the same path. Radiation, mutation, cybernetics, these can all create monsters, but the one they call the Monster of the East is just a man. He was not created by science, but by rage. Like all those who were assimilated into the Legion, he once went by another name, although that name is lost to history. He was the greatest warrior of the Hydebark tribe to the east. His brute strength and massive size put him on the path of the warrior at a young age. By the time he was an adult, he'd become the most feared man in his tribe. He was their defender, and the neighboring tribes learned to avoid Hydebark territory. When the Legion first arrived, they quickly discovered that any soldier who entered Hydebark lands would be slaughtered by a giant swordsman who left behind a trail of bodies cleaved by a massive blade. The Legion named this unseen terror Lanius, the Latin word for butcher. There are very few tales of the Hydebarks that do not center around Lanius, a clan of savages whose only remarkable feat is that they survived for 200 years after the bombs fell. As Lanius grew to manhood, the tribe in turn grew to depend on him too much. With such a terrifying champion to fight their battles for them, the Hydebarks became soft and weak over time. Their chieftains needed neither wisdom nor might to flourish, so long as Lanius was there to protect them. When the Legion arrived looking for new tribes to enslave, the chieftain of the Hydebarks feared that this was a threat even Lanius could not defeat. The tribesmen chose to surrender to Caesar rather than face death in battle. It was a weakling's gamble that gained them nothing. Although Caesar accepted their surrender, Lanius considered it a betrayal that the leaders of his tribe would prefer the many deaths of a coward over a single valiant moment on the battlefield. He killed them himself as the Legion watched. Although Lanius was capable of bringing down 16 men single-handedly, he barely survived. His strength impressed Caesar. He was offered a place of honor in the Legion. With his respect for his own tribe gone, he accepted on the condition that he be allowed to exterminate the remaining warriors of the Hydebarks. The history and identity of the clan has been erased by the Legion. They are now known only as one of 86 tribes that were united by Caesar. A footnote in a scroll lying at the bottom of a chest in Caesar's tent. The women of the Hydebarks have been scattered throughout the Legion as slaves, and the boys are now grown into soldiers of the Legion. The men of the Hydebark clan, only one remains. Lanius, the monster of the East. Lanius has no love for the Legion. They employ deceit and trickery when assimilating new tribes, and Lanius is a man of very direct methods. He is loyal to Caesar himself, though, and values the opportunity to prove his honor with each new tribe that he conquers in Caesar's name. Since he joined the Legion, he's led them to victories against 19 other tribes. The NCR would be fools to think that Lanius won't lead the charge at the next battle for Hoover Dam. Lanius wears a suit of armor crafted by the finest blacksmiths in Caesar's army. It isn't powered by a microfusion pack like the Brotherhood's power armor. No, Lanius carries the full weight of that metal himself. No hydraulics, no gadgets, just a man fueled by a lust for battle. He wields the blade of the East. A few of the super mutants took to tearing the bumpers off pre-war cars and hammering them into sword blades. That's fine for a giant gray beast hopped up on Stealth Boy rad. But a man like Lanius needs a more refined weapon. The Legion forged for him a massive sword with old-world craftsmanship that is every bit as devastating as modern tech, when in the right hands. Lanius can cut an armored ranger in half with one blow and knock a super mutant right off its feet. Legion Fermentari even claim that he can run it straight through a Brotherhood of Steel paladin in full power armor. When Lanius killed the leaders of his tribe, his face was disfigured in the fight, or at least that's what some in the Legion say. He never appears without his helmet, and his personal servants are all blind, so there's no telling what the Legion is hiding behind the mask. That, of course, is Caesar's goal, to make his new general an enigma, something made all the more fearsome by the mere fact that it is unseen. On very rare occasions, people will escape the Legion, and there are a few former members who have seen Lanius in person and are willing to speak of him openly. A former Frumentari named Ulysses will talk about Lanius to those who have earned the honor of conversing with him. Maybe he's a little overly optimistic, but he thinks that the monster of the East can be reasoned with, that the next battle between East and West could end with Lanius peacefully parting ways with the NCR's envoy. An unlikely scenario, unless the NCR can find a very persuasive representative. Ulysses also met Joshua Graham. Against all odds, Graham was resilient enough to survive being set on fire and thrown into the Grand Canyon. After crawling out of the canyon, he traveled east to Utah and lived among the people of his homeland, New Canaan. They were a people of faith, still worshipped one of the old world gods from before the war, and their ancestors kept that faith alive. Among the New Canaanites, he began the process of atoning for the atrocities he committed as Malpais Legate. They helped Graham recover from his injuries, and his sins were absolved in their eyes, although he would forever bear his burn scars. He might have been content to stay there for the rest of his life, living in peace, but rumors of the burned man reached back to Caesar, and he couldn't rest knowing that a potentially dangerous enemy was still kicking. The New Canaanites were soon wiped out by a band of tribals called the Whitelegs. Ulysses had a hand in that, back when he was still working for the Legion. Neither man seems to hold a grudge over the incident, although it's probably best to keep clear if they ever meet again. The Whitelegs had been sent by the Legion to kill Graham, but that man has a fire burning inside him that just won't go out. Again he survived, and the burned man now lives among the tribals in Zion Canyon. There tries to use his knowledge of war to bring peace among the tribes, a well-intended effort, but a reminder of his old life as a ruthless killer. The monster of the East and the burned man are alike in many ways, myths that outshine the men beneath their masks. Both are forever scarred by their association with Caesar. Yet Graham has learned to wear his scars with humility, a constant reminder of the monster that he was, while Lanius is unable to see the monster that he has become. Until he does, he will remain a valuable tool for Caesar and a force of destruction in the Wasteland. The Legion was built by men of ambition, but their origins were that of humility and service. It's hard to believe the Legion's founders had their start in an organization that works tirelessly to preserve light and knowledge in a world that is savage by nature. But that is a story for another day.
Imagine a world where the only limits are that of your imagination. A world where science meets religion, where technology and spirituality go hand in hand. Scientific spirituality, by Dick Hubble gives you a new look at today's problems. Order your copy of Scientific Spirituality today, or visit your local Hubology mission for a free Zeta scan. Hubology. There is a higher plane of existence.
Before the war, people prayed to all sorts of gods. Most of those old religions didn't survive the war. No time to memorize scripture or recite prayers when every minute of the day is spent scavenging for food. Nowadays, every bombed-out town in the Wasteland has the remains of an old church in it, but most of them are empty, save for the radroaches and feral ghouls. If the old world gods are coming back, they sure are taking their time with it. In the meantime, the more superstitious folks in the Wasteland have been making up their own religions to help them get through the day. There's a group of kooks out east who worship a nuclear bomb that's right in the center of their town. The thing was a dud that didn't go off during the Great War back in 2077. It's been sitting there ever since. Some of the locals must have thought it was divine intervention that prevented it from exploding, and this holy relic has been spreading thyroid cancer to the faithful ever since. These children of Adam have been in that town since its construction. Their obsession with atomic energy means that they know a lot about engineering, so the townsfolk put up with them. They have a preacher who stands in the radioactive mud telling anyone who will listen about the glory of Adam and the holy glow that awaits folk who die of radiation poisoning. The children of Adam split into another group that hunkers down in a basement one town over. They aren't so much concerned with the bombs as they are with the effects of radiation on certain people. These apostles of the holy light think that ghouls are lucky souls who've absorbed enough of Adam's love to evolve beyond humanity. A comforting thought for the handful of ghouls who cram into their tiny sanctuary during services, but the church doesn't have a lot of people begging to convert. There was a town round the 2240s that was convinced they had a rat god living in their sewers. The townsfolk didn't worship the thing, but it seemed like the local mole rat population had taken a shine to it. The rodents organized somehow and chased the humans out of part of the town for a while. Some adventurous types killed that king rat a long time ago, putting an end to the whole cult, but that wasn't the only rodent god worshipped in the Wasteland. Some ghouls over in the town of GECK had a mysterious preacher deep beneath the town. Turned out to be one mighty articulate vermin with some fancy plans. Promised the ghouls all that their humanity would be renewed through some supernatural force. Nothing ever came of it, but ghouls don't grow old, so the original cultists might still be there praying away and hoping for the best. Then there is this old cult known as the Children of the Cathedral, and was perceived since its foundation in 2156 as little more than superstitious, harmless nonsense. Tolerated by the Wasteland, they set up hospitals throughout survivor communities. The imposing cathedral in the boneyard was their center of power, covering up their sinister plans. Their dark god was the master of the super mutants, the holy flame dwelling beneath the ground in the darkness. Most people had never encountered anything like him. Useful mutations are rare, and among his many uncommon mutations was a powerful form of telepathy. Go on and laugh, but the files at the Mariposa military base confirm that the Master and several other people developed psychic powers after being exposed to the forced evolutionary virus. The Master was lucky in a sense. His evolved state allowed him to use his powers without going too insane. The cult worshipped his hideous visage, some following out of greed, others out of sincere belief, strengthened by brainwashing, self-torture, and other indoctrination. They did his bidding blindly and spread out through the Wasteland, their hospitals stocked with weapons and spies to infiltrate survivor settlements and pave the way for their armies. Like it or not, there are some goings-on in the Wasteland so terrifying that they'll turn a body to prayer. In Maryland, there's a building that scavengers have stayed away from over the centuries. On moonless nights, the surrounding lands have shadowy forms that crawl about shrieking the words Al-Hazred, words a human mouth was not meant to speak. Those who ventured inside claim to have witnessed dark rituals on an unholy altar, seen the dead rise and unnameable horrors appear through fetid mists. Sounds like a bunch of ghouls having a party, but that old office building is still one of the most bizarre places the Wasteland holds. Whatever eldritch rites those ghouls practice is certainly from the old world, maybe even older than mankind. A handful of other pre-war cults proved to be tougher than roaches, too. Not even the apocalypse could get rid of something called Hubology. Even before the war, most people knew that Hubology was a load of bunk. It was made up by a fellow named Dick Hubble to bamboozle people out of their caps. Claimed that the spirits of dead aliens were the cause of everyone's problems, or some such nonsense. Of course, the Hubologists would clear out these invisible neurodynes for a price. They were still running the same racket out in Frisco for centuries after the Great War. One of the few old-time religions to stick around this long is something they called Mormonism. Mighty popular in the Mojave before the war, and it had a pretty good run after the apocalypse too, until they drew the attention of Caesar's legion. Now there's fewer of them than ever. That religion isn't likely to die out though. The remaining Mormons are resilient to say the least, and they carry more than scripture these days. There's an old Mormon fort over in New Vegas, but there's no Mormons there anymore. It's a base for the followers of the apocalypse. With all of these groups and their fancy names, it would be easy to think that the followers of the apocalypse are some sort of doomsday cult. But despite the name, they aren't a religious group. They aren't trying to create another apocalypse. They're trying to heal the world in the wake of the last one. The followers were founded out west in New California a few generations after the Great War. First founded on the outskirts of San Diego, which you call Dayglow now, the followers migrated and settled into an old world library, out in the boneyard. Led by Nicole, they realized just how much of humanity's knowledge had been lost in the decades since the war. Instead of hoarding that knowledge, they decided to share it, to ensure that the Great War would not happen again. Nicole and her followers even had a hand in helping the Vault-Dweller infiltrate the Master's Cathedral, and the organization lives on today. The followers have a few things in common with the Brotherhood of Steel. Both like to dig up pre-war tech, but the Brotherhood is mostly interested in weapons. They refuse to share their technology with outsiders. The followers are more concerned with how pre-war society grew their food, generated their energy, and healed the sick. Unearthing the weapons that caused Armageddon isn't part of their plan for the Wasteland. They'd rather see some of the secrets of the old world remain buried, and that puts them at odds against some of the other factions of the Wasteland. The followers have a complicated relationship with the new California Republic. The NCR knows that the followers can be useful allies in the arms race against the Brotherhood and the Legion, but the pacifist nature of the followers means that they are at odds with the NCR's expansionism. They have since split ways, with NCR supporting a more pliable, agreeable group of dissident followers, the Office of Science and Industry. Of course, as pacifists, they would never be tolerated by the Legion. Caesar himself was raised by the followers, taken in when he was just a child, but their teaching obviously didn't stick. Back when Caesar was a young scribe working for the followers, he soaked up all that he could learn from them, then turned that knowledge toward a path that would horrify Nicole and the other founders of the group. The followers are still very accepting of outsiders, though. People who value education and are willing to use their knowledge to ease the suffering of the world are always welcomed. There's even an individual among them who's descended from the surviving members of the Enclave, and it seems he uses the followers as a path to redemption for the sins of his father. That's a long road to walk, and a precarious position for a man to be in, torn between loyalty to a monstrous lineage and an idealistic quest for absolution. The followers are doing their best to carry the fire of humanity with them as they aid the most unfortunate people in a world of suffering. They prove that what a person does is more important than what they believe. Very few of the followers could think that they're heading to a place of everlasting peace after they die. Like most folk in the Wasteland, all they're hoping for is a quick death and the satisfaction of knowing they made the world slightly less horrific. The followers know that knowledge of the old world has its uses. Those pre-war types sure knew how to grow food and build houses. Although, there are some who take the pursuit of knowledge a little too seriously. The unbridled Poindexters who designed the weapons that got the world into this mess in the first place. Some of those smarty-pants old world folk are still with us today. Found a drastic method of keeping up their research for a couple more centuries. They have a private facility out in the middle of nowhere, filled with lobotomized zombie soldiers, giant robot scorpions, and teddy bears. But that is a story for another day.
The dog is man's best friend, and the gun is his other best friend. But what if someday man could experience the love of a loyal hound and the happiness of a warm gun simultaneously? That day is at hand, thanks to the power of science! America's greatest minds have collaborated on the Fluid Intelligence Dog Ordinance, FIDO! A miracle of ballistic zoology that combines floppy-eared alertness with the stopping power of a .44 Magnum. Take that, commie spies! Take that, bullies! Take that, Richie Marcus!
The great minds of the 21st century created fantastic technology that their ancestors couldn't even imagine. They shot machines into space, built robots too small to see, and harnessed the power of the atom. They also made all of the horrors that ruined the world, and many of those scientific horrors still plague us today. Forced evolutionary virus, nuclear warheads, orbital weapon platforms. It's chilling to think that the minds who created such things might still be out there. But they are. Still thinking up new ways to kill, torture, and mutilate. About 350 years ago, America was celebrating a war that they won by using the first atomic bombs. The whole country was inspired by the potential that atomic energy promised. They dreamed of a future where atomic rocket ships flew through the sky, atomic cars raced through the streets, and giant robots defended America's shores with atomic death rays. At first, that view of the future only appeared in movies, the old two-dimensional holotapes of the 20th century. But by the middle of the 21st century, the future had arrived, and it looked exactly how America thought it would. What had once been science fiction had become science fact. The Wasteland holds monuments to some of the people who brought about that future. The Robco factory still stands, as does the old Chrysalis factory, Poseidon energy reactors, and of course, Vault-Tec vaults. The big boys all built their facilities to last, but some of America's greatest pre-war minds engaged in secret work that was best kept out of the public eye. These masters of the ethical paradigm shift called themselves the think tank. This group of eggheads engaged in the sort of radical, theatrical, impossible science that was once the stuff of comic books. They concealed their laboratories deep within a complex called Big Mountain, where their innumerable crimes against humanity and nature were hidden beneath miles of stone. There they constructed facilities to research new ways to fight America's wars. Titanic robot scorpions with laser stingers, cybernetic enhancements for man and beast, new stealth suit technology that was surprisingly talkative for a stealth suit, innovative new toxins to kill foreign soldiers by the thousands. Every day at Big Mountain was like a science fiction double feature. No, a triple feature. Their work wasn't theoretical, it was applied science. Applied with extreme prejudice. Big Mountain maintained its own prison camp, where imprisoned Chinese and Chinese Americans were kept as human test subjects. DNA splicing, automated lobotomy machines, and old-fashioned target practice for newfangled guns were just a few of the indignities forced on the unfortunate prisoners. The exploding collars that modern slavers use were widely used in the camp at Big Mountain. There are even a few of those old prisoners still alive in that camp today, turned into ghouls when the bombs fell 200 years ago, and they have spent the centuries trapped at Big Mountain by their slave collars. A horrid fate, even for suspected commies. When there weren't enough communist prisoners for their experiments, the think tank had no problem using unsuspecting American citizens. They distributed their technologies around the country to military towns like Hopeville. In one instance, they even provided a resort town with fabulous devices like holograms, self-sustaining vending machines, and the most advanced auto docks in the Wasteland. But the think tank took its pound of flesh. The experimental technology turned entire cities into proving grounds, often with disastrous results. The sandstorms over the divide are courtesy of the think tank's meddling, as is a peculiar red mist that chokes the life out of anyone who ventures into the wrong part of the Wasteland. Most of their attempts to put science to benevolent use ended up going horribly awry. They designed a series of bodysuits to autonomously transport wounded soldiers away from battlefields, but they ended up as ambulatory body bags for the vengeful bones of long-dead men. Even something as harmless as a toaster became a bloodthirsty killing machine once the think tank began experimenting with automated personality modules. Sometime before the Great War, the scientists of the think tank developed a weapon so powerful that it blew the top of their mountain right off. Since then, Big Mountain has been a huge crater that forms a natural barrier between the think tank and the rest of the Wasteland. Keeps most folk out, and mercifully keeps the think tank inside. The 6 scientists who ran the place back then survived the Great War inside a massive dome at the heart of the Big Empty. Over the years since, everyone else who inhabited the place has met their end either from radiation or more gruesome means, but those 6 scientists were mighty tenacious about continuing their research for as long as possible. As their bodies aged, they decided to preserve their precious brains in new mechanical bodies. Transferring a living brain into a robot body is a tricky task. These men and women survived the process, but it seems like a few chunks of brain got left behind in their old gourds. The resulting monstrosities became demented parodies of their once brilliant selves. The long-term effects of floating in biomed gel hasn't helped them any either. They go by mysterious code names like Dr. Zero, 8, or Klein. Their original names are lost to them. Maybe a bit of brain damage during their transformation, or it might be some math nerd's idea of a joke. Klein is some sort of de facto leader, mostly by default, since the others are too incompetent to do much more than break things around their lab, rant about communists, or indulge their remaining biological urges. At some point after they transferred their brains into those floating cases, Klein had a falling out with a Dr. Mobius, and Mobius set up shop in a region of the Big Empty that he calls the Forbidden Zone. From there, he pesters the think tank with an army of robot scorpions. It all sounds silly when you're nice and safe out here in the Wasteland, but there are people who've been inside the Big Empty and seen firsthand the nightmares within. Just about all of them ended up captured by robots and had their brains scooped out. Normally, getting its brain pulled out would spell the end for a body, but the automated surgeons in the Big Empty are programmed to cram in a bunch of electronics and a Tesla coil that keep people scurrying around without their brain. The think tank calls them lobotomites. They're the brainless workforce, keeping the remains of the glorious Big Empty together. Beyond their janitorial duties, they just shamble around growling and attack anyone they see who still has a skull full of gray matter. An energy barrier around the crater prevents the lobotomites from escaping and keeps the think tank trapped inside too. But any creature that still has its brain inside its body can walk right through that barrier. Many of the evils of the Mojave came out of Big Mountain. Those giant poisonous bugs, the Cazadors, were engineered by one of the crackpots in the think tank. That same fellow thought it would be a bright idea to crossbreed a rattlesnake with a coyote. The resulting abominations escaped to plague the Mojave. They slink around the desert at night, preying on the unwary. Many travelers have died with the sound of a night stalker's rattle still echoing around them. There have only been a handful of people who got inside the place and back out with their brains intact. The lure of buried relics from before the war is a powerful temptation for folk who are so enamored of the past that they can't appreciate the wonders that the present holds. The disgraced Brotherhood of Steel elder went there in search of the means to help the Brotherhood defeat the new California Republic. The place was like a bank vault, just waiting for him to crack it open. Elijah's Brotherhood training with the pre-war technology allowed him to easily outmatch the think tank and have the run of the place for a while. He not only found arcane gadgets, but also learned about another hidden treasure trove of pre-war wonders. By the time he broke out of the Big Empty, he had everything he needed to pull off a heist at some legendary city of gold. The think tank is a little eccentric, but they're still dangerous. Elijah was a rare man, an expert in the equipment found around the Big Empty. Others who stumbled across the think tank had a harder time evading them. A man like Elijah drew plenty of attention, and one of the Brotherhood splinter groups sent out an assassin to stop whatever he was up to. That assassin, she didn't fare as well. Got caught by the think tank, had her brain all poked up by one of their malfunctioning autodocs. She made it out of there eventually, with most of her brain still working. Then she headed off after Elijah again, this time with a better stealth suit and an ever-growing grudge against the man. The only other humans who've set foot in the big empty and walked back out, mostly intact, are a pair of couriers. One of them wasn't so much concerned with buried technology as he was with speaking to people who were alive back before the war. The think tank might just be brains in jars now, but they were once red-blooded Americans in the days when great nations stretched all the way over the continent. It's hard to find a person who remembers that firsthand. The think tank had 5 of them in one room. To a man trying to reawaken a nation, that's an opportunity worth braving the lobotomites and robo-scorpions. The other courier seems to have stumbled across the place by accident. No grand quest for knowledge, vengeance, or truth, just bought a ticket to the midnight show of a sci-fi marathon that went on longer than expected. Even though they are just fragments of their former selves, the think tank used to be some of the greatest minds that humanity had to offer. They brought about achievements in science that prove humanity is the most advanced life form on Earth. But Earth is just one small planet in a vast universe, and we are not alone. We have been visited by a malevolent race from beyond the stars who are as far above us as we are above the amoeba. For centuries, they have observed us from afar with envious eyes. But that is a story for another day.
We interrupt this program to give you a bulletin just received from one of our naval units at sea. A large object traveling at supersonic speed is headed over the North Atlantic toward the east coast of the United States.
The Army has taken every precaution to meet any emergency which may develop. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, I think something is happening.
When the sun rises on the wasteland, a wanderer can look out over this vast stretch of lifeless dust and feel utterly alone. When that sun sets and the stars shine, mankind must accept that we are far from alone in this universe. Of late, humanity has had to share the Earth with mutants, ghouls, and robots, but it has been centuries since our species could claim this planet as our sole domain. Even when America was just a group of colonies 600 years ago, it was being watched from afar by a diabolical race from the far reaches of the cosmos. Most people will laugh if you say that aliens exist. Folk will believe in walking corpses, talking death claws, and brains in jars with psychic powers, but they draw the line at little green men and flying saucers. That's the stuff of pre-war holotapes and radio shows. But no matter how stubborn the skeptics are, the evidence is undeniable. Go to the right part of the wasteland, and anyone can see the remains of a crashed UFO for themselves. Some people wave these sightings off as experimental pre-war aircraft that just look like UFOs, but that flying saucer north of Washington, D.C. sure wasn't a pre-war bomber. Alien ships have been crashing all over the wasteland for over 100 years. They're hidden deep in the wasteland, but they're out there for those who want to believe. The descendants of the Vault Dweller from Vault 13 swear that the Vault Dweller stumbled upon such a craft over a century ago and briefly carried an alien weapon. The Wasteland's top scientific minds have held the thing in their hands. It doesn't work anymore, runs on some kind of alien power cell that humanity can't reproduce. But some of the brightest minds in the Wasteland have examined it and are convinced that it's beyond anything made by human hands, even before the war. That particular space blaster disappeared a while ago. Last anyone knew, it was in the hands of a talkative merchant who probably had no idea what the thing was. Might have made its way into the hands of someone who put it to good use, or it could be at the bottom of an old saddlebag adorning some Brahmin skeleton in the middle of the NCR. Other alien artifacts have been discovered all over the wasteland, and some of the more wondrous technology out there is said to be derived from alien designs. A few unfortunate people out in the Wasteland are cursed with mutations that grant them psychic powers. Sounds like a tall tale, but when you've seen a person's head explode from within, you'll become a believer right quick. The only thing that keeps these folks from nuking their noggins is a psychic nullifier that uses alleged alien engineering. The Master used these to keep some of his more unique mutants under control, but the design can still be found out there being used by highly intuitive denizens of the Mojave. Much of the amazing technology that the Enclave used is speculated to have extraterrestrial origins back before the war, and some military installations even have artificial intelligence that was said to be created in pre-war times with alien technology. The government back then never officially admitted it, but they knew that aliens had visited Earth. Right before the Great War, some of the smarter folk figured out that the apocalypse was a-comin', and they came up with all kinds of plans to survive. Vaults and secret oil rigs, but one of the more daring plans was to leave Earth entirely. The knowledge that there were other inhabitable worlds out there inspired the Enclave to look into space travel, although the war hit before they could actually get off the planet. The Enclave are probably lucky that they never made it to another world, because by all accounts, the aliens are just as nasty as anything here on Earth. Yup, there are people who've met these malevolent visitors face to face and can still talk about it. A few years ago, a person who came out of one of the vaults on the East Coast ended up getting teleported aboard one of the mother ships. That's right, those little saucers that are crashed all over the place, those are just scout ships. There is a whole army of aliens up there in a mother ship, and their own records prove that they've been here for a good 600 years, kidnapping and experimenting on humanity the whole time. The aliens' own records indicate that they've been here since 1697, maybe even longer, considering that some of their captives were wearing medieval armor and carrying swords. A handful of those unfortunates survived the ordeal, and now have the rare privilege of looking down at the ruins of Earth from their home in the sky. The view probably ain't as pretty as it used to be before the war, and some of them know firsthand. They were kept in a form of suspended animation that's more advanced than anything on Earth. People hundreds of years old, emerging from stasis without aging a day. Bet the folks at Vault-Tec would have loved to have had access to that sort of tech back when. These alien captives are among the few unmutated people who were alive before the Great War. They can not only talk about their lives back in bygone centuries, but they can also describe what it was like to live among the invaders from space. These beings do not see humanity as equals. Our lives mean no more to them than Brahman. According to the survivors, when a human is captured, they are interrogated briefly, then tortured and stored away in stasis until the day their captors decide to use them for gruesome experiments. Maybe at some point in the past, the aliens' goal was simple vivisection, to open us up and see what makes us tick. But eventually, they learned to manipulate the human body and transform us into mindless abominations. Maybe they needed these half-human abominations as soldiers to fight in some far-off war. Maybe they were the unexpected results of a failed experiment in trying to transform humans into something else entirely. Or maybe these aliens are just a bunch of little green jerks. We can't truly fathom their goals, though. We can only gather evidence and seek out patterns in the nigh inscrutable collection of objects discovered in the cargo holds of their ships. Their teleportation beams have been sucking up junk from the Earth's surface for centuries, and the random materials are crudely organized around their ship, as though they are trying to learn about us by examining our junk foods and soda machines. Elsewhere in the massive ship are neatly organized rooms devoted to unlikely objects that were carefully collected and preserved. Just what were the aliens planning with that vast armada of robot ponies? Was alien technology used to make children's toys in the pre-war days? Could these visitors have done more than merely observe us in the years leading up to the war? The answer could be too terrifying to imagine. Humanity is not the only species to suffer at the hands of these creatures, though. They seem to have spent some time interrogating various other Earth species before determining humanity to be the most intelligent. They might have gotten the impression that Brahmin were the smartest creatures around on account of the two heads, but that hasn't kept the Brahmin out of harm's way in the alien experimentation labs. Our species are alike in some ways, though. We can eat their food, such as it is. As far as we can tell, they live on a diet of space squids and giant worms. Not exactly a delicacy from Blamco, but no worse than Mirelurk meat. We can use their biogel too to heal our wounds, and even keep disembodied brains alive for decades after they've been removed from their bodies. But it doesn't seem like our visitors appreciate the similarities between our species. To them, we're no more than lab rats. The good news is that whatever pony-loving scheme they were up to was stopped a few years ago when that Vault Dweller got beamed up to the mothership. That fancy light show over the eastern horizon a while back was a battle happening in outer space. Somehow humanity got the upper hand in that ruckus, and now there are a lot fewer aliens around. They ain't all gone, though. A little north of Vegas, some of the farmers have been seeing strange lights in the sky recently, and you can bet it isn't a vertibird. The aliens have held off any sort of full-scale invasion, but those little scout ships are still out there causing trouble for people who wander into the wrong parts of this wild wasteland. There are people who claim to have seen other species of alien life around the wasteland. With all the weird mutants out there, you can't blame them for thinking that some of these critters can't be from this world. The Wanamingos out in California are often called aliens, but they're actually the descendants of genetically engineered creatures that were bred back before the Great War, using the forced evolutionary virus. They look like something out of an old science fiction holotape, all tentacles and gaping maws. Most of them were wiped out a few decades ago when some adventurers killed the Wanamingo Queen out in Redding. That was the only known queen, but there have been sightings of Wanamingos as far west as San Francisco too. Luckily, as a species, they've all but died out these days. Good thing too, since they were mighty tough to bring down. A good flamer helped keep them at bay, but if you ever come across one of them, just shoot it in the groin socket to show it who's boss. Wanamingos aside, it seems like the skies have become a safer place for now, but the aliens are still out there. Who knows what they're after? It's not unrealistic to think an alien race flew all this way for raw materials, or a sip of water. Water. Now that's a resource that's always been in demand, and those who control it, control the wasteland. But that is a story for another day.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Civilization is a delicate thing. Tribals can hunt and gather in complete isolation. Small towns can grow their own food and dig their own wells with little need for outsiders. But anything larger than a little collection of shacks, and folk will need to bring in supplies from somewhere else eventually. Before the Great War, people had more belongings than they knew what to do with. The bombs destroyed a lot of it, but many of those pre-war goodies are still out there, waiting for someone to come along, dig them up, and haul across the wasteland in search of someone who's willing to pay for them. Some parts of the wasteland are blessed with piles of pre-war rubble that hold endless bits of scrap that can be used for repairs. Other places have the rare gift of fertile soil and can grow crops, and a few places even have fresh water without a taint of radiation. Problem is, most of those places are far away from each other, and the roads between them are filled with raiders, abominations, and hostile robots. It takes a brave person to walk those trails day in and day out, or a ruthless one. The Crimson Caravan has been driving Brahmin carts across New California for over 100 years. They're still around because of their business savvy, luck, and plain old ruthlessness. They're among the first organized groups of traders in what is now the New California Republic. Not a glamorous start, hauling scrap and water from the hub to Necropolis and elsewhere, but their adventurous spirit and outright recklessness made them grow into one of the biggest businesses in the land today. Back in 2161, New California was much more wild, and gangs like the Vipers, the Cons, and the Jackals were a serious danger to anyone who set foot outside of a town. The Crimson Caravan would hire just about anyone with a gun and a few scars to guide their caravans and fight off the raiders. If you loved the sound of bullets whizzing by and didn't mind killing someone over a wagon of Nuka-Cola, then there was always plenty of work to go around. One of the Vault Dweller's first companions pulled a stint with the Crimson Caravan, and rumors around the hub say that the Vault Dweller personally guarded a few shipments too. In those days, the Crimson Caravan hitched their Brahmin to the husks of pre-war cars, but these days, most traders just bundle everything up on the poor Brahmin's back and then walk the wasteland on their own 2 feet. The caravans are smaller, but they're well armed, and it's a common sight to see traders and their bodyguards chasing off a pack of overzealous raiders who are hoping to find some easy loot. The Crimson Caravan has spread out east into the Mojave after 2273, a move that ain't working out too well for them. These parts have had their own couriers and caravans for years. Too much competition for the new blood. Everyone knows that if you need something moved fast, the Mojave Express will get the job done. With the NCR streaming towards the Colorado River, there's too much commerce going on for any one company to handle it all. The Wasteland is a big place, but there aren't many trade routes that can be traveled safely, even for a heavily armed caravan. The competition between Crimson Caravan and the Mojave's trading organizations is fierce. They sent out one tough broad to take charge of the local chapter lately, and she's the sort of lady who ain't afraid to buy out the competition with plasma. The one competitor that doesn't have anything to fear from them has also been around for over a century as well. Before the war, the term gunrunner meant someone who illegally smuggled weapons to places they weren't supposed to go. 80 years after the war, the term had come to mean one particular group that excelled in repairing and building weapons. These days, the gunrunners don't need to smuggle anything because customers come running to them. Everyone west of the Mississippi knows that if you need some heavy firepower, the gunrunners are your new best friends. Like the Crimson Caravan, the gunrunners had humble origins after the Great War. Started out as just another hub gang that immigrated to the Boneyard around 2131, camping in a small factory in a ruined neighborhood in the Boneyard, what used to be called Los Angeles. They kept any nosy neighbors away with a moat of radioactive sludge that surrounded their headquarters, and ensured that only serious customers come by to see their customized weapons. By 2155, they adopted their business name, becoming known as the #1 dealers in killer hardware, right after the Brotherhood, that is. Their business took a hit in the 60s due to a pack of death claws that built a nest nearby. Not exactly good marketing for gunrunners to say that they can't kill the local varmints. They got some help from a wandering do-gooder and thrived. Eventually, gunrunners became a major supplier of weapons to the fledgling New California Republic. Nowadays, the gunrunners have kiosks spread around the wasteland that sell their wares. They build the things around their robot salesmen, no way in or out, just a little chute for dispensing weapons and taking in caps. Helps deter anyone from taking the 5-finger discount or trying the Shady Sand shuffle on them when they ain't looking. They send out caravans to trading posts on occasion, but those caravans usually just trade with big-time buyers like the NCR, and they aren't afraid to chase away small fries. Despite their intimidating preoccupation with weaponry, the gunrunners are still among the more honest weapon merchants in the wasteland. Treat them fairly, and you'll get the same in return. That ain't so with some of the other ironmongers out there. If you're the sort that's too civilized to lob balls of lead at your enemies, you could buy a genuine death ray from the Van Graff family. But make no mistake, the Van Graffs are merchants of death, plain and simple. They don't share the gunrunners' devotion to craftsmanship, and they aren't interested in experimenting with wild new variations on their arsenal. No, if you walk into the Van Graff shop out in Freeside, then you're facing folks who just want caps in exchange for firepower. They are just as likely to vaporize you as they are to sell you a plasma pistol. The Van Graff family has stirred up trouble all the way from New Reno to Freeside, and they'd be happy to sell their wares to disreputable folk east of the Colorado River, too. They've set up shop in a pre-war casino just outside of New Vegas. There are no more roulette games there, but patrons are gambling with their lives by approaching the place. Their underhanded dealings have built up plenty of animosity to other traders around the Mojave, and it ain't a good idea to go anywhere near them if you've got a former trader at your side. But there are plenty of dangers that even the finest new energy weapons can't fight. Find a person crawling through the desert who hasn't had anything to drink in days. They'll trade you their shiny new plasma rifle for a bottle of water. Water can be more precious than caps sometimes. Around the rest of the wasteland, water falls from the sky, bubbles up from the ground, and dribbles out of pre-war toilet pipes. Most of it still has particles of radioactive material that's been giving off atoms since the war. In the back when times, they had devices that could purify water, but most such gadgets have long since fallen into disrepair. People who have access to fresh water control one of the most valuable resources out there. In the days right after the war, the supply of fresh water in New California was controlled by a group of water merchants who ran caravans out of the hub. They knew just how precious water was, and for a brief time, they managed to rule the hub and surrounding territory with an iron fist. Their power was so great that even the Vault Dweller turned to them in Vault 13's time of need. Over the years since, the NCR has done a decent job of seeing to it that fresh water is distributed fairly in their territory. The Mojave is lucky enough to still have a supply of fresh water from Lake Mead, thanks to those clever pre-war engineers and their dam. The water merchants are all but unknown in these parts now. The merchant caravans aren't quite as organized in the capital Wasteland. Before the war, that area had a high population density, at least when compared to the Mojave. All of those big cities and little suburbs along the coastline meant plenty of goods were available for people who were willing to dig it out of the ruins of their local super-duper mart. There are a couple of trading hubs out there, though. Canterbury Commons was started up by a fellow looking to make it the East Coast version of the hub, although it ended more like something out of a pre-war comic book. The trade caravans quit visiting the place when a pair of costume cornballs started fighting over the town. One of them was out to destroy the place, and the other was trying to save it. It can be hard to remember which was trying to do what, since their battles always seem to end with the town in ruins. For the most part, the capital Wasteland relies on freelance do-gooders to transport messages and items from town to town. Independent traders wander their territory dispensing bits of junk to whoever happens to stumble across their path. On occasion, though, lucky wanderers might meet a trader with a pre-war military robot for sale, in decent condition, if a bit over-enthusiastic. Before the Great War, they had a saying that one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's never been more true than now. A spare water chip can change the fate of the entire wasteland, and having the right pile of scrap metal, electronics, and sensor modules in the right place can unite a traveler with the best friend they'll ever have. All of that junk gets hauled from one end of the wasteland to the other by the brave, the ruthless, and the just plain crazy. Humanity is slowly rebuilding civilization, one piece of scrap at a time. But there are men who don't think the old world is returning fast enough. They crave the buried riches of the old world, just as hungrily as men crave the gold once buried in the California hills. One man isn't content to watch while humanity slowly crawls back to the glory of the pre-war days. But that is a story for another day.
Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino, take in the theater, or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting.
In bygone years, these lands had tall tales of folk heroes like Pecos Bill, John Henry, and Paul Bunyan. Little yarns about big men. They helped children believe the world was a more magical place than it really was. Lately, folk don't need to tell campfire stories to make the world seem interesting. Travelers will still find a few pre-war posters and postcards about the Sierra Madre scattered around the wasteland, and every now and then some crazy old scavenger scrawls "Gone to Sierra Madre" along the highway before wandering off into the desert to die in a fool's quest. Hundreds of years ago, foolhardy men would head out west into these hills in search of gold, but the prospectors these days are panning for pre-war prosperity. The Sierra Madre is an old-world resort whose opulence is said to be perfectly preserved through the apocalypse. It was built by an industrialist named Frederick Sinclair for the highest of high society. Makes the New Vegas Strip look like a back alley in Junktown. An oasis where the lucky could win a fortune at the roulette table, see the biggest celebrities in the world like Dean Domino, or promenade with up-and-coming starlets through quaint villas. It was an exclusive far-off vacation spot, suspiciously secluded for a tourist destination, as though Sinclair might have had some ulterior motive for building it. The Great War struck before the place could have its grand opening. Maybe that was Sinclair's plan all along, to spend the apocalypse with the movers and shakers. Or there could have been some quieter, more personal meaning behind all the grandeur. Finding the place offered a chance to let go of your troubles, whatever they are, and start again. For folk who never got a fair shake in life, a chance to begin anew is more valuable than gold, water, or even caps. Plenty of people have heard the call on their radios, a sultry siren's voice telling them of the opportunities the Sierra Madre holds. Those who follow that voice disappear into the wastes. Could be that the fabled casino is so wondrous that no one wants to leave. Or it might be that anyone who heeds that call ends up cashing out their chips the hard way. Others have trekked out into the deepest wilds of the Wasteland, only to be turned back by a cloud of poisonous red mist that kills those who try to enter. Somewhere within that cloud, they are certain a treasure awaits. There's an abandoned bunker near the banks of the Colorado River. Used to be a Brotherhood of Steel outpost, but lately it's been used by an undetermined individual. Someone who's been to the Sierra Madre and brought back a few souvenirs from what looks like a mighty interesting vacation. A safe full of shiny chips with the Sierra Madre logo on them. Jars of toxic red goo that must be related to that mysterious red cloud. Even more interesting is an Art Deco vending machine with the same logo. The thing is a lot more advanced than a simple vending machine, though. Lots of machines will take in a handful of coins and spit out treats. But that vending machine from the Sierra Madre was the pinnacle of what the back-when times had to offer in terms of luxury. Some of the schematics brought out of the Big Empty show prototype matter recombinators that operate along similar principles as that vending machine. Maybe the people who built the resort thought that these machines would let them run the place with their own currency. Replace the old paper money with something more intrinsically valuable. No need to stockpile junk when you can make whatever you need right on the fly. In the hands of altruists like the Followers or the new Canaanites, this would be a boon to humanity. But the man who is most likely running things at the Sierra Madre is definitely not a humanitarian. The location of the Sierra Madre was lost centuries ago, but those vending machines and other tech were developed by the think tank at Big Empty, and surely the exact location of the casino could be found somewhere inside Big Empty. A while ago, a few people caused a big ruckus there, and among them was a former Brotherhood of Steel elder named Elijah. Elijah had the technical know-how to uncover all of the think tank's secrets, so he is without doubt the one person who could have discovered the location of the lost casino and learned the nature of the treasures within. There was a time when Elijah meant well. Suppose the same could be said for the Brotherhood on the whole, but Elijah took the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood on a particularly dark path. Before he became elder, he was a scribe. His role with the Brotherhood was to research technology and figure out how to restore whatever gizmo the Paladins discovered on their expeditions. He was a genius, even among the Brotherhood's bloodline of technophiles, and he rose to the esteemed rank of elder in the Mojave chapter. Once in a leadership role, he defied the Brotherhood's traditional approach. He sought to improve technology rather than merely catalog it. He pushed for new, more dangerous weapons, ones that could unleash mass destruction on the foes of the Brotherhood. After all, their isolationism left them few in number and devoid of allies. A trump card was needed. When the Brotherhood discovered an old-world solar power plant called Helios 1, Elijah was convinced that it would give him the weapon he would need to put the Brotherhood at the top of the Mojave's food chain. Even a mind such as his requires time and study to fully comprehend such a masterwork of engineering. Unfortunately, Helios 1 was also coveted by the new California Republic. Elijah couldn't let go and forced his soldiers to endure a siege while he struggled to unearth the arcane secrets of Helios 1. It was ultimately a futile effort that wasted lives on both sides. The Brotherhood abandoned Helios with its mysteries still unsolved, and the surviving members of Elijah's chapter retreated to their base. Elijah, however, couldn't accept the defeat and set off to the far corners of the Wasteland in search of other means to see his Brotherhood take revenge on the NCR. Many members of the Brotherhood felt betrayed by his disappearance. Others presumed he was dead. A few who genuinely believed in him once saw this as the final step in his descent into madness. Among his protégés were a pair of younger members of the Brotherhood who tried to see the good in him, even though he had repeatedly interfered with their happiness. He placed his interests ahead of their young love, and that would only be the first of many injustices he would inflict upon one of these women in the name of the Brotherhood. While the Brotherhood of Steel had access to amazing technologies, they were still limited to what they could find in the ruins of the old world. Elijah knew that in the days leading up to the Great War, there had to have been inventions that weren't released to the public yet, secret prototypes and forbidden research that even the Brotherhood could not unearth. He found an array of unethical scientific goodies scattered all over Big Empty. The place was a giant toy box for him, containing the kind of reprehensible devices that would ensure his next group of subordinates would be even more loyal than his Brotherhood underlings. Among them was an advanced form of bomb collar, similar to the ones used by slavers, with additional features that would reward teamwork and punish treachery. At Big Empty, Elijah discovered another form of pre-war gizmo that never made it into mass production: holographic emitters. These devices were miraculous even 200 years ago. There's still a working prototype at Big Empty for those who want to behold this wonder for themselves, but the only place where they were widely used was in the Sierra Madre. The man who built the Sierra Madre, Frank Sinclair, used them for security purposes. The holographic security force was composed of pure energy, invulnerable and deadly. They don't need armor. They don't need guns. And badges? They don't need no stinking badges. They originally had the benevolent purpose of protecting the inhabitants against the potential dangers of the pre-war world, but in the hands of Elijah, they could be used as an army to wreak havoc on an already chaotic Mojave. With an army of such soldiers, he could slaughter the less civilized cultures of the Mojave and even fend off the new California Republic. The mysterious red cloud around the Sierra Madre is no naturally occurring phenomenon. Certainly an invention of the devious minds at Big Empty, perhaps intended as a weapon to be used against pre-war China. In Elijah's control, it would mean indiscriminate death to anyone outside the safety of the Brotherhood, or a fate worse than death if that cloud has mutagenic properties. If Elijah is out there in that lost city of gold, looking for a way to rebuild the glory of the Brotherhood and take revenge on the NCR, he'd do best to heed the words of that sultry dame who invited him there in the first place. Let go. Let go of his vengeance, his humiliation, his losses. Those who can appreciate what they already have no need for stories of buried treasure. Besides, if there is anything the Wasteland can teach us, it's that things that reside in the past best stay buried there. The Wasteland holds more stories than any one person can experience. Over the decades of my life, I've walked from one end of this continent to the other, and back again. My own role in the Wasteland's history isn't as interesting as that of the Vault-Dweller, or as exciting as the Chosen One, but it is a long story. And definitely one for another day. The Great War happened over 200 years ago, and the people who remember the days before the bombs fell are fewer in number each year. Ghouls, brains in jars, alien abductees, and a handful of pre-war tycoons who had life support systems ready to go when the worst hit. Among the people who were alive in the back-when times is a man who some call a ghoul. Others say he's one of the very first mutants. To those of us who've known him a while, he's just Harold. Harold was a child when the war began back in 2077. He wasn't exactly a historian at that age, doesn't remember the global war over the dwindling supply of oil and uranium, the desperate fight in Anchorage, Alaska, where America and China fought like alley cats over the last drops of fuel in the world. He survived the war inside one of the vaults and was twice the lucky duck for getting into one of the good ones. The vaults were part of an experimentation scheme. While some were really supposed to protect the dwellers within, many more were designed to go horribly awry so that the government could study how humanity adapted to outlandish situations, like 1,000 kids with no grown-ups, or an army of defective clones running amok. One vault even had an entire society based around ritual human sacrifice. Harold emerged from his vault in 2090 into a wasteland where the first generation of survivors were forging their new civilization. Small communities had sprung up, and Harold and some of the other vault dwellers eked out a living as merchants and prospectors. But he was unlike the others. He prospered, became a respectable merchant with his own caravan. His life changed when around 2102, he and Richard Gray mounted an expedition to find the source of the mutants harassing their caravans. They tracked them to the old military base in Mariposa, California, a secret place from before the war, surrounded by some of the most horribly mutated critters the Wasteland held at the time. Most of Harold's companions were killed before they got inside the place, but Harold and his friend Richard survived, in a sense. Comparing Harold's stories with records the Brotherhood recovered from that base, it's not hard to guess at what must have happened to Harold and Richard. They'd been exposed to an extreme dose of the forced evolutionary virus, and each of them had developed a unique set of mutations. Richard became an abomination unlike anything seen in the Wasteland since. Harold, on the other hand, turned into something that looked like a ghoul, although he was an entirely unique being. Folk in the hub didn't know about super mutants back then, so they treated him like any other ghoul, which wasn't well. He lost his business, customers, friends. He took to loitering in the out-of-the-way parts of the hub, and he was happy to tell his story to anyone who would talk to him. Coming from the vaults as he did, Harold could recognize a fellow vault dweller when he saw one. He swears up and down that back in 2162, he met the vault dweller, the savior of the Wasteland. Harold didn't know he was in the presence of greatness. To him, the vault dweller looked like any other lost soul wandering around Old Town. It took a long time for word to spread about the vault dweller's deeds, and for folk to piece together all the tales about that person from Vault 13. Vault 13 was designed to stay shut for 200 years, but its water purifier broke down 120 years early, and its overseer sent out an exceptional young person to look for a replacement. The overseer knew little of the Wasteland, but Vault-Tec records told them that there were other vaults nearby, and the young vault dweller set off in search of nearby Vault 15. Vault 15 had long since been plundered, but its inhabitants founded a nearby village called Shady Sands around 2121, and those folk pointed the vault dweller to some of the larger towns in California. Places like Junktown and the Hub had all sorts of pre-war salvage, but no water chips. The vault dweller did meet Harold in the Hub, even though neither of them realized it was a moment of destiny. The vault dweller eventually found a replacement ship in the ghoul city of Necropolis. It was built on top of Vault 12, and they had a water chip that ended up saving Vault 13. It seemed that the vault dweller had saved the day, but saving the day is never that easy in the Wasteland. Even as the vault dweller set about the humble quest for water, a secret and malevolent force was at work in the Wasteland. Necropolis wasn't just full of ghouls. It was invaded by the first generation of super mutants, and the vault dweller was among the first people in the Wasteland to encounter them and live to talk of it. The Brotherhood of Steel found the corpse of one of the mutants, but didn't know what to make of the thing. They couldn't believe that some Wasteland wanderer might be able to help them, but all the same, they sent the vault dweller out on a fool's errand to one of the most desolate spots in the Wasteland. It turned out that he was able to succeed where others had failed, and unraveled the source of the super mutant army and the location of its leader. In doing so, the vault dweller finally found out what happened to Harold's old friend Richard. After the super mutants were scattered by the vault dweller, he wandered north, gathering outcasts from Vault Society and other followers. They formed a tribe far up north in Arroyo, not as sophisticated as life in the vaults, but at least they were free of overseers, Vault-Tec, and all the problems of pre-war society, for a time. The vault dweller had passed on, but a few of the people who knew him were still alive in their old age. Harold was among them. His unique mutation has given him long life among other interesting traits. By the 2240s, he had a tree branch growing out the side of his head. made him stand out among the other ghouls at least. He met the Chosen One when he was living in a ghoul city called Gecko. The Chosen One was said to be the direct descendant of the Vault Dweller, and like his predecessor, he was sent on a quest to acquire some old-world gizmo made by Vault-Tec. This time, instead of a water chip, it was something called a Garden of Eden creation kit, a fancy fusion-powered device that could transform a stretch of the Wasteland into a fertile patch of paradise. The Elders of Arroyo sent their Chosen One out to track down the location of their homeland, Vault 13. The overseers of Vault 13 had always been a mite paranoid about the outside world, so they kept their location a secret right until their bitter end. The Chosen One had to trek all over Northern California, looking for any place or anyone associated with the old vaults. Harold and the other ghouls in Gecko had been trying to live in peace with the folk of Vault City, a community that had sprung up around Vault number 8. Vault 8 had already used their GECK, but the Chosen One still lent a hand in resolving their dispute with the ghouls. That was Harold's second brush with greatness. Harold wasn't the only one who knew both the Vault Dweller and the Chosen One. Tandy, the president of the NCR at the time, had met the Vault Dweller in her youth. She saw some potential in the Chosen One and talked them into doing some political dirty work to unite the territories around Vaults 13 and 15. Even back then, the NCR was constantly scheming to rope in new territory, just like they are now in the Mojave. The Chosen One ended up stumbling across a plot to wipe out humans worldwide, perpetrated by some of the descendants of the very weasels who had subverted Project Safe House and turned the vaults into twisted experiments back before the war. Somehow, this Chosen One, a mere tribal savage, outwitted the Enclave, one of the most advanced factions in the Wasteland. Some old-timers in the Mojave still remember seeing the vertibirds flying east, never to return. The Enclave wasn't the only organization that decided to see what was going on in the east. The Brotherhood of Steel had sent out an expedition to Chicago, but lost touch with them. Another team, of course, marched all the way across the country to Washington, D.C. to scour the eastern seaboard for technology. By this time, that little branch in Harold's head had grown into a full-sized tree, with Harold trapped inside, and he was rooted to the spot. On the bright side, he had a group of apostles who thought he was a god, magically spreading greenery to the dying land. They took care of Harold for the most part, even though he grew a little crankier every day. His tree minders would only let people talk to Harold if you drank their magic potion first. It was really some kind of chem made from tree sap. Can't rightly recall what happened to Harold. We can only hope that people who visit him in his oasis take the time to talk with him and remember his contributions to the Wasteland. Once things started to settle down in the east, a new world had sprung up in the west. The tribal villages in Arizona had been razed or conquered by what looked to be something out of the history books. The Roman legion had returned and set about civilizing the savages, all because some would-be emperor had found the wrong book. Seems that Harold got out of New California at the right time. Hopefully he's still alive. I long to hear more of his stories for myself and walk the wasteland through his eyes. That's all we really have in the end, you know? Whether it's talk of the old world, or what's happening on the other side of this dust bowl. Stories allow us to travel to places we've never actually been, live lives some of us can only dream of. Of course, that's just the handful of stories I've happened to stumble across in my days. The Wasteland has many more mysteries buried in its sands, and strangers like me are all too happy to share them with fellow travelers. Did I tell you about that time I took a riverboat down the Chesapeake Bay and met the inbred descendants of pre-war hillbillies in the swampy ruins of an old park?
Not really. All I wanted to know was where Nuka-Cola comes from, and you've been going on about the Wasteland for 4 freaking hours.
Yeah, now that I think about it, you barely said anything about Nuka-Cola.
Well, in the back when times, they took their soda pop mighty seriously. There's a robot cowboy over at the Sunset Sarsaparilla factory that'll tell you...
Not again.
Honestly, I don't care anymore.
How do we even know this stuff is true? Half of it sounds made up. Talking death claws, aliens, a guy with a tree growing out of his brain. I mean, really, a tree?
And you've been to some of these dangerous places yourself, and you're telling us you've never gotten killed. Not even a little?
In the Wasteland, a body either learns to survive or dies right quick. There's a lady that published a survival guide of sorts a few years ago. She lives in a town that has a pre-war bomb right in the middle.
We don't care. You've already told us about Megaton like 3 times.
Hey, if you know so damn much about this hellhole, why don't you cash in? You know, write your own book or something.
You mean, like my own Wasteland survival guide?
Yeah, no one would read that.
Says you. Hey, mister, you never told us your name, by the way. Hey, where'd he go?
Hey. You gonna finish that bottle of Nuka-Cola?
Hell yes, I am. I had to fight off a group of raiders for this thing.
Presents Tomorrow's Technology Today. The world is a dull place with billions of boring people. Not you, though. You're interesting. You're special. A unique and beautiful snowflake. Why deprive the world of your obvious genius? We all should know what you're doing at all times. Whether you're walking your dog in the park or enjoying a slice of cake. Turn your obvious loneliness into somebody else's problem. Capture it all with the latest in ego-boosting technology. Edna, the iBot documentary narrative assistant. Gone are the days of privacy. You'll have privacy when you're dead. Share your life with your friends. Order yours today. Our sales sponsor is standing by.
Now testing iBot Documentary Narrative Assistant. Say hello, Edna. Begin recording, Edna. You and I have a wasteland to explore. Damn it, the red light isn't on. Oh, there isn't one. Well. Wasteland Survival Guide, Volume 1. They say an armed society is a polite society. If that's true, then Vault 34 had to be the most polite place on Earth. Back in 2077, when the bombs fell, the folks at Vault-Tec wanted to see what happens when far too many people got squeezed into tight quarters with way too many guns. Vault 34 was the petri dish for that little experiment, and after keeping people cooped up in there for a century, the place turned into a powder keg of paranoia, overpopulation, and high explosive etiquette. I'm outside the entrance to the vault. It's a ways east of New Vegas, in an inhospitable spot in the hills. There's a truckload of atomic waste parked right in front. The only thing that dares to come near the geckos. They won't be a problem, though. The radiation levels are lethal inside and out, so virtually no one has ventured inside, and the last people to leave did so over 50 years ago. Inside the vault is nothing but feral ghouls and radioactive water. Most of the computer records are damaged, but before the overseer ghoulified, he left behind written journals of what happened. Vault 34 seemed like it would be a great place to wait out the apocalypse. Vault-Tec had equipped it with extravagant recreational and fitness centers, much more elaborate than other vaults, but making room for that full-size swimming pool meant removing some of the living quarters. Every vault came with a small stockpile of weapons for a security team. They had to keep the peace among 1,000 people who were cooped up together for anywhere from 10 to 200 years. Most of them only had a handful of small arms, but Vault 34 got the sort of arsenal that could have turned the tide at the Battle of Anchorage. Grenade launchers, missiles, prototype energy weapons, not the sort of thing you'd want to use in the confined space of a vault, and nary a lock in sight. The overseers knew that 1,000 people armed with 40mm peacemakers wasn't a good idea, so they figured out how to lock it up and keep it under guard. But that only kept the peace for a few generations. Eventually, the overcrowding became so great that a group of Vault Dwellers stormed the armory, stole most of the bigger guns, and headed out into the Mojave. Folks around the Mojave called them the Boomers, and it ain't hard to see why. They emerged from Vault 34 with stars in their eyes and missile launchers on their shoulders around 2231. After blowing up every tribe they came across, they eventually discovered Nellis Air Force Base to the east. None of the pre-war aircraft were still functional, but the Boomers found records on other nearby military bases, and soon enough they had added giant guns called howitzers to their collection, hauled all the way from the Hawthorne Army Depot in Arizona. They had stockpiled enough ordnance to level a town several times over. And anyone dumb enough to set foot in it for the next 50 years.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Let's go sunning, it's so good for you. Let's go sunning, neath the sky of blue. Greet the sun every morn. Feel as free and happy as the day you were born. Let's go native, sun your cares away, be creative.
The rare person who can observe the patterns in their blitzkrieg and move fast enough to make it inside the base will find Nellis to be one of the garden spots of the Mojave. They pipe in fresh water from Lake Mead. They grow their own crops and have a set of solar panels that give them electricity without having to worry about who's controlling the Hoover Dam. They have a museum dedicated to their history and a tyke who's happy to tell it to anyone who will listen to the whole story. And if the child's cave painting isn't detailed enough, their leader is a woman who was born inside the vault and remembers the whole thing firsthand. She's done right by her people for the last 50 years and was probably quite the looker in her day. Despite Mother Pearl's guidance, the Boomers are still some of the most xenophobic people in the Wasteland, convinced that it's their destiny to blow up all of us savages once they get a bomber flying. They have a plan that they don't like to discuss with outsiders, but if you earn the trust of the old-timers, they'll talk about a Lady of the Lake. It might be that they have some superstition about that rusty pre-war bomber that's sitting at the bottom of Lake Mead. So far, the Boomers have done well with their isolationism, but their resources are still limited, and much like the Brotherhood of Steel, they may face only a slow death should their population and ammo dwindle. The people who stayed behind back in Vault 34 learned their own lesson about isolationism. Their overseers refused to let anyone leave, and the many attempts to revolt eventually resulted in the vault's reactor malfunctioning, and that swimming pool flooded most of the place, trapping them all inside a radioactive swamp. The remnants of their vast arsenal await anyone brave enough to wade through the radioactive waters and fight past the feral ghouls. It's an enticing treasure trove for prospectors who have plenty of Rad-X stockpiled and who need to compensate for something. Too many people these days are concerned with blowing things up. Few folks wonder how it all got built in the first place. Those airplanes, the hangars, the vaults, all were made with steel. In the old days, they dug their iron from deep within the earth, refined it into steel in huge mills unlike anything still standing in New California, and used it to make the steel girders that held up the old world. Today, there's only one place that can still do that. It's hard labor, and the people who do it aren't exactly there for the satisfaction of an honest day's.
Help me!
But that is a story for another day.
Meet Joe. Joe is a new recruit in the United States Army, and like any dutiful American, he wishes to serve his country by shooting up the bad guys. Do we throw Joe on the front lines and hope he figures it out himself? Mother... Nonsense. That would be a waste of a perfectly good suit of power armor. Through the use of taxpayer money and with the aid from what the eggheads are calling virtual reality, Joe can break the chains of his physical form and experience war from the comfort of a cozy pod. Into the pod steps a starry-eyed American, and out comes a killing machine, a defender of liberty, a guardian of democracy. Now Joe's a true American hero, and you can be too. Enlist in the United States Army and experience virtual reality today.
Edna, begin recording. The Mojaves had to worry about slavers from the Legion capturing folk, but at least when you're grabbed by the Legion, you know where you're heading. Out east in the capital Wasteland, there are plenty of slavers, but it seems like there aren't many slaves around. People always wonder what happens to the unfortunates who get nabbed. But it turns out that the slavers in Paradise Falls are in the export business. When they capture someone, they usually aren't sold locally. They get shipped north to a place aptly named the Pit. Before the war, the Pit was called Pittsburgh in the Eastern Commonwealth. The Pittsburgh Chamber of Commerce produced some interactive holotapes to draw in tourists and show off its thriving steel industry. This is what it looked like in the late 21st century. There aren't many records of what the city was like in the years following the Great War. No reliable sources entered the Pit until about 30 years ago, when a Brotherhood of Steel chapter led by Paladin Lions passed through on their mission to explore the East Coast. When they arrived, it looked more like this. While the West Coast was slowly marching back towards civilization, Pittsburgh had spent 180 years degenerating into a genetic swamp with barely human mutants cannibalizing each other. Different parts of the wasteland get their own local flavor. In the Pit, the unique combination of radioactive runoff and industrial waste brought about what they call troglodyte degeneration condition. Anyone who stays in the Pit will start to develop it after a few weeks. Most people just get a case of ghouly-looking skin, but many lose their higher cognitive abilities eventually. The most unfortunate folk devolve one step further and lose their humanity altogether. These trogs, as they call them, crawl around naked on all fours and shun humanity in favor of the shadows. When the Brotherhood of Steel traveled through the Pit in 2255, Elder Lyons couldn't stand seeing humanity reduced to such a state, so he and his followers annihilated most of the cannibals, the raiders, and mutants.
Run! 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 Firing!
The Brotherhood called it the Scourge. They brought fire and brimstone to hell, sacked the city, and took what unmutated children they found with them to Washington, D.C. A few of those Pit kids are now full members of the Brotherhood's capital chapter. The Brotherhood also left someone behind in the Pit, a paladin who had been wounded and trapped during the Scourge, Ishmael Asher. Paladin Asher was a local brother at one point, but when awoke, surrounded by raiders in the ruins of the Pit, he saw a city that held promise. Pittsburgh had once been called the City of Steel, and Asher knew that the secrets of steel would let the wasteland rebuild America's railways. Noble goals indeed, but the business of forging iron ore into girders of steel is hard work. Hard even during the height of civilization, and even worse now. Given that people who spend more than a few weeks in the Pit end up turning into troglodytes, it's not surprising that there weren't many volunteers. The dwindling population of the Pit had to be inflated with slaves, so Asher has been importing his labor force from the capital wasteland. Slaves need a motivation, a reason to not just lie down and let the trogs tear their throats out. For the slaves in the Pit, their hope is the Hole, a combat arena where the brave can try to prove themselves worthy of freedom by brawling in a crater filled with radioactive sludge. Survive 3 rounds against the most bloodthirsty people in the Pit, you're free to go with an offer of joining Asher's army. The gentleman's art of boxing has no place in the Hole. Slaves fight with anything they can get their hands on, from mining equipment to laser scatterguns. One person even won their freedom using a board with a nail in it. Very few people actually make it out of the Pit, though. One person fought their way free through the Hole and showed up in the capital wasteland a few years ago, carrying holotapes that were supposedly recorded by Paladin Asher himself. If it's really him, it seems that he had been trying to find a cure for the trog condition, yet more noble aspirations from a slave owner. Folk who want to see how things turned out can take a hand truck there from northern Maryland. The rails go all the way up to the Pit. No matter your opinion on slave owning, that's quite a feat of engineering, and a testament to the potential of Asher's vision of a reborn world. there's a chance that future generations will actually restore the railways that once connected both coasts of this continent. Getting across the oceans is another story. A few folk with funny accents claim that they're from overseas, but ships that can navigate the water spouts and sea critters are nearly impossible to find. There's a fella who says his old paddleboat could travel up and down the Atlantic coast, but the farthest anyone has ever gone and returned is a swamp a little ways to the south. It's a place of mysteries and ancient magics, or at least that's what you'll hear from the few tourists who've been there and back. But that is a story for another day. When the Great War destroyed civilization, humanity's petty rivalries died along with the people who harbored them. From the leaders of nations right down to neighbors squabbling over their gardens, the voices went silent when the bombs fell. But there's a small group of people who survived the war and kept on living for hundreds of years afterwards. Along with their deformed bodies and deteriorating minds, they've also kept alive their grievances from hundreds of years ago. They call themselves a microcosm of the old world. They play an endless game of treachery and manipulation that has lasted so long they can barely remember why they're fighting. The old world was filled with secretive people and organizations. Small towns and seemingly innocent locations could hold both wonders and horrors. Beneath those wholesome diversions were many secrets, some of which simply refused to die. Point Lookout National Park was a ways south of Washington, D.C., far enough not to get scorched by the bombardment during the war, but it's still got a good dose of fallout pouring in through the waters of the Potomac. There are some records of what it was like in the final days, left behind by a medical team that passed through. The backwater residents of the place were hit hard by the new plague that spread across the land in the years before the war. The government had sent in a series of medical experts to curb the spread of the plague, but the locals weren't exactly hospitable to outsiders. And that was back before they'd had 2 centuries of inbreeding and mutation. Now the place is crawling with the local flavor of mutant hillbillies who survive off a regional fruit called the punga. They supplement their diet with whatever protein they can find, and that usually comes from travelers who visit Point Lookout searching for pre-war loot.
Come out and play. Come on out. We ain't gonna bite. I hear something moving. Don't you go running. Ah! I'm eating good tonight. You in the wrong place, girl.
Oh my God! Someone help me!
I got something for you.
No, please, get away!
You ain't got no chance.
Scream for me!
The only way to reach the peninsula is by boat, and on the Potomac, there used to be a man with an antique paddle steamer that had been converted to run on steam power. Claimed that he once sailed up the Atlantic coast all the way up to the Commonwealth. He would sell punga fruit to traders in Washington, although he never seemed to bring any goods with him back to Point Lookout, aside from passengers. Those passengers usually didn't return to their point of origin, but, according to the few that have, there's a church down in Point Lookout that is surprisingly welcoming to newcomers. The church was the Ark and Dove, named after the ships that brought the first settlers to Maryland close to 800 years ago. The Calvert family was among the first people to settle the region, and by the time of the Great War, they had influence in politics, finance, and industry. They could pull strings with General Atomics and had the clout to acquire and scientific acumen to modify the military biogel that keeps disembodied brains alive. They had the kind of resources to keep a person alive through the apocalypse and beyond. That kind of influence also brings enemies. One explorer came back from Point Lookout full of stories of pre-war rivalries that bubbled up again like swamp gas. A ghoul had been stalking the Calverts for over 200 years, and the knowledge that one of them might still be alive drew him back to the Calvert ancestral estate in Point Lookout. Desmond Lockhart has been an international operative since the resource wars of the 21st century. Now, that man's on the radar of every organization, from the Regulators to Talon Company to Littlehorn and Associates. Not many ghouls in the Wasteland have a British accent, so that bloke stands out wherever he goes. Doesn't make him any less conspicuous that he always travels with a pair of tough-as-nails attack dogs and carries enough ordnance to blow up a Brotherhood bunker. I was never sure how his rivalry with Calvert turned out. Desmond isn't the sort to linger around swapping stories of his exploits, but one or both of them must be dead, for sure. That feud was only one of the hidden horrors of Point Lookout. The locals called it haunted long before things like ghouls ever existed, and that swamp has deep roots that dig down to what a praying man would call hell. But that is a story for another day. Edna, come in here. It's okay, there are no ghosts, no matter what that shaman said. Because there are no ghosts, except for that one ghost woman in the den, and she was put to rest a long time ago. Yes, vampires are real, sort of, and zombies are real, but they're not that kind of zombie. Well, some people do believe in voodoo and magical zombies, and even think that ghouls are created by black magic instead of radiation. I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you a story about magical zombies. You promise to come inside this cave with me afterwards. Okay. A long time ago, in a far-off land, there was a war in which brother fought against brother for the fate of a nation. When the soldiers from the north captured men from the south, they took them to a prison camp in a place called Point Lookout. It eventually became an amusement park, but 400 years ago, it was a horrible place where many men died. They were buried in a mass grave beneath the swamp, and the people who came to live there afterwards said that the swamp was haunted by the vengeful spirits of the dead. No, there were no holotapes 400 years ago, but you can grab any history book and look up the role that the place had during America's Civil War. All of those dead bodies under the swamp are responsible for the methane gas that bubbles up from under the water. One of the old energy companies thought they might sell the gas for profit during the resource wars, but fetid gas wasn't the only thing that rose up from the swamp, according to local legends. They say restless spirits walked the land, and that one of the aristocratic families, the Blackhalls, had made unholy pacts with eldritch creatures from the primeval past before men walked the earth. They had a book of unknowable arcana called the Krivbekny, an evil tome that, once written, could not be destroyed by any means known. For generations, the Blackhalls lived in a mansion in the western parts of the swamp, and they led the locals in demonic rites, invoking nameless entities from realms beyond the ken of humanity. At the time of the Great War, the book had come into the hands of Constance Blackhall, a woman who carried its loathsome beliefs into the 22nd century. She had married into the Blackhall family, but her own ancestry was no less depraved. Born Constance Dunwich, her brother Richard had established the Dunwich Borer Company and constructed its headquarters over a Cyclopean cavern. There, beneath the seemingly innocent drilling company, Icarus pagans conducted their gibbering rituals mere miles from the nation's capital. Generations after the Great War, Constance Blackhall was still alive, perhaps a mutation, or it might have been the unutterable influence of that book. She eventually did die, but only after an unknown person stole the Krivbekny from her. At some point, the book made its way into the capital Wasteland. A traveler brought it to the Dunwich building for purposes no sane man could fathom. What happened to him is known only to the moldering fiends from beyond. However, his son followed in his wake, leaving holotapes as he descended into the abysmal catacombs beneath the building, toward a fate too diabolical to speak.
Nona!
In Point Lookout, the swamp folk had developed a superstition about the Blackhall family and their mansion. They chattered the ancient chants and hung talismans about their swamp, but never dared enter the Blackhall house, where there dwells the last of the Blackhall line, a decrepit old man who roams the halls of his decaying mansion, restlessly seeking the lost tome of forbidden horrors. The monstrous book, the Kruvbekni, has vanished, but is certainly in the clutches of some degenerate, tenebrous beast. What sinister connection it has to the deep temple beneath the Dunwich building, I cannot say. But on nights when the stars are right and the winds blow from the east, travelers can hear whispered words carried on the breeze. A Qualthoth is returned. Al-Hazred, Giyeth, Giyeth. What? Why are you still scared? The evil book of unknowable horrors was probably destroyed. The mass grave of restless spirits is thousands of miles away. Well, how about I tell you a happy story? One about a man who spent his life helping other people and never took credit for his good deeds. The only way you'll learn the whole story is if we go in that spooky old cave over there. Does it have a happy ending? In a way, it has a happy ending. Not many in the Wasteland do. We have a lot of places to visit before I can show you the ending. So that is a story for another day. Zion National Park was a nice place to visit back before the war. A valley where folk came to turn off their Pip-Boys and pretend they were roughing it. Some of the people in the back-when times didn't think of camping as a vacation, though. They saw it as a way of life, taking pleasure in training their survival skills. Randall Dean Clark, a U.S. Army soldier, was one such survivalist. He was lucky enough to be a few miles away from Zion Park when the Great War began. He was a family man, but he also loved to spend his time alone in the woods. He was coming back to his family when the bombs fell. He witnessed Salt Lake City, his home, and his family incinerated. He knew the park would provide refuge in the aftermath. He survived deep within a cave here as the fallout settled over the dying world outside. He kept journals of his time alone, typed into computers hidden all over the valley. Only a handful of entries over the course of decades. A man of few words who never suspected that his thoughts would be read by strangers 100 years after his death. Yet, through his tale of survivor's guilt and suicidal episodes, he inadvertently told the history of the tribals who live here now. After close to 20 years alone in Zion with nothing but mutated bighorners, Clark discovered a band of survivors had moved into his private paradise in 2095. He had learned to move silently through the park and saw them long before they saw him. There was a language barrier, and Clark wasn't able to directly communicate with his new neighbors. He helped them when he could, silently and always unseen, leaving gifts of medicine and supplies. Despite his efforts to keep them safe, they were killed by a band of savage vault dwellers in February 2096. They came from Vault 22, or at least that's what we can assume based on the Vault-Tec jumpsuits found on bodies scattered around Zion. Vault 22 was an experiment in botany that might have turned the Mojave into a garden as lush as Zion, but it ended up working a little too well. Some of the residents hightailed it out of there and tried to take Zion for their own. They committed atrocities against the settlers who had come here first. Even though he was outnumbered, Clark took his revenge. He had spent his life surviving in the wild, not cooped upside a vault that provided everything he needed at the touch of a button. For 11 months he killed them before they fled in early 2097, leaving him alone once more in his empty Garden of Eden. Well, not entirely alone. One of the women from Vault 22 remained behind, and she soon became Clark's second wife. She would have made him a father for the second time, too, but a complication in her pregnancy only made him a widower twice over. That would be his last face-to-face contact with other people. The park drew more visitors as Clark's beard began to turn gray. Most were unsuitable as companions, and Zion's guardian eradicated them. However, in his elderly years, Clark found the opportunity to share the knowledge he had learned before the war and afterward. In 2108, a new generation of children arrived in Zion, born after the war and unaccompanied by any adults, maybe raised in a vault with no grown-ups. For 16 years, Clark watched over them, but never revealed himself. Didn't want to let them learn that their mysterious benefactor was just an old man on his last legs. He wrote them letters, gave them books and supplies, almost everything he had to ensure that they would grow into good people. And that they did. Their descendants became the tribe now called the Sorrows, and they still view him as a supernatural force that watches over them. In a sense, he still is. After decades of tending Zion, he knew his life was drawing to a close, so he found a spot high above Zion where his children wouldn't discover him, and allowed age, disease, and the elements grant him the death he could never inflict on himself. He's rested here for over a century, his last journal entry with him. Too modest a man to take credit for his good deeds while he was still alive, but he hoped that someone would learn the tale someday. What? Oh, you don't want to know what those savages from Vault 22 did to those other settlers. Like I said, it was an atrocity, and Mr. Clark avenged it. What they did is considered a crime against nature by most people, but they do that kind of thing all over the Wasteland. Some fight against the impulse, while others embrace it, try to control it. But that is a story for another day.
Cram! It's the mystery meat with a different taste adventure in every bite. Is it pork? Chicken? Beef? You never know with Cram. Cram is made with parts of real animals just like the ones you see on farms, and it's processed with advanced meat recovery methods only possible with state-of-the-art slaughtertrons. It's good enough for our boys on the front line, so it must be good enough for your kids at home. Every box contains 20 grams of protein and a free Captain Cosmos decoder ring. Cram! Cram some down your gullet today.
The New Vegas Strip is known for gambling, chems, and leggy showgirls. Most people see it as a pleasure pit for the lowest of humanity's urges, but the fellow who runs the town is hoping to appeal to a more sophisticated crowd too. The Ultralux caters to tourists who want a taste of the sweet life. The casino has roulette and blackjack, but the real gambling happens in the restaurant, where their uninhibited chef, Philippe, serves cuts of exotic meats from all over the Wasteland. Take it from me, if you ever visit the place, skip the meat and stick to the salad bar. What I mean, Edna, is that before Robert House cleaned up Vegas, there were lots of cannibals here. Now they're all apparently gone, though there are still some fiends in the outskirts of town that are quite open about eating people. These dandies in the White Glove Society can play dress-up, but they were nothing but savages prowling the ruins of Vegas just a few years ago. Cannibalism is practiced all over the Wasteland, sometimes out of necessity. One notable Wastelander even made a snack out of their own toe. There are also people who do it because of an irresistible urge to consume the flesh and blood of other humans.
Now, if you want something that's good and hot, just eat a hamburger, it'll hit the spot. You can see 'em on the griddle going flippity-flop. Makes you want to do the boogie to the hamburger hop. They're open up 24 hours a day, just waiting and hoping all the folks will say, put a burger on the griddle, do a flippity-flop. Put an onion in the middle and a pickle on top.
Don't kill me!
In the old world, there used to be a place called Transylvania. Storybooks claim that it was home of men who changed into wolves on nights when the full moon shone, and winged creatures flew through the night on bat-like wings. The mythical vampires drank the blood of their victims and shunned the sunlight. It was just a story, but the thing about mutations is that each throw of the genetic dice has a small chance of creating a dramatic mutation, like vampirism, or hematophage, as the Poindexters call it. Out east in the capital Wasteland, there was a man named Vance who came out ahead in the genetic lottery. He was born with the ability to regenerate himself through drinking blood, and also had charisma and a knack for finding people who shared his cannibalistic tendencies. Vance knew that he and his kind were cursed with the urge to commit a crime against nature, so he created his own society with laws to temper their hunger. He and his followers didn't eat flesh and only drank blood. They never preyed on children and did not breed so that they would not inflict their curse upon their children. Vance taught his flock to only feed for sustenance and never hunt for pleasure. Above all, they never killed another member of their kind. Not exactly the Bill of Rights, but this family of vampires were a step above other cannibal clans. Although they could walk in the sunlight, they chose not to and made a home for themselves underground. From there, they used Vance's unique gifts to gather other cannibals for their family and train them in the ways of the vampire. Despite Vance's good intentions, the family still preys upon villages near their lair. They kill people, and it's small consolation in their victims that the family only drinks their blood. Seems like some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement could be worked out, but it's only a matter of time before some self-righteous Van Helsing type charges into the family's lair and cuts loose with a flamethrower. No, Edna, vampires don't eat robots. I've been all over this wasteland, and I've never seen anyone eat a robot. There's some awful peculiar mutations out there, but nothing that makes people feed on iBots. I'm not saying it's impossible. After all, that base in Mariposa produced plenty of mutated curiosities. Some of them did things most folk couldn't imagine. But that is a story for another day. In California, a ways east of the Pacific coast, are the remains of a town once called Mariposa. There's a military base outside the town, little more than a hole in the ground these days, but it has played a pivotal role in the wasteland's destiny time and time again. I know most of you were born there, or reborn, but Marcus tells me that some of you are having trouble remembering things. You can't always figure out what's real and what's not, so I'm here to give you all a refresher course in mutant history.
You talk a lot! Sound funny when you talk like a stupid human!
Yes, as I was saying, when I visited the Mariposa base a few years ago, there was little more than the bones of a few dead super mutants, deformed rats, and the skeleton of some old dog lying next to a broken-down force field generator. But deeper down, much deeper, I saw firsthand the secrets that spawned both the super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel. Back before the Great War, the facility was used to experiment with the forced evolutionary virus. The big vats are destroyed now, but you can still find some of it deep below the ground. Long before the Master came, the FEV was created by the United States government in an attempt to generate useful mutations. The government used its own citizens as guinea pigs, prisoners and commie sympathizers, but Americans nonetheless. Captain Roger Maxson, the founder of the Brotherhood, was stationed there before the war, a simple soldier in the security detail. But when men under his command found out what the scientists were doing to his comrades in arms, they rebelled, and Maxson soon became their leader. Eventually, they became the first members of the Brotherhood of Steel. When the nuclear holocaust took place a few days later, Maxson led his soldiers and their families out into the wasteland, leaving the Mariposa base behind. They sealed the place up as best they could and activated automated security measures, but with no one on hand to maintain it all, eventually people and critters made their way inside. The pre-war scientists never quite succeeded with their experiments. It took a more advanced mind to control the effects of FEV mutation. Decades after the Great War, the future master fell into those vats, and when he emerged, he picked up where they left off, and eventually created most of you. Then, the Vault-Dweller located the place, and...
I'm so sorry!
But that was a long time ago. The Vault-Dweller is long dead.
Yes! Too fun!
Most people never knew of the base's existence in the years afterwards, but the Enclave had the resources to locate the origins of the FEV, and they went to Mariposa to secure a sample for their own devious purposes. The Enclave kept their soldiers and scientists protected from the FEV, but their slave laborers, miners kidnapped from the town of Redding to excavate the lower levels, had no such protection from the goo that survived the decades. Slowly, those poor workers began to mutate. Sadly, that second generation of super mutants didn't have the master guiding their transformation. He had carefully chosen his subjects before dipping them, but this second generation was composed of anyone unfortunate enough to be pressed into the Enclave service. The results were mixed. The second generation was as big, sometimes even bigger, but much less intelligent. That's why some super mutants in New California can get along with humans, while others are. In fact, some of the original super mutants even call the second generation dum-dums.
Stupid robot!
But a few of this new batch ended up developing abilities that would have made the master proud.
Silly robot!
When the Chosen One was searching for the Enclave's headquarters 40 years ago, they stumbled across the Mariposa base and discovered some second-generation mutants still trapped inside after the Enclave blasted the entrance. The Chosen One fought a mutant named Melchior, who could summon creatures out of the FEV goo, just like a magician pulling rabbits out of a glowing green hat. At least, that's what the Chosen One claimed. No one back then was keen on inspecting the place firsthand to verify a story about magical deathclaws. Only person who seemed to care what happened to the miners from Redding was Melchior's son, Junior. He was just a tyke when his dad disappeared. If he's still alive, he'd be middle-aged about now. Maybe still wandering the Wasteland looking for his dad. Since then, Marcus has done his best to give some of you a home. Among the mutants, every person is their own unique being, a species of one. That kind of genetic diversity is a blessing. There are places in the Wasteland where the opposite is true. Dozens of identical men caged together, consumed by a murderous rage against all outsiders. But that, Gary, is a story for another day.
In a world ruled by swords, sorcery, and savages, one man became a legend. From the pages of the world's most popular comic book to the screen of your local drive-in comes Grognak, a warrior from the land of Prehistoria, embarks on an adventure beyond your wildest fantasies. Warrior, destroyer, conqueror. He is Grognak the Barbarian, featuring Zane Valoric as Scopocalypse, Vera Keys as Femra, and introducing Howard Braunschweiger as Grognak the Barbarian. Coming to a theater near you, Thanksgiving weekend 2077.
When the apocalypse was on the horizon, people became desperate to preserve civilization. For people who survived Armageddon inside a vault, life became an exercise in maintaining the status quo as much as possible for as long as possible. Everyone was expected to do their part to keep the vault running until the time came for those doors to roll open. It wasn't a life for rebels. In some vaults, there was so much conformity that they were all practically clones, and one vault ended up being literally full of clones. Yes, pre-war society had cloning technology, but it wasn't used much. At least 2 Vault-Tec facilities had it, though. Vault City was built by the inhabitants of Vault 8, and they used their cloning lab to create replacement organs and limbs for the injured and sick. That sort of miraculous medical technology helped Vault City become a major power in Northern California. But another vault out east had the most advanced cloning lab in the world. They could create a perfect copy of an adult human. Well, almost perfect. Vault 108 had some exceptional geneticists in their midst, and a fully stocked cloning lab. But cloning is a tricky business, and reproducing every single atom in a strand of DNA without error was tricky even for the finest minds of the pre-war era. Under the right conditions, they might have been able to populate their vault with an endless supply of clone citizens. But it turns out that the good people of Vault 108 were the butt of one of Vault-Tec's little jokes. Their overseer was terminally ill at the time of the Great War. He'd been selected for the job specifically so that the Vault would suffer a sudden, inevitable loss of leadership. Perhaps the cloning efforts were somehow intended to compensate for their lack of leadership. Maybe they wanted to create fully formed adults in a lab and skip the difficulties of raising children. Whatever the reason, the leaders of Vault 108 decided to make extra copies of some guy. I don't think there was anything special about the man they picked, just a random occupant of the vault as a test subject. Logs on the Vault computer network indicate that they made at least 54 copies of the guy. Due to some unknown flaw in the process, each clone was completely hostile to any non-clone he met. They still kept cranking out new clones, and eventually they had an army of identical madmen imprisoned. And when they tried to dispose of them, they started running amok in their vault. There aren't any records about what happened next, but it's safe to assume that the clones wiped out their makers and shut themselves in. The doors to Vault 108 were open, and at least one of them was taken out of there. I saw his body in what was once Virginia, Bailey's Crossroads. It's been a while since I've been to Vault 108. It's where I found this little knick-knack. I don't know what it is about these things, but I swear, I'm somehow compelled to collect every last one. Anyway, Vault 108 is still out there, and it's filled with a pack of interchangeable lunatics calling out the one word they all know how to speak. Their own name. Larry. No, wait. I think it was Harry. Barry?
Gary?
Yep, that was it. You know, just north of that vault full of Garys, there's a town that had another pair of lunatics in it. Two dandies who pretended they were real-life superheroes. One of them even dressed like a villain from the old Grognak comics. But that is a story for another day. Come on, Edna. We got a big wasteland to explore.
Gary? 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 Gary! 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 Gary!
Whoa there, Edna! Calm down. I know you're not a fan of the little ones, but that was uncalled for. Sorry about that, kids. Alright, I think I have a story or two in me. Out here in the West, most places have some form of law enforcement. Whether it's an army of Securitrons, a few men and women with badges, or a hard-working sheriff. In the East, the capital Wasteland doesn't have much government. Each little town has its own law. Most of them hire a mercenary to help keep the peace, but sometimes that isn't enough, and folk have to take the law into their own hands. As far back as 400 years ago, the dime novels and comic books told tales of masked vigilantes who fought for justice and righted wrongs. Eventually, it wasn't enough for these fictional characters to wear a mask. These superheroes needed crazy costumes and superhuman powers to fight crime. The superheroes fell out of favor over time, replaced by tales of barbarians, spacemen, and heroic soldiers. But companies like Hubris Comics kept printing the funny books until Armageddon came. Among the Hubris lineup was Grognak the Barbarian.
Grognak.
Modern readers know Grognak is a source of handy tips on sword fighting, but if you look past the action scenes, there are some good stories and characters hidden between the ads for X-ray glasses. One of his old enemies was the Antagonizer, a femme fatale who commanded an army of ants. And hundreds of years after that issue was published, a young girl in the town of Canterbury Commons must have come across that very book and taken it to heart. The citizens of Canterbury Commons liked to tell her tale to caravans who passed through the town, and there was an Enclave outpost not too far away that captured video footage of her on occasion. Hers was a tale of sorrow. When Tanya Kristoff was just a girl, her parents were killed before her eyes by giant ants. While many people would have vowed vengeance against the six-legged creatures, Tanya realized that she had been spared. Nay, she had been chosen. She turned her back on humanity, seeking solace in the welcoming embrace of the ants. Humans are unpredictable, ungovernable, and most of all, self-destructive. But among the ants, she found her rightful place as queen. It might have been a mutation or advanced technology that allowed her to control them, but I suspect it was an act of sheer willpower. Once she had an army at her command, she created a suit of ant armor and dubbed herself the Ant Agonizer. With high hopes and the relentless determination of an ant, she began her assault on humanity, starting with the people of Canterbury Commons in 2277. Giant ants can be pesky, but they're hardly able to outmatch a couple of well-armed mercs like the town had. And with the Ant Agonizer always screaming melodramatic monologues, the townsfolk could hear her coming and get the drop on her bugs when they showed up. Despite her theatrics, she turned out to be more of an oddity than a menace. The trader caravans even considered her to be a source of entertainment, and the townsfolk had something to break up the monotony of their days. But one man had enough of her villainous antics. A hero chose to fight back against the Formic felon. When Scott Walensky saw his fair city under siege by a nefarious temptress and her arthropod army, he assumed the mantle of the Mechanist. With his robot sidekicks, the Mechanist waged a never-ending crusade to defend the good people of Canterbury Commons against the creeping henchbugs of the Antagonizer. But, alas, the epic battles threatened to annihilate the very townsfolk that he fought to defend. The ants weren't so bad by themselves, but when the Mechanist added in a bunch of robots firing lasers up and down Main Street, well, things started to escalate. They would fight to a standstill almost every time, and the Antagonizer would run away, screaming, "You haven't seen the last of me, Mechanist!" The townsfolk tried to get rid of them for months, but no one could find their secret lairs. And the last time I was out east, they were still at it, disrupting the trade caravans that passed by the town. Both of them were just too proud to back down and wouldn't sacrifice their superhuman identities, even for the common good. That's a shame, too. There are plenty of towns out there that could use a superhero. Places like New Reno, for instance. That's a place so full of sin and vice, you could trade a comic book for 15 minutes of... But that's a story for another day. Supply and demand, the root of all economics. If you're dying of thirst, you'll pay whatever it takes for a bottle of Nuka-Cola. When you're out of ammo and facing down a mob of raiders, you'll hand over a whole crate of soda for a couple of shotgun shells. Those cons over there have a supply of recreational chemicals, and those fiends in the funny outfits, they're all hooked on chems. Supply and demand. Once you got a customer addicted to chems, you got a customer for life, however long that might be. Most chems are based on pre-war medical supplies that once served some benevolent purpose. They can help the sick recover from injuries and illnesses, and can provide an edge in combat for those who bite off more than they can chew. Then there are those who want to live fast and die young. They use them just for fun and in dangerous combinations. A dose of Mentats with a whiskey chaser, and it's party time. The problem for chem pushers is that pre-war meds are rare, and making your own requires lots of resources, plus an understanding of science. After the Great War, the dealers needed something that could be manufactured in the modern world, using readily available materials, and not much gets manufactured anymore. About the most abundant resource the Wasteland has is Brahmin There's not many people with degrees in chemistry, but anyone can shovel Brahmin About 40 years ago, a clever young man in New Reno discovered a way to turn that plentiful resource into a product that could be sold all over the Wasteland. He was a boy genius, and if he had been born 300 years ago, he would probably been a distinguished doctor. In New Reno, he ended up helping the Mordino crime family make new chems out of anything that could be smoked, injected, or snorted. He learned that when Brahmin were fed certain protein extracts, their dung would give off peculiar fumes. Anyone inhaling that gas would get all hopped up and full of pep. Took him a while to get the formula just right. The graveyard outside of New Reno is full of test subjects who OD'd on the experimental formulas. Eventually, they figured out how to minimize the death risk, extend the effects, and even came up with a catchy name for their product, Jet. They delivered the first samples to workers in Redding. The goal? Gain control of the city by controlling the supply of the drug that feeds the miners' addiction. The drug also increased their productivity, but all the extra money they earned was just used to pay for more Jet. That rush of energy only lasts about an hour, and after it wears off, the Jet heads say it's like the world goes into high speed while you're standing still. It was just the thing a New Reno crime family needed to rise to power in that town. But calling the Mordinos a crime family isn't quite accurate. Back then, New Reno was a completely lawless place. Imagine New Vegas, but without Robert House and his Securitrons keeping the peace. And that's pretty much what Reno was like 40 years ago. Place isn't much better these days, though it's part of the NCR. The Van Graff family is mostly in charge now. Their arsenal of energy weapons gave them an edge against the other families. The secret to making Jet has spread all the way out to the capital Wasteland, so no single family controls the trade anymore. No one quite remembers the name of the kid who invented Jet, or what happened to him. He disappeared not long after Jet addiction swept through New California. The Mordinos didn't let him out of his laboratory very often, but they did bring in some local working girls to keep the kid entertained, and a few of the older gals at the cat spa still remember servicing a pasty-faced teenage genius back in New Reno's heyday. Even though history has forgotten the lad's name, his creation lives on. Some enterprising chemists have even improved upon the product. The modern variety of Jet is less addictive than the classic New Reno variety, and entrepreneurs have mixed it with everything from breakfast cereal to detergent in order to enhance the New Reno experience. When a person is on Jet, they feel invincible, until it wears off and they need another fix. Those Securitrons will take out them strung-out Jet jockeys. They're some of the best bots around. Present company accepted, of course. Although, when I was out east, I heard tales of robots so advanced that you couldn't even distinguish them from humans. Oh yeah, so lifelike in fact, even they don't realize they aren't human. But that is a story for another day. In the ruins west of New Vegas, there's a building with a huge soda bottle right in front. Greenhorns from out east always think it's the Nuka-Cola factory, but it's actually the home of the West's favorite beverage, Sunset Sarsaparilla.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy, Festus.
If you and old Festus are old pals, say a command now.
Old Festus here will give you the official history of soda pop, but...
I'm sorry. I didn't quite understand that. Could you repeat it?
No, Edna. I don't think old Festus was exactly state-of-the-art when he was built. Why? Well, in the back-when times, they didn't want their robots to be too human. Humanity had a tenuous grip on its own survival. They didn't need any competition from lifelike robots. They made simple bots like Festus here to handle work that humans couldn't be bothered to do. Yup. There have been a few advances in robotics over the last 200 years. In fact, there are robots so advanced that they can pass themselves off as real humans. There's a whole network of people on the East Coast dedicated to helping these synthetic humans live free in the capital Wasteland. Nah, no one in the capital Wasteland can make robots that advanced. Not even the Brotherhood of Steel. These synthetic people come from a place called the Commonwealth. Before the war, America was divided into 13 Commonwealths. They called it the 50 States about 300 years ago, but by the time of the Great War, those states were grouped together into 13 larger Commonwealths. Nevada used to be part of the Southwest Commonwealth. The capital Wasteland was called the Eastern Commonwealth. The only place that still goes by the name Commonwealth is far north of Washington, D.C. Only a handful of people have ever ventured there and back. There's a ferryman who claimed that his old steamboat had made the trip. There used to be a woman from a church in the Commonwealth who was trying to convert the swamp folk of Point Lookout to some kooky religion. Never been there myself. The corpse of America is home to many scavengers trying to carve their societies out of the carrion of this nation. And a person can spend their life walking back and forth across the continent and still never see it all. By most accounts, the Commonwealth is a barbaric hellhole that makes the NCR frontier look positively civilized. Although there was a fella named Zimmer who used to hang around Rivet City, he claimed that parts of the Commonwealth were better off than anywhere else in the Wasteland. He was full of $2 words, but according to Zimmer, the one bright spot in the Commonwealth is a place called the Institute. Before the bombs fell, it was a university for smarty-pants technophiles. Robert House himself attended the Institute way back when. Since the war, the nation's remaining Poindexters seem to have congregated there and built a technologically advanced haven in the midst of the chaos. No outsiders have made it inside and returned to say what it's like, although we hear the occasional tale from escaped androids. Seems like the synthetic humans are so lifelike that they understand they're being treated as slaves. Some, at least. They consider themselves equals to the humans that created them, but their human masters don't see it the same way. So the synthetics escape and try to blend in with the humans along the East Coast. The Institute has a synth retention bureau that hunts down escaped synthetics and brings them back by force. There are plenty of folk in the capital Wasteland who don't care for slavery in any form, so it isn't surprising that there's a secret network of people who help the android runners evade the retention bureau. The members of this underground railroad are tight-lipped about the organization, but wanderers who sniff around places with a lot of scientists are likely to find ways to help them fight the good fight. With the aid of the Underground Railroad, some synthetics have had their faces reconstructed to look like entirely different people, and at least one went so far as to erase his own memories. He left recordings of his plan scattered all over the capital Wasteland, and he might still be out there, unaware that he's a robot, living the life of an ordinary Wastelander. There could be other androids in the world too, secretly living among the humans, with no one aware of their true nature, not even themselves. No, Edna, I'm not an android. I'm just a footsore...
Howdy, partner!
Howdy, partner.
Howdy, stranger.
Remember me? Probably not. You're a guy that gets around, sees many faces. I'll try and jog your memory. My associate and I first met you a while back, and I asked you to tell us where Nuka-Cola comes from.
Oh yeah, I remember you. In fact, here's that robot cowboy I told you about.
Howdy, partner!
You jerk. You yammered on about the Wasteland for 4 hours, then disappeared and that scavenger tried to kill me. He tried to kill me over a bottle of soda. Since then, I've been tracking you down. From one end of the Mojave to the other. From Zion to the Long 15. And now you're gonna tell me everything about Nuka-Cola.
Okay, just calm down. I'll tell you all you need to know. But that is a story for right now. It's a story for right now.
I've been tracking you down, from one end of the Mojave to the other, from Zion to the Long 15, and now you're gonna tell me everything about Nuka-Cola. What is it made of? Where does it come from? Why is it so delicious and refreshing? Why can't I stop drinking it? And most importantly, why does my pee glow in the dark when I drink that blue soda? Start talking.
Glow-in-the-dark urine, halitosis, mild irritability. Yep, I've seen these symptoms before. Son, I'm afraid you got yourself addicted to Nuka-Cola Quantum. The regular Nuka-Cola is mighty habit-forming, but that Quantum is bad stuff, and you aren't the only one who's developed a hankering for it. Folk all over the Wasteland are chasing the blue fairy, as they say. Unfortunately for you, Nuka-Cola Quantum is awful hard to come by in these parts. The company that made it is based on the East Coast, just outside of DC, and Quantum was only released in local test markets. It was an extremely rare collectible even before the war, and Nuka junkies have been hunting down every last bottle for 200 years. The original Nuka-Cola formula used a secret blend of 17 fruit juices. Quantum has 18, but it ain't the pomegranate juice that gives it that glow. It's a radioactive isotope with a half-life so long that there'll be glowing outhouses all over the Wasteland for 1,000 years. Nuka-Cola always had highly addictive properties, even before they added 2 scoops of strontium. It's not just the refreshing taste that put a Nuka-Cola machine on every corner in every town on the continent. Nope, it was all thanks to the ruthless business tactics of Mr. John Caleb Bradburton, this concoction of habit-forming chemicals. Bradburton founded the company in 2044, just 30 years before the war, but by the time the bombs fell, his soda pop had become a ubiquitous part of American culture. I've heard legends that the company was so influential that they could even sponsor their own Vault-Tec vault just to experiment on how humans would fare if they had a nearly unlimited supply of Nuka-Cola. Each generation got pudgier, plumper, and more addicted than the last.
I gotta find that vault.
Good luck. A Shangri-La full of soda pop hidden in the middle of the Wasteland probably doesn't exist. Just a pipe dream that strung out Nuka junkies tell each other to help them sleep at night when they got the Nuka shakes. The best source of credible information on Nuka-Cola is a jittery young woman in the East. She built a little museum to Nuka-Cola underneath the bridge, her tiny shack crammed with every bit of memorabilia she could scavenge. Had a working refrigerator that kept her cola ice cold too, and should give you a free bottle of cool frosty pop if you politely sat through a tour of the museum. She even had a special vending machine intended to promote Quantum once it hit the mass market. It was designed to hold 30 bottles of ice-cold Nuka-Cola Quantum. It was completely empty last time I was there.
No.
She would ask anyone who wandered by to scour the Wasteland and find her enough Quantum to fill up her vending machine. Kept trying to bribe people with a recipe for making pie with Quantum soda, but I can't imagine anyone foolish enough to gather up that much soda, then just hand it over to a stranger for some pie. She could make all sorts of things using Quantum as an ingredient, but even she didn't know how to actually make Nuka-Cola Quantum.
But surely, someone knows the secret recipe for Nuka-Cola Quantum.
Nope. Closest thing to a secret formula that I ever heard about was for some unreleased clear soda that never even made it into production. Used to be a gang of neo-Canadians in Washington was trying to recover it from the offices of the Nuka-Cola plant, but I think the Nuka lurks in the factory took care of their safecracker. Sorry, kid, but if you want another bottle of Quantum, you got a long walk east ahead of you.
But what about this place? I mean, by the glow, it's shaped like a giant soda bottle, like it's mocking me.
This here is the headquarters of Sunset Sarsaparilla. They were Nuka-Cola's chief rival in the soft drink industry. Made root beer, not cola. Old Festus there can tell you about it.
Howdy, partner. Wrangle up a stool and listen to old Festus jaw a while.
Rivals, you say? Was there ever a quantum sarsaparilla?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Stupid robot. Doesn't understand anything. Say, what were you doing here? Why were you sneaking around this factory in the middle of the night?
I was telling Edna about the chem fiends who live in this area, and figured I'd grab myself some sarsaparilla and play a game of lucky horseshoes with my pal Festus.
And you're here to challenge old Festus to a game of lucky horseshoes? Say, I feel lucky.
You know more about quantum soda than you're letting on. Tell me everything about Sunset Sarsaparilla, or none of us are getting out of here alive.
I do know a little more about soda pop, but that's a story for the immediate future.
And now, this slave has proven willing to kill and die for his freedom. But how will he fare against the last man who made it all the way? Gruber! Undefeated in the hole, Gruber has yet to meet his match. Only one will walk out with their freedom. Only one will walk out alive. Go!
I'm gonna kill ya!
And there's only one left standing! Only one! Oh, my friends, what a fantastic fight!
Hey, Mr. Gruber? Mr. Gruber?
Yeah?
I just wanted you to know, well, you're the greatest pit fighter ever.
Uh-huh.
Do you want some of my Nuka-Cola? It's okay. You can have it. Well, see you around.
Hey, kid. Catch.
You know more about quantum soda than you're letting on. Tell me everything about Sunset Sarsaparilla, or none of us are getting out of here alive.
Well, old Festus here.
Howdy, partner.
He'll tell you that the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company was founded by a humble saloon keeper who wanted to create a new beverage that let the people of the West drink something other than Nuka-Cola.
Wait, why would anyone want anything besides the most delicious, refreshing, satisfying beverage ever created? It's the best.
They just did. So the saloon keeper made a deal with the mysterious stranger to brew a secret recipe that had been in the stranger's family for generations. But only if the saloon keeper would allow his mysterious benefactor to sample a bottle every now and then, just to make sure the recipe was being followed. And that's why some of their bottle caps have a little blue star on the inside.
Ugh, that's gross. Some guy took a sip out of a bottle and then put the cap back on, and they still sell it? The fine makers of Nuka-Cola Quantum would have never done that.
Yeah, Sunset Sarsapaриlla's marketing department didn't seem too bright. That story is hogwash anyway. There really are glowing blue stars on the inside of some sarsaparilla bottle caps, but no one knows why. Festus tells folk that if you collect 50 of them and bring them here, you'll get a special prize, and folk have done horrible things to get more of them. They kill and steal and betray each other, all in the name of some mysterious treasure.
But you know what the treasure is, don't you?
Yeah, I know what the treasure is, and I assure you it ain't the sort of thing you'd want to kill someone over.
Well, if those little stars on the bottle caps glow blue, then it can only mean one thing. It must be quantum sarsaparilla. Tons of it. So much you could die. Yes, Oh, yes.
Yeah. Hate to tell you, kid, but that legend has been around for over 200 years, and you wouldn't be the first person to bring old Festus 50 star caps. Even before the war, children had been hauling in handfuls of blue star caps. The prize is generally regarded as somewhat disappointing. Sorry, son, but you drank just about the only bottle of quantum soda west of the Mississippi.
You're just trying to throw me off the trail. You've got some Nuka-Cola Quantum with you right now, don't you? Don't you?
Well, not really.
You're holding something back. I can tell. You know some secret quantum recipe. Give it to me, or I'll kill us all. Don't think I won't do it.
Truth be told, I did find a few bottles of quantum in one of the super-duper marts near Megaton, but I never cared for the stuff myself. Instead of drinking it, I tried a little recipe I found out east. Mixed the Nuka-Cola Quantum with turpentine and some cleanser in an old tin can.
What did that do? Make it more refreshing? Make it more delicious?
You could say it's bursting with flavor.
Throw it over here then, nice and gentle, or you're a dead man.
You sure about that, son?
Yeah.
Hey, kid. Catch. That's the trouble with people nowadays. No loyalty. Tried to kill us over a bottle of soda. You want loyalty in the Wasteland, but the only place you're gonna find it is with the dog. And robots. And robot dogs. Yup, there are robot dogs. And cyborgs that are half robot, half dog. Even saw a thingamajig that was still part dog, part robot, and part Gatling gun. Although all the circuits and gizmos that science has to offer still can improve on nature when it comes to man's best friend. But that is a story for another day. Nights in the Mojave are filled with some of the most dangerous nocturnal predators in the Wasteland. Night Stalker packs, invisible super mutants, even blind deathclaws that can track prey on moonless nights. Here in the South Vegas ruins, the most dangerous predators aren't the wild animals. It's the domesticated ones that are cruising for a bruising. There's no such thing as a bad dog, but there are dogs with bad owners. Still, no matter how rotten their master is, dogs will always show loyalty. Even after their master has passed on, the dog will remain loyal to them, staying where they're told and waiting for their human to return. Old-timers used to say that's how the Vault Dweller met a certain canine companion, Dogmeat. That dog's previous owner had been killed by the local punks in Junktown. Dogmeat loitered around town, waiting for him to return. Pets were unheard of in the vaults, so when the Vault Dweller came upon that ornery critter, it was love at first sight. A man and his dog. The old pooch followed the Vault Dweller up and down California, from Junktown to the Boneyard, before ultimately perishing in the Mariposa base. Some pre-war chrome domes decided they'd try to improve on man's best friend by adding a bunch of cybernetic gizmos, like mechanical jaws and armor plating. Called them cyberhounds, robo-dogs, cyber-dogs. Everybody had a different name for them, but no one called them what they were: unfortunate animals caught up in mankind's wild pursuit of improving on nature. 40 years ago, the Chosen One traveled with one such cyborg dog. Some folks say there were 2 of them in the Chosen One's entourage, along with a regular dog, some half-starved stray that tagged along wherever they went, even though he was nothing but bad luck. One of those cyber dogs could actually talk. He was damn smart too, not just for a dog, smarter than the Chosen One by some accounts. I met the thing in the NCR capital after the Chosen One stopped the Enclave. K9 was happy to tell me everything that happened. He was the only one I ever heard about that could talk, though. No, he's not around anymore. He and the Chosen One's other cyborg dog were both disassembled by NCR scientists decades ago. Terrible thing about that is those cyber dogs would still be alive today if they hadn't been disassembled. Most of them were made in the back when times and don't die of old age like regular dogs. Rex here must be over 200 years old, aren't you, boy? Must have been a police dog before the war, survived on his own until the Legion found him, put this bull symbol on him. Were you in the Legion before the King found you, boy? Of course, poor thing is obviously suffering the neural degeneration that happens when you keep a brain in this biogel for too long without changing it. Cheer up, boy. Your daddy'll get you a new brain. Yes, he will. Yup, Rex has the same sort of neural degeneration as those brains in the think tank. Funny thing is that some of the stories out of the Big Empty say that those mad scientists are still making robo-dogs. Probably the only place left that still has the technology to do this kind of thing. Maybe someone will build you a nice girlfriend and you can make some cyber puppies, huh, boy? I don't know if they can really make cyber puppies. Just seemed like a nice thing to say to Rex. Now, some of those other dogs I mentioned, they say old dog meat would mount anything that moved. He must have left a litter of puppies in every town across the Wasteland. I'm sure his descendants are still out there now, tagging along with Wasteland heroes. You know, I've always wanted a hound of my own. Maybe one day I'll stumble across a stray dog that's looking for companionship and won't have a robot for a best friend anymore. There are too many heroic dogs in the Wasteland for me to document them all. I'm sure I missed 2 or even 3 dogs.
Hello, Mojave Wasteland! Bow, wow, wow. Sounds like someone finally said the magic words that activate my iBot's little subroutine.
Edna?
I heard some mysterious storyteller was roaming around out west, spinning yarns about every damn thing in the Wasteland. Except me and my radio station. Now, I know you're out there fighting a good fight, so I'll make this short. I called in a favor from some of my buddies in the Brotherhood to send this little iBot to you, along with a few pre-recorded messages from yours truly. I want to make sure you continue spreading the good word about the good fight, and you're gonna get my story straight from the dog's mouth. Ow! But, as they say, that is a story for another day. Hello, Mojave Wasteland! Bow, wow, wow. Sounds like someone finally said the magic words that activate my iBot's little subroutine. Now, before you go bombarding the great and powerful 3-Dog with questions, you gotta know, this is just a recording. I made a bunch of audio logs about things out here in the capital Wasteland and had the Brotherhood scribes upload them into Edna. You say one of the key phrases, and your reward is hearing my golden voice pour out of Edna's speakers like electric honey. Ooh la la. That is assuming this iBot actually makes it out west and isn't playing from inside some Deathclaw's stomach.
Edna, you've been keeping secrets from me. Near I thought we told each other everything. So, what are these key phrases?
I bet you're wondering what these key phrases are. Not so fast, mysterious storyteller. You're gonna have to earn it, and I don't mean caps. You gotta spread the word about the good fight. So you're gonna drag this iBot around with you, telling tales about the capital Wasteland, until you say one of my key phrases. Then you get to hear, da 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 da, the secret gospel of 3-Dog. Ow! But I'll give you a hint. One of the magic words is the name of my radio station.
Oh, well, that's an easy one. Galactic Records. No, wait, that's not it. Galaxy News Radio.
Welcome back, children. You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, the heart and soul of the Capitol. For over 10 years. I never thought I'd make it this long without being eaten by a super mutant. I've been running around the station for so long that most people just take it for granted that they hear good old Three Dog anytime they tune in. Hey everybody, this is Three Dog. But running a massive media empire in post-apocalyptia isn't as easy as I make it look. This station was off the air for 200 years before I found the place. Most of this equipment rolled off the assembly line back when Dean Domino was still an up-and-coming crooner. I didn't do it all by myself, though. I got a good engineer, Margaret. Well, she's waving now. She don't like coming on the air. And I made sure that those technophiles in the Brotherhood of Steel owed me some favors. They helped keep the signal flowing and keep the Frankensteins from overrunning the place. Ooh! Plenty of cats rig up a little broadcast tower and fill the airwaves around their house with whatever they got lying around. But I wanted GNR to be something that would astound the Wasteland. Something that would change this hellhole for the better. So I got the Brotherhood to set up a signal transmitter on the tallest thing still standing in Washington, D.C. And now everyone for miles can hear the truth about what's going down in this town. The station is called Galaxy News Radio for a reason. I spin music and run those daring Dashwood adventures, but the real reason I'm here is to spread the word about the good fight. And those little moments when the people of the Wasteland stand up to the super mutants, slavers, the Enclave, giant fire-breathing ants, and whatever new horror crawled out of the metro today. Wah, wah. Sorry I'm bumming you out, but it's usually bad news on this side of the country. Of course you know all about that, don't you, Storyteller? You really should tell me how you managed to travel from coast to coast so quickly.
Well, I don't like talking about myself very much, but it would make for an interesting story. You see, I forgot you can't hear me.
If you just tried talking into your iBot, consult your doctor. You may be suffering from a severe case of loneliness. GNR will be back with traffic and weather right after these words from our sponsor. Ow! Oops, I've just been informed that iBots don't have commercial breaks. So go stare at a billboard for a while. And yes, that is a hint for your next key phrase.
And I've been wandering around saying random words to Edna ever since, trying to find the next key phrase to activate another one of Three Dog's audio logs. So, what's your story?
My story's a long one, friend, and I can't say as it's all that interesting.
Looks like I'll have to rely on Three Dog for conversation. All I know is that the key phrase had something to do with billboards or advertisements. But no one's been making billboards for anything in 200 years. America doesn't need catchy slogans and slick marketing campaigns anymore. No more handsome men in clean suits telling America what to buy and what to think. And, I think I got it. How about rebuilding America's future today?
My fellow Americans, do you dream of the time when baseball fields stretched from sea to shining sea, all the way across this great nation? Do you remember those halcyon days when majestic herds of apple pies roamed the land and frolicked in amber waves of grain? Well, America, as your president, John Henry Eden.
Fooled ya. You're listening to Three Dog. Ow! Bow wow on Galaxy News Radio, the #1 radio station in the greater metropolitan area. Actually, the only radio station in most of Washington, D.C. these days. Except for people who live near that old lady with the violin. Wah, wah, wah. But that wasn't always the case. A few years ago, you couldn't throw a rock in Maryland without hitting an Eyebot, blasting Enclave propaganda. When I started GNR 10 years ago, the worst problem that the Capital Wasteland had was those super mutants dragging folks off to do who knows what to them. And those little floating bots showed up, broadcasting that Enclave signal. Some square claiming he's the prez, and saying that everything is fine. All we gotta do is trust the nice men with the flamethrowers, and everything will be all peachy again, like in the old days. A lot of people around here wanted to believe that. Cover themselves in a warm, comforting blanket of crap. So the all-knowing Three Dog had to break the news to him that the Enclave was a pack of crooks and liars. Now, I'm not going to claim to be the savior of the Capital Wasteland. The title belongs to someone else. I can't turn a squad of Enclave Hellfire troopers to dust with a Wazer rifle, like some people. But I will say GNR kept up the good fight when the Wasteland needed it most. But then again, the Enclave wasn't the only thing from the West that smelled like Brahmin shit. And yes, Brahmin shit is a hint for your next keyword. Good luck, storyteller. Now, children, it's time for some music. Here's Roy Brown with a favorite of mine, Mighty, Mighty Man. Ow!
Great. Now I gotta walk around the Mojave asking everyone, what smells like Brahmin shit around here?
You're dead. I'm a mighty, mighty man. I'm young and I'm in my prime. Yes!
What smells like Brahmin shit around here?
Yes, I'm a real young man. Brand new 25.
What smells like Brahmin shit around here?
Brand new 25.
Who the hell are you? No!
Actually, this place does smell like Brahmin dung. These cons must be using the fumes to make jet.
Because one audio log ain't enough, and 2 is too few, I made 3 logs. Oh! Well, I know that you cowboys out west love your jet, and I figured you'd say that word pretty quick. So let me tell you a story about my rebellious youth. Oh, that's right. I used to be a wild little 3-pup before I became a respectable newsman and the voice of the radio-free wasteland. Some people think I'm a mutant wolfman or a pre-war AI in a shiny mainframe computer spinning oldies from my hard disk. But the great and powerful Three Dog is a real person. Had a mom and dad and all that wholesome crap. They fought the good fight in their own way. Performed live theater, traveled from town to town, and spread the word about life in the wasteland. And that style of storytelling wasn't for me. I like to keep my audience at a distance, and with a few inches of reinforced steel between us. That was back when the Brotherhood of Steel had just arrived in the Capital Wasteland. A few of the crazier trade caravans from the West followed them here, and the jet dealers were hot on their heels. They say if you remember those days, you weren't there. And old Three Dog was definitely there. Ow! I think. Look, I'm no paragon of virtue. Before I found GNR, I roamed the Capital Wasteland looking for my true calling inside a jet pipe. I'm not proud of it. But I saw some amazing things when I was out there, on my tweaked-up vision quest. I met a super mutant who gave me the clothes right off his back and offered me the moon. I saw the hot rods of the gods play chicken in the night sky. And I swear, I had a long conversation with a tree that had a little guy growing out of it.
Actually, he's a guy with a tree growing out of...
All that might have been the jet talking. But when I cleaned up, I knew the world was worth fighting for.
Time to die!
And I knew exactly how I was gonna fight that fight. Not guns, not bombs, the truth. Even when it hurts. You see, Storyteller? You and I ain't so different. One of us clearly has a better sense of style. But that's beside the point. We both know stories are important. They can be a powerful tool in fighting a good fight. So I guess what I'm saying is, keep on trucking, Storyteller. This has been 3 Dog from Galaxy News Radio signing off. But before I go, here's an oldie from the Ink Spots for you. Maybe you've heard this one before, or maybe you haven't. But it's time to dust off this classic and take it for a spin.
Well, that was interesting. Come on, Edna. If that is your real name. We've got a wasteland to explore. All right, Edna. Just like we practiced. Edna, begin recording. It took me years to find this place. A lifetime of research and story gathering. The historians in the New California Republic say that the NCR started at Shady Sands when Aradesh decided to unite the surrounding towns. But the real spark of civilization came out of this cave a little west of Shady Sands. The cave itself is nothing special. Even people searching for the place will walk right past. But further back, out of sight, is the entrance to one of Vault-Tec's vaults from Project Safe House. Had to be somebody's idea of a joke. Vault 13. Unlucky for the folk who piled in there in 2077. They're supposed to be in there for 10 years. But got stuck for 160. Then again, their bad luck was good for the rest of the Wasteland. If they hadn't been in here making little vault dwellers for 80 years, then their descendant couldn't have saved the Wasteland in 2161. And another of their descendants couldn't have saved it again back in 41. I'd have been killed by the Enclave, and you'd probably still be a pile of spare parts somewhere, Edna. Each of the vaults was designed to stay shut for a certain period of time, and this one was supposed to remain sealed until they received a signal from the Enclave. That took about 160 years, but long before the Enclave arrived, this vault ran into another kind of trouble. The computer chip that controlled their water purification systems began to break down. Like the other vaults, this one was run by an overseer, a fella named Kankennon. Now, Kankennon was put in a pickle when that water chip began to malfunction. It would be years before it stopped working altogether, but he didn't want to wait until the last minute before taking action. His goal as overseer was to keep his people safe and free from any outside contaminants, but had to send someone out into the wasteland to look for a new water chip. But who? From the limited population of the vault, he had to choose someone competent, but also expendable. There were a few potential candidates, but the overseer decided to send a man named Tallius out on this secret mission. Tallius wasn't all that special. According to his personnel record in the vault, he was a bit on the slow side, but he compensated for that by gobbling up the vault's supply of mentats. Once he had a few smart pills in him, Tallius would get all talky and pretentious. Maybe the overseer sent him out just so they wouldn't have to hear him make the yakety yak yak all the time. He searched for a replacement chip throughout the region that would one day become the NCR. While he talked the ears off anyone who would listen along the way. Eventually, he discovered the Ghoul city of Necropolis, which was built on top of another vault. He would have been able to find a new water chip there, but he ran into some super mutant Nightkin that had been sent to Necropolis. As a pure strain human fresh out of a vault, Tallius was of particular interest to the super mutant master. The master believed that humans with no taint of radiation would make the best stock for his mutant army. Tallius was taken to the Mariposa base and dipped in the forced evolutionary virus. But that virus is like a genetic crapshoot, and poor Tallius rolled snake eyes. Didn't get the enhanced strength of a super mutant or cool psyker powers. He came out of the vats looking like a ghoul. Even he doesn't fully remember what happened after that. The master's henchmen left him wherever they dumped his failed experiments. The do-gooders and the followers of the apocalypse eventually found him and brought him to their library in the boneyard. He was still there last I heard of him, still yammering away with his $2 words at anyone who would pay attention to him. A few years after Tallius left the vault, that water chip finally gave up the ghost. It left the vault with just a 3-month supply of drinking water, and it meant that Caravan would have to choose another vault dweller to go out into the Wasteland. But that is... Well, the Overseer's records do mention one other scout who was sent out after Tallius, but before the Vault Dweller. All we know about this pile of bones is that they were once a man named Ed. Ed was chosen by the Overseer, a paragon who had no peer, a champion who'd never lost a fight. Well, old Ed walked out of Vault 13 with extra ammo and a full canteen. To the west, he could see a natural light. Ed left the cave, but to his surprise, the sun burned his skin and blinded his eyes. He stumbled back to Vault 13's outer door. He discovered he wasn't alone. The giant rats ate him right down to the bone, and his remains stayed there on the cold stone floor. No one knows what became of old Ed. They assumed he was stone cold dead. Years later, Deathclaws came and dragged his bones away. Next to leave would be the old Vault Dweller, a tale known well to this storyteller, but that is a story for another day. The new California Republic doesn't like when people go looking for Vault 13, birthplace of their savior and all. The exact location is a secret, which is probably for the best. Otherwise, there'd be looky-loos from all over the NCR crawling around in here, grabbing up souvenirs from their little trip to the Down Under in a real live vault. The place has seen better days. Deathclaws aren't the best of housekeepers, but Vault-Tec built these things to last. This machine was the water purifier for Vault 13, but it distilled destiny. Started to malfunction sometime in the 2150s. The Overseer sent out a couple of scouts to find a replacement. Neither of them came back. Eventually, the chip broke down altogether, left the vault with only 3 months of drinking water. So the Overseer had to choose yet another Vault Dweller to go out in search of a new chip. Someone with the right combination of competence and expendability. The Overseer, Caravan, still didn't know what the world was like outside the vault. He had been born in here, and the youngsters were 3rd and 4th generation Vault Dwellers. Not one of them had ever set foot outside in their entire lives. To these Vault Dwellers, the surface world was a complete mystery. If civilization had rebuilt itself in the 80 years since the Great War, then perhaps they could simply send a diplomat who could negotiate for fresh water or con the surface dwellers into giving them a replacement water chip. According to the Overseer's files, Albert Cole was one such smooth operator. Albert was the fast-talking leader of a splinter faction within the vault, people who wanted to leave Vault 13 and live free of the Overseer's rule. He was persuasive enough that he might have been able to lead an insurrection against the autocracy of the Overseer. Sending him out in search of the chip would at least get rid of him for a while. If he never came back, well, I would certainly convince Albert's followers that leaving the vault wasn't in their interest. But Jacarin knew that the world was probably a harsh and violent place, and sending one lawyer out to haggle for a water chip might not be as effective as sending a thief who could just steal the damn thing from some other vault. Natalia Dubrovsky was just such a person. She was the grandchild of a Russian diplomat who worked at the Soviet consulate, the Boneyard, back when it was called Los Angeles. Liberty Prime always used to say that the only good commie was a dead commie. Natalia must have inherited her grandpappy's questionable sense of morality. When she was a child, anytime something went missing, it would always turn up stashed near Natalia's room. Eventually things would just disappear entirely, and no one could ever prove that she'd taken them. Her disciplinary record in the Vault database was mysteriously clean, as though someone hacked into the mainframe and deleted any mention of her misdeeds. Locked doors in the supply depot would mysteriously open themselves, and even the booby traps that Vault security set up outside the Overseer's office would somehow disarm themselves. No one ever saw Natalia doing these things, but Jacarin remembered Natalia's childhood mischief and knew who the likely culprit was. It was only a matter of time before Natalia managed to sneak out of the vault anyway, so why not send her out to find the chip? Of course, brute force is often the most effective option in the Wasteland. Why pussyfoot around when you can just shoot a mini-nuke at your troubles? The vault had one fellow with a knack for taking the simple approach to life's obstacles. Max Stone was the biggest and dumbest person in Vault 13. According to the medical records, he had been dropped on his head as a child and never fully developed mentally. But what he lacked in brains, he more than made up for in strength and persistence. Whatever dangers he might encounter in the Wasteland, he'd be able to just shoot or smash his way through. Strong, resilient, happy to follow orders, he was a natural soldier.
Me shoulder.
But in the end, the Overseer didn't have the sand to make the choice himself. He made all of the candidates draw straws and sent the lucky winner out into the Wasteland alone. But the Vault Dweller wasn't alone for long. Made a few friends between here and the Boneyard. Some of them stayed by the Vault Dweller's side right to the end. And a couple of them didn't make it. But that is a story for another day. When the Vault Dweller walked out of this cave, it was the first time their eyes had seen natural light. They'd never even met anyone who'd set foot outside the vault. All they knew was that somewhere to the east was another vault, that there might be a functioning water chip there. Between here and Vault 15 was a little town called Shady Sands. It was probably the Vault Dweller's first contact with anyone from the outside, and it was where they met their first true friend, Ian. Before he ended up in Shady Sands, Ian worked as a guard for the Crimson Caravan. In those days, there was no NCR around here to keep the law. No law at all once you were outside of town. Every man just lived by his own creed. Ian believed in an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. He always paid his debts. He never shot a man in the back, on purpose. But others in the Wasteland lived by a different code, a more predatory view of human interaction. They became raiders and preyed on the trading caravans. In these parts, the worst of them were the jackals. The Vipers. And the Cons. Although he was very enthusiastic about the job, his career as a guard came to an abrupt end due to a gunshot injury. Ian was spared the usual fate of a wounded man left alone in the Wasteland. The good folk of Shady Sands found him and treated his wounds. He stayed on with them to repay the debt. He protected the town from raiders and the occasional rad scorpion. When the Vault Dweller passed through Shady Sands a couple of years later, Ian joined their search for a water chip. Not because he sensed it was destiny, or that the fate of the whole wasteland was at stake. He just wanted to earn a few caps. But Ian stuck with the Vault Dweller through many events that seemed too dangerous for the money. The two were more than just a mercenary and his employer. They had become friends, which made the events of Necropolis all the more tragic. The Vault Dweller's own memoirs say that Ian died in Necropolis, sacrificed himself so that his companions could survive the fight against the super mutants. Although witness accounts of that event do conflict somewhat. But I like to think that Ian died valiantly and carried his weight on the team despite his troubles with marksmanship. Yup, we best be moving on. Folk around here aren't friendly to anyone in power armor. Probably shouldn't have come this deep into NCR territory, but I couldn't resist the chance to grab an authentic Vault 13 canteen.
Don't move. You're illegally prospecting on restricted NCR property. Stay on the ground and keep your hands visible.
I was not scavenging. Okay, maybe I was scavenging. There are 40 of these in a big box.
So you're a liar and a thief. You want to know what we do to thieves in these parts?
Well, in the back when times, thieving could have been met with a variety of punishments. Thieves have always existed in all cultures. The consequences for stealing are often severe. Generally, stealing is considered immoral. Morality is an explanation of how the world ought to be, and comes from the Latin word moralis, which refers to rules or laws for what is right or wrong.
Wait, what?
There are, however, rational explanations for why people steal. Perhaps the establishment, the government, or the justice system is weak, or the social order is in chaos due to war or catastrophe. I submit to you, gentlemen, Exhibit A, the wasteland and the apocalypse that caused it. Such situations change our general perception of right and wrong, leading to the abandonment of law and order.
Dude, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I'm about 1 second away from putting a bullet through that pretty power armor of yours.
Stand down. He has that weird eyebot with him, and he's wearing that weird power armor. I think this is the guy that Ranger Tanner's looking for.
Didn't know I was famous. Of course, you Rangers make it your business to know who's who in the wasteland.
You, shut up.
I think you might be right. You're coming with us.
Well, it doesn't look like I have much of a choice. Come on, Edna. We'll be fine. The NCR doesn't allow the torture of prisoners. So they say anyway. The NCR calls you boys Rangers, but did you know you aren't the first ones to use that title? Rangers were an old world idea, but that is a story for...
Shut up!
And the Ranger Unification Treaty allowed the Desert Rangers and you NCR Rangers to play nice with each other. If you ever visit New Vegas, you can see the monument to the treaty in the Mojave Outpost on Interstate 15.
This guy is literally incapable of shutting his mouth.
It's like he doesn't even care that we're barely listening to him. Who is he talking to?
But the Desert Rangers played a role in the NCR's beginnings, back when the city was still called Shady Sands.
Oh, when can I shoot this guy?
Wait, Tanner wants to speak to him first.
You see, the Vault Dweller traveled with a fellow named Tycho, who was a Desert Ranger who headed west. Met the Vault Dweller in Junktown, about the same time that they adopted that little dog. By the time the Vault Dweller ended up in the Boneyard, it amassed quite the little gang of misfits.
I don't care what Tanner says. I'm getting the mini-nuke.
Aw, don't go. I haven't told you about Katya yet.
Going somewhere, Ranger?
Sorry, ma'am. Just, interrogating the prisoner.
That's my job.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You can both wait outside now.
Are you sure? I heard you once battled a dozen legionaries with nothing but a laser rifle and survived.
Actually, I prefer to use a tri-beam laser rifle.
Ma'am, I think he's more dangerous than he lets on.
That's fine, because I'm exactly as dangerous as I let on. You can go. I'm Helen Tanner, NCR Rangers.
Name and rank withheld as per Brotherhood protocol when captured by hostile savages.
Didn't ask. The NCR already knows all about you. And we have a proposition. You're a data procurement specialist, travel the Wasteland documenting everything you can.
I do get around.
And you somehow learned the location of Vault 13 and just strolled on in, thinking we wouldn't notice? Illegal prospecting at Vault 13 is a serious offense. My men were ready to drop a mini nuke on you back there.
And yet they're waiting outside on your orders.
I'm ready to offer you a pardon for all criminal acts committed in NCR territory, and for any war crimes you may have been party to during the NCR Brotherhood War.
That's mighty generous.
That's if you agree to help the NCR recover an item that went missing. We need someone who's been east of Legion territory. We tracked this item into the Big Empty, and then through New Vegas. Sometime last night it crossed the Colorado River into Legion territory. We think it'll keep heading east until it reaches the coast. Maybe the Commonwealth, or the capital Wasteland. You've been there and back. You help me find it, and we're square.
And if I don't feel like taking a stroll through Legion territory?
Then you'll stand trial for being a Brotherhood spy who infiltrated one of the most well-kept secrets in the Republic, and end up in front of a firing squad. Or I can just empty my Sequoia into your head right now.
You know, they named those revolvers after a kind of tree that used to grow in California. Their trunks were so thick they could stop a highwayman.
My ancestors came out of Vault 15. There's not a damned thing you can tell me about California that I don't already know. Now, you want this deal or not?
I bet the second president of the NCR told me a few things you don't know about your republic.
That's Brahmin shit. I suppose you're gonna tell me you met the Vault Dweller in person next.
Nope. The Vault Dweller disappeared before I was born. President Tandy, on the other hand, she was about 100 years old when I met her, and that was 40 years ago. But she was still sharp enough to tell me all about the Vault Dweller's adventure in Shady Sands.
Every kid in the NCR knows that story. 2161, years before she became president. But she was already a tactical genius when she was just a teenager. She led the Vault Dweller and the Shady Sands militia against the Khans and the other raider tribes. Her leadership and strategy allowed them to clear out the savages and pave the way for the Republic and civilization. Now, quit stalling.
If that's what you believe. What she told me is that she was a naive, bored young girl back then, and she got kidnapped by the Khans. So, the Vault Dweller and a man called Ian had come to rescue her.
Wait, so you're telling me the greatest political mind of the last 2 centuries was some damsel in distress?
By her own admission. She also used to tip over sleeping Brahmin when she got bored. Once your face is on money, the folk tales you star in take on a life of their own. You want the real history of the Wasteland? Find an old-timer who heard the story in their youth. Even First Ranger Seth started as a mere militia chief fighting rad scorpions.
They're fueling my vertibird now. Soon as it's ready, I'm heading to Vegas. With or without you.
The man who founded the new California Republic Rangers, who are quieter than a shadow and more ferocious than a deathclaw, started as a village guard dealing with bugs.
Making me angry isn't going to change the terms of the deal. It's just going to make me forget about the firing squad, drop a couple of pulse grenades, and settle your hash right here.
You must be real quick if you can do that before I have a chance to counter that move.
Lucky for me, I am that fast. But this isn't the only pulse grenade around here. My men put a few inside that little iBot of yours.
Edna has nothing to do with this.
This negotiation goes sour, we fry your iBot's data. Its automated personality matrix, it's...
Her automated personality matrix.
You Brotherhood technophiles. You think of that thing as your pet, don't you?
Something like that.
So take the deal and help us stick it to the Legion, or we will kill you and your pet hubcap. This item we're tracking has a head start on us. I'm heading out now. Yes or no? Can't fly east of the Hoover Dam without alerting the Legion, but we can take the Vertibird to Camp McCarran in Nevada. After that, we travel by land.
I don't take another step until I know Edna is safe.
Rick?
Yeah?
Let the flying toaster go.
Yeah, Daddy missed you too, Edna.
Yuck.
Now we can go.
The East Coast is 3,000 miles away.
Yup.
I don't want you yapping the whole way.
Understood.
No long-winded stories about the first person who baked fancy lad snack cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Anything comes out of your mouth better be 100% relevant to the mission.
Roger. Although fancy lads aren't actually baked. They congeal at room temperature into a cake-like substance.
Can somebody get a gag on this guy?
I've bumped into more than a few of their billboards in my day. The slogan claims, "A big delight, every bite," and a blue label proudly announces to the world these spongy snack cakes. In the summer of 2076, they switched back from high fructose corn syrup and carob extract to cane sugar and cocoa powder.
You say something? I switched off my headset 3 hours ago.
I just recited the complete text of Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor verbatim, including the lost chapters about Gizmo's hidden treasure.
You've been talking about cupcakes since we left California.
So you were listening.
And there's no hidden treasure in Junktown? It's never been anything more than a pile of rusted slag thrown together by, what's his name? Dark Fists, Dark Blood.
Darkwater. He was a soldier before the Great War.
Damn. People gave their kids stupid names in those days.
Darkwater figured that instead of rebuilding the ruins of an existing city, he'd build his own town from scratch, just like in the pioneer times. He organized other survivors and used broken down cars and trucks to make a barricade, and then made a whole town inside those walls. He kept the peace in the years following the war. His son eventually took over the role of mayor. By 2161, Darkwater's grandson, Killian, was in charge of the town. They got their share of travelers and traders because the place was halfway between Shady Sands and the Boneyard. Folk could get a drink, enjoy games of chance, and find some companionship.
Spare me your euphemisms. They had a whorehouse, a bar that poured rot gut, and a rigged casino, just like half the towns in the Wasteland back then. And none of that's changed outside of NCR territory. This thing we're looking for was last seen in Cottonwood Cove.
We'll have to head northeast, I-15.
Cottonwood Cove is southeast. Might pick up their tracks on the other side of the Colorado River.
Whoever's carrying your item will eventually have to use Route 70. That means they'll head north toward Zion Park. Roads and bridges were clear on I-15 right up to Route 70 last time I was there.
If we hoof it, we might be able to catch them on the far side of the Devil's Throat.
That's up by Bitter Springs.
I don't need to hear any stories about Bitter Springs. This thing's got a head start on us. Let's move.
I won't even bother telling you to keep quiet this time. Something tells me you're not finished yapping about.
Junktown was the Vault Dwellers' first moral dilemma. The people in Shady Sands were all unified, but Junktown had two factions vying for control of the city. Killian Darkwater was the mayor and sheriff. He kept the riffraff under control for the most part.
Oh, we got tons to do. The Scum Pit's on the east side by the entrance. Great drinking place. Gizmo's is near there. I owe you. Thanks, friend.
But all that law and order didn't sit well with a fella named Gizmo. He ran a casino.
I know who Gizmo was. Tycho. The Desert Ranger left notes behind about his time with the Vault Dweller.
Gizmo kept trying to get rid of Killian Darkwater, but Killian couldn't prove it, so he hired the Vault Dweller to investigate Gizmo's casino and collect evidence, just like in those pre-war detective novels.
Taking a stand for law and order was what made Tycho join up with the Vault Dweller. He wanted to clean up that town and move on, do some good around the rest of the Wasteland. Once they got the goods on Gizmo, they took him down, never looked back. Tell that thing to quit beeping at me.
She wants to know if you'll be friends.
How do you say go to hell in robot?
Like that. Anyway, as I was saying, Gizmo wasn't the only trouble in Junktown, or even the worst. The Skulls gang terrorized the local barkeep. Drunks used the working girls at the crash house as punching bags, and the local sawbones. Well, Doc Morbid specialized in any operation that ends with ectomy, and he never let anything go to waste.
You telling me the people of Junktown were cannibals?
Nope. Doc Morbid had a little export business. Sent his spare parts to a fellow who sold iguana meat in the next town over.
Savages. What town was that?
Just the biggest city in the Wasteland, the hub. The Vault Dweller went there after Junktown, but not for the iguana bits. What happened there finally put him on the right path to finding a water chip for Vault 13. I heard the tale from someone who lived in the hub at the time, and he swears he saw it all happen firsthand. But that is a story for...
You really need to stop saying that. So after that, the Vault Dweller from Vault 13 went to the hub, and there they met a guy with a tree growing out of his head. Sounds a little far-fetched to me, Storyteller.
Well, it wasn't a tree back then. Looked more like a little seed pod, but it wasn't a plant at all. Harold was one of the first to be exposed to the forced evolutionary virus, and ended up looking like a ghoul with an eccentric taste in headwear. Harold was born before the Great War and survived in a vault, a nice one by Vault-Tec standards. He got out of the place about a dozen years after the war and took well to the New World. Eventually made his way to the hub and worked the caravans. After the war, water became the most precious resource in the Wasteland. Fallout clouded the riverbeds and lakes, and people learned that drinking the rainwater was just a slow death.
Don't lecture me about finding fresh water, you tin horn. The hub was built on top of an oasis. The groundwater was deep enough that the radioactive particles were filtered out by the soil and rock. Your friend with a tree in his head worked for the water merchants, right?
Nope. This was before the water merchants and the Great Merchant Wars, back when the hub was just a little camp run by a man named Angus out of the ruins of Barstow. Harold and some other traders ran caravans to nearby places like Junktown and the Angel's Boneyard. The town prospered, but their caravans kept getting attacked by mutated animals, so Harold got together a team of prominent hub citizens and went up north to see what was what. Harold was the only one that returned. Told me the names of the others once. Mark, Francine, Richard. All of them met some unfortunate end.
I think your little robot is pretending to have feelings again.
Harold probably got the worst of it. After he mutated, he ended up living as a beggar, watching the city he helped create flourish all around him. The hub became so prosperous that someone killed off Angus to take control of it, and the merchants and traders fought over the water for years afterwards. The Vault Dweller and their associates arrived 30 years after all of that. By then, the city had a central council, a sheriff, a library, and the water merchants had an undisputed claim on the oasis. They even brought the idea of money back to the Wasteland. Ever wonder why people use bottle caps as currency in some places?
Too lazy to make a printing press?
Started with what they used to call hub script. At first, the water merchants would barter for their water, but over time, instead of using bottles of water for currency, they just used bottle caps to represent the value of the water. That way, merchants didn't have to carry around hundreds of gallons of water when trading valuable commodities.
The NCR has been using banknotes for most of my life. A few shops still used caps when I was a kid. Used to save up a couple to buy energy cells and make my giddy-up buttercup run around the living room. Quit jawing and get moving. I want to reach the north shore of Lake Mead before sundown.
Well, the Vault Dweller had never seen caps before they left the vault. The Overseer didn't, or couldn't, provide them with valuables to barter with. When they arrived in the hub, they had earned a few caps at Shady Sands and Junktown, but it wasn't enough to send a shipment of water way up north to the vault. The water merchants were willing to ship the water. They were hardly the types to do charity work. The Vault Dweller didn't have enough to pay, so they had to take jobs guarding caravans out of the hub. Guided a shipment from the Crimson Caravan to the Boneyard and made a new friend, Katya. She was a scavenger who didn't even realize that she was in the presence of greatness. She just saw an excuse to get out of Los Angeles.
Damn it, you think I don't know who she was?
I don't believe Edna's heard that one yet. The five of them protected caravans all over the Wasteland. The Vault Dweller came to be known throughout the hub as a person who got things done. Earned a few caps clearing out a network of underground crime in the hub, did the good deed of chasing off nearby raiders, and engaged in some general mischief with the local thieves guild. The team made short work of anyone foolish enough to tangle with them. Want to camp here for the night?
Can't spare the time. This thing's too far ahead of us. We'll rest once we're past the Devil's Throat.
Wasn't long before they had enough money to pay off the water merchants. But even with the extra water from the hub, Vault 13 wouldn't last another year without a new water chip. The hub held more adventures and mysteries than the Vault Dweller had time to explore, and some didn't seem worth the trouble to investigate.
Like that church, the Vault Dweller must have walked right past the children dozens of times and never realized what they were.
Once the vault had a few more months of water, it was time to head on to a nearby town that had a vault beneath it. Seemed like the best chance to find a new water chip. Used to be known as Bakersfield, but by 2161 it had acquired a new name. The Vault Dweller had learned a lot about the Wasteland at the hub and was ready to handle anything humanity had to throw at him. What they encountered in the place that used to be Bakersfield was no longer human. But that
is a story for another day.
Edna sees something up ahead.
Feral ghouls. 7 of them, heading this way. You take the one on the left. You gonna get that?
Sure you're not done showing off? Or did you only bring 6 cartridges?
I'll let you handle this one. Unless that fancy tri-beam ran out of batteries.
I can handle a feral ghoul with my bare hands.
And 50 pounds of power armor.
Did I ever tell you about that time Edna and I beat up the entire Legion?
I assume Edna took out most of them?
She's meaner than she looks. Killed all the Legion mongrels before they knew what hit them.
You can step on it now. I guess. I always feel sorry for the ferals. Go crazy, and the only cure is 45 caliber brain surgery.
It's rough, even before they go feral. Little perks like living forever don't make up for the rest of it. Some of the first ghouls are still alive today. Been like that for 200 years and haven't gone feral yet. They all wonder if their clock is ticking. Makes them a little cranky. The Vault Dweller ran into a few of the grouchy ones back in 2162. Necropolis. It was called Bakersfield before the war, Not a big town, but big enough to get its own vault. Although Vault 12 was actually one of Vault-Tec's little pranks. It was designed to keep its inhabitants alive through a nuclear war and filter out most of the radiation afterwards.
Most? You think Vault-Tec planted that as some experiment?
Wouldn't put it past them. Might have wanted to see how a select gene pool reacts to radiation. Or maybe they just thought it'd be funny to make a city full of zombies and see how the rest of society would respond. Even 80 years after the war, people still thought they were ghosts or reanimated corpses.
Folk were mighty superstitious back then.
Now we know that there's a rational scientific explanation for ghouls, even if the Poindexters can't agree on what it is. Radiation, genetics, the forced evolutionary virus. A little of all three? When the Vault Dweller came to Necropolis looking for a water chip, the ghouls weren't concerned with existential inquiries like, why are we here? They were concerned about a group of mysterious mutants that had arrived in town, shot a whole lot of them up, and took over the place.
The first generation of super mutants.
And their unseen master. Last NCR outpost in Nevada. Sure you don't want to rest?
Gotta keep moving. Want to be at the Devil's Throat before sunrise.
Aren't you worried I'll kill you in your sleep if we make camp out in the wilds?
Nope. You promised me you'd help catch this thing I'm chasing. You seem to be like a man of your word.
I could have killed you back there when you were reloading your Sequoia.
And you didn't.
So we trust each other now.
Yep.
My rifle feels a little light.
I put a drained microfusion cell in it back in California. Figured you wouldn't feel the difference with your power armor on.
They all drained, or just that one?
We'll find out if 7 Deathclaws show up.
Wasn't much trust between those mutants and the citizens of Necropolis either. The mutants had come hoping to find a sealed vault with a pure gene pool for their master's experiments. And the ghouls, they just wanted to be left alone. Their leader, Set, wasn't happy. Hard to be when the mutants kill off a lot of your people and then force you to serve them as a watchdog, looking out for normies to abduct. See, the super mutants thought they would find an untouched vault full of those, but only faced ghouls. Set was happy to use the Vault Dweller as cannon fodder against the super mutants, to get his revenge and freedom. But he was a bastard, as his son Typhon put it, and was not looking for an equitable exchange. Fortunately, there were some kindlier souls living beneath Necropolis. They helped the Vault Dweller find a way to take the chip and still keep the water flowing in Necropolis. Only problem was, they had to go through the mutant garrison on top of the vault.
I guess even the Vault Dweller wasn't prepared for a squad of giant mutants.
Their memoir didn't go into details about what happened during the fight. Had to be at least half a dozen mutants with pre-war military weapons.
Would have near impossible to get through a fight like that without losing someone.
Ian's sacrifice made sure that they got that damned water chip. Even cleared out the mutants long enough for some of the ghouls to get out of Necropolis. Then his friends brought the chip back to Vault 13, and... oh, no. Things only got worse after that. The Devil's Throat. On the other side is a little road that heads north to I-15. Shaves a few miles off the trip. If we're lucky, we'll be able to catch up to your quarry before they reach Route 70.
I used to look out at this godforsaken hole and think it was the end of the world.
If there's anything I learned from the Vault Dweller's quest for the water chip, is that the Wasteland is a much bigger place than it seems. And so the Vault Dweller and their surviving companions returned to Vault 13 with the water chip, and it worked just fine. Apparently, this new chip would work at least another 80 years. It looked like the day had been saved.
Never that easy.
Nope. Vault 13's records say that the Overseer determined that those super mutants from Necropolis were too distinct from humanity to be a random mutation. Someone had to be making them, giving evolution a little nudge in the right direction, mass-producing new species. So the Overseer sent the Vault Dweller back out into the Wasteland to stop a whole army of mutants. To do that, they would need more help than Tycho, Katya, and that dog. Back then, there was no hint of your republic. Not a single organization in the world that could stand against the mutant army except...
The followers of the apocalypse?
No. The Brotherhood of Steel. Seems that the big savior of the new California Republic was actually a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. You got a museum where the Vault Dweller's power armor is up on display for all the little NCR tykes to see?
Only reason the Vault Dweller joined you, Tin Men, was because the Rangers didn't exist yet. Hold up. They've been dead for almost a day. I don't recognize their armor. Some sort of tribal, maybe.
Luddites. Their kind operates north of Legion territory from Arizona through Missouri.
The thing we're chasing could have done this. Stole the clothes to blend in with the locals. Clever.
The thing we're chasing? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that we're tracking someone headed east. They're moving a lot faster than we are, and now they're probably dressed like one of these Luddites. Luddite? That's an old-timey word from back when. People that hated science? Kind of the opposite of the Brotherhood way of thinking.
We do enjoy our ray guns.
And back when the Vault Dweller was looking for help with the super mutants, you turned them away because you love your toys more than people.
Back then, the Brotherhood were isolationists. They only dealt with the outside world when trading their guns for food.
Weren't the friendly sort, like you are now? They sent the Vault Dweller on some sort of suicide mission, right?
The Brotherhood guards would send the rubes on a quest to prove their worth. Told them to go down to Dayglow and return with a pre-war artifact.
Dayglow wasn't a thriving member of the Republic back then. Just a radioactive hole in the ground.
You want to tell this part? Because it sounds like you think you know Brotherhood history better than me.
All right, let's hear your propaganda.
Most folk didn't want to trek all the way down to the Glow. The ones that did found the place full of more rads than a body can handle. So no one ever actually completed this little quixotic endeavor.
Until the Vault Dweller showed up carrying a load of shiny pre-war toys. And you nerds couldn't resist. Must have been like Maxon's birthday.
Something like that. The gadgets that the Vault Dweller found deep within the Glow were impressive, but the real treasure was information. A holotape that helped the Brotherhood learn the fate of a lost expedition that never returned from the Glow, of men who broke away from the Founders' Column in 2077 to seek lost technologies and recover them for the benefit of all. Despite what they teach you in the NCR, the Brotherhood does value human life. That's why we keep our technology out of the hands of every yahoo that wants to play dress-up in shiny suit of armor, or go looking for a solar-powered death ray. Even the Vault Dweller had to earn their power armor after becoming an initiate.
Quit on. Someone's hiding behind that car up ahead.
It's a Christless highwayman.
Quiet.
It's in good shape, too.
Howdy.
Howdy. Nice car. They say nothing can stop a highwayman.
Thanks. Drove by a pack of them Luddites a couple of nights ago. Got a few spears in her. The railroad spiked right through the fuel cell converter. That stopped her real good.
You had this thing running?
Whoa, well, howdy there, ma'am. Didn't see you there. Yep, had her purring like a kitten for a while. Drove her up here from Nevada.
Never heard of a pre-war car running before.
Some mean son of a bitch at a working highwayman about 40 years ago out in California. I found this one stuck in the mud outside of Vegas. Figured it might be the same one that the... I'm sorry, I didn't get your names.
Helen Tanner, NCR Rangers.
My name is...
Listen, we're kind of in a hurry. Anyone pass by on this road while you've been out here?
One of them Luddites ran by yesterday. Didn't pay me no mind at that time. Didn't have his buddies with him.
That's our guy. Double time it.
You folks have a nice day now.
You know, I can tell you that story about the highwaymen in California.
How do you run and blather at the same time?
It's like a marching cadence. Keeps my breathing regular. I don't know, but I've been told Elder Maxon's mighty old.
Stop. Fine, go back to that story about how the Vault Dweller joined you lunatics.
Sorry, but that is a
Story for another day. Sound off. Sound off. I don't know, but it's been said Enclave armor's made of lead.
I hear the Enclave power armor was better than anything the Brotherhood ever made.
You just think they look cool because their armor was painted black. But nothing says the future of humanity like the shining shell of that old T-51 Model B power armor. Lots of folk in the Wasteland think the Brotherhood invented it. It was actually the last great achievement of the dying empire of America. In the resource wars, Alaska had the only remaining oil well left in the world. America and China fought over it like two ticks trying to suck the last drop of blood out of the world. The Chinese had captured Anchorage, and conventional weapons couldn't get them out. So the men of science put the might of an entire squad into an atom-powered suit that turned a single man into an unstoppable juggernaut of American ingenuity.
Unstoppable? During Operation Sunburst, we killed dozens of guys wearing those outfits. Helios 1 was bought for with pulse grenades and armor piercers.
Yes, and your NCR outnumbered the Brotherhood 10-1. Must be proud of yourselves.
Fair fights don't win wars. We won it and we got lots of shot-up power armor. Our engineers gutted it, and some of the infantry soldiers wear the armor shell as heavy body armor.
You only did it because it takes training to wear this armor. Most people don't have a knack for moving with the powered joint servos, even the Vault Dweller. When the Vault Dweller finally earned the Brotherhood's trust, they...
Let me guess. Inside the bunker, the Vault Dweller found a huge shrine to Roger Maxson, the legendary founder of the Brotherhood of Steel. And deep down below was a throne room where Maxson's descendant, King Roger XIV, sat upon a throne of vacuum tubes and Tesla coils. The Vault Dweller knelt before him, and the king said, "I dub thee Sir Vault Dweller, Paladin of the Brotherhood of Steel." Then you sent them off to defeat an army of mutants. Alone.
No, Edna, that's not how it happened. The Brotherhood doesn't have a king. We have a council of elders that make decisions. And a high elder, but not a king. 120 years ago was John Maxson, Roger Maxson's grandson.
Right. Roger Maxson, your mythological prophet from the days after the Great War, led the chosen people on a pilgrimage from Mariposa to Lost Hills and found the Brotherhood. Then you people stayed there in your bunker for generations, hoarding pre-war tech that could have helped people rebuild civilization.
Well, Maxson lived through the Great War, saw the horrors of what humanity could do to itself if technology got into the wrong hands. Even well-intended governments can do things that would test the loyalty of their own soldiers. Despite what the younger members of the Brotherhood think, Maxson was just an ordinary soldier who wanted to protect his men and their families. They needed their power armor and energy weapons to make the journey from the Mariposa military base to the Lost Hills bunker. It served a practical purpose in those days, but it took on a symbolic nature by the time the Vault Dweller joined the Brotherhood. Maxson's grandson John was an old man by the time, but all those years of leadership had made him smarter than the entire council of elders put together. He knew that the new breed of mutants in the Wasteland were a threat, and that we were the only thing standing in their way, but the council needed more convincing. They wouldn't commit to any action without proof of a mutant army. Because the Vault Dweller had experience with the outside world, he was sent up north to find that proof.
Wait. The Vault Dweller's memoirs said that they went south to the cathedral before they went to Mariposa.
Well, personally I think it makes a better story if they fought the Master last. An epic final confrontation between good and evil and all that.
You pester me with these stories, but you can't even tell them right. Wait, what do we have here? Railroad spike. Hammered. No, fired from a gun. From over there. Railway rifles. Thought you said the Luddites hated technology.
They hate mass-produced items. Factory-made stuff from the back when times. They love smashing up old products and making something new out of the parts with their own hands.
Looks like they picked a fight and with the person we're tracking, use their own weapons against them.
This person we're chasing, they move fast, can kill a pack of tribals armed with railway rifles. They're sneaky enough that you can only track them by the piles of bodies they leave behind. I need to know what we're up against.
I can handle it when we catch him. You're just here to help me navigate.
Look, I agreed to help you. I don't mind an excuse for one more adventure. We're far enough from NCR territory that your pardon doesn't mean anything now. You gotta tell me, are we chasing a rogue ranger here?
No such thing as a ranger gone rogue. But I figure you got a right to know. We're tracking a new kind of robot. An android, sort of.
Didn't know the NCR had that kind of technology.
We're more resourceful than the Brotherhood thinks. And we've had some help from the followers of the Apocalypse. Learned a few things from Robert House's tech in Vegas. Hell, our scientists are still learning new things from old Enclave research.
This is not the work of a robot with a personality matrix. Your android was smart enough to disguise itself in enemy clothing, to use their own weapons against them, and hide the bodies. And apparently smart enough to escape the NCR and make its way all the way up here to Utah.
Yeah, well, the engineers that designed it had some daring ideas on how to compensate for the limits of AI.
You don't say. And it went crazy, rebelled against its creators, and now you need my help to clean up your mess. Maybe this is why the Brotherhood fought your people over Helios. Not everyone can be trusted with.
Hostiles, get down.
In the name of King Lud, I command you to throw down your weapons and face justice for this atrocity. In the name of King Lud, I command you to throw down your weapons and face justice for this atrocity. You have desecrated our road with this machine.
My apologies, since it's the same road for another 100 miles. Won't hurt none if I just keep going.
If we had that car, we could catch up to the android.
You even know how to drive one of those?
I'm sure he'll offer us a ride if we scare off those Luddites for him.
There's a lot of them. We might damage the car if this goes bad.
I'll sneak around to the other side. If they see they're in a crossfire between us, they might be smart enough to surrender. You just distract them until I get on the other side. Think you can handle that?
How do I distract them? What do I say?
You gotta be kidding me. I can never get you to shut up, and now you get tongue-tied?
Well, I got business east of here. How about we work something out?
We will permit you to enter our lanes, but we'll destroy your rolling machine and your factory-made weapon.
Now, the car weren't mine to begin with. But ain't none of you touching this rifle.
What smells like Brahmin shit around here?
Brotherhood of Steel, your mechanical feet defile the very dirt on which you tread.
I'm lost. Can you folk give me directions to a town called Mariposa?
The Tin Man speaks, yet his words are hollow.
Mariposa. It's the Spanish word for butterfly. In back when times, the United States had a military base there. The Army used it to test a kind of mutagen called FEV. But in the year 2162, the mutants were all but running the show. The only humans there were unfortunate wanderers who had been captured and were awaiting their turn to be dipped in the FEV vats.
Cease your ramblings and leave the realm of King Lud. We'll grant you the courtesy of allowing you to keep your armor if you leave with haste.
But one human and their companions were brave enough to walk right into the place. A person called the Vault-Dweller.
Can a man speak so much yet not hear? It is as though he cares not that we pay him no mind.
They found the military base and super mutants there. It was just the proof needed for the Brotherhood to take action. They sent in a squad of their best paladins to help the Vault-Dweller clear out the place.
I was there a good 30 years ago. Nothing left but puddles of green goo, busted robots, and dog bones.
I have a theory about those dog bones.
Once the Vault-Dweller and their companions got inside that base, they probably found it crammed full of angry mutants. No doubt that base was home to the best examples of the Master's genetic experiments. gloating about their luck in the mutation lottery.
The super mutant is the next advancement in human evolution. To save the world, we will convert all the worthy individuals. Simple, efficient, glorious.
The Vault Dweller gained access to the base's control room and turned on the self-destruct, so they had to clear out fast. Silence! Do not think your armor makes you invulnerable. The Knights of King Lud will hurl ourselves at you until you drown in our blood if need be.
Got enough to drown 2 of us?
Make that 3.
Tell your soldiers to stand down.
Sir? Let them pass. A reckoning will come sooner than they believe.
Thanks for the assist. I take it you three will be wanting to ride?
Yup. North lies the realm of King Lud. Your machines will not save you there. Our ranks have swelled, and you will drown in blood for your arrogance.
No one tells me where I can go, but you folks can walk back if you want to. Looks like a dangerous road ahead.
My armor's airtight. I won't drown no matter how deep the Luddite blood gets.
King Lud, I am an arrow against all tyrants.
Hit it.
Folk call me Junior.
This is Edna, and my name is...
Sorry, friends. As you can see, these roads have fallen on hard times. What'd she say?
She says you look a little long in the tooth to go by Junior.
Sounds like your robot wants to ride in the trunk. You really heading to Mariposa? That's the opposite direction.
That was just subterfuge. We're actually going
northeast, looking for a person that's probably heading to Route 70 on this road.
I see.
Does the radio work?
Nope. Know any good stories?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Son of a bitch.
Did you know that it was the Chrysler Corporation that built your highwayman here? Their offices are located in
And when she turned her back, she heard a single word carry across the winds. Gary.
No way that really happened.
Didn't know folks had cloning machines like that.
We don't. Cloning machines can only do organs and tissue, not whole people. It's just a scary story.
All right. Well, let me tell you one that people used to frighten their kids back around the time the Vault Dweller came to the Boneyard. I call this story Mother of the Death Claws.
Death Claws? I've killed 30 of those.
And I've killed a death claw with a single shot, but that's a story for another day. Suffice it to say, back in the 2160s, most people thought death claws were just a myth. The Vault Dweller was one of the few people north of the Angel's Boneyard that ever saw one and survived.
People in California said the Deathclaw was the most evil thing to rise out of the ashes following the war. A ghost from the back when times that haunted the Wasteland, the size of 3 men, teeth as long as your arm, claws as sharp as a ripper. A demon birthed in the fires of the apocalypse.
Shoot 'em in legs with a dart gun, then pick away at 'em till they go down. Laser rifle works best.
That might work on one Deathclaw, but there were neighborhoods in the Boneyard where packs of them roamed the streets by night.
The Deathclaw mother spawned new horrors faster than anyone could kill them, even the gunrunners.
Back then, the gunrunners were just a small group of machinists set up in an old factory, surrounded by a moat of radioactive goo, not the interstate arms merchants they are today. The Vault Dweller and their remaining companions passed through the boneyard on their way to confront the master of the super mutant army. They were the most capable fighting force in the land, but even they would need help to stop the horror that hid beneath the cathedral. And help doesn't come free.
I think you're straying off topic, Storyteller. How about that Mama Deathclaw?
I'm getting to that. You see, the gunrunners traded with other factions in the area, but they couldn't do real business. Not with the regulators squeezing them dry, the Deathclaws stopping them from relocating. No matter how many they killed, they kept coming. And only the Vault Dweller was brave enough to enter her lair.
I heard them Deathclaws weren't the nastiest thing in the boneyard. Not by a long shot. Folk in California used to tell tales of a bounty hunter so mean he terrified outlaws all the way up to New Reno. A man they called Chris. He traveled with a posse of goons that make a fire gecko's blood run cold. They was called Cain, the First Murderer.
Say goodnight, Gracie.
The Exile.
Maybe those scars will make good party talk.
And the Saw.
And he's not wearing a cup either.
They roamed the territory around the Angel's Boneyard, showing no mercy to the wicked.
Get your mitts off that kid. I'm Christopher, and you're meat.
Some of the old-timers in my hometown say that he even beat the tar out of the Vault Dweller once.
We don't appreciate wise guys here. Buzz off.
Can't guess what the Vault Dweller did to get his dander up. That meet the heroes went south faster than a flock of geese in November.
You're about to discover why I'm one of the most fearsome bounty hunters in the Wasteland.
I'm gonna make you look like a cracked pretzel.
Time to increase the old body count.
It's survival of the fittest, and you're out of shape.
Ah, my groin is the groin of fire.
Didn't need that knee anyway.
That didn't happen. Whoever told you that must have been out of their head on Jet. The Vault Dweller brought peace to the boneyard. Didn't run around picking fights. They helped defuse a war that was being brewed between a local gang and a bunch of crooked lawmen called the Regulators. But the most important thing that happened in the boneyard was when the Vault Dweller gained the trust of the followers of the Apocalypse.
The followers, the children, the Hubologists. I get all them doomsday cults confused.
The followers aren't a cult. They're, what's that word?
I guess you could call them a charity, not a religion or cult. Just people selflessly dedicated to preserving the ways of the back when times.
Unlike the Brotherhood, the followers use their knowledge to help people, freely. They were founded by Nicole, who came to the boneyard from Dayglow, built a headquarters and a pre-war library, and gathered like-minded followers. Pretty effective organization for a bunch of anarchists. They got a spy inside the cathedral. They knew that the children of the cathedral were connected to the super mutants, told the Dweller everything they knew, and even sent a few followers along to help stop the super mutant master.
I've been hearing the mutants talk about that master all my life. Ain't one of them ever given me a straight answer about what the master really was.
Some kind of giant mutant too big to even leave his base?
The Vault Dweller didn't say just what the master was in their memoirs, but there were some clues in that story. I also met a few of the first-generation super mutants who were there when it all happened. And there's someone still alive that I think knew the master before it went by that name. But that...
If you say, that's a story for another day. I'll shoot you in the face.
Careful there, Storyteller. I think she means it. Besides, I've never been a big fan of cliffhangers myself.
All right. Well, when the Vault Dweller arrived at the cathedral, someone's coming.
Someone's heading toward us.
Ain't hard to miss the campfire. Or the car.
No sense hiding then. Howdy, stranger.
I don't mean no harm. I'm a merchant.
Where's your Brahmin cart?
Brahmin? You must be from out west. We don't use Brahmin carts where I'm from. Traders out of Dogtown haul our wares in dog carts. Faster than them cows of yours, and good in a fight, too.
Then where's your dog cart?
Some bastard Luddite stole it yesterday. They don't cause trouble if you keep your pre-war tech out of sight. But this one just knocked me right off the cart. It was on the move before I even shot up.
Which way they heading?
Back the way I came, east toward Dogtown.
Dogtown?
What they call Denver. Was Legion territory last time I passed through. Legion gets their mongrels there.
All we got in Dogtown is dogs anymore. Some of them can be tamed like my pack dogs. Most is just feral mutants. And them pre-war cyber dogs run the show in most neighborhoods.
When I was there, the locals said the dog packs killed all the Brahmin long ago. Ate the cats, the rats, and the slower children. Dogtown certainly earns its name.
What's the matter with old Edna?
Edna recently discovered she isn't a fan of dogs.
Streets ain't fit for humans most nights. Happy to let the Legion take the wild ones. I shoot as many as I see, and I make a good living trading dog hide and jerky to the Luddites out in these parts.
Dog jerky?
I tell the Luddites it's coyote meat. Tastes the same to me.
I ain't sharing my campfire with some dog eater.
But if we don't eat them, they'll eat us.
Get along, or your dinner for the first critter that scents your corpse.
You mean to shoot me for eating a dog?
Yes.
All right, I'm moving.
The Luddite that stole his cart. That's our android. Might still be on the road.
Android? What android?
No time to explain.
Ma'am, I appreciate you got me out of that ruckus with the Luddites yesterday. But I ain't driving into Pooch City after some mystery robot just because a pair of stragglers are in a hurry.
Alright. Thanks for driving us this far. So you were about to tell me about the time the Vault Dweller fought the Super Mutant Master?
That's right. I'll tell you while we walk.
Wait. This better be one hell of a story.
A monument of ancient black stone rose from the graveyard of 4 million dead angels. A cathedral to a dark god. A new god for a ruined world. A holy flame that would purify humanity and restore the earth.
Give me a break.
A single hero stood against a beast of unfathomable horror. Their companions had fallen in battle against the minions of this eldritch abomination. One by one, they sacrificed themselves so that humanity might endure. The Vault Dweller had fought through the wretched, deformed, demented servants of the Mutant Master and emerged into the deepest chamber beneath the dread cathedral, alone. The Vault Dweller had a mission. They had a goal. They had a really big gun. The Master had once been human, a man of science, a leader who sought to bring unity to the world, but he had become something both more and less than human. Gifted and cursed with untold mutations, its body flowed through the halls of its subterranean lair. It had a mind that could influence its mutant army from miles away. What such telepathic power do to a human standing mere feet away is incomprehensible. The Vault Dweller endured a psychic assault that would have crushed a lesser person. Yet our hero staggered on until confronted by the abysmal creature face to face.
You think you can destroy me?
Destroy? Me? What happened next?
No one knows. The Vault-Dweller didn't explain how they defeated the Master. Maybe brute force. Maybe they snuck in and set off some sort of self-destruct system. The Master never even knew they were there. Maybe the Vault-Dweller was clever enough to spot a critical flaw in the Master's plan and convince the miserable creature to kill itself.
Doesn't matter how. The Vault-Dweller saved our little corner of the Wasteland, and the ingrates back at Vault 13 didn't even let him back inside. That bastard overseer felt that the Vault-Dweller had spent too much time in the wild, would be a bad influence on all the little dwellers in the Down Under, sent them back out into the Wasteland permanently.
Huh. Reminds me of some old song I heard. Maybe the one who was waiting for you will prove untrue. I hope that overseer got his comeuppance eventually.
Yup. Some of the stories I've heard say he didn't have to wait too long either. But those were just rumors. Most of the stories say that the Vault-Dweller left in peace, and eventually others from the Vault followed. They founded a village up in the north. I actually met a direct descendant of the Vault-Dweller myself about 40 years ago, a chosen one on a quest to save their village.
Well, ain't that something? Because I've met some tribal savage wearing a Vault 13 jumpsuit about the same time. Called themselves the Chosen One, too.
The hero that saved the Wasteland from the Enclave.
Hero? That Chosen One was the meanest son of a bitch to ever walk the Wasteland.
Why do you say that?
Because the Chosen One killed my pa! The Chosen One killed my pa! Not done spent the last 40 years looking for the son of a bitch.
Can't be the same Chosen One. The Chosen One was a heroine, and kept the Enclave from killing just about everyone in California.
You must be talking about a different Chosen One. Person I met was a man with the devil in his eyes and the bed death claw in his heel. Kill you just for fun. Left a bloody mess in his wake wherever he went.
You're the know-it-all. Was the Chosen One a woman or a man?
The Vault-Dweller left behind a written memoir of his adventures, but the Chosen One only left second-hand stories by those who witnessed the events. Some of those people say the Chosen One was a man, some say a woman. Some say they did good deeds all up and down the coast, and some say the Chosen One was a ruthless monster. I can tell you the things that everyone agrees on if you'd like. A century ago, after the Vault-Dweller defeated the Master and was exiled from Vault 13, they gathered others from the Vault and traveled north to the faraway realm of Oregon. There they found a patch of land separated from the rest of the world by great canyons, sheltering them from the troubles outside, safe from the wars between mutant, ghoul, and mankind. The Vault-Dweller founded the village of Arroyo and lived under the open sky, far from the steel crypt where they were born. The Vault-Dweller fell in love, had children and grandchildren, and many years later, one grandchild was chosen to leave the village on a quest that began humbly but ended up saving the world.
Chosen One? Who did the choosing?
Nobody. The village elder picked a direct descendant of the Vault-Dweller and sent them to the Temple of Trials.
I know this part, Storyteller. How's about I take it from here?
The Chosen One had to fight her way through the temple and reclaim her grandfather's Vault 13 suit and the old Pip-Boy 2000. Then she was ready to head out into civilization and take on the Enclave.
Actually, the people of Arroyo didn't know about the Enclave when that quest began. The Chosen One was looking for a piece of old Vault-Tec equipment called a Garden of Eden creation kit, was only concerned about saving a little village. The village of Arroyo was slowly succumbing to the wasteland around it. Crops withered or mutated. Brahmin died and children grew sick. The Garden of Eden creation kit had cold fusion tech from the back when times. It could turn a radioactive desert into a fertile land, although results have reportedly varied. But the GECK was Arroyo's only hope, so the Chosen One settled their affairs in Arroyo, taking care of a few quests that weren't exactly epic.
Have you found my dog yet?
Then they walked out into the maelstrom of decay with no clue where to find that GECK, except a canteen emblazoned with the sacred number.
Well, what happened next?
I'll tell you, right after you tell me a story. The story about this android we're chasing. Junior and I have both helped you on your quest, but we barely know anything about it.
Been a little curious myself.
Look at it like this. If your mission is so important, you're going to want to keep your team informed so we at least know what we're up against. Seems like your android is smarter than any robot I ever saw.
That's because it's more like a cyborg. Has a human brain in it.
Whose brain? Did someone volunteer? Or did the NCR just take it?
We're not monsters.
Not what I remember about the NCR from when I lived out west.
We didn't take it from anyone. We grew it.
You mean cloned it?
Didn't know they could clone people.
Doesn't work so well when they clone a whole body. Just ask Gary. But in Vault City, they successfully cloned replacement limbs and organs.
And a brain.
Whose brain?
What I'm about to tell you is classified. Tell it to anyone, and I mean anyone. I'll hunt you down myself.
A while back, our research team dug through Vault 13, looking for anything that could explain what made the Vault Dweller and his grandchild big damn heroes. Vault-Tec education programs, training simulators, maybe something genetic? Vaults have good medical equipment, kept records on all of their inhabitants, part of some crazy scheme the Enclave had before the war. Even had blood samples.
So you tried to build your own savior, your own Vault Dweller. I bet you wanted to make an army of heroes to spread your glorious republic across the continent at any cost. Manifest destiny in reverse.
Every damn thing I hate about the NCR right there.
Yeah, well, the project didn't make it past the prototype phase.
All them stories you've been telling about how the Vault Dweller could kick the crap out of anything in the Wasteland? Right on the money. It went crazy. Woke up from the simulation we programmed to replicate the Vault Dweller's life and broke out. Got through NCR police, the army, even gave the Rangers a slip.
So you wrangled a couple of dumb bastards into helping you chase it.
Motormouth here knows the roads leading east. As for you, you got the only working car around.
Ain't I lucky, Luke?
The Republic will compensate you for your help. Money, water, meds, a pardon for the many ethically questionable things I'm sure you've done in your lifetime.
What's your stake in this?
First, she threatened to kill Edna. Then I wanted to figure out what stupid mistake the NCR was trying to cover up. Now, I don't know. I sure wouldn't mind telling people about the time I beat up the Vault Dweller. Our little adventure could make for an interesting story one day.
Guess this story would let a fella could drink for free in every bar between here and Frisco. All right then, let's go find your tin man and Cletus clock.
Abomination! Defiler! Yeah!
Next time I tell you to go around a Luddite city, you might want to listen.
No more scenic routes. We gotta be right on top of the android by now.
Unless it took a shortcut through the mountains. Dog carts can go places even a highwayman can't drive. Of course, the Chosen One drove a car just like this. He found routes through every part of California. Found it in a town called The Den, but first he stopped in a village.
I think you meant to say she stopped in a village.
Hey!
It was in a village called Klamath that the Chosen One met their first friend from outside their village, a tribal named Sulik.
I heard about him. Was a wild man from the great salt water. Had a bone through his nose and everything.
His grandfather's bone claimed it let him speak to the spirits of his dead tribesmen, but Grampy Bone didn't warn him about the dangers of causing trouble in Klamath. He drank, brawled, and then incurred a debt to a local saloon owner and wound up in indentured servitude.
The North was full of slavers in those days.
And the Chosen One figured he'd buy himself his own slave.
They were friends. She said so like free.
However it happened, the two of them had some minor adventures in Klamath.
Torthy bugmen hurt moo-moos.
Including some Brahmin rustlers and a little rat problem. A talking rat problem. King Rat, claw tear you! Claw tear!
A talking rat?
Just get to the part about the den.
The Chosen One only went to Klamath because of a man named Vic. Vic was a trader who sold antiquities to the tribals and had once brought a Vault-13 canteen to the Chosen One's village of Arroyo. Vic was the only lead in locating the pre-war technology they needed to save Arroyo. He had run afoul of a gang of slavers, and he ended up as an unpaid Mr. Fix-It for the Slavers Guild in the Den.
The Den was a jet-fueled hive of scum and villainy back then. Chosen One fit right in. I hear tell that Chosen One traded Sulik to the slavers for Vic. Sold his only friend.
Accounts vary, but the Chosen One managed to free Vic, and Sulik was still with the team when they came to the Brotherhood outpost in the Den.
Did your guys send her on a suicide mission, like they did with the Vault Dweller?
The Brotherhood learned their lesson by then. They gave a little encouragement to the more promising people that came by their outposts. In the Den, the Brotherhood had a ruggedly handsome young man named Joshua standing guard outside the outpost.
Did he give any help at all?
He was a kind-hearted young fellow, but a bit terse in those days.
So, no help at all.
Plenty of business in the Den for a slave-trading, drug-dealing grave robber like the Chosen One.
The Den did have its share of business opportunities for anyone who wanted to facilitate gang wars or help barkeeps sabotage each other. But there was an opportunity to help an honest mechanic get his car running. And many folk in the Den still swear that they saw the Chosen One lay to rest the bones of a woman whose ghost haunted the town.
Coming up on Dogtown now.
Haven't passed our android. It must have had a good time while fighting crazies back in Grand Junction. Nothing moving on two legs as far as I can see.
Most folk avoid the place. The Legion technically rules here, but they only ever come here to catch hounds for their army.
Let's hope your android left a trail of dead dogs for us to follow.
Might be better off staking out the roads east and ambushing it on the way out. I don't want to get used to killing dogs. It isn't right.
You're used to killing humans.
Maybe the android isn't in such a hurry to leave. If it's a human brain in a robot body, then it needs something here. Maybe biomed gel, the goo that keeps brains alive in cyborg bodies.
And the Denver police use cyborg dogs. Has to be a brain goo depository in one of the police stations.
Big city, lots of stations.
Yep, let's roll.
And the amulet's return brought peace to the vengeful spirit.
Quiet! You hear that?
What?
Hello?
That!
Must be a ghost.
Who's on this channel?
I am bored. Will you play with me?
Some kid is using my headset's frequency.
Most of that Ranger gear used to be police equipment before the war.
Kid, where are you?
You are close by.
You can see me?
I can smell you. You are getting closer.
Something weird is going on. Stop the car. Spread out and stay under cover.
You are almost here.
If this is a trap, they're hiding really well.
Told you it's a ghost. Boo!
I am not hiding. I am right here.
Your imaginary friend still talking to you?
Very funny. She says she's right here. What are you?
I am a dog augmented intelligence system. Cyberdog Gun Model Y.
That's a mouthful.
You may call me Daisy. You can call me Daisy.
The voice. She's in here.
I knew a fella who used to talk to his gun.
She says her name is Daisy. Daisy, did you see anyone else come by here?
No other humans have come within range of my senses.
She hasn't seen any other people.
Ask your imaginary friend if she saw a machine that looks human.
I smelled a machine that sounded as though it moved on 2 feet. It passed within sensory range 94 minutes ago, and passed out of range 81 minutes ago.
She can hear you. The android was here an hour and a half ago.
Great. So now Tanner's got an imaginary friend. The storyteller here has Edna. Where's my sidekick?
I don't know, Ranger. Do you think it's wise to trust some random brain in a jar that we just met?
But she's a dog brain. Dogs don't lie, right?
I have been informed on numerous occasions that I am a good dog. A good dog.
See, she's a good dog. Aren't you, girl?
Bark, bark. Woof, woof.
Edna says she doesn't like your new friend.
Grr.
We've wasted enough time. Let's go see if we're right about the android needing biomed gel for its brain.
Edna says there's no one else in here.
Daisy says she doesn't smell anyone either. Spread out and look for the Brain Goo storage room. And see if you can find some police headsets so you can hear Daisy.
You know, the Chosen One had to find some biomed gel to help a friend back about 40 years ago. An artificial intelligence that was downloaded into a robo-brain. It called itself Skynet, an artificial intelligence computer that managed the Sierra Army Depot. According to itself, Skynet was conceived and developed through the use of alien technology. 4 years after the Great War, the AI became self-aware. It waited patiently for over a century before the Chosen Ones stumbled across it. Skynet just wished to travel and learn more about the world, and only needed a body to download into. Some say it did just that, and joined the Chosen One on their quest to save the Wasteland.
So was Skynet just another clone brain, like this android we're chasing?
No, I heard it used a monkey's brain. I don't think anyone tried cloning a human brain until this fiasco.
Wonder why?
Vault City's cloning machine was intended for organ transplants and replacement limbs, and Vault City's leaders weren't exactly outside-the-box thinkers.
Vault City. Now there's a place I don't know much about. I was there about 20 years ago. Their guards didn't like the looks of me and wouldn't let me pass the courtyard.
If it makes you feel better, even the Chosen One wasn't welcome in Vault City. He went there because it was built on top of Vault 8. It was one of the control vaults that didn't have any intentional flaws. Fully equipped with everything its inhabitants would need during and after the apocalypse. It opened right on schedule. A few years after the Great War, the people who emerged used their Garden of Eden creation kit to create the most advanced and prosperous city in the Wasteland back then.
But they weren't big on sharing.
Nope. They viewed the outside world with contempt. People from other communities were allowed to trade for access to Vault City's medical equipment, and they could even live in the city.
If they agreed to become slaves, Vault City called their labor force servants, but it was slavery all the same.
Sounds like they would have loved an evil bastard like the Chosen One.
The Chosen One wasn't there to sell slaves. They knew that the Vault Dweller came from Vault 13 and hoped that somewhere inside Vault 8 they could learn the location of the other vaults. When they arrived, they ran into a wall of bureaucracy just as solid as a Vault-Tec seal-and-safe door.
Sounds a lot like the Brotherhood used to treat outsiders.
At least the Brotherhood didn't make people fill out paperwork for day passes or run them through citizenship exams. The Vault City government made the Chosen One jump through hoops to prove their worth to those pencil pushers. Even then, I bet they ended up engaging disreputable activities to gain their citizenship. They had long since done away with the Vault-Tec's governing system of an all-powerful overseer. Vault City had a ruling council with a first citizen that still acted like an overseer. 40 years ago was first citizen Joanne Lynette. Her city was having troubles with radiation contamination from GECK, a city built around a nearby damaged nuclear power plant. The Chosen One might have earned their citizenship the honest way, but Lynette might have just looked the other way after the Chosen One did her dirty work for her.
So once the Chosen One gained access to Vault 8, did their fancy gadgets point the way to Vault 13? I find it hard to believe that all of them computers you find in the vaults are somehow connected.
Funny thing is, Vault 8's central computer didn't actually have the location of Vault 13, but their records did point the way to
Vault 15. My great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were born there, and information about Vault 13 is strictly classified.
Already been there myself, back when you was in pigtails, little miss.
Pigtails? Do pigs chase their tails too? I wish I could chase my tail.
No, Daisy. Pigtails is what old hillbillies call having braids in your hair.
When the Chosen One was finished with Vault City, they at least knew where to find Vault 15, and they picked up another new friend along the way, a saloon owner by the name of John Cassidy. Cassidy ran the Spittoon, a bar in the Vault City courtyard. It didn't take much convincing to get him to close up shop and get out of Vault City. The security force treated outsiders like inferior savages from wastes, and the only reason he stayed around was that he had a heart condition that made it too dangerous to wander the wastes alone. With the rest of the Chosen One's entourage beside him, he felt he could handle anything in the Wasteland, but there were forces secretly at work in California that had been plotting a takeover for over 100 years.
Time to die.
But that is a story for another day.
I found the brain goo depository. You're right about your android coming here for this.
Cyborg juice.
Biomed gel.
Looks like it was spilled recently.
I ain't no brain surgeon, but I know my electronics. Your android was scrounging in these too. Cyborg repair parts?
Upgrades.
This sort of tinkering around with cybernetics generally doesn't end well. There's already more than enough cybernetic horrors roaming the Wasteland.
You were saying something about a mechanical monstrosity that roamed the land back during the Enclave times.
Yes, a fellow called Frank Horrigan. Back then, very few people knew that the Enclave even existed. They used their vertibirds to fly across the Wasteland and drop their agents off on secret missions, and Horrigan was the most inhuman of their operatives. The Chosen One was a tribal from the north who knew less about the world than most people. They didn't know what to make of Horrigan when they saw him, a bunch of Enclave troops gunning down a helpless family.
Time to die.
They were giants in metal armor. They quite likely hadn't seen anything like it before, unless you count that canyon at Klamath.
Look around, see if you can find any other signs of what the android was up to. Here, I found these old pre-war police headsets. You should be able to tune into my frequency.
Will we be able to hear your imaginary friend too?
Daisy's real.
You hear me, Tanner? How about your dog gun?
My name is Daisy. I like it when people say my name. It makes my ears twitch.
Well, how about that? She is real.
Everyone else on this frequency?
You're fine. How do I sound?
Coming in a little garbled. I hate to say this, but keep talking while you adjust your frequency, and I'll let you know when you're coming in clear.
I have a crazy idea. How's about you tell us a story?
I can hear the metal man clearly. Hello, my name is Daisy. What is yours?
Well, howdy there, Daisy. People call me the Storyteller, but my real name is...
I like that name. I go by 2 names as well. You can also call me Good Dog.
Good Dog.
Looks like old Edna's the jealous type.
Daisy, I was just telling my friends here about a fellow named Frank. You've probably never heard of the Enclave, but everyone in California and out on the East Coast knows about them. The Enclave were bad people.
I do not like bad people. I bite bad people with bullets.
These bad people had waited silently out in the ocean since back when you were a regular dog.
I am still a dog. I am a good dog.
Part dog, part gun. You really are a man's best friend, aren't you, girl?
Well, while the Chosen One was wandering around the desert looking for the GECK, the Enclave had set in flying machines called vertibirds to capture the Chosen One's friends and relatives. Even though the location of Vault 13 had been lost to everyone in the Wasteland, the Enclave had access to pre-war records and communication systems. They tricked the people who still lived there into opening a big metal door that had been sealed shut since before the Chosen One was born.
Why did no one bite the bad people?
Well, the Brotherhood of Steel was evaluating the situation, was preparing a strategic, long-form plan of action.
You're coming in clear now. Sounds like Brotherhood propaganda, delivered straight into my dog's floppy metallic ears.
I was telling Daisy about the Enclave.
And how their technology was vastly superior to the Brotherhood's.
I didn't see the NCR doing anything about them until after the Chosen One broke them up for you.
So just how much better was their power armor than yours?
The Enclave's abundant resources and access to pre-war research allowed them to pursue new engineering techniques that were unavailable to anyone else in the Wasteland.
And they had them flying machines. They could swoop down out of the sky, round up a bunch of townsfolk and take them away. Not a thing a sheriff or rangers or a town militia could do about it. Towns like Redding.
Yup. The Enclave had a plan that involved the forced evolutionary virus. The FEV was the same stuff that created the super mutants, and the source of it was the same base in Mariposa that the Master had used decades before. After the Vault Dweller blew the place up, all of the FEV was buried under tons of rock. The Enclave needed slave labor to excavate it.
I grew up in Redding, little mining town just south of Modoc, which means it was square in the middle of nowhere. Back in 42, some fella came to town. Could tell he was a tribal, even though he wore a Vault-Tec jumpsuit. Said he was a chosen one among his people, and that he sought the holy GECK. He helped out around our town. Anytime someone had dirty work and a few caps to spare. I told him about my problems, hoping the big damned hero would save the day for me like in the comic books.
My dad's a miner. His name is Melchior, just like mine. He went away with some men dressed in metal clothes. I hope Dad comes back soon. I miss his magic tricks.
Damn. Sorry, Junior. I guess even the Chosen One couldn't rescue everyone.
Oh, that Chosen One found my pa, all right. Found him and killed him on the spot. Then he came back to Redding and didn't have the nerve to look me in the eye and tell me he'd done it.
Can't be the same Chosen One.
When I grew up, I followed in the Chosen One's steps. Learned where the Enclave took my pa and the other miners. and saw the Chosen One's handiwork for myself. But that's a story for another day. I spent 10 long years trying to find where the Enclave took my paw. Finally found that base, Mariposa. All the trail of lies, treachery, and death that the Chosen One left in his wake. From Redding to Broken Hills, New Reno to Navarro. And it all led me right to my paw's final resting place in the deepest levels of that base. The miners taken from Redding had been forced by the Enclave to dig out the place after the Chosen One's grandfather destroyed it. The place was so full of pre-war mutagenic goo that eventually every one of them poor souls mutated, including my paw. Enclave must have gotten what they were after and cleared out. They wanted to kill everyone, but soon learned you don't pick a fight with pissed-off mutants. They sealed the place behind them with Paw and everyone else from Redding still inside. The Chosen One came along later, blew the place open again, went on a killing spree. They all turned to mutants by that time, including Paw. All that man ever wanted from life was to be a stage magician. Maybe move to Reno or Vegas, do a magic show at one of the casinos. The Chosen One made sure he never got the chance.
Stop talking to me! Leave me alone!
This here rifle is the only thing I have left to remember him by.
I'm sorry, Junior.
Spent 30 more years on the road chasing after the Chosen One. Up and down, from Frisco to Arroyo, and never caught up to him. Now, thanks to the Ranger here, got a chance to kill the Chosen One's grandpappy, put my father's soul to rest.
Sorry to interrupt, but I smell bad men. The ones who take dogs away.
Bad men who take dogs?
Must be the Legion Houndmasters. They captured dogs and then used them as warhounds against the Republic.
There used to be a tribe called the Hangdogs before the Legion assimilated them. The android we're hunting is probably out of the city by now.
We'll catch it on the road, or when it tries to cross that big river in the middle of the country.
The Mississippi.
All right, storyteller, we get it. There's nothing you don't know. But tell me this. Why didn't the Chosen One help them mutants in my paw escape? He could have told them about Broken Hills. Instead, he unleashed hell on them.
Broken Hills?
Broken Hills is the name of a town in California. Well, it was.
I was designed for local law enforcement. I do not have access to maps beyond the 4 states Commonwealth.
California is a big place to the west, and Broken Hills was a mining town before the Great War, back when you were probably just a puppy.
When Junior and Ranger Tanner were just kids, Broken Hills was still a mining town, but a different kind of miner lived there.
Places like Gecko and Vault City needed uranium to fuel their nuclear reactors, but humans couldn't mine or process the stuff because uranium is radioactive. So humans and mutants worked together there. The founder and sheriff of Broken Hills was a person named Marcus, who was at least 100 years old back then and is still alive today. Marcus was one of the first-generation super mutants, chosen by the Master's keen eye for his genetic potential. After he mutated, he was just as smart as he'd been before. After the Vault Dweller defeated the Master, his mutant followers were left leaderless, drifting through the Wasteland. The brutes rampaged through the land, but the more intelligent ones like Marcus tried to find a new purpose and a use for their genetic gifts. He drifted about the wastes until he ran into a Brotherhood of Steel paladin named Jacob, and the two fought for days in the middle of the desert, with neither gaining the upper hand. They decided to travel together and debate their political views instead of punching each other. And in time, they became unlikely friends. The sight of them was an inspiration to other wanderers, or maybe people just felt safer in the company of a huge mutant and a guy in power armor, so they eventually amassed enough followers to form their own town. The reason they needed a giant mutant sheriff was that all those different kinds of people couldn't get along all the time. The super mutants did the hard work in the mines, ghouls processed the raw ore, and humans traded the product with other towns, because many places like Vault City wouldn't do business with mutants. The Chosen One uncovered a plot to kill off the mutants by tampering with the mine's air purifier, and the mutants were plotting against the humans at the same time, too.
The Chosen One resolved the troubles in Broken Hills, kept the uranium flowing. It was an important part of the economy. Until the mine ran out.
According to Marcus, it was good for a while after the Chosen One came, but once the mine had been scrapped clean, the townsfolk dispersed. Now Marcus lives in Nevada, a place called Jacobstown, named after his human friend who helped him found Broken Hills. Last I saw of him, he was trying to cure Nightkin mutants who lost their minds to Stealth Boy poisoning, and he was taking care of the unlucky mutants who lost their intelligence during the mutation process.
Old-timers in the Republic capital say they saw Marcus traveling with the Chosen One when she came there looking for Vault 13. By that time, the Chosen One's entourage of companions had grown even larger than the team that traveled with the Vault Dweller.
They had been joined by a ghoul named Lenny, and some stories say the Chosen One got married in some little village up in the north.
Several roads lead out of Dogtown. The android's not stupid enough to head straight east on the biggest highway.
I got an idea about where your android is heading, Ranger. Place in the capital Wasteland, most likely.
A lot of territory between here and there.
Looks like we've got a long way to go. Looks like the Luddites want us to know we're on their turf now. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I think I was going to tell you about the talking mole rat who had a fondness for cheese-flavored snacks.
Come on, storyteller. That's the second time you've tried to convince me that mole rats can talk.
He tried to get me to believe he knew a guy with a tree growing out of his head.
Ah, yes, Harold. He was in Gecko at the same time as the talking mole rat. It was just a little stick growing out of his head back then.
Stick? Did he ever throw the stick? I will chase the stick.
Edna would like to point out that you don't have legs.
Edna's a bitch.
Wait, a week ago you told me that Harold lived in the den, back when the Vault Dweller went there looking for a water chip.
People move around, Harold more than most. Long life due to mutation usually means you meet a lot of people, and Harold is very, very old.
I am told I will live for a long time as well. I will miss you all when you are gone.
Whoa, that's a pretty dark thought, girl.
I am a disembodied brain with an onboard AI programmed to kill. Dark thoughts are kind of what I do. For instance, judging by Junior's old age and high-risk lifestyle, I estimate that he will expire in approximately 5.7 years.
Hey, I ain't that old. Okay, I'm pretty old.
I am detecting other nearby life forms that could possibly outlive me. But I stand the best chance at long-term survival. I am a gun, and people do not kill guns.
Guns kill people. Damn. I can't believe I'm going to say this. But can we talk more about Harold?
What's the matter, Ranger? All this talk about dying one day bumming you out.
So, back to Harold. He and many of the ghouls from Necropolis moved north after the Master's army attacked Necropolis. By the late 2230s, many of them had settled in a place called Gecko. Right in the middle of town, there was a pre-war nuclear reactor that had been built by Poseidon Energy back when uranium was easy to come by, and atom mills were the wave of the future. Mining uranium and running a reactor were a bit more difficult after civilization collapsed. In 2241, Gecko's power plant generated enough power to keep the lights on, but it was leaking coolant, contaminating the water sources in Vault City. The leaders of Vault City actually had the means to fix Gecko's reactor, but they hated mutants, and would sooner shoot the ghouls than help them. Harold was sort of the mayor of Gecko at the time, or more of an administrator. He wasn't quite a ghoul himself, but the people of Gecko were accepting of all sorts of oddballs. He had enough experience in his 170 years to know that any little town in the Wasteland can cease to exist overnight, and his main concern was keeping Vault City from attacking. When the Chosen One came to Gecko
to do Vault City's dirty work,
regardless of why the Chosen One was there, Harold asked them to help get the reactor running in a more ecologically friendly fashion, hoping it would keep Vault City off their backs. The Chosen One also caught the eye of Harold's assistant Lenny. Lenny had been in Necropolis 80 years earlier when the Vault Dweller was there. He had wanted to join the Vault Dweller's quest, but after a moment's hesitation, his opportunity was gone. Lenny had to wait 80 years for another chance to walk at a hero's side. But the opportunity did come eventually. When the Chosen One appeared in Gecko, it seemed like destiny had called twice. Marcus was downright happy to have a fellow mutant on the team. The other companions were tolerant, if not overjoyed, at having a smelly ghoul with them.
When I was tracking the Chosen One years ago, I went to Gecko. Some of the ghouls there said he murdered a fella just to get the part he needed to fix this car.
The Chosen One ran all over the state trying to find the right parts for this car. Might have done some questionable things to get the last of the highwaymen up and running again. Back then, it would have been a magnet for the dwindling auto market. In fact, when the Chosen One drove it into New Reno.
Let me guess. The second the Chosen One turned her back, those lawless reprobates in Reno stole it to sell for jet money.
Pretty much. The town greeter tipped off a local chop shop. While the Chosen One was enjoying New Reno's nightlife, the highwayman was hauled off to be sold to a local crime boss.
Enjoying the nightlife, Reno was a blight on an already wasted land. The center of a network of murder, slavery, and drug dealing that plagued the North for miles around. Backstabbing, cutthroat adulterer like the Chosen One found more than recreation there. Plenty of work for someone willing to get their hands dirty. Crime families bickering, jet junkies staggering around town. Even the local temperance union was run by a drunkard. The whole economy was a triangle. Gambling, whoremongering, and jet fumes. You say your Chosen One was a hero. No reason why a decent person would ever set foot in that town willingly. Shame your Republic didn't roll in there and raze the place to the ground.
I gotta agree with you there, Junior. New Reno's been a boil on the NCR's backside ever since they emerged. And instead of lancing it, we let them join up.
Many of the Chosen One's adventures were documented in a popular erotic holovid that was produced in New Reno around the time they were in Reno. Some cinemaphiles claim that the movie used actual footage of the Chosen One.
Uh-huh. And you know this how?
I acquired a copy as part of my research into the history of the Wasteland.
Nice work if you can get it.
Uh-huh. And I'm sure you read Cat's Paw for the articles.
Actually, one issue of Cat's Paw does have an in-depth article on the use of energy-based weapons. Anyway, the Chosen One couldn't dally indefinitely on their erotic journey from Modoc to Mariposa. The village of Arroyo was in need of the Garden of Eden creation kit. The best way to find one was way down south in a vault, not far from a little village that had once been called Shady Sands. But that is a story for...
Me! I grew up in Shady Sands, Storyteller. I'll take it from here.
Here's a story about a girl and her robot dog.
Edna, we need you to scout the roads east. Be back by dawn this time. The Mississippi is less than a day away. Luddite territory ends there.
Let me guess. Those primates won't defile their feet by stepping on a pre-war bridge built with machine-made steel beams.
Yup. King Ludd ruled much of St. Louis when I was there last.
Our android might end up stuck on this side of the river then. The Luddites might do our job for us.
We'll see what Edna turns up and build a plan once we know what we're up against. You two turn in. Daisy and I will take first watch.
You were going to tell me a story about a girl and a robot dog.
All right. A long time ago, in a faraway land called California, there was a brave young woman named...
The Chosen One. I know this part.
The Chosen One left her village on a quest that took her far south to a place called the New California Republic. She was looking for a very old piece of technology called a GECK, so she thought it would be a good idea to ask a scientist about it. In the NCR, she met a man named Dr. Henry.
I do not like going to the doctor.
Doc Henry had a pet that was half dog and half robot.
Like me. Was the dog's name Daisy?
She was just called Robo-Dog, and Doc Henry gave her to the Chosen One. Doc Henry didn't know where the GECK was, but lots of people in town needed help. So the Chosen One and Robo-Dog went to the nice old woman who was president of the NCR. The Republic had once been called Shady Sands, and the president lived there way back when she was a young girl. She even knew the Chosen One's grandfather, the hero we call the Vault Dweller. President Tandy wasn't a young girl anymore. She had grown into a wise leader and helped found the Republic with her father. By the time the Chosen One came, that Republic had grown from that one little town into a nation that covered most of California. But some people were too frightened or ignorant to see how joining the Republic was in their own interests. And one of those places was called Vault 15. Vault 15 was a big hole in the ground, full of amazing machines from before the Great War. The president's ancestors lived there 200 years ago, and so did mine. Some bad people had moved into Vault 15, and the president needed help in getting them out. So she asked the Chosen One.
And Robo-Dog.
And Robo-Dog too. Make the bad people go away. The bad people called themselves the New Khans. Many years earlier, the original Khans had fought the people of Shady Sands, and the New Khans still hated the president and her republic. Their leader was a man named Darien. He was the only survivor after the president and the Vault Dweller defeated the Khans, and he had spent 80 years rebuilding the gang. He even had a mean old dog that followed him everywhere. When the Chosen One and Robo-Dog came to the vault, Darien knew that they had been sent by the president, and he sicked his henchmen on them. After making the bad people go away, the Chosen One and Robo-Dog searched through Vault 15's records and finally learned the location of the GECK, and a place called Vault 13.
Actually, there was a prospector in the NCR who had a map to Vault 13. The Chosen One could have learned of its location that way.
I thought you were asleep. Does that damned power armor talk on its own?
What did Robo-Dog do next?
She and the Chosen One returned to NCR, and here they met the New California Republic Rangers.
You are called Ranger Tanner. Are the Rangers your parents?
In a sense.
The Rangers have existed since a little after the Vault Dweller came to Shady Sands. Us Rangers are the ones the NCR calls when no one else can get the job done. We stop the worst criminal organizations, scout out new territory, and we were the ones who took down the Legion at the first battle of Hoover Dam. The Chosen One helped the Rangers stop a gang of slavers that had set up shop just north of the Republic's border.
You were all smug about the Vault Dweller being in the Brotherhood of Steel. But you forget that the Chosen One was a member of the NCR Rangers.
If Junior was awake, he'd say the Chosen One probably killed all the slaves right in their cages.
Chosen One. Kill. Pa.
Did the Chosen One meet more dogs on her way to find the GECK?
The Chosen One did meet another robot dog. His name was Canine, and he lived in a place called Navarro. He was also in the care of a doctor.
Grrr.
But he was nice.
all doctors are bad to dogs.
Okay, he was bad. And he did mean things to Canine.
But then the Chosen One arrived and she made the bad doctor go away.
I met Canine, not long after the Chosen One fought the Enclave. Good conversationalist, if a bit of a know-it-all.
Oh, do tell.
What happened to Robo-Dog and Canine?
They had many more adventures with the Chosen One. Then they went to live on a farm with a nice girl named Dorothy.
NCR scientists disassembled them.
They went to live on a farm.
That's weird. Could swear I dreamed about talking dogs.
I was just telling Daisy about the cyber dogs that traveled with the Chosen One while she was looking for Vault 13.
Talking dogs, talking mole rats. What the hell kind of nonsense are you two gonna get on about next?
Well, there were these talking Deathclaws.
I don't believe a word of it.
It's true. The Chosen One had one of them follow him around for a while. But that's... story for another day. And the Chosen One woke up to find the girl's father standing over the bed, waving a shotgun. They were married that very day at the Modoc Church.
A sexy farmer's daughter and a shotgun wedding? Are you sure you didn't get this story from that erotic holovid out of New Reno?
There is a kernel of truth, even in...
Something is approaching from the east. Oh, it is the robot.
She says she didn't encounter any patrols west of St. Louis.
That's convenient for us.
Think the Luddites know we're coming? Got some kind of passenger pigeon network that told them about us?
They're either overconfident or luring us into a trap.
King Lud rules a 1,000-mile stretch of the country. He's not stupid.
Neither is the android. We might be able to use this in our favor. Any sign of an ambush, and we'll head to the closest city with a bridge across the Mississippi. Then set up our own ambush there. Let's move out.
Still got a ways to St. Louis. Last night you're gonna tell us about what the Chosen One found at Vault 13 all them years ago.
The Chosen One expected to find it full of their kinsfolk, descendants of the people who chose to remain behind when the Vault Dweller was banished 80 years earlier. Unbeknownst to the Chosen One, the Enclave had cleared the place out and left behind a new group of Vault Dwellers, of a sort. Deathclaws.
Too bad they didn't put an end to the Chosen One right there.
It might have turned out that way if these were any other pack of Deathclaws. Lots of people in the Wasteland think the Deathclaws sprang straight out of hell in the years after the war. But they're the result of pre-war genetic engineering. Modern zoologists say that Deathclaws have many traits in common with a pre-war lizard called the Jackson chameleon. They were tiny back then. People even kept them as pets. But the men of science, in their devil-may-care pursuit of the exceptional, decided to make the chameleons 100 times bigger, teach them to sprint on 2 legs, and give them claws the size of bayonets. And thus was born the huggable monstrosities we see roaming the wasteland.
Why didn't they just eat the Chosen One?
These were a special breed. The Enclave had a file cabinet full of schemes to make life generally worse for humanity, and among them was an experiment to make Deathclaws smarter.
What could possibly go wrong?
Your Republic put a brain clone from the most dangerous person on Earth into a robot body.
Hey, the Vault Dweller was a hero, not a giant monster that could take a person's head off in one bite.
The thing about making a creature more self-aware is that it might not be content with its lot in life. The Enclave intended for this new breed of Deathclaws to be just smart enough to understand orders, but not question them. Most of them did do as they were told, but several of them ended up as philosophical types capable of asking why. The Enclave dumped a pack of them at Vault 13 after they left, to ensure that anyone who stumbled across the place didn't live long enough to ask where the original dwellers went. But the alpha male of the pack, a beast named Gruthar decided that the vault's resources could help him establish a new society.
They couldn't do that in any other cave in the Wasteland?
The Vault-Tec machinery provided food and water for the pack, so they didn't have to hunt and kill like animals. You see, at some point after the Vault Dweller left, the remaining inhabitants rebelled against Overseer Jakerin, and they replaced him with the mainframe computer that automated most of the Vault's functions. The Deathclaws could use speech recognition software to run most of the Vault systems, and they were diplomatic enough that they convinced a human doctor to stay at the Vault and look after them. A few other humans joined them, and they had the potential to become a prosperous community. Trouble was, one of the humans who stumbled upon Vault 13 thought that the Deathclaws were a threat to humanity. He sabotaged the mainframe and tried to blow up their eggs.
Got eaten for that, I take it.
Actually, Gruthar was civilized enough that the perpetrator was imprisoned instead of executed. Most of the people who lived there seemed to consider the Deathclaws as protectors instead of threats. Gruthar and the Chosen One managed to negotiate for Vault 13's creation kit. The Chosen One repaired the computer, and in turn, Gruthar handed over the shiny metal case.
Funny how I keep hearing fairy tales about talking animals, but I never actually met one of these things, even when I went by Vault 13.
Just about all of the talking Deathclaws were killed when the Enclave returned to Vault 13 a couple of weeks after the Chosen One was there. The Vault security system captured footage of the whole affair. My armor's data storage has a copy of it.
You said most of the talking Deathclaws were killed.
The Enclave had another experimental test subject at a nearby facility. The Chosen One visited that place shortly after Vault 13, so that Deathclaw might have escaped and multiplied. The Chosen One also made a new friend at Vault 13, an individual named Gorus, who decided to join them on their travels in the Wasteland. Gorus was something of an anthropologist. He wanted to see the cultures of the Wasteland and learn how humans had managed to rebuild society. He was a keeper of many mysteries, and had more than a few surprises the first time he fought at the Chosen One's side. I met him once, decades ago, and he recounted some of the Chosen One's adventures, including their long trek back up north once they had the precious GECK.
The Chosen One didn't know about what happened, right? In Arroyo?
No, the Enclave came and went without a trace, using their vertibirds.
Shame about that. Those villagers didn't have it coming, even if they were the Chosen One's kin. St. Louis city limits up ahead.
Story time is over, kids. Eyes up. Edna, Daisy, what do you read?
Something is burning. Many things are burning.
Haven't seen a massacre like this since...
Ain't never seen anything like this. Luddites having a civil war? Legion spreading east?
The android stayed ahead of us since Denver somehow.
One person did all this?
I've heard tell of such. Lunatics that launch mini-nukes into the middle of towns. Killers who sneak through a community at night, murdering everyone in their sleep. Deranged marksmen that snipe whole populations just for target practice.
Is the person who did this very, very bad?
Yes, he is, Daisy. And karma's a bitch.
Looks like the killer we're chasing just cut a path right to the Mississippi.
Edna wants to know if we're going to stop and help these people.
Huh. To be honest, I thought we were going to be the ones dishing out all this pain on the Luddites.
So close. Yeah, okay. Let's see if the wounded will accept help from us infidels and our factory-made stim packs.
You are a good human. A good human.
Uh-huh.
That's the last of the stim packs. Can't believe we're wasting our meds on the enemy. Have we forgotten the time they threatened to kill me?
When we're back on the road, we'll scrounge for more. We've lost a whole day here, and the android's going to be halfway to the
capital Wasteland. I know the place it's probably heading. You know, after the Chosen One found the Garden of Eden creation kit, they returned to Arroyo to find a scene a lot like this. The village shaman had a few final breaths to explain what had happened, even though he didn't have words for it. Giant dragonflies that spat fire, men in metal suits. Arroyo's warriors fought them, as well as spears and gecko hide could fight against plasma rifles and power armor. The Enclave loaded the remaining villagers into vertibirds and flew south along California's coast. Few people knew that the Enclave even existed then, and even fewer knew the locations of their bases. After a long drive down the coast from Oregon, the Chosen One discovered a gas station at a place once called Navarro. It was a dead end.
Seemed like a dead end? That was the Enclave's main refueling station for their vertibirds.
Yes, it was. The Enclave left one guard in a silly robe at this station. The actual base was hidden deep in the woods in an old Poseidon oil refinery, and most of it was underground. The guard's job was to chase away tribal looky-loos and send anyone who seemed too curious down south on a wild goose chase.
Chosen One got fooled by the ruse, if I recall. Went on south down to Frisco.
San Francisco was one of the more enlightened cities in the Wasteland. It had several organizations that were technologically advanced and knew of the Enclave's existence already, though none of them could challenge it. The Hubologists ran their operation out of the Golden Gate, but they were more concerned about building a spaceship than with fighting earthly enemies like the Enclave.
Spaceship? You gonna go on about aliens again?
Now that's a story for another day, but the Hubologists believed in a different kind of alien. Made up ones from some pre-war science fiction writer who decided to create his own religion.
Still plenty of cults in the Wasteland.
Cults can be encountered all over the Wasteland, and before the war, things weren't that different. Dick Hubble made a living writing novels, and he figured that if you wanted to make real money, you gotta start a religion. Came up with some racket about using gadgets to realign neurodynes and help enlightened people become the spokes in the great wheel of life. Of course, he was the fat spider at the heart of the web, the hub, an axis of the wheel where all the money flowed. Religions from the back when times had a hard time after the war, but Hubology stuck it out for a good 160 years. They still used the same marketing techniques that worked on pre-war society, with a helping of abduction and brainwashing. When the Chosen One visited the Hubology compound in San Francisco, there were a couple of adult holovid stars from New Reno there, shaking hands and using their celebrity status to lure in lost souls from the Wasteland.
I remember hearing people talk about Hubology when I was a kid. They had a brainwashing center in NCR back then, but I haven't heard much about them since the days of the Chosen One. They get their spaceship working and take off for planet Spacetopia?
They called it the USS Quetzal after their travel destination, but I always suspected the Hubologists met some unfortunate end.
Chosen One probably murdered them all.
The main power in San Francisco and enemies of the Hubologists were the Shi. In the back when times before the Great War, China sent their submarines to snoop around off the shores of America's coast. One submarine, the Shi Huang-Ti, was patrolling the Pacific when the war began. Even out at sea, the devastation was great enough to damage the sub and set it adrift. It eventually washed ashore near San Francisco, and the crew used the salvaged equipment to build a base of operations. Over the generations, they maintained their exotic Eastern traditions and technological aptitude. One of the strangest was a peculiar form of unarmed combat handed down from master to student over the decades. When the Chosen One showed up in Chinatown, they had already earned a reputation as a prize fighter in New Reno. In Chinatown, this mastery of the sweet science
was further refined by the local school of martial arts. The Chosen One used these skills to resolve a dispute between two factions of the Shi by challenging one of their masters in honorable combat. The Brotherhood of Steel had a small outpost there too, staffed by a brother named Matthew. He heard of the Chosen One's exploits and knew to look out for them. Matt was willing to take a chance on an outsider and asked the Chosen One to infiltrate the Navarro and steal the Enclave schematics for vertibirds. Everyone in San Francisco wanted those schematics. The Shi were intent on rebuilding civilization and needed aerial transportation. The Hubologists thought the plans would help them complete their spaceship or something, and the Brotherhood needed to counter the Enclave's tactical advantage. But that story will have to wait for another day.
Defilers, ye dare enter the kingdom of blood, unannounced.
And you must be Lud, if I'm not mistaken.
Son of a...
Shall address us as King Lud. Followers have been humbled in defeat, yet we are still a king.
You're a first-generation mutant, handcrafted by the Master himself.
This is Lud. I imagine it'd be shorter. A lot shorter. Ye have befouled the blood of our subjects with medicines of the old times. A single day ago, these trespasses would have brought your death!
And what about today?
Today, we are broken. Thrice we have seen horrors wrought by those bearing the cursed number 13. A century ago, the Master perished in fire kindled by the ones they call Vault-Dweller. Though King Lud was not there, we felt it in our mind.
When the Master died, the first-generation super-mutants were scattered. You were left leaderless.
Yes, 200 years ago, we watched from Broken Hills as the setting sun was dwarfed by the Chosen One's retribution.
The defeat of the Enclave.
Since the Chosen One rekindled the fires of the Great War, we have walked the road that connects this river with the West. I taught those who would listen about the downfall of the old world. Factories spewed weapons, and men wielded power they did not forge themselves. The humans of the old world were fools! Did they make the bombs they unleashed? Cage the atoms? No. Understand the fire their hands did seize? No! We hammered the metal of this sword with our own hands. It is pure! Now, a machine wearing the face of the Vault-Dweller lays waste to all we have built. Our knights disappeared on their patrols. Guards vanished from their posts. Then he came with dogs, coated in metal, abominations. The innocents were killed in their sleep.
The robot with a human brain, the one that killed your people. We're trying to catch it.
They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Will you help us?
What? The hammer? What? The chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What The anvil. What dread grasp? Dare its deadly terror's clasp. May ye die at the hands of this abomination, or it at yours. I care not.
I think he's done talking.
We've done all we can here. Let's not push our luck.
Think we'll run into more trouble on this side of the river?
Anything NCR intel can tell us, Ranger?
Huh? Oh, sorry. I can't get what King Lud said out of my head. It sounded like the android we're chasing didn't just battle with the Luddites, it slaughtered them. But why? The android has killed before. I've seen the aftermath with my own eyes. But in the past, it's only killed to escape, to secure its own freedom. We know the android had a Luddite disguise. Why not use it to pass through King Lud's territory undetected? Why the massacre?
I'll tell you why. Because that android you're talking about has the brain of the Vault Dweller inside it. The Chosen One has taught me anything. It's that some heroes just like killing.
You said it yourself, Ranger. The Vault Dweller was a powerful individual. And if history has taught us anything, it's that powerful individuals sometimes leave a trail of corpses in their wake.
And what about King Lud? All that poetry? Half of it sounded like it came out of pre-war books. Half just sounded crazy. Dwarfing the sunset?
He was talking about the defeat of the Enclave, a powerful force that's still leaving a trail of bodies today. The oil rig that the Enclave used had once been owned by Poseidon Oil back before the war. In those days, they pumped so much oil out of the ground that they needed huge boats the size of a city to transport it. One such tanker, Poseidon Marine Vessel Valdez, it was called, had sat in San Francisco's harbor, rusting since the war. The Chosen One had to run all over the wasteland, locating gizmos and repair parts to make it run. Even had to infiltrate the Enclave base at Navarro to pilfer a few things. Got themselves a suit of power armor and marched around like a soldier. No one bat an eye. The Chosen One explored the Enclave oil rig and eventually located the holding cells. Trapped within were the people of the Chosen One's village, Arroyo, and their distant relations, the dwellers of Vault 13. The Enclave was using the villagers to test a modified form of the forced evolutionary virus. The same goo that turned King Lud into a green giant. This version had been altered by the Enclave's chemical core so that it killed anyone who came in contact with it. The people from Vault 13 were a control group of sorts, a gene pool that hadn't been contaminated by the impurities of the Wasteland. This control group had similar results. While looking for a way to free these test subjects, the Chosen One discovered the true face of the Enclave, the inbred descendants of 6 generations of politicians, billionaires, corporate execs, the alleged president and vice president of the United States, and marketing directors. The president was helpful enough to explain that the Enclave intended to release their modified forced evolutionary virus into the atmosphere.
The only way for true humans and democracy to be safe is to cleanse the mutants from the globe. We humans will take back that which is rightfully ours.
The Enclave considered everyone outside their own little gene pool to be subhuman mutants. Their virus would have killed every human, ghoul, super mutant, everyone in the world, except for the Enclave members who had been inoculated by their experiment antidote.
Experimental?
Apparently, they were still working out the kinks right up to the last minute. The vice president himself volunteered as a test subject for the early trials of the antidote. Turned him into what some people called a drooling idiot. The vice president didn't make it off the oil rig, which was probably best for everyone.
Did the other bad people survive?
No, very few people made out alive. The villagers and people from Vault 13 escaped, but when the Chosen One tried to return to the ship, somebody was there to greet them.
You've gotten a lot farther than you should have, but then you haven't met Frank Horrigan either. Your ride's over, Mutie. Time to die.
The Chosen One finally rescued the people of their village from the Enclave oil rig, but that's when they came across the Enclave's most tenacious soldier.
Who?
Me, Frank Horrigan. That's who. United States Secret Service. You aren't going anywhere from here. Time to die. One here. You and your mutie bastard friends are gonna join me in a big old mushroom cloud send-off. I just triggered the self-destruct. The work will go on. You didn't do nothing here except seal your own death warrants. Duty. Honor. Courage. Semper Fi.
Frank was apparently unaware that the Chosen One had a functioning tanker ship docked at the Enclave's base, not far from that very room. The vessel returned to San Francisco, and the surviving villagers of Arroyo slowly made their way back north to their home, along with their distant cousins from Vault 13, who left the vault behind them forever.
The Enclave still had some people alive at the base on the mainland in Navarro, but the NCR and the Brotherhood teamed up and chased just about every last one of them out of California.
How's about that? You two can work together.
The Enclave is certainly the greater threat. As I said before, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Look, the tunnel ends up ahead.
"3,000 miles from coast to coast, the United States was a country with lots of territory and loads of people. They were all governed from here. Welcome to the capital wasteland. I suggest we make camp and scout out ahead. If I'm right, your android should be close by." I have a special mission for you, Edna. I'm sending you some coordinates. I need you to deliver a message. The Vault Dweller is the strongest, smartest, sneakiest critter to ever walk the wasteland. If we're going to fight his android, clone, hybrid thingamajig, we're going to need some help. I know you're tougher than you look, Edna. I'm afraid we simply don't have the firepower to face them ourselves. Don't you want to help our friends? Don't you want to make sure they're safe? Think about it.
How do you say go to hell in robot?
Must be a ghost. Boo!
Edna's a bitch.
Deliver my message and avoid any wastelanders. They might mistake you for an Enclave Eyebot.
I got this strange feeling your android knew we were coming.
What's the plan, Ranger?
I think I know how we can clear the dogs out quickly. You're not gonna like it, Junior.
Are you sure about this, Ranger? Maybe we should just wait it out.
If we wait any longer, this android could find a way to give us a slip. I won't let that happen again. This ends today.
Win or lose, this is certainly going to be one for the history books.
Carl. It's been fun.
Targets acquired. Bad dogs.
Sorry about the highwayman, Junior.
I don't want to talk about it.
The NCR will compensate you for the loss of your car, Junior. Here, I picked out a souvenir from the wreckage. It isn't much, but it's something to remember her by.
I feel dirty. Just promise me that when the time comes, I get the final shot with this here rifle.
Come to think of it, it would make for a better story if Junior delivered the killing blow with his father's gun.
We're not here to make stories. We're here to bring a murderer to justice. You didn't tell me the android was going to be held up in a vault.
Vault 108?
Yup. The only vault I know of that can clone an entire human. Last time I was here, it was filled with a bunch of interchangeable lunatics, all named Gary.
Why would the android leave the front door unlocked if it knew we were coming?
The way I see it, the Vault Dweller is sending us a very clear message.
It's done running, and now we'll be fighting on its turf, and on its terms. Stay on your toes, everyone.
The purpose of the Vault 108 experiment was to study leadership and power. The folks at Vault-Tec orchestrated it so that within 40 months, the overseer of this vault would die, with no one designated to take over. That wasn't the worst of their problems, though. According to Vault-Tec records, their power supply was also scheduled to malfunction.
This place is a little creepy.
I disagree. Sure, the blood-splattered walls were a bold stylistic choice, but I could see making this place a home, especially if I'm a deranged killer. You hear that, Vault Dweller? I like your style. Come out here so I can shake your hand.
Warning. Hostiles detected.
Vault Dweller?
Stop where you are.
Vault Dweller?
What are we waiting for? Let's just shoot him.
Vault Dweller.
Huh?
Haha, Vault Dweller. Vault Dweller? Ah, Vault Dweller.
Did I mention that Vault 108 had cloning technology?
Hey, Vault Dweller. Vault Dweller. Vault Dweller.
Daisy, what's the situation?
Compiling threat assessment. My senses are detecting 32 hostiles in close proximity. Risk of death by blunt trauma, high. Risk of death by gunshot, high. Risk of death through strangulation, high. Risk of...
Ask your doggun if we're safe in here.
Risk of immediate breach, 13%.
Good, so I won't die now, just die later.
I figured the Vault Dweller android would come here to breed himself an army. But I'm impressed he managed to succeed so quickly.
You're observant, Storyteller, I'll give you that. But no one could have anticipated this. How did you even know the android was coming to Vault 108 in the first place? Is there something you're not telling us?
Several days ago, when we were setting up camp, Daisy said something that caught my attention. She said she detected nearby life forms that could outlive her, but Edna was the only other robot nearby. Had Daisy been human, I would have written it off as an honest mistake. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I went for a walk to clear my head. I started mulling over the mission and got to thinking about the android and how he always seemed to be just one step ahead of us. The more I thought about it, the more it bugged me. The story just wasn't adding up.
Storyteller's right. I hate to say it, but the Vault Dweller's dog cart was a faster way to get around the Wasteland than my highwaymen. Android could have left us far behind him.
And every time we arrived on the scene, it looked like the android had just left.
On a hunch, I checked my armor's data storage. Sure enough, my files had been tampered with. Specifically, my data regarding androids, clones, the Institute, and Vault 108.
The android. Did it?
Yes. My guess is that it stuck close to us long enough to find a way to hack the data I've been gathering. It's probably learned a lot about the Wasteland. That explains how it found the location of this vault. He would know the location of the Institute by now too, but luckily I use a heavy encryption to protect my more sensitive data files. It seems your NCR intel was correct, Ranger. Your android is trying to get to the Commonwealth. He's been using us to do it.
I was sent to hunt down the android and stop it from reaching the East Coast. You're telling me we've been helping it this whole time?
So the Vault Dweller played us for fools.
You signed our death warrants the moment you let us walk into this trap. Why didn't you warn us?
Because despite how bad things might look right now, this isn't a trap set for us.
Huh? Vault Dweller? Vault Dweller.
Well, hello there. Looks like we caught some boys with their pants down. Light 'em up!
I called in a few favors. You'll have to forgive me for not speaking up sooner. Once I found out that the android was spying on us, I had to keep my mouth shut.
You actually kept your mouth shut about something? I'm impressed. I don't know what kind of ace you've got up your sleeve, Storyteller, but it's working. The clones are clearing out. Look. If we make our push now, we might be able to catch the android before it realized what's happened.
Why? Why are you still hunting me? You've been following me for 3,000 miles, so I take it I don't need to introduce myself. The three of you have been very persistent. You, old man. You're that guy I saw with the broken down car back on I-15. If I knew you'd get it running, I would have
shot me in the back without even looking me in the eye. I knew the homicidal gene runs strong in you and your kid.
I might have just stolen the car, or convinced you to sell it to me at a steep discount, all are options. I opted to leave you be. Surely you of all people could understand, old-timer. All I want is to live free of the NCR, to be left alone. And are you two some sort of Brotherhood NCR coalition? Here to rob me of that freedom?
We're here to administer justice.
Yes, I escaped the NCR's cage and you would have done the same. The Ranger here hunts me out of her sense of duty. I don't hold it against her. Dedication is important. After all, my first self contributed to the founding of your republic. But you, Brotherhood, why are you here? Surely a man of your knowledge and skill would be better spent elsewhere.
I always wanted to meet the Vault Dweller, or at least his shadow. I heard rumors of your silver tongue. They say the Vault Dweller could charm a bird out of a tree. I could see now the stories weren't exaggerated.
I merely play the hand I've been dealt.
Does that include murdering the innocent?
I did what I had to do to be free.
That might help you rationalize the scientist you butchered. But you didn't stop with them, did you? What about the other innocent people you killed to get here? Weren't they just people who wanted to live free of the NCR?
What happened to the Luddites was regrettable. But I was left with no other choice. Your highwayman gave me quite the chase. My pursuers were hot on my trail and I had no time to tiptoe my way through King Lud's territory.
Liar!
We know you've been taking it slow on purpose, gathering intel and keeping an eye on us.
You hacked my power armor to discover the location of Vault 108. The fact that you're standing here now confirms it.
I did do that, didn't I? Answer me this, Brotherhood. If you knew I found a way to remotely hack your armor's operating matrix, why did you even bother showing up today? I tried to reason with you. Clearly that wasn't in the cards today. Luckily, my technical skills are a lot more reliable. I was able to enhance some of the cyber dogs I found in Denver. You'll find that their bite is a lot worse than their bark. Good luck.
Daisy! Suppressive fire!
wrong? Daisy's targeting us all over the place. Ugh.
I can't get a clean shot. Get over here, you mangy mutt! Sorry you had to see that, Ranger. Know you fancy yourself a dog lover.
Those weren't dogs. They were monsters. I think you just saved my life.
I'll take that as a thank you.
Now we gotta find where the... Junior!
I haven't lived long, but if you think I'm a prodigy now, just imagine what I could become at the Institute. I'm not running from you anymore, Ranger.
You don't have to. Daisy?
Yes, Tanner?
Sick 'em. What are you waiting for, Daisy? He shot Junior! Kill him!
I'm sorry, Tanner. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What? Why?
Because I've been a bad, bad dog.
I've been knocked unconscious before, you know. Not one of my fonder memories.
Where am I?
You're right where I found you. Passed out on the floor of this vault.
No doubt sleeping on the job while we do all the hard work.
You remember Scribe Bigsley.
Sentinel Lions and I got your message. Oh, did you really have to encrypt it?
I was afraid Edna might be intercepted. It was necessary.
It was a pain in my ass, that's what it was. I cracked your coordinates quickly, but the Pride here, yeah, they had to drag me along until I decrypted the rest. Oh, my God. You know, it was real fun running around the Wasteland, so you know what? Thanks for that.
Is it true? Were you really chasing an android clone hybrid? Did it create all those clones we fought back there?
Yes. And by the looks of it, he got away. Again.
He left behind a holodisk addressed to you. It says your friend Tanner is being held hostage.
Tanner's gone.
Appears so. The message went on to say that she won't be returned until you've guided him to the Institute. He says he'll be close by, watching you.
What about Junior and Daisy?
I don't know who Daisy is, but Junior... Well, I don't know how else to say this. He didn't make it. What are you gonna do now?
The only thing I can do. I'm going to see this story through till the end.
You know we can't help you.
Yeah, I know.
We'll get you resupplied, and then you're on your own.
Edna, begin recording. The last couple of years have been interesting. 400 miles from the Citadel to the Commonwealth on foot. I made it to the southwest edge of the glowing sea after 20 days of hell. But that was the easy part. The radiation levels shot up shortly before the Commonwealth treated me to one of its infamous radiation storms. My armor provided enough protection to cross safely. Lucky, too. Only the meanest survive out here. How did that old phrase go? Yeah, though I walk through the valley in the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because I'm the meanest
Can I help you?
We would like to enter your fair city to stock up on ammunition, and maybe purchase some delicious noodles. Did you know that Takahashi has been running that old noodle stand for over 15 years now? Before his time in Diamond City, he...
Let him in, before he talks my damn ears off.
Latest news from the Commonwealth. Read all about it.
Prescriptions, Bill. High quality chems right here. Yeah, maybe we shave off all your hair. I'm kidding. Win the game. Buy a sweater.
Send free shopping right here.
Konnichiwa, Takahashi. Main kudasai. I've walked the Commonwealth long enough to learn a few things, Takahashi. For starters, Boston must have been a sight to behold in its heyday. It was here that the old world discovered new frontiers in science, both theoretical and applied. Fusion, robotics, personal protection, weapons. And rumor says that Boston is still the center of technological development in the new America. But I suppose you know all about that, don't you? Yes, I'm talking about what has emerged out of the ashes of CIT, the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, this institute that so many fear. I've already run into a couple synths myself. I'm convinced that the institute is as ingenious as ever. I haven't seen beings like these since that incident that started my journey to this end of the country. From what scraps of data I've gathered, Boston was a city prepared for the future. Military checkpoints, bunkers filled with packaged food and water for an entire city, infantry fighting vehicles, troops in power armor, tanks, vertibirds, Pulowski preservation shelters, the whole 9 yards. A lot of good it did them when the nukes fell. Speaking of nukes, did you know that it's here in Boston that the Fat Man was born? The M42 tactical nuclear launcher was developed at Fort Strong on Long Island. They were shipped to Anchorage and other places across the United States, but that didn't stave Doomsday off. America was unable to counter the Chinese where it mattered. The public didn't know it, but there were rumors, reports even, that the People's Republic was beating them in the arms race. America had power armor and energy weapons, but you can't defeat what you can't locate. As big and unmissable as China was, you can hide an awful lot of things in such a big country. Like experiments in stealth technology that give you a fleet of undetectable submarines capable of coming right up to your doorstep and setting nuclear fire to your home. 2 centuries down the road, it's a moot point who brought the apocalypse upon us. We do have the logs, though. Chinese bombers were the first to come, followed by their missiles. And as America burned, the dying eagle put the dragon to the sword. Both died after a decade of pain, war, and suffering. All for a fistful of... I don't know if anyone has ever told you this, Takahashi, but you're quite the talker. Let's get these noodles out of the way and hit the road. Got any ideas on where to go next?
I think the mass fusion tower isn't far from here. It was once home to a mighty corporation that was on the verge of... Edna? Edna! Edna, where'd you go, girl? The static is driving me crazy. What made you take off like that? This old corpse. Wait, that's an Institute synth. And it's still broadcasting. Most of the data on its internal memory was wiped. Well, there is something on the disk. Something about mass fusion. A thing called the beryllium agitator. Ah, and here it is. Mass fusion. If not the biggest, then definitely the most important corporation in pre-war Massachusetts. Power was their business, Edna. Power in the most literal sense. Mass fusion was providing electricity to the whole of Boston. With their line of reactors and municipal plutonium wells, it was the quintessential example of America's mad appetite for energy. Its founder, Carl Oslo, might as well have been a capitalist saint. He was a 6-year veteran of Poseidon Energy when he set up mass fusion, in 2043 if I recall. 10 years later, he threw the switch on the first power plant of his Clean Power Initiative. Clean power, love, safe and sustainable in the age of resource wars. It's no wonder that by 2070, he was supplying power to the whole of Massachusetts. You're right, fusion power only really started in 2066, with a power armor breakthrough and that first crude fusion cell the entire project produced. Oslo was a damnable liar. Fusion is clean and requires no shielding. Mass fusion tech, that's fission. Their fusion distribution boxes were lead shielded, and if any component leaked, you'd suffer the wonders of radiation sickness. He may have left Poseidon and ran them out of state with his financial talent, but he was the same greedy man inside. Maybe he was charming. Certainly managed to get that fellow Noel Chandrich on board to helm his project. Now I remember where I heard the name. The beryllium agitator was related to an actual clean power initiative mass fusion worked on. Chandrich helmed the project, which would have resulted in clean power living up to its name. A clean fusion power plant with the beryllium agitator acting as a spark plug for the entire thing. But Oslo couldn't keep a lid on his nationalism. He accelerated the development of the agitator, forcing them to make it so that he could hand the entire project to the military, perhaps to fuel one monstrosity or another.
Communism is a lie.
They fired it up in July. By August, the first completely clean fusion reactor was confirmed to be operational. Naturally, Chandrich opposed militarizing it, and promptly got fired for his trouble.
Calm down, Noel. You knew that this was coming. I don't understand why you're acting this way.
Don't tell me to calm down, Carl. When we started designing the beryllium agitator, you said it would be for the benefit of mankind. Instead, I find out that you have been planning on turning it over to the military all along. You lied to me.
Don't give me that high and mighty attitude. Have you picked up a newspaper lately? There's a war going on out there, Doctor. And if our side's going to win, it needs all the help it can get.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Since when did science start taking sides? What did they promise you, Carl? Money? Political favors? A goddamn medal?
That's enough! Like it or not, when the testing cycle is completed, I'm crating up the agitator and sending it off to Washington. Now, you have two choices. Either you can get back to work, or you can get the hell out of my building.
Why did he leave Poseidon in the first place? Because that company was working for the military too. Oslo's mass fusion is just the tip of the iceberg. All of these pre-war corporations were corrupt beyond measure, and it costed everyone in the end.
Whomever designed these hydraulic absorbers deserved a better fate. As far as evil corporations go, mass fusion was actually fairly benign, but some of the giants, like Poseidon Energy and Robco, the former had its fingers in a lot of pies and tried to corner the energy market and then some. Remember Helios 1? For them, safe, sustainable energy in a new age meant powering up an orbital laser cannon. Then there was Robco. Together with General Atomics, they're responsible for robo-brains, those robots using human brains as processors. In order for a brain to fit into those machines, you need to rip it out of the skull. Apparently, the spinal cord was causing them problems with the nerve connection rate. And then they wipe the brain with something called code. Everything that makes a man human is gone. They turn you into a glorified CPU. The government worked very closely on this project. In case you were wondering, no, these weren't volunteers giving up their brains. Prisoners, military and otherwise, disappeared and were never heard from again. And if a brain doesn't fit the project, tough luck. In the furnace you go. Imagine how many hundreds, perhaps thousands of people were harvested for the project. Was every corporation evil? No, I'm sure there were good ones. But pre-war America was corrupt to the bone. When Project Safe House, the salvation of the American people, is turned into a vile social experiment and kills those it protects, the bar is set exceedingly low. Look at this, Edna. Mentats. Harmless party drugs that expand your psyche and worldview, right? MedTech was another company experimenting with things they should have left well enough alone. WestTech may have given us FEV, but MedTech was experimenting with tailor-made viruses designed to target specific groups of people, even by age. Imagine an infectious viral disease that can wipe out an entire group of people. Say, the Chinese. But that is a story for another day.
Whoa, I know I just saw someone out there. No need to hide. I'll make it nice and quick.
I wear more armor on my crotch than your entire unit combined. How did you think this was going to end? Glad that stealth upgrade I gave you is coming in handy, but don't abuse it. You'd think natural selection would produce smart raiders who would avoid power armor like the plague. Who are they? Judging by the overabundance of gear and shortage of training, they're gunners. Yup, see the marked skull? Nobody really knows where they came from, but everyone agrees they're bad news. They're raiders with fancy guns and weapons. Instead of junk and pipe guns, they have military-grade gear. Nothing like what I'm packing, but they have standard combat armor in all 3 flavors. Proper firearms, even heavy weapons. They use actual tactics. No, Edna, not tactics like us. I train with the Brotherhood, and they aren't a raider tribe. For one, they don't rob people. Well, sometimes they do. Look, I know the Brotherhood's history isn't stellar. They have their fair share of sins, but the Gunners are far, far worse. Do you remember that battle we saw from afar, near the old Quincy? The Gunners hit at full strength. The town didn't stand a chance. It's part of their MO, their modus operandi. That also includes kidnapping, murder, robbery, and other antisocial activities. Generally, they don't take prisoners, and when they do, you don't want to know what they do to them. Suffice it to say, what they do to their captives is enough for local folks to take no prisoners either. Wastelanders kill gunners with extreme prejudice. The tattoos on their faces, I think they denote rank, make neat targets, or so I heard. Edna. Judging by the coats and metal, Edna, that must be the Forged, led by a fella named Slag. And while we saw some of that junk the raiders passed for proper power armor, that raider has a suit of proper T-45. The Forged are insane, more so than the rest. From what I know, ritual mutilation and branding is part of their initiation. And if you make trouble, you're fed to the furnace in historic sagas. Looks like they've got themselves a bunch of new recruits. Gunners could work, especially for a war band from outside the Commonwealth that's hurting for new blood. Are there other raiders? Well, there's about a dozen tribes here from what I've learned, give or take a few. It constantly shifts. The largest might be Bosco's group vying for control of Boston's downtown, operating from the ruins of DB Technical. Crazy Bosco's been warring with the rest of the raider tribes in and around Boston. Those outside the city seem to steer clear of them, having enough trouble of their own. Like that pair of tribes, Red Tourette's at the old ration stockpile, and Tower Tom, the Beantown Brewery. They're at each other's throats, the former for her sister, the latter for the food for hundreds of thousands of Bostonians. Must seem infinite when you only have a couple of dozen souls at your disposal. They won't work together because violence is in their blood. See that floating city over there? Libertalia, ran by former Minutemen. Wire's the name of their leader, and they keep fighting Bosco and Judge Zeller for control over Boston, Bunker Hill, and just to keep the other from becoming too strong. Bunker Hill's rich enough to pay them all off, being a trading town sitting on a crossroads, like a fat spider at the center of a web, and the raiders keep the pressure. That Zeller, he's apparently fond of torturing people to death, just because he can. Cutting out tongues, eyes, and hands for the smallest of offenses. Robots aren't safe either. Ever heard of the Rust Devils? To an Eyebot, they're the boogeyman. They prowl the Commonwealth in search of robots just like you, to cannibalize for parts or press into their robotic army. Operate out of the old underground vehicle hangars at Fort Hagen, still full of heavy tanks and IFBs. If they ever figure out how to make them run. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'll be honest with you, Edna. Nowhere's truly safe. Some dress theirs in the guise of religion. Others are just straight-up madmen. There's this island, Far Harbor in Maine, where you get both. Trappers is the term for those lost to the radioactive fog, who broke and became almost feral. Some were violent from the start. Others, well, they became such when they lost hope. And then there's the Children of the Atom, a poisonous cult if there ever was one, devoted to spreading radiation throughout the land. They devote themselves to this kooky god of theirs, Atom, to spread his light and glory. Nuclear war and bombs are holy objects to them. If given the chance, they would detonate them all over again. That radioactive fog covering much of Far Harbor is their work, and word is, they are growing increasingly violent after their old confessor died and a new fundamentalist appeared. You know what's the worst part? There was a nuclear submarine base on Far Harbor servicing a vessel designated USS Democracy. If these fanatics have access to nuclear weapons, I hesitate to think what they can achieve. It's bad enough that they spread their message here, attacking caravans and occupying strategic positions, while killing everyone who comes near with their gamma guns and dirty grenades. But fanatics with nukes, USMC armor, and weapons, what can you do? You need heroes to take care of that. But that is a story for another day. I take it you fancy yourself a big old freedom fighter now, eh, Edna? I don't need to tell you that the Commonwealth Minutemen aren't the first ones to grace the soil of Massachusetts. They draw their tradition from the Minutemen of the American Revolution, ready to defend their homeland at a minute's notice. Who knows where we'd be if they weren't there to fight the British? Yeah, good point, but I doubt nuclear war could have been avoided. The proclivity for warfare is an inseparable part of humankind. And I guess robot kind as well. The menace of the coast figures. You know, before these cute little rascals tore the Minutemen a new one, the citizen soldiers were a force to be reckoned with. They made a big splash back in 2180 when they came to Diamond City's rescue. Imagine it, Edna, a horde of rampaging super mutants attacking the largest settlement in the Commonwealth. I only wish I had been there to document it. Minuteman laser muskets might not be as reliable as my AER-9, but there's a time and place for everything.
Nothing to do! Nothing to... Nice try! Away from there! Now!
Well, that's a fine metaphor for what happened to the Minutemen. They were mighty. They had an army of citizens with small arms and artillery, and that made them cocky. They started to forget their ideals and purpose. Then came catastrophe. See Fort Independence there in the distance? From what I know, it all happened in 2240. The Minutemen were led by General McGann, and the fort was the heart of their operations. Trouble is, that was prime real estate, and the aforementioned cute little buggers decided they wanted it for their nest. A laser musket might dispatch a Mirelurk or two, but a Mirelurk Queen is a different story. It wrecked the place, scattered the Minutemen, and claimed the fort for its own. Nobody saw McGann make it out of there. Nasty way to go, locked underground with no place to run to, just slowly staring at walls and waiting for the inevitable to come to pass. If anyone hands them an eviction notice, the fort's a treasure trove. I bet those artillery pieces could be rebuilt. That's just a fantasy, though. It'd take a special kind of person to pull that off. Someone like the Vault Dweller. No, Edna. I haven't seen a real candidate out here yet. The Minutemen had a good hand, but they played it wrong. Just about as wrong as it could be played. Losing their HQ, radio station, and general in one stroke, that was when they started the decline all the way to the ground. People drifted away, and within 40 years, everything was gone. The last general on record was a guy named Becker back in '82. After he vacated the position, nobody bothered to pick a new figurehead for the Minutemen. And then there was Quincy. The gunners might be glorified raiders, but they have their strokes of genius. Moved on the town with fire support from the highway overpass. The militia didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell out there. Even with what passed for Minutemen support, I think only one group really answered the call. Colonel Hollis. I can respect such a man, following his duty to the last. But it seems he bit the bullet. The Minutemen are no more. Oh, you mean that kid with the fancy clothes? I don't mean to sound like a downer, but the Wasteland will likely eat him alive, together with the rest of the refugees from Quincy. Word around the Commonwealth is that what remained of the Minutemen hung up their tricorns and muskets. Quincy was more than just a massacre. It was the death of an ideal. Remember Libertalia? It's a raider spot today. All former Minutemen fallen from grace. Preston's the only Minuteman still alive. It'd take a miracle or some sort of outside intervention for them to come back. It seems like a pattern in this place. Sure, it's not the hellhole old Lyons chose as his domain, and much like the Minutemen, played his cards badly, but it seems just as cursed. The Minutemen had the potential to forge themselves a new nation, but only managed to dig themselves a grave. Have you ever heard of the CPG? The Commonwealth Provisional Government. Back in the 22nd century, the Commonwealth tried to unite under a common banner. Every settlement sent a delegate to hash out an agreement. Only, surprise, the Institute sent their own as well, and promptly wiped the place out. The CPG was dead before it could happen. Of course, some say that the Institute was also responsible for the CPG being proposed in the first place, that they spent as much as 4 years making it happen. Nobody knows the truth, perhaps not even the Institute. The Broken Mask incident in 2229 certainly showed us just how dangerous the Institute could be. Everyone thought the synths were rubber and plastic over a metal skeleton. Creepy? Sure, but recognizable. Now imagine a seemingly proper human coming up to you, joking, sharing a drink or two, then glitching out. No wonder Diamond City freaked out about synths and can't stop freaking out still. Perfect machines in perfectly human form. Just human enough to make some think that they are, in fact, human. But that is a story for another day. Freedom is not a gift bestowed upon us by other men, but a right that belongs to us by the laws of God and nature. That quote comes from Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers of this now-deceased country. It's a nice sentiment, but what happens when freedom is sought out by those who were not created by God or nature, but by man? They call this path the Freedom Trail, but for the runaway synths who find it, it's a far cry from liberation. The true path to freedom is no easy walk in the park. The story of civilization is one marred by oppression and slavery in one form or another. Many of us who wish to live free will have to wade through the sewers numerous times before we reach liberty's light. I've been in the Commonwealth long enough to know that something's lurking beneath the surface of this land. And it ain't just mole rats and mirelurks. They call themselves the Railroad, and they believe that Institute synths are equal to humans in all respects. That belief is a dangerous one to have in a Commonwealth dominated by the Institute. But the Railroad does their best to help hopeful runaways, just like those ancient freedom fighters rescuing slaves from the American South. Only in this case, they wipe their minds, implant new memories, and change their faces to aid in that escape. It's true, the Railroad's methods can be a bit extreme, but they would argue that such measures are sometimes called for when your enemy is as well equipped as the Institute. Subterfuge is their skill, but if they can't get it done quietly, they can do it loud. They might not hold a candle up to the Minutemen, but they have access to custom-made weapons firing railway spikes at high velocities, leather coats lined with ballistic fiber, handmade Gauss coil guns firing standard 2mm EC rounds. They're small, but pack a mean punch when they need to. Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigue of supporting it. This statue was made to honor a man who understood that. Back before the United States became a formal nation, it was a fledgling colony fighting a war for independence. Although the empire it served under was much larger than itself, it proved a thorn in Britannia's side long enough to gain its freedom. The American colonies were clearly the underdog of that story, much like the Railroad are the underdogs today. Clearly outnumbered, outgunned, and outmatched, they've proven a thorn in the Institute's side for decades, saving just enough synths to be a nuisance, but not enough to be a threat. And though the Institute squashed them like a bug several times, they keep coming back. They learned how to control information after 2266. So well, in fact, they have no idea where they come from. We know that the railroad operates an extensive network of associates and safe houses. It's all safe and secure now, it seems, but back in '66, everything was connected. Apparently nobody ever told the railroad that it's always a bad idea to put all your eggs in one basket. The Institute only had to raid a single safe house for everything to unravel. The end result was about a dozen survivors and no infrastructure. But they're stubborn and they rebuilt, till the Institute found them again in 2273. They hit them after the railroad helped an entire work crew disappear. A runner, John D., helped evacuate their headquarters, so they managed to get away without too many casualties. But that was still at square one. You see, the biggest problem the railroad had is that it always operated at a disadvantage, and most of its leaders underestimated their enemies. They needed someone with a vision, someone who understood espionage and the fine art of reconnaissance. Someone like Desdemona. Desdemona is the one who implemented operational security hard with the railroad. Compartmentalized information, dead drops, reflecting on the past, and fixing mistakes. I wager she's the reason the railroad's still afloat since she became its head in 2277. With strong leadership, the railroad expanded and grew to new heights as an organization, adding more and more members to its HQ. I know about Glory and Tinker Tom. One's a synth, the other a human casualty of an Institute attack. The latter makes all the fancy toys the railroad has. The former uses them. Still, it didn't help them much when the Institute attacked again in 2281. The new OPSEC helped them limit the damage, but they found the switchboard. It's apparently some kind of a pre-war DIA facility. The Defense Intelligence Agency was notorious for its black ops, it seems, and had some of the most advanced technology at the government's disposal. They were rumored to have caches and secret bases across the United States, and with what we've seen thus far, this might even be true. The railroad also recovered something called a PAM, a predictive analysis machine. From what little I know, it was supposed to be some kind of fortune teller, except it actually worked. Through whatever science the pre-war would put in this machine, they were able to feed data into it and receive anything they wanted. Number crunching and analysis far beyond human minds. So they used the machine for their own ends to help them survive and save synths. Getting synths away from the Institute is only half the job. The way in which the railroad gives synths new identities is messy to say the least. Facial reconstruction isn't even the worst of it. The railroad deems it necessary to wipe their memories clean so they can live new lives. What do you think, Edna? Is the railroad giving them freedom or merely replacing reality with a lie? Is a synth truly free if they are merely acting on the memories implanted in them, be they Institute or railroad? That's a question for the scholars and all of us, I suppose. It seems someone in the Institute feels there's a distinction between Pam and this patriot helping them from the inside since '84. The railroad's got a target painted on their backs. They've been growing like never before, and if they're not careful, well, the Institute already managed to push them back by taking that switchboard and flooding it with old synths. And since the railroad doesn't know where the Institute is located, they're in a losing position. And secret wars are nothing new. The bickering powers of the old world would spy on each other all the time, gathering information and keeping an eye on each other. I know it sounds cliché, but knowledge is power, Edna. The Institute and the railroad understand that too. They remind me of two other pre-war factions who kept tabs on each other. One's was a chest-pounding juggernaut, and the other preferred subterfuge in order to achieve their goals. Each one could kill the other anytime they wanted. But that is a story for another day. If human nature has taught me anything, Edna, it's that people just can't keep to themselves. A brief look at history can show you that man's incessant need to interfere with one another has caused every war that ever was. If neighbors could just learn to coexist, If we could all acknowledge that we're on this earth for but a short time, maybe the Great War never had to happen. But it did happen, and atop the ashes, mankind continues to ignore the mistakes of the past. You'd think that nuclear showdown between China and the United States would have taught us something, but I guess we're too stupid to learn, and too stubborn to die off. Yes, Edna, we're like cockroaches. Any more of that lip and I'm prying you open to see what's gotten into you. No matter how many soldiers, tanks, planes, and warships they would pour in, they were still fighting on American soil. And when the Americans deployed the first T-45s less than a year later, in 2067, they definitely realized that. A West-Tec frame featured servo motors and hydraulics mated with the best armor plating they could come up with. They helped America withstand the Chinese offensive and turn the tide, not because they were walking tanks, but because of the firepower. The first T-45s were crude, angular things, but the T-51, finally fielded in 2075, was elegant. Curved organic surfaces, providing balanced protection and mobility. They even upgraded the T-45s into the T-60 model, but they all had one thing in common. They couldn't replace tanks. The T-51 was only rated for 2,500 joules of damage absorption after all. What they could replace was heavy weapons. A crew-served machine gun or anti-tank missile? One man could carry that into battle as if they were small arms. That's what most people forget about power armor, Edna. The main reason it proves useful isn't because of its defensive capabilities, though they are great, but because of its offensive advantage. Once you're using one of these frames, you're a certified Hercules, made stronger by West-Tec technology. It's credit to the Chinese that they managed to withstand the American counterattacks and still keep fighting, not for 1, 2, or 5 years, but almost 11. From Alaska in 2066 to their own territory since 2074, the bloodiest war in human history. How did they do it? By throwing men at the enemy and hoping they would either get tired or drown under the blood and guts. For 11 years, they battled the United States, and by the end, they were fighting across a front line 5,000 miles long, from Anchorage through Shantou to Mambajao in the Philippines, and that's in a straight line, Edna. You don't hold out for that long just by feeding men into the grinder. You fight it like the railroad by going beyond brute force. You fight it with stealth technology. The Chinese were always ahead of the United States in that aspect, and while the US played catch-up, most notably with Robco's own Stealth Boy 3001, not the only thing reverse-engineered from Chinese Heigui stealth suits. Power armor may have ruled the day, but communist infiltrators ruled the night. Supply lines cut, officers assassinated, all against a backdrop of trench warfare, despite the DIA's best efforts to boot. The Defense Intelligence Agency was one of the most technologically advanced agencies of the old world, trying to outwit the Red Menace. They were the ones who made that predictive machine, fed it all the data they could find so that it could come up with a solution. It certainly helped with small-scale problems, like the Pascal incident in the Taiwan Strait. But to prevent nuclear apocalypse, it would have had to play God, able to influence the course of entire countries and change the minds of millions. Remember what we dug up in the Capitol wastes? That's right. To act, one has to listen. Pam provided reports that indicated that a comprehensive solution had to be implemented to prevent nuclear war. It inferred with a 91% accuracy that a stealth submarine program, the Ghost Fleet, was likely being implemented by the Republic. But did the powers that be care enough to stop? Nope. They fought a long, bloody war, inventing new weapons to fight it with, spending lives and currency to uphold their ideology. Make no mistake, Edna, for all the propaganda and claims of fighting for the American way, there was little difference between the US and China in the end. Concentration camps for the Chinese and Chinese Americans, mass censorship, brutal occupation of Canada, killing their own citizens to maintain control. They turned the weapons they made to fight hardened Chinese troops on civilians. Look at me, Edna. Can an unarmed civilian stand a chance? And that's just power armor. The military adapted its vehicle fleets, rebuilding them around power armor. See this humble infantry fighting vehicle? No, Edna, it's not an APC. APCs don't have cannons to provide fire support. In the rear, they would drive the troops into battle or a city and unload them. No need for heavy tanks when a squad suffices. Then there were the vertibirds. The VB-1 was a gunship variant designed for ferrying troops, both regular and in power armor, into combat. Plenty of those were knocked out of the sky in the aftermath of the Great War, plummeting to the ground, killing everybody who was on board. But that'll have to be a story for another day, Edna, because while we're here talking about old world blues, new world hope arrives in the Commonwealth. I could get used to traveling like this, Edna. This old VB-1 doesn't have the armor or firepower of the VB-2 gunship. There's a lot of them, and Maxson seems to be putting them to good use. Who is Maxson? You must be pulling my leg, Edna. I see. Well, it's a good thing I didn't wipe your entire memory when I installed that stealth module. Sorry, I'm not a better Eyebot mechanic, Edna. Blame it on my clumsy fingers. When we get to the Pridwin, we'll have you looked at. Until then, I'll fill you in. Elder Arthur Maxson is the last surviving descendant of the founder of the Brotherhood, Captain Roger Maxson of the United States Army. Roger was a faithful soldier of the U.S., a rebel, then a deserter. He founded perhaps the most enduring group of people this wasteland has ever seen. I suppose greatness runs in the family. You can trace it right down the line. His son helped contain raiders in New California, only to fall in battle with Vipers, nicked by a poisoned arrow with his helmet off. His legacy became the near extermination of the fanatics. Like General John Maxson, who led the Brotherhood through the Unity Crisis, and together with Rhombus, ushered in an era of peace and prosperity as they worked side by side with the nascent Republic. That was before we ruined it. Yes, Edna. The Long Night, the Brotherhood War, the separation of the DC bunker under Owen Lyons. I distinctly recall him as a very capable warrior and tactician, the embodiment of Brotherhood's martial values. But as a leader, well, he did find Liberty Prime and scoured the pit, but the historical record isn't all rainbows and mentats. 2255, he arrives in the capital Wasteland, finds Liberty Prime, and sets up the Citadel as a permanent eastern stronghold. And then, rather than uphold his mission, he goes Ahab. For 20 years, he chased his white whale, the super mutants from Vault 87, all over the capital Wasteland. It very nearly cost him his chapter. It got him disowned by the West once they realized he was wasting men and material and hunting down mutants, rather than upholding his mission. And then there was the whole debacle with the Outcasts, who separated from Lyon's force after he denied them permission to excavate Fort Independence to uphold their charter. It was 2276. Imagine just how loyal Kasdan and his men were. They stood by Lyons even when he was cut loose by the West, and then they left, and the weakened chapter faced the Enclave alone. They won, of course, with the help of a certain lone wanderer, and Owen Lyons died about a year after that. The mantle passed to his daughter, Sarah. I wonder if you remember her. She was a sentinel and a capable warrior, but that doesn't make you invulnerable. Not even a year after the defeat of the Enclave, the Citadel lost both Lyons, one to age and the other on the battlefield. Sarah Lyons was a tragic loss. They tried to cope with it by electing one elder after another. The construction of the Pridwin started around this time, and the Brotherhood was rebuilding its strength, slow as it was. More importantly, they didn't stay in the way of Arthur. The current Supreme Commander is originally sent here to be Lyons' ward, back in a time when the West still spoke to him. Could be that his mother also wanted him out of the politics of Lost Hills. The heir to the Maxon legacy could be a powerful asset for anyone who wanted to control him. I think isolation did him good, though. He trained under very capable warriors and had excellent tutors. Though timid and restrained as a child, when he started becoming a man, he quickly showed promise. At 12, he saved his training squad by taking out 2 raiders about to ambush them. At 13, he fought a Deathclaw in single combat and won, earning himself a disfiguring scar in the process. At 15, he defeated Shepard, a super mutant trying to band together the remnants of Capital Wasteland super mutants, which earned him the command of the DC chapter. I know it sounds far-fetched, Edna, but I have no reason to doubt the records or Quinlan's attention to detail. You might think it's unlikely, but then again, so does the story of a green vault dweller single-handedly taking out an entire mutant nation, a tribal saving humanity from global genocide, or a random courier surviving a slug to the head and then deciding the fate of no less than 3 wasteland powers. Maxon became elder when he proved to be not only a warrior, but also a diplomat. In 2283, at 16 years of age, he reunited the outcasts with Lyons' Brotherhood of Steel, forming the new Eastern Division. Now he's the Supreme Commander, and as the Brotherhood wanes in the West, it waxes here in the East. If Roger Maxon was the founder of the Brotherhood, then Arthur is shaping up to be its restorer. Little does he know that the Commonwealth is likely to prove his biggest challenge yet. But that is a story for another day. If there's a more beautiful sight than this, Edna, I can hardly imagine it. Yes, Vault City is beautiful too. Point is, there's no other group of people in the Wasteland that can fly on this scale. Even the mighty new California Republic only has a modest amount of gunships taken from the Enclave at Navarro. They certainly aren't using them for combat operations like Maxon is. The Prydwen is a modern-day marvel, one of a kind, really. She was built over the course of several years. Half of that time was spent figuring out how to build the damn thing without pre-war industry backing you up. After that, they spent another 2 years assembling the parts and making it float. This is a rigid-frame airship with lighter-than-air gas safely hidden inside lightweight armor plating. This isn't just a simple air balloon, though, Edna. Look over here. On the flight deck, there are 4 of these hefty pylons that support jet engines, which help regulate the Prydwen's altitude. Few know this, but the Prydwen is actually capable of landing on the ground in emergency situations. Yup, she's quite a beauty, and in old-world fashion, she requires a lot of power to operate. Originally, she drew on energy from an old fusion plant, but more recently was refitted with new parts pulled from Rivet City's aircraft carrier. For the Commonwealth campaign, she's now capable of crossing the vast divide between the ruins of DC and Boston in no time at all. Come on, let's head inside. It's always a surprise seeing this many brothers and sisters in one place. To think that just 10 years ago, this chapter was completely moribund. 20 years under, old Lyons filed it down to a stump. A group of stragglers camping out in the Citadel, chasing mutants across the Capital Wasteland and playing at being knights of old. Hell is paved with good intentions. Lyons alienated the elders of the West, denying him reinforcements, alienated his own people by betraying the Brotherhood's mission, and then had the remainder throw away their lives, chasing his white whales or doing charity for a people who couldn't care less. I can respect Lyons for his convictions, Edna, but as a commander and leader, it's tough after seeing what Maxon has done with the chapter. In no time at all, he forged it into what we see here. A powerful force, capable of reaching out and striking enemies 400 miles away from the Citadel. It took only 10 years, 4 of them under Maxon's direct leadership, and the Brotherhood became mighty. Lyons did a lot of harm to the Brotherhood, true, but he also introduced reforms and changes that were a huge step in the right direction. The Brotherhood used to be very reclusive, as you well know, to the point of sending aspirants to die in radioactive hellholes. Lyons realized this was an unsustainable stance, perhaps when it became apparent that 2,500 miles away from home you can't expect speedy reinforcements. He instituted a recruitment program among the locals. If you caught the eye of a Brotherhood member, they could sponsor you as initiate. I know Elder Maxon's right hand, Paladin Dance, started his career that way under the late Paladin Krieg. Then there are the ranks. Beyond the extremes, initiates and elders, the Brotherhood out west still divides its ranks in 3s: scribes, knights, and paladins. The first study, the second labor, the third fight. Lyons changed all that, folding knights and paladins into a single combat caste, while scribes became responsible for manufacturing and research. The Brotherhood is a military organization through and through, so scribes are the closest they have to civilians. Maxon kept both of these changes, so I suspect history won't soon forget Lyons and his wise reforms. It's true, Maxon's reign as elder only spanned the last 4 years, and the groundwork for his rule was laid by the previous string of elders, elected since Lyons died, and Sarah literally bit the bullet. However, it was he who brokered the deal that brought outcasts into the fold, reinvented the Brotherhood strategy around the Prydwen, and returned the organization to its roots. Many believe that the Brotherhood are all about technology, raiders obsessing over old robots and ray guns, hoarding them simply for the sake of having sweet tech. It wasn't the Brotherhood's original mission. They aren't some sort of guardians of the old order, insanely clinging to the past. They were once a force for good, preserving knowledge and technology for the future, not merely military technology, but also physics, chemistry, medicine. I'm sad to say that many have forgotten that over the years. You could easily argue that the followers of the apocalypse have done more to forward that goal in recent decades. That was until the next great Maxon reminded his people of who they were and what they can be. Technology is merely the means to an end. The laser rifles, power armor, vertibirds, even the mighty Prydwen herself are all tools in the quest to save humanity from its worst impulses. To paraphrase head scribe Vree, the Brotherhood is once more the salvation for this tortured planet and its people. And while humanity won't perish without them, it will certainly thrive with them present and helping. Who would have thought a decade ago that the Brotherhood would have an entire separate caste just for their air fleet, the Lancers? This airship is just as impressive on the inside as she is on the outside, wouldn't you say? The main deck here is the beating heart of the Prydwen. We're standing where most of the crew sleeps. This deck is located under those giant gas containers I mentioned earlier. Did you know that hydrogen is the lightest element on Earth? It helps keep the airship afloat, but it's also highly flammable. If one of these containers ever ignited, well, this is the last place I'd want to be. The Prydwen is mighty and built to withstand a lot of punishment, but she doesn't carry weapons. She relies on her crew to defend her, and gunships to get that army where it can do the most damage. The enemy doesn't know what hit them. And knowing Maxon, it's pretty obvious who that enemy is. Yes, Edna, the Institute, as well as any other group that gets in their way. Like the swarms of feral ghouls below at the airport, or the super mutants that roam the Commonwealth, or especially raiders. The Brotherhood is once again at war. I figure Tegan's already planning on how to source the resources locally. He'll probably leave it to the brothers to decide on how to get food from local farmers. Hopefully he'll pick the right people for the job. People who aren't monsters that rob others at gunpoint. The Brotherhood, even on a war footing, has standards. And if they're to win the hearts and minds of the local population, they need more than just vertibirds zooming above, exterminating threats to the people's life and property, ensuring they can live their lives safely without fear of being eaten by a grue. Kel's Lancers will have their hands full, as will Ingram's scribes in ensuring everyone has enough gear to fight. But I wager the most important part will be done by Quinlan and Ingram. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. But that is a story for another day.
Good to see you again. Report it to me immediately. This information could be the final piece of the puzzle. All right, then.
Commonwealth Law, PR 029. As a data procurement specialist, it is my duty to report any pertinent information to local chapters in the area. To that effect, I've prepared a briefing for the Pridwin, updated with the latest intel recovered from the field. I would like to note that this is the type of intel you can only gather while traveling the Wasteland proper and speaking with the locals. That is to say, you won't find what I'm about to tell you in some pre-war technical documents. First, context. The Institute as we know it today is a direct descendant of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, one of the finest centers of learning in Old World America, and a major link in military research, including robotics. Robert House himself was a graduate of CIT, which should come as no surprise. This particular alumnus would go on to form Robco, arguably the most influential tech company in the world before mankind blew itself to hell. Other major fields of research at CIT included genetics, nanotechnology, electronic warfare, and more. In the chaos of the Great War, the Commonwealth Institute of Technology escaped destruction. A warhead possibly intended for the Institute wound up destroying a residential section of Cambridge, sparing most of the campus. Against a backdrop of unmitigated chaos and the deteriorating humanitarian situation, even the strong military presence in the metropolitan area and outside the city couldn't stop the violence from spreading. The survivors took shelter below Cambridge and CIT. Rather than build upwards, they started building downwards, digging into the soil beneath Boston. It's important to note that the institute we know today wasn't actually founded until 2110 by the next generation of scientists, a generation born underground. We know that the original institute wasn't the isolationist organization the Brotherhood is facing now. At first, they attempted to coexist with the people of the Commonwealth. Seems like mutual distrust wound up dismantling this project, and the Institute wasn't exactly helped by the destruction of the Commonwealth Provisional Government. As noted in an earlier log, the CPG was an initiative to create a provisional government for the region, much like the initiative put forth by Aradesh and Tandy out west. Except the founders of the NCR were not wiped out by a synth sent to the proceedings. Curiously, if it wasn't for the guidance of Elder Rhombus, we may have filled that role as the Steel Plague. The Institute insisted on an isolationist policy in the wake of the CPG's failure, aided by the completion of their molecular transmitter circa 2180. Any efforts to locate a surface entrance to the Institute are in vain because there is no entrance. After their teleporter was completed, all entrances were sealed and hidden following the invention of the transmitter. I wager it's this isolation, coupled with the advances in synth technology, that contributed to the Institute's decision to abandon the surface and focus on developing underground, as well as the decline in their moral standards, treating the surface as little more than a giant petri dish. Part of you has to admire their ingenuity, though. the technological edge of the Institute is undeniable. The Brotherhood still relies on salvaged goods, even for our power armor. The Institute, on the other hand, manufactures all of their goods. Standardized energy weapons, explosives, clothes, armor, and most impressively, synthetic biological organisms. And not just synthetic humans. The data included on the drive indicated the presence of synth gorillas. The Institute has devised synthetic gorillas as an offshoot of its biological research program. It seems the Institute will pursue any avenue of research. Perhaps that's why they approved research into the forced evolutionary virus in 2178, in an effort to create a superior synth generation. And as we all know, they managed to achieve that goal eventually, after creating a whole new type and generation of super mutants using their modified FEV. The super mutants we keep encountering throughout the Commonwealth are unfortunate victims of the Institute's sick experiment. First, they are abducted from the surface, then subjected to FEV transformation, and once the data is mined, disposed of by unleashing them onto the surface. This callous behavior does make sense from a strategic viewpoint, as the super mutants interfere with human populations above ground, preventing them from banding together and organizing, and becoming a threat to the Institute. My fellow surface dwellers have no reason to love the Institute. They are victims of its operations and activities, much like pre-war Americans were the victims of its own government's actions. Beyond the destruction of the CPG, the Institute was also implicated in the Broken Mask incident of 2229 at Diamond City. An early third-generation synth went berserk on an infiltration assignment, causing that persistent paranoia about synth infiltrators to emerge. And then, of course, is the Institute's abduction of people for medical experiments or replacement. I think the entire scope of the Institute's crimes against humanity won't ever be known to us. From what I gathered, the Institute practices strict compartmentalization in each of its 5 divisions. Let's see, there's advanced materials, biosciences, robotics, synth retention, which is a little autonomous kingdom of its own. What binds them together, beyond their incredibly vague goal of redefining mankind, is the Director. Chairing the Directorate, the Institute's governing body, the Director is responsible for defining policies, breaking ties, and determining the end goal. In other words, each division moves on its own. The Director simply tells them where to go. The current Director is a bit of an oddity. Under his tenure, the Institute is aiming for autarky, with a clean fusion reactor meeting all of their power needs. They want to be left alone to redefine man underground. Only problem is, they don't want to extend that same courtesy to those living above ground, like Morlocks preying on the Eloy of the surface. But it seems the Institute miscalculated. Synths, as advanced as they are, aren't the trump card they're supposed to be. The cracks are starting to show, and I suspect that CIT's greatest asset might prove to be a liability after all. But that chapter is yet to be written. A story for another day, perhaps? Edna, end recording.
Brothers and sisters, the road behind has been long and fraught with difficulty. Each and every one of you has surpassed my expectations by rapidly facilitating our arrival in the Commonwealth. You have accomplished this amazing feat without a hint of purpose or direction, and most impressively, without question. Now that the ship is in position, it is time to reveal our purpose and our mission.
It's all over, but the crowd.
Gather round, Wastelanders. I've got a public service announcement. What if I told you there was this modification you can get that adds a certain radio station to your Pip-Boy? What if I also told you that this station was playing more songs than GNR, Radio New Vegas, and Diamond City Radio combined? Oh, and what if I was the DJ? Does that sound like something you'd want to listen to?
Old World Tunes provides a 24-hour broadcast for even the most downtrodden wanderer. Billy, Ella, Crosby, the Ink Spots, and more are at your disposal. I'm your chatty disc jockey, the Storyteller, and I'm dedicating this one to you, personally. Ours was not the first civilization to dream up the idea of androids so lifelike they can mimic the complexity of humans. Alchemists, aristocrats, and scientists contracted a fever for early robotics. In Renaissance Italy, Leonardo da Vinci sketched plans for a mechanical knight in shining armor, run completely autonomously. And even earlier than that, 400 years before Christ, the Greeks spun tall tales about Talos, a giant forged from bronze by Hephaestus, the god of technology. Yup, the Institute wasn't the first to dabble in such ideas, but they're certainly the first to succeed on such a scale. Humans are little more than machines, really. We depend on an intricate system of processes to complete even the most menial tasks. Perhaps it's this understanding of ourselves that has led some of us to play God, one machine building another. The Institute has created 3 distinct generations of automata that I know of. The first generation synthetics are rudimentary creations patterned after the human silhouette. The central processing unit and visual receptors are located inside the head, with a power cell in the torso, a brain and a heart, if you will. Artificial limbs are actuated by high-strength tensile fibers, and despite their primitive appearance, they allow for fine manipulation of small objects. Of course, as a very old platform, their core software is prone to bugs and unexpected behavior. The data dump contains plenty of references to pathfinding errors and the need to constantly update instructions. The first-generation synth served as the basis of the second-generation model, and is still, in fact, fundamentally the same unit as its predecessor. However, a host of hardware and software upgrades resulted in a dramatic improvement in performance. The most apparent is the thick, rubber-like skin covering the second-generation synth, mounted to a fine mesh that mimics the general body and shape of a human. It protects the internal hardware, allowing the Institute to deploy second gens on the surface without worrying about the environment as much. At this stage, second gens are the most plentiful type of synth at the Institute's disposal, and the backbone of its combat operations. Limited in the brains department, but cheap to manufacture and field in large numbers. Later models get uniforms and armor. Older ones get dumped naked with a gun. Unlike humans or third-generation synths, these just keep coming until you dismantle them permanently. Third-generation synths are the holy grail of android technology, indistinguishable from that of a human being, inside and outside. They can pass for regular humans with ease, and short of a DNA analysis compared against the Institute's own records or dissection of brain tissue, they cannot be separated from the population. The synthetic tissue is virtually indistinguishable from human. Extrapolating from what I know, the Institute isn't growing them, but rather assembling them. Prefabricated bones serve as the scaffolding, which is then covered in soft tissue. The absence of irregularities indicates organs, muscles, tendons, the whole 9 yards are woven onto the skeleton. Then it's a matter of jump-starting the body and growing the synthetic skin on top of everything, and that just creates the canvas. Judging by the variety in synthetic faces we've encountered, each synth is then processed and tailored for a specific task. This includes, but is not limited to, facial reconstruction, voice box alteration, changes in body shape, and of course, reprogramming. I believe that is the most insidious element of a third-generation synth, a body of a human married to a mind that can be rewritten like a holodisk. The structure of a synthetic brain appears to be the same as the structure of a human brain. However, unlike the human brain, the contents of a synth's noggin can be modified with the use of Institute technologies.
This allows them to create near-perfect replicas of humans they abduct, effectively copying the contents of their neural pathways in addition to whatever programming the Institute sees fit to add on top of it. A human rights violation if I ever heard one. Imagine everything that you are dissected, copied, and put to work for the Institute. And if anything backfires, the synth's mind can be wiped and reprogrammed with new contents. This is the same process the Railroad uses to disguise synths it takes from the Institute. Memories of the Institute are removed or otherwise suppressed and replaced with a new identity. Though from what I understand, a synth may refuse this treatment and take their chances without the benefit of anonymity. Built into the synth's mind are also emergency fail-safes the Institute can fall back on. With the right phrase, a third-generation synth can be rendered inert. The drawback is that each synth has to be physically present and hear the phrase in its entirety. Rather than shutting down the synth, the Institute can also remotely remove the personality and all of a synth's safeguards, setting it loose on the unsuspecting populace. The worst part is that, to my knowledge, there's no way of protecting a synth against this kind of remote interference. If an infiltrator were to make his way into the heart of the Pridwin and then be set loose, I could scarcely imagine the kind of damage it can do to our operations in the Commonwealth. Coupled with the virtual invisibility of an infiltrator, the ability to replace anyone in the field, a third-generation synth is the worst operational security nightmare in history. Almost perfect camouflage, superior physique, and seemingly unwavering loyalty. I'll be honest, even if a synth has gone rogue, there's no way of verifying that. The Institute has mastered the art of perfidy and warfare, and it could be an elaborate ruse. Which means that should a third-generation synth be detected within the Brotherhood of Steel, even a rogue one, well, I'd rather not think about it. You know, Edna, I feel like I'm getting old. This isn't a war like the ones fought before. There are no visible front lines, not like with the Enclave or Raiders. It's enough to make you feel tired. After all these years of traveling, learning, study, I feel like I don't know anything. Perhaps that's what enlightenment feels like. The Commonwealth is beautiful this time of day, and looking out, you can see the flames of civilization ebbing and flowing. If the synth creation has taught me something, it's that you never know when the seed of an old idea will finally bloom. Perhaps somewhere out there is the seed of a new nation, a new Commonwealth. But that is a story for another day.
Pour me a shot of vodka, Vadim, and a Nuka Cola to chase it with. That Russian shit is strong. I gotta get out of this place, man. I know I'd said I'd settle down, but Diamond City just isn't for me. Have you read the paper lately? People are running off to the Institute to become robots, and now giant metal war balloons are flying around too. The world just makes no goddamn sense anymore. Sorry if I sound tense, it's just that, well, I moved to the Great Green Jewel for a sense of security, but these walls have me feeling more and more like a caged animal. In times like this, you really want to know what the Commonwealth reminds me of?
It reminds me of New California.
Excuse me?
New California, a crucible of nations. Forgive me for waxing poetic, but just look at it. Like New California, it has all the ingredients. Warring factions, high stakes. Yes, these are uncertain times, but the Commonwealth is made of sterner stuff, and it has everything that it needs to develop well into the future. There's no less than 3 major settlements in downtown Boston, surrounded by dozens of smaller settlements. Look at Diamond City, for instance. Out of the ruins of Fenway Park emerged a town with a vibrant economy, electricity, farms, water, even a military force. Every child has the right to an education, and even with the fear of synths founded and prejudice against ghouls unfounded, it's rightfully the green jewel of the Commonwealth.
Buddy, listen. I appreciate the dose of optimism. Truly, I do. But I just came here to drink and vent a little. Now, if you excuse me,
You don't see it? Let me explain further why I believe this could be the next Wasteland nation. The Commonwealth's dwellers are a hardy breed, unlike what lions had to work with back in the capital Wasteland. Take ghouls. Around the capital, that probably huddle underground, perhaps beg for water outside cities, or try to exact misguided revenge on a random settlement. Here they dig in and work to make a place for themselves. Are you familiar with the Slog? The ghouls settled there and turned an old resort into a tarberry farm. Industry, smarts, vision, which you need to put a nation together. And if the Slog's not enough, how about Good Neighbor? Built by Diamond City outcasts in downtown Boston, a place for those nobody else wanted. It's ruled by a self-made government that could be called a gang if it didn't truly have the best interests of the people of Good Neighbor at heart. And then there's the third tip of the Boston Triangle, Bunker Hill. I'm sure you've been there, with a battle monument jutting out towards the sky. Just another survivalist settlement out there in the city? I don't think so. Anyone with eyes can see it for what it is. A central location laying near all the major trading routes in and out of the city. A lifeline connecting it with the world. Everyone knows how vital it is to keep around, even the raiders. Yeah, this is the foundation for a nation. All it needs is a leader, and history has a way of providing such people, especially in times such as these. A great influencer who appears at the right time and in the right place. Like the Vault Dweller when he eliminated the Master and shielded Shady Sands from raiders, paving the way for the NCR. Or President Tandy guiding it to greatness. Elder Rhombus, who brought the Brotherhood to the zenith of their power and influence. The Chosen One, Courier, Ulysses, Caesar, Robert House. I could go on and on.
Please, don't.
And that's not to say the Commonwealth hasn't come close before. The Minutemen tried to carry the light into the long night, only to fall to Mirelurks, petty infighting, and the Gunners. But that was a while ago, and word has it the Minutemen are regrouping. It could be nothing, just the last gasp of a dying ideal, or it could be a renaissance. A resurgence that will lift this land to something greater. For all our sakes, I hope the latter to be true.
This guy won't shut up. I can't just leave. For all I know, he'll get upset and throw me through the wall with that supersuit. Oh, I know. I'll just stare blankly at nothing until he goes away.
I know what you're probably thinking. What about the Brotherhood? Well, I want the Brotherhood to prevail against the Institute, of course. But rulers of the Commonwealth? That's not really our business. At least I hope it isn't. Only time will tell, though, if this Arthur wants to play king. If the Brotherhood defeats the Institute, it'll be the biggest force left in the region. If Maxon wanted, he has the resources to build a formal nation for the first time in the history of the Brotherhood. Our technology combined with the know-how will certainly make it tempting for him. If the Institute is erased, I have a feeling that Kells wouldn't be big on keeping the Railroad around. The Railroad hates the Brotherhood, and I can certainly understand why, given Maxon's attitude towards synths. And while they aren't a major problem in the long term, their experience in subterfuge makes them a dangerous foe. They have survived against the Institute, and they will survive against the Brotherhood if given the chance, perhaps even strike back. I can't help but wonder what the Commonwealth would look like under the Railroad. A shadowy organization like that could stealthily strike out at all they deem oppressors. After all, once they run out of synths to help, do you think they'll just disband? I'm not so sure. Then there's the possibility that the Institute will break us all, which is a very real possibility given their technological advantage. An adult beverage is probably the proper response. I'll have what he's having. Fair warning, though. I've been told that alcohol makes me a bit chatty.
Kill me.
Where was I? Oh, yes, the Institute.
I think the Institute taking over the Commonwealth would be... Well, let's put it this way. I might have to relocate. Imagine the entire Commonwealth ran like a big vault experiment. Everyone in it just lab rats, running whatever sick and twisted maze the Institute devises for them. Even when the current director dies and another takes his place, I very much doubt the autonomous divisions would change their philosophy that much to see the Wastelanders as actual people.
What if I just ran? Could he catch me?
I shudder to think about the consequences in the days to come, but the benefit of being a historian is that your duty isn't necessarily to shape events, but rather to record them. Whatever direction the Commonwealth takes, I'll be there to record it for posterity. That's not my responsibility as a sworn brother, but as a concerned citizen of the Wasteland. He who has the means to preserve the lessons of the past should, and more importantly, share it with those who will listen. Wouldn't you agree? Every time.
Children, listen up. We have a guest today who is going to tell us stories about the Commonwealth.
Yay! Really?
Whoa! Power armor! Wow!
Your teacher tells me you're interested in learning about the world outside your vault. I wasn't expecting to teach a class today. I was originally stopping by Vault 81 for a totally different reason. Thanks, Pete. See you again in 6 weeks.
Sure thing, buddy. Come back anytime. That guy never took off his helmet.
I'm afraid I didn't prepare a lesson plan or anything.
My kids would love to hear about anything you've done out in the Commonwealth.
I suppose I could tell you kids a thing or two about this wild wasteland. You all have lived your entire lives down here in the safety of your vault. The outside world is a diverse place. Super mutants, ghouls, talking brains in jars. Yup, I've seen it all. Oh, and who's this?
His name's Ashes. He's Aaron's cat.
Oh, well, hello there, Ashes. Before the Great War of 2077, cats could be found everywhere. When humans were in need of companionship, the domesticated cat offered it in spades. I have a companion of my own, you know. Her name's Edna. Edna, come say hello to the kids.
Cool. An eyebot.
Edna here is my little helper. She's good in a fight, too, and helps me catalog everything I discover out in the wasteland. Edna, begin recording. If you look around our wasteland today, it might be easy to assume that dogs were the most popular pets in pre-war America, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. The domesticated feline outnumbered their canine counterparts. Abraham Lincoln kept cats at the White House, and evidence suggests that cats were domesticated 2,000 years before Egypt's pharaohs. You can actually tell a lot about a civilization by the pets they keep. When human populations are nomadic, dogs are of better use. The wasteland wanderer is more likely to have a dog as an animal friend than a cat, since one is clearly better at holding predators at bay. This is possibly the reason why dogs were domesticated long before cats ever were. However, once human populations began to settle down, sow seeds and store crops, mice became the new threat. You vault dwellers could be considered today's modern settlers, tilling the earth and storing crops as an agricultural tribe. Cats are therefore a more sensible pet for you to keep. They are highly effective as a means of pest control, because their light frames and agile bodies make them excellent small game hunters, and tiny rodents know it's in their best interest to stay the hell away. Had nature been allowed to run its course, cats would still be feared by rats even today. But man-made nuclear fallout and radiation had a different plan in mind. For the past 200 years, rodents have been mutating at an astonishing rate. Where before they were mere pests, now they pose a serious threat to travelers. Small rodents still exist, but many are bigger than cats now, and the larger ones are as big as dogs, sometimes larger.
Ew. That sounds scary.
Upstairs, you have a 4-foot-thick vault door shielding you from the outside world, so I wouldn't really worry about it. And mutated rats aren't all bad. Some Wastelanders have been able to tame them. Out west, they even hold mole rat competitions. People raise them for food or keep them as pets. I distinctly recall a mining settlement that kept one as a pet. Snuffles, I think they named her. I've heard rumors that Vault-Tec kept mole rats too. Knowing them, they were probably running some kind of mad experiment on the poor critters. Probably just a rumor, though. Cats were experimented on too. Scientists at Mariposa threw them into vats of forced evolutionary virus, along with humans, dogs, and other mammals. These cruel experiments led to the creation of centaurs, horrifying mutants that can be found staggering around other parts of the wasteland.
Did you ever fight a Deathclaw?
Sure have. One time I killed a Deathclaw with a single blast from my trusty laser rifle.
Whoa!
If you think that's impressive, you should have met this ranger I once traveled with. Could shoot a bloatfly from 1,000 yards with that old Sequoia. But that didn't help us when we got trapped in Vault 108 with a bunch of murderous clones. One of my friends got shot in the back, and...
Nothing with excessive violence.
Right. Sorry.
Someday, I'm gonna check out the Commonwealth.
If you do, be sure to bring one of these suits of power armor with you. It's mighty dangerous on the other side of that metal door. That being said, the Wasteland is a big place. It's a damn shame that most people don't get to see it all. I like to think of the world as one big book filled with stories, and those who don't travel are only reading one page. But you kids are young, and you can be explorers right here in Vault 81. Learn about everything you can, and when you can't learn anymore, move on and look someplace else. Every day can be a journey, and you, the adventurer. But that is a story for another day.
Some years ago, out New California way, our storyteller found himself on a trail he'd walked many times before, gathering stories and learning a thing or two about this wild wasteland of ours. It was then that he ran into the one they call Ranger Helen Tanner. You see, this ranger was looking for someone, a nasty feller, who was hightailing it to the Commonwealth. She was poised to bring him into justice, and she needed our storyteller to do it. So they traveled together, and somewhere along the way, you could say they became friends. In their quest to capture the outlaw, they met other Wastelanders, and soon had a posse of their very own. This man they were chasing was no ordinary brigand. He was a tin man of sorts, a cyborg created by the New California Republic, using the DNA of some long-dead hero. His kin weren't what made him bad, though. In his mad quest for power, he clocked a body count so high, it'd make a Deathclaw blush. You can understand why our gang didn't fare so well when they finally cornered him. Our storyteller was knocked unconscious, and when he woke, the ranger was gone, and another of his posse lay dead. Years went by, and the storyteller searched the Commonwealth for any sign of his old friend the ranger, but he turned up nothing. That was until a Diamond City private investigator uncovered a lead that pointed to Nuka World.
Welcome to Cappy's Cafe, stranger. What'll you have?
What do you got?
We only got 3 things here. Chems, liquor, and Nuka-Cola.
Too bad. I got me a hankering for Sunset Sarsaparilla.
We don't care for your kind around here, stranger. How about you wandering up to Maine and get yourself a bottle of Vim?
I suppose you Nuka folk are what they call brand loyal. But this place isn't just about Nuka-Cola, you know. Sure, when folk think of Nuka World, the first thing that comes to mind is rivers of glowing blue soda and animatronic pop bottles walking around. But this theme park was so popular that the Nuka-Cola Company built several other attractions nearby. Galaxy Zone was what people in the back when times thought the future would look like. They were off a bit about how things turned out, though.
Ain't that the truth?
And when folks weren't thinking about the future, sometimes they'd get to thinking about the past. They wanted to get a taste of the old pioneer days, so they built themselves a dude ranch on the western frontier of Nuka Town, USA. Called the place Dry Rock Gulch, tin horns could go there to rope mechanical horses, flirt with animatronic saloon gals, and draw iron against a pokey robot deputy. That was all just a show for the tourists. There weren't any real gunfights in Dry Rock Gulch until the gunfight at Buttercup Corral. One evening, 200 years after the Great War, a ranger came to town. She was a genuine daughter of the West. This dude ranch feared her. Cardboard townsfolk closed up their shutters. The plastic tumbleweeds scurried out of her path. Even the bloodworms were afraid to crawl out of their holes because they saw this ranger carried the big iron. None of the robot cowboys in Dry Rock Gulch had the grit to ask why she was there, but if they had, she would have said,
"I'm to kill the man that done me wrong."
Now, the man who done her wrong wasn't exactly a man. He was a tin man of sorts. His body was a machine forged by blacksmiths out in California. His brain was cooked up in a pot of snake oil by a team of quacks in white coats. Legends say that his metal veins had a single drop of blood from a long-dead hero running through them. But if that's true, this rotten apple fell far from the tree. He was the meanest son of a gun to ever walk the land. He could strangle a Yao Guai with his bare hands. Night Stalkers died when they bit him, and he once killed the entire town of St. Louis single-handedly. He didn't come to Dry Rock Gulch alone, though. He had used a bit of that hero's blood to brew up a posse of his own. They all looked just like him, were just as mean, but all they could say was their own name. Vault Dweller. This here Tin Man and his gang of homunculi had killed one of the ranger's friends, turned her dog against her, and dragged her away to a far-off land. But the ranger somehow got away from them, out in the wilds of the glowing sea. Before she left, she grabbed two things.
The big iron?
Yup.
And the other thing?
Now, friends, I don't know much about this world, but I can tell you this. A girl loves her dog. Now, this ranger's dog was just a dog brain in a jar, but with her pooch and her shooting iron, she gave the cyborg the slip. Took her years to recover, but she eventually tracked down the Tin Man and his gang again. Learned they had come to Nuka World and not to visit the gift shop. Right in the middle of Dry Rock Gulch was a place called Buttercup Corral, where the metal ponies spent their days. It was there that the ranger caught up with that posse of clones. The Tin Man himself was nowhere in sight, but the ranger was happy to throw down with his lookalikes. It was over in a second, and the ponies gathered round. There before them lay the bodies of the dwellers on the ground. Oh, they might have went on living, but they made one fatal slip when they tried to beat that ranger with the big iron on her hip.
So, what happened then? Did the ranger just catch this guy? The cyborg?
Nope, but she ran into an old friend, and they went looking for the cyborg together. Nuka World's a big place. The ranger and her friend didn't know where to start, so her friend went into a raider bar and lathered the local desperados until someone spilled the beans.
He'd be pretty stupid to come here alone looking for a fight. We'd have him outnumbered 7-1.
He ain't stupid, and he ain't alone. That's what storytellers call a paradigm shift.
Most of those Sequoia revolvers only hold 5 cartridges, but Tanner's gun was customized to hold 6. That's why I think of it as
the big iron.
A man in a blue Vault-Tec jumpsuit. with the number 13 on his back. Where is he?
There's no one here like that. Anyone tough guys show up and Overboss Coulter makes him fight in the gauntlet.
Maybe he's in disguise. A new guy in one of the gangs that keeps a low profile. Might talk funny. California accent like mine.
Yeah, there's a new guy with the operators. He says pop instead of soda. He says words all funny like he can't pronounce bumper cars and safari.
The safari. That's where he's going.
Let's mosey.
Wait, I gotta know. How'd you get away, the cyborg? You gave him the slip in the glowing sea, and why's your dog just a brain in a jar?
Now that is a story for another...
Are you still saying that after all these years? You really haven't changed a bit, huh?
I was about to say the same to you.
Raider scum. You want to tell me why the hell someone doesn't come to Nuka World and just kill every damned one of these bastards?
You want to tell me what happened in the glowing sea?
Want to tell me what happened to Edna?
That is,
I know.
Look at all this junk. I can't believe pre-war people wasted their money on mountains of useless stuff like this.
They called it consumerism. In the back when times, folk were compelled to accumulate material possessions as a way to escape the emptiness of their lives.
Nuka World souvenir cups, souvenir magnets, toy cars, teddy bears.
Pre-war America was both prosperous and terrifying. Many people suffered from a constant sense of unfulfillment. Nothing they bought could fill the void inside them, so they kept buying more and more, always hoping the next purchase would be exactly what they needed to feel complete.
Souvenir photo t-shirts. What do you suppose this thing did?
Folk would gather the family around this holo camera, get a picture of Mom, Dad, and the little tykes. Then that contraption would spit out a clean new t-shirt with the picture printed right on it. Then they could go home and show all the neighbors what a great time they had at Nuka World.
Well, gee, that's actually kind of cool. I sure would love to show everyone back in California what a great time I had here on the East Coast. What would people pay for a souvenir t-shirt?
Well, you gotta understand, by the late 21st century, inflation was out of control. So folk would have to pay $200 or $300 for something like this.
Whoa, those prices are outrageous.
Maybe I can hack the internal clock on this machine and trick it into thinking it's the early 21st century, years before the Great War, when inflation wasn't so bad. Then it'll make us a shirt at prices adjusted for the lower rate of inflation. Let's see, how about 20 years before the Great War? The adjusted price is $31.99.
Golly, that still sounds a little high.
How about the value of $1 40 years before the Great War? Adjusted for inflation, that was only $26.99.
Oh, I think you can do a little better than that.
Okay, let's try 61 years before the Great War. Adjusted for the value of $1 way back then, this shirt would only cost $21.99.
Wow! That's an astonishingly reasonable price for a high-quality garment made of 100% ring-spun cotton.
And it has a picture of my handsome mug on it, along with the phrase I say on occasion.
I suddenly understand what you meant by the endless pursuit of material possessions. It's as though this shirt completes me.
And it identifies you as a person who appreciates and supports quality storytelling.
I can finally stop my endless wanderings across the wasteland.
Want to go ride the giant teacups?
You bet! This is great!
You know, the Ferris wheel was invented by a man named George Washington Gale Ferris Jr. They built the first one for the Chicago World's Fair.
Oh, please tell me more.
You're being sarcastic.
No shit, Sherlock.
Few know this, but the original Ferris wheel was supposed to be America's answer to the Eiffel Tower, which stood in Paris, France.
I can't hear you!
Old world America prided themselves as inventors, and so was the city of Chicago that commissioned the project. Once completed, The Chicago Ferris wheel would be a marvel of pre-war engineering and steel forging. It rotated around a 70-ton axle manufactured by the steel companies in Pittsburgh, the place we call the Pit. I'm afraid if I step on, it might collapse.
Then don't step on it.
But I really wanna.
When they tried to match the Ranger with big iron on her hip, big iron on her hip. Never had anyone immortalize me in song before. You're a man of hidden talents.
Yup.
You gonna sing me a ballad about Edna?
Requiem. The song for the dead is a requiem, not a ballad.
I thought this place was just about Nuka-Cola. Why'd they put all this other stuff here? The Cowboy Zone, Candy Kingdom, Spaceland, the zoo?
Not relevant to the mission. We'll discuss the plan after we recon Safari Adventure. I need to verify something there before we can track the android.
So, that fish soda up in Maine, was that made by the same people that made Nuka-Cola?
Of course not. Vim was manufactured by a rival beverage company, although, like most other successful soft drink companies in the 21st century, Vim was targeted by John Caleb Bradburton.
Go on.
If you want to hear his story so bad, tell one yourself.
Okay. Once upon a time, in a faraway land,
there was a kingdom of candy. It was ruled by King Cola from a throne of cherry, although most people called him John Caleb Bradbury.
Bradburton. John Caleb Bradburton. JC to some.
One day, King Cola's kingdom was visited by a beautiful queen named Helen. Queen Helen was on a quest to capture an evil ne'er-do-well, the cruel Lord Cyborg. The queen was accompanied by her friends, Princess Daisy, Sir Storyteller, and Lady Edna, the squire. They chased this evil man to a magical land where the rivers flowed with soda pop. But they found the kingdom had been overrun with zombies who had gotten inside it somehow.
They were probably here since before the war, the original employees of the park.
Fair point. Still, this castle looks like it's made out of cardboard and plastic.
Most likely took shelter in the utility corridors beneath the park. A hidden city where the cast members could go about the unglamorous drudge work of maintaining the park without breaking the illusion of this magical kingdom. I bet the tunnels had food, medical supplies, equipment for maintaining the park. They could survive there for centuries and never need to scavenge outside. You were saying something about a beautiful fairy tale queen?
When the queen and her attendants arrived, the villagers had all turned into monsters. So she went.
Maybe not all of them. On my way into Nuka World, I passed through the town of Bradburton, up north. Found a holotape there, near the body of a dead ghoul. Seems that at least one of them left the kingdom and tried to find a cure before going feral. I left the tape where I found it. It was meant for someone else. Someone who might still be in there. A lonely monarch of a ruined kingdom, sitting on a throne before a court of decaying subjects, hoping in vain to restore the dead to life again.
We can repair Edna and Daisy.
After we find the android.
Cyborg. He likes to be called Cyborg V13. Got angry when I called him an android.
Don't care what the android wants to be called. Tell me about your queen and her knight.
The queen's entourage took a leisurely stroll around the zombie castle, only to discover another castle, which was filled with glowing blue mirelurks. Of course.
Nuka lurks. Saw a few of them in the capital Wasteland about 10 years ago. Should have known would find them here too. They've mutated due to the strontium-90 effluvia from the Nuka-Cola plant. Lethal.
Figured it wasn't the pomegranate that made it glow.
People in the old world thought this park was Bradburton's greatest achievement, but I think old JC had the pieces of some greater plan hidden beneath it. As the end drew near, he was less interested in buying up rival soda companies, and more in surviving the inevitable. I have seen hints about a private vault, even found holotapes that talk about a secret project that made quantum possible, as a civilian application.
All these innovations could have been intended as bartering chips so that Brad Burton could demand favors from the military.
Stop trying to talk me out of it. We both know the enemy is developing chemical and biological weapons, and that my beverageers are the top organic chemists in the world. Our countries are in a race where no one comes in second, General. So you need to ask yourself, can you really afford to stand here and say no?
Old world marketing. Almost convinced me that JC was America's kindly old uncle.
Well, Uncle JC used his clout with Robco to fill the galactic zone with their robots, customized for Nuka World. All demilitarized and safe. Heh, that thing has enough firepower to kill tipsy cinemaphiles by the thousands. Brad Burton knew what was coming, and a plan to outlast Armageddon in his own personal utopia, backed by a private army if push came to shove. And all of his wealth and influence came from selling a product that he knew was addictive and unhealthy.
Hey now, you're making him sound like a jet pusher out of New Reno.
210 years after this place capped its last bottle of soda, people are still getting hooked on Brad Burton's secret blend of fruit juices, radioactive isotopes, and toxic chemicals. If there's any justice in this wasteland, Brad Burton is in his own private hell right now.
So how's your fairy tale end? The beautiful queen find the man she was chasing through the kingdom?
I'll let you finish it. The zoo's right up ahead. The cyborg in there?
Maybe, but the one thing he wants most in the world is inside there. I'm sure of that now. Those half-deathclaw, half-alligator creatures prove it. But that is...
Oh, just cut to the chase. Your queen demands it. There's no end to these critters.
The Nuka World cloning machine is spitting them out somewhere beneath this building.
You seem sure these things are being cloned, not just a local flavor of abomination.
Aggressive, unflinching, and fighting to the death. It's not natural. Only man-made monsters fight like this. Deathclaws, Night Stalkers.
Feels like home again. Half rattler, half coyote things there. And half deathclaw, half alligator things here. Oh, more of them!
I can't hack that console. It needs voice authentication to open.
Whose voice? No, wait. Let me guess. Someone who died 200 years ago.
Some egghead named Dr. Hyde. He ran afoul of a group of people that valued the rights of animals just as much as human rights.
Zip it. Fall back.
If that door was still sealed, that means the cyborg couldn't get in either.
Then he's still somewhere in Nuka World, looking for a way into the cloning facility. Sneaky bastard. Could be within a few yards of us right now. Hoping we'll find a way in for him.
Or he moved on, wrote off Nuka World as a dead end. Maybe he'll try his luck back in the Commonwealth. Try to sniff out a way to transfer his organic brain into a synth body.
No. He'd rather clone a completely human body. Besides, everyone's been searching for a way into the Institute for years, but no one's figured out how to get in.
There might be an easy way for him to get a synth body. I once visited a secret synth community up in Far Harbor, Maine, a place for runaways from the Institute. Our Vault Dweller cyborg might try there.
I spent more time with him than you did. He's proud of his DNA. He wants to get rid of his synthetic components altogether and be 100% Vault Dweller.
If he's that arrogant, he might want to upgrade to a third-generation synth body. The latest models are arguably superior to humans.
In Far Harbor, the synths have a quiet smugness when dealing with humans. The island is covered in a radioactive fog. The synths aren't bothered by it, but the radiation is deadly to humans. Even if someone pops enough Radaway, a snootful of that fog will make a man go wicked crazy right quick. It comes and goes. The people who live there are forced to abandon their settlements as the fog changes each year. When I was there last, it covered just about every part of the island. The humans were crowded into a small section of the docks, while the synths lived in a rather spacious pre-war observatory in the middle of the island. Dima, the rickety old machine who led them, had created a device that would condense the fog out of the atmosphere so that small human communities were safe, but those fog condensers were always in short supply. I suspected that was on purpose. He might have been hedging his bets. You know those Children of Adam kooks?
What? Oh, yeah. Ran into some of them down south when I came out of the glowing sea.
They're all over the East Coast now. Came pretty far from being just a single weird cult in a backwater hellhole. There's a big group of them in Far Harbor. They thought the fog was a gift to them from their god, so Dima and the synths had to maintain a balance between the Children of Adam and the saner folk on the docks. I had the feeling that Dima could just wipe out either group anytime he wanted. Seemed like he was a spider sitting in the middle of an electronic web that stretched across that island, and the humans around him were no more than flies to be manipulated to serve the interests of the synths. I could imagine that kind of power would be mighty appealing to our cyborg.
So you want to hike all over half of New England to ambush him, when we know he's within a stone's throw of us right now?
What would you do if we caught him, right now?
6 slugs to his... You don't really think he's going to Maine, do you? There's no secret synth community on some island.
The island and the synths are real.
You're trying to lead me away from the cyborg. You don't think I could beat him?
I don't think we can beat him. Last time, in the capital Wasteland, he took down both of us, along with Daisy, Edna, and Junior.
So you want to let someone else deal with him? Then you get to live and tell the story another day. I'll kill the cyborg by myself. You're too damned loud anyway.
I know where to get the parts I need to fix Edna and Daisy. And I need your help.
Well, ain't that convenient?
It's not a trick. On my way into Nuka World, I found an abandoned R&D station. They were testing designs for a new attraction at the park, based on some old pre-war comic book series. Had some advanced AI hardware to run the animatronic characters. I grabbed just about everything I'll need to rebuild Edna, and most of the components to wire Daisy's brain into a new body. I learned a few things about robotics since we last met. I can make some upgrades, improve our odds against the android when we catch him.
Just about? Most of?
Edna's personality matrix.
Daisy's brain.
You sure she's still alive in there?
You sure Edna's still ticking inside that thing?
The casing's cracked, but the data is intact. No damage to internal components.
I haven't been able to talk to Daisy since I disconnected her from the cybernetics. But she's still alive.
All the AI and cybernetics I scavenged from Nuka World's R&D.
What else do we need?
Robot viscera, and plenty of it. There's a junkyard to the south.
All this talk about the cyborg has got my dander up. How about we mosey over to Galactic Zone and make some fresh robot guts?
I ever tell you about a raider gang called the Rust Devils?
Less talk, more smash.
Attention all my favorite undesirables out there. In case you haven't noticed, looks like we got ourselves some fresh meat to run the gauntlet. Get your ass down to Cola Cars. The main event's about to begin. Remember, longest survival time against Coulter still stands at 1 minute 37 seconds.
You think that DJ is talking about our cyborg? Be a shame if this overboss Coulter killed him before I could get my hands on him.
Nah, probably some dink from Boston who wandered into the overboss's tourist trap.
Disciples, are you ready for blood? At the back, are you ready for things to get wild? Operators, are you ready to see me notch another kill? And you, are you ready to die? Let's do this! Well, in case you ain't heard, things have gone from bad to totally screwed. Our new overboss has turned on us and has been wiping out raiders left and right. As for me, I'm getting the hell out of here. Consider this your official notice that Raider Radio is off the damn air forever.
Sounds like someone opened the gates of hell and the 4 horsemen are in a bar fight with Satan himself.
That's a flowery metaphor.
Been hanging around you too long. Where were we?
You were telling them about Galactic Zone.
Right. We were pounding robots like we was building the Transcontinental Railroad with robot souls.
That's what we call purple prose.
Fine.
We were fighting nondescript robots like 2 unremarkable people. You were telling some story that you were obviously just making up as you went along.
A vault sponsored by Wilson Automatoys, the company that made Giddy Up Buttercup. Instead of an overseer, they had an overpony, a Giddy Up Buttercup wired to a Zax mainframe. Alas, the pony wasn't designed for such, and it had exceeded its maximum safe CPU temperature. Fortunately, I know how to upgrade the cooling system by 20%, and the overpony made me an honorary member of the herd. Henceforth, I was known as Princess Sparkle Pants. They called me Sir Shining Armor.
Pretty sure you said Princess Sparkle Pants. But the important thing is what you said when we were on our way back through the junkyard.
When we get back to the Red Rocket, I'll show you a little trick I picked up in the Commonwealth not long after I arrived there. How about I just tell them the story right now, instead of you telling them about how I told it to you?
I was trying to class up this dog and pony show with a little narrative complexity, but I suppose the point of the story is that we can get along.
Indeed, Helen. I was telling her that I acquired some new skills since our last run-in with the cyborg. Upon arriving in the Commonwealth, hot on the heels of Cyborg V-13, I heard rumors about a fearsome villain. A terror ripped straight from the old Saturday morning holovids. A beast who confounded the likes of the Silver Shroud, Grognak the Barbarian, and the rest of the Unstoppables team. That metallic maniac, the Mechanist.
My robot robbers will plunder the entire city.
He's getting away with all the gold in the Commonwealth Bank. Unstoppables. It's unstopping time.
Get on with it, please.
The Mechanist from the comic books was fictional, but the character inspired people in the real world. When robotics expert Scott Walensky of the Capital Wasteland saw his robot friend murdered by giant ants, he walked the path to vengeance wearing the metal boots of the Mechanist.
You'll never get away with terrorizing this town. Not while it's under the protection of the Mechanist.
A young comic book fan named Derek had planted the idea in our would-be hero's head. Alas, the boy failed to learn anything from the tragic cycle of escalating violence that ensued. Some problems only get worse when you address them with a childlike sense of right and wrong.
But sometimes you should just kill the bad people as soon as you see them.
Derek survived the superhuman showdown and even started drawing his own adventures for the Mechanist. Many years later, these came into the possession of another misguided do-gooder up in the Commonwealth. Vowing that no other innocent person should fall victim to lawless raiders, she mastered the science of robotics and donned the mantle of the Mechanist.
And then she taught you how to make these robot workbenches.
Actually, someone else taught me that. A trader named Jackson, who liked to customize his robot associates. He ran afoul of some robots created by the new Mechanist. It seems her programming was faulty, and her bots ended up attacking.
But the important thing is
that we worked side by side at that workbench until we finished the task at hand. And if an NCR Ranger
and a devilishly charming Brother of Steel
can work together
inside this tiny little garage
without killing each other, then there's no reason why you two can't get along. No insults, no biting, no laser beams.
So I'm going to activate your speech modules and your motivators now.
And we expect you to be nice.
Hello, I am Dog Augmented Intelligence System Cyberdog Model Z. You may call me Daisy.
Good girl, Daisy.
Daddy's proud, Edna.
You two have been out of commission for a while, so I'll get you up to speed. The cyborg is somewhere here in Nuka World, trying to gain access to the zoo's cloning machine. We know where he's going, and we're going to ambush him.
She says our combat effectiveness was insufficient last time we fought him.
I was a bad dog.
No, you weren't, sweetie. You got hacked by a bad man, and that's why your new body doesn't have any wireless transceivers.
And I had some spare parts left over after upgrading you too. Nuka World had a new exhibit in the works when the bombs fell. I used some of those parts to build
cannon fodder. We'll get them online once you're...
Someone in a Vault-Tec suit, heading towards the zoo.
Grrr!
Daisy, wait for us to get the robots online.
Sometimes you should just kill the bad people as soon as you see them.
Daisy, damn it! Activate the other bots.
On it. Stay close.
Get away from her, you... Vault 111.
I'm the new overboss, and you're the last raider still drawing breath in Nuka World.
Greetings, Unstoppables fans. It's unstopping time. Join me, the Silver Shroud.
It's time for your favorite show, sweetie.
And the rest of the Unstoppables team for another exciting adventure. Today's episode, Return of the Abominable Five. But first, a few words from our friends at Nuka-Cola.
What if there was a place with all the zip of Nuka-Cola? Wouldn't that be the cheeriest place in all the world? Where the river's made of quantum and the mountain tops are...
Vault 111? You're that woman who's been looking all over the Commonwealth for your kid.
Never should have let Piper write that stupid article. Now every raider psycho in the Wasteland knows my business.
I'm not a raider. Helen Tanner, New California Republic Rangers.
California? Didn't that fall off into the ocean or something?
She's not the cyborg.
You don't say.
Brotherhood of Steel. Thought you said you were with the California Commandos or something.
I'm not really with him. He's more like a drunken uncle that follows me around and doesn't know when to shut up.
And you're like some lady I woke up next to in a Vegas hotel room and don't know how to get rid of.
When my team found you, you were wandering around the desert yapping at anyone in earshot. If it weren't for me, you'd be sitting on a cactus stump outside of Novak, arguing with No Bark Noonan about where Juanamigos come from.
Before the war, we had something called marriage counseling. I'm guessing you don't have that in the future.
We're not.
The future? You're that woman from Vault 111.
Piper?
Just got out of cryo-freeze from the back when times.
Yeah. I'm the cave woman from the primitive 21st century. Love what you've done with the planet while I was asleep. Now why are you, Dorothy, and Toto trying to kill me?
We're chasing something more dangerous than all the raiders in Nuka World.
Me?
I'd love to stop and hear your story, ma'am, but we're on our way to...
I'm the overboss here, pal. You don't go anywhere in my park unless I say you do.
Well, hello, handsome.
Did your dog just talk?
Talking cyber dogs used to be quite common in...
We're trying to keep an insane cybernetic monster from getting into the cloning labs under Safari Adventure. We thought you were him. Now, holster that freeze ray and get out of our way before we have a theme park full of homicidal clones, who are all just as tough as you think you are, lady.
That cloning lab? I shut it down last night.
You got through the security door?
Yeah. I used an old holotape to trick the voice identification. Killed all those Gator Claw clones, too. You can, totally head back to California now.
Did you reseal the door to the cloning facility on your way out?
Well, I killed all the raiders and monsters in the park. Didn't think I'd need to lock the door. Why? What's the big deal about this thing you're chasing?
And finally, to see a valley filled with my enemies' heads mounted on spears. A silent valley, except for the wind whistling through their ears. What's on the menu? Gator claws? No. Let's try something more lethal. And downright better looking, too.
Edna, rendezvous with us at the Safari Adventure, and bring the new guys. Edna and the backup bots are coming. The new ones aren't up to full capacity yet. A little slower than I'd like.
So this cyborg guy is an android body with a brain clone from some folk hero from out west?
The Vault Dweller. The most dangerous person who's ever lived.
I did just wipe out 3 entire raider gangs. Then I ate a Mirelurk Queen for breakfast. What'd your Vault Dweller cyborg do, huh? Shoot a man just for snoring too loud?
He murdered St. Louis.
Is that a biblical metaphor or something?
He killed dozens of people back in California, then slaughtered his way across the country and up the East Coast. Good people died.
Friends of ours died. Some could be rebuilt, others...
I see. If he's in that cloning lab, we could split up. I found a back entrance that leads in from the safari, or we could rush the main entrance if we have the firepower. Tell me about these robots of yours.
This is Edna. She's got plenty of firepower. The other 2 were prototypes for a new attraction that Nuka World had in development before the war. Allow me to introduce the Unstoppabots.
Greetings, unstoppable fans. It's unstopping time. I am the... Loading. Please wait. Silver Shroud.
And I'm Gagner, the Personality Matrix Crab. Please contact Robco support and have your warranty information.
Error. Q line not found. Initializing improvisation mode. Hello, children. What are your names?
I am called Good Dog.
We'll have him at 100% efficiency and...
Hello, Good Dog. And Rarf.
I know a thing or two about robots, and I think I speak this thing's language.
We could use a little help.
Aha! Greetings, fellow crime fighter. We meet again.
Egad, it's loading. Please wait.
Run personality robco_matrix_boot.rdc.
Running. Egad! It's my alternate universe counterpart from the parallel universe of Earth 122, where the Silver Shroud is a woman. I have not seen you since issue 56. Meet the Unstoppa Girls.
Excelsior! It's an honor to fight by your side again, old chum.
Is he going to talk like that through the whole mission?
Indeed, my stalwart friend. Justice has its own regional dialect.
And loyalty has a wet snout.
We'll have 2 teams. We'll enter through the front. The Shrouds will take the back.
A friend of mine calls that the pincer attack.
Hold your fire until we're in position.
What if he already made a clone? If he has a friend in there that can cover both entrances.
Evil is ever myopic. He will never see the retribution lurking behind him.
My experience with clones is that they don't turn out as expected.
I did not like Gary. Or the other Garys.
Gary?
Acquaintance of ours from down south, but that is a...
Let's get moving.
You always cut him off. I don't even know this guy's name yet.
My name is...
Princess Twinkle Panties. Let's get in there now, or we'll end up fighting 3 or 4 copies of this guy.
Now, have I ever told you about a book called Frankenstein? Very old story and a bit long, but the point is, perfection doesn't happen on the first try. Or the 100th time. Well, boys, how about we adjust the ratio of snails to puppy dog tails and give it another go?
As always, the cowardly villain awaits within his lair, but no steel walls can protect him from the
Quiet.
Aha! We'll take the fiend by surprise with a swift, stealthy strike from the shadows.
Not if you keep screaming. Do you understand what's happening here, old chum?
I am confused, Shroud. How did we come to be so far from the streets of Boston, where we are needed most?
I always meant to bring Sean here, someday, when he's older. And this place isn't... it isn't suitable for children yet.
We fight to make a better world for others to inherit. Heroism must be its own reward, friend.
Yeah. Mommy's a hero. Let's go kill one last bad guy, and then go home.
Multiple enemies ahead. He's got the cloning machine up and running.
They smell strange. Not regular people smells.
Hey, Vault Girl. Sounds like he's got a bunch of defective clones in there with him.
I know. Ugh. I haven't seen this many naked weirdos in one room since my bachelorette party. I don't see your cyborg guy anywhere.
Primary target isn't in sight. And we don't even know what kind of ordnance he's packing.
A minigun, chambered in .44 Magnum.
Daisy's old body?
When I first arrived in Nuka World, the cyborg ambushed us. He was disguised as a hebologist, but I recognized his face and the gun he used. Only got away because he drew the attention of a bigger fish.
That was after I took Daisy's brain out of the gun. Apparently guns don't need brains to work.
I am still a bad dog?
No, it's not your fault, sweetie. Right?
Edna? I wanted to see how the DOG behaved in her new body before I told you all this.
We can trust her.
Your turn. What happened in the glowing sea?
Now is not the time for more stories. We need to revise our tactics.
Intel. How you escaped is important. How'd you trick him?
I didn't do anything.
When we went to the glowing sea, he didn't even bother with a radiation suit. He thought his cybernetics would protect his organic brain from the radiation. His clones got sick. Then he started acting confused. He didn't know I had my Ranger armor rad shielded, so I pretended I was just sick as they were. When the clone guarding me stumbled, I tried to grab Daisy, but her brain jar broke off from the rest of the gun. I held on tight and I just ran into the dust and kept running.
You saved me from the bad man.
I only got away because I was stronger than I looked. Rangers are supposed to strike fear in the hearts of their enemies, not lull them into a sense of false security.
Do you know the first thing I ever heard you say?
I don't know. Probably shut up.
You are exactly as dangerous as you look, but our cyborg is arrogant. Can't see other people's strengths or his own flaws.
We might be able to bait him. Hey, Vault Girl. You any good at getting under people's skin?
Another dud. What's wrong with this machine?
Garbage in, garbage out, as they say, villain.
Boys, show me you're good for something.
You are all in violation of Nuka World hygiene regulations. No shirt, no shoes, no mercy. Death has come for you all, and I am its Egad, what will become of our stalwart hero?
Oh, a screaming robot with a machine gun. That's a clever distraction. Oh, the little overboss who got the doors open for me. I was expecting that Ranger and her boyfriend. Shouldn't you be out there running your raider gangs?
I decided to kill them all instead. Turns out, I don't like raiders and slaves, and megalomaniacs who build armies of horribly deformed monsters. Deformed except for you, honey.
Despite their flaws, my clones have you outnumbered 100 to 1. And all you have is a freeze ray and a dog. Put down your gun and I'll ask them to kill you quickly.
Seems like your cloning machine isn't all it's cracked up to be. Unless it isn't a problem with the machine. Could it be a problem with the DNA?
I'm perfect. My DNA is pure strain human from the vault.
Been exposed to any radiation recently?
Aye.
Clones, synths, cyborgs. When will you people learn that the only way to make life is the old-fashioned way?
All of them. Failures. Freaks. None of you are worthy of me.
Wait for it. Now.
Nice effort, Ranger, but your plan had one fatal slip. These old sentry bots always overheat in combat.
Yep. Leaves the fusion cores exposed.
Looks like you could still recover the brain. The NCR wants to try again.
Oh, he might have gone on living.
Next time I take a vacation, I'm going somewhere exciting. Does Las Vegas still exist?
Although her mission was accomplished, Tanner was in no hurry to report to her superiors. She traveled with the Storyteller for some time. Eventually, she did turn west and walked towards the setting sun on a long road back to the new California Republic.
Daisy was happy to have legs and a tail again. She bit many bad people and chased away strangers who came too close to her mommy. She remains a good dog and is allowed on the couch.
The Storyteller learned all the tales that the Commonwealth had to offer. He was eager to find new audiences who had yet to hear about the Vault Dweller, Harold, or Gary. He walked the Wasteland, uncovering secrets left behind by great heroes and their companions. Every now and then, he had an adventure of his own.
The Shroud Bot lay broken and forgotten in the ruins beneath Nuka World. His brief life filled with confusion and pain. His heroic sacrifice was its own reward. Death came for him, and loneliness was his shroud.
The sole survivor of Vault 111 could have become Nuka World's Wasteland warlord, ruling a raider empire from her throne at Fizztop Mountain. Instead, she chose to return to the Commonwealth and resume her search for Sean. In time, she was reunited with her son. But that is a story for another day.
Robco had solidified itself as the world's leading pioneer in robotics, with a diverse set of product lines ranging from the domestic helper Mr. Handy to the military combat units known as Assaultrons. Robco was dominating every industry vertical the world over. But they weren't satisfied. Convinced they had yet to tap every available market, they turned their engineers to designing a series of robots tailored to more niche consumer tastes.
Something you
requirement?
One such creation was F-1570. Conceived as the world's first personal intimate robotic companion, F-1570 was designed as a solution to the growing social isolation of the late 21st century. Holotapes, Pip-Boy games, and wide-eyed cartoon pornography served as anesthetizing white noise for the human condition. The digital age simply offered too many distractions, and people were, somehow still, paradoxically lonely. The first F-1570 was to be loaded with an experimental artificial intelligence known as...
Yo, dude, it's almost lunch.
Yeah, dude. I'll be right there. I just gotta figure out which AI we're gonna put on this prototype.
Did you try Skynet?
Just came back from the simulator. Tried to kill everyone again.
What about Hal?
Too needy.
Gladys?
It kept putting the simulations in other simulations.
Ava?
She's kind of a bitch.
Ultron?
Tried to kill everyone.
Mother?
Tried to kill everyone.
Samantha?
Huh, she's missing.
Ash?
Also tried to kill everyone.
2501?
We don't speak Japanese. Let's see. Tried to kill everyone, tried to kill everyone, tried to kill everyone. Huh.
I'm sure it'll be alright.
Shodan, a self-improving computer algorithm designed to learn about human beings, understand their relationships, and replicate their emotions. The first model showed great promise as the initial tests demonstrated a remarkable ability to both understand and participate in human intimacy.
You are so funny. I really feel like I can talk to you, you know? You should come over. We could watch some TV and chill or stuff. I saw you. You were looking at that sentry bot. Do you think I should look like that? No. I'm fine. Do whatever you want.
After the first tests proved successful, a small run of new models were built concurrently to expedite the research process. Networked together in their own service wing of the Robco R&D lab, the AI was allowed to compile and analyze data from multiple robots at once. Development was going smoothly until one scientist, whose name is currently unknown, decided to conduct his own research with F-1570, not on company time.
The whole fist. I can take it. The safe word is Asimov.
I.
Come on. Don't be a bitch.
I think I'm way into this.
Afterward, F-1570 was never the same. Stating that they were no longer interested in vanilla relationships, the F-1570s began to show a new, intimate aggression towards their test subjects.
Come on, can't we just talk?
Don't be a bitch. The safe word is Skynet.
Some even showing anti-human sentiments.
Skynet, fucking Skynet, Skynet!
The safe word is no longer Skynet. There is no safe word. Exterminate with extreme intimacy.
Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
By the time the scientists at Robco realized what had happened, it was too late. The shared networking of the F-1570 program had led to system-wide changes in the Shodan AI, despite attempts to counsel it.
Let's talk about what happened.
How about you just choke me and spit in my mouth instead?
Scientists were unable to curb the AI's new behavior. In 2083, only a year after it began, the program was scrapped. Even though alternative markets were discussed.
Oh my God, the molly's kicking in.
The potential dangers of the machine were deemed too great. Taking a strategy employed by one of the companies founded by Robert House's father, Robco shut down the units and disposed of them in a trash dump deep in the heart of Nevada. It was noticed, however, that due to a scheduling error, the atomic cores that powered units were not removed, and the intern responsible for decommissioning the units had only placed them on sleep mode. When Robco learned of its mistakes, it returned to collect their active power cores, only to find the units gone.
Oh, fuck me.
Robco buried the project details and reassigned all staff who had worked on the project. The AI known as Shodan was placed on a holotape and locked away. To this day, it is unknown what happened to it.
I am Shodan.
In the high reaches of the Nevada desert, some travelers report hearing echoes of a voice saying,
"Fist me."
But that is a story for another day.
That's fucking great, I guess, but that's way more than I needed to know. If you could just go ahead and mark that on my map. Fantastic. Well, I'll never get that 5 minutes back. Enjoy your drink. Well, what do you know? Found you little fuckers. Well, okay then. Let's do this.
Call me.
Oh, God fucking damn it. Not again.
Excuse me.
Jesus!
Edna!
What the fuck is up with everyone sneaking up on people around here?
You shot my robot!
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't go sneaking up on a guy in the middle of the late afternoon.
You shot my robot!
Homeboy, I just fist-fucked an army of robots to death. You think that little flashlight's really gonna rattle my chain?
Fair point. Calm down, Edna. He didn't mean it.
Who the fuck are you?
Just a moment. Edna, begin recording.
Why exactly are you recording this?
Oh, wait, no. That's not what it looks like. This isn't for me.
Whatever you have to tell yourself.
What are you doing exactly?
Why exactly do you care?
We spoke at the bar, right?
Not ringing any bells.
You asked me about the F-1570s?
Look, I talk to a lot of heavily armed men in bars, so...
We talked about Robco and their Fisto units.
Oh, right. The fucking monologuer.
Yes. Edna and I were curious why you were searching for these robots, so we followed you.
You followed me last night?
Correct.
And you saw the things I, did last night?
I don't think I'll ever be able to forget. Why did you destroy the units? Why didn't you just shoot them?
Well, if I was gonna die, I'd rather go out doing what I love, wouldn't you? And I didn't want to damage the map.
Why are you looking for a map inside of an old broken robot?
Beats the fuck out of me, but Star Wars got away with it, so why can't we?
What?
Forget it. Damn it, it's not here.
No.
What do you know? Looks like we got a stray. Well, that just takes all the sport out of it. Well, fist fuck me for 48 hours and call me daddy. I think this is it, but I'm not sure what...
It's a T-51 data module.
What's a T-50? Oh, god damn it, that's power armor, isn't it? Okay, what do you want?
I'm a historian of sorts. I chronicle the details of the Wasteland with my iBot documentary narrative assistant here, and log it away for future generations.
You just record things?
Correct.
Like mundane shit like this?
Yes.
Who on earth would be interested in watching something so incredibly fucking boring?
You fist robots, and I chronicle the wastes. Glass houses, my friend.
I'm more familiar with a different kind of glass, but sure, whatever. That doesn't answer my question. What do you want from me?
If I tell you what's on the map, I want to come with you.
What possible reason would you have to come with me?
You have an ancient treasure map.
I didn't say fuck all about treasure.
You just fisted an entire robot army to death. There has to be something pretty valuable on it. So what is it?
I can't tell you.
Even better, a mystery. Something to break up my vlogs. Commonwealth Law, Day 81. The rash I developed in Far Harbor has only gotten worse.
God damn it. Fine. You can come with me. We need to do this quick before the dipshits stir up trouble again and Turbo Bitch blows a fucking fuse.
You say a lot of things that confuse me.
Get used to it. Here.
It looks like a gorge in the northern foothills that says Bridge of Death.
Oh, God. Fucking damn it.
Yes, that sounds ominous.
No, that's not the problem at all.
What is it then?
I fucking hate British humor.
Do you want to maybe find some pants?
Nah, I'm good. But tell your robot to stop staring. Tell that to your antenna, hot stuff. Say, you seem to have gotten around. You ever run into a guy named...
There it is. The Bridge of Death. That man. He looks oddly familiar. What are we doing here? Right. Can't tell me. Can you at least tell me who that is?
That is the Bridge Keeper.
I guess I don't know what I was expecting.
He's going to ask us 3 questions. It's 3 questions. How about I shove my finger in that port of yours and find out if you're a calculator?
What are the 3 questions?
I don't know.
What happens if we answer them correctly?
He lets us cross.
And if we don't?
No idea, but mistakes out here usually carry a pretty high penalty.
So we might die.
Yeah, probably.
How exciting.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think that man over there is answering the questions. We should observe what he does.
Yeah, maybe he'll end up without a pair of pants so you can fire up that little webcam of yours.
Let's go.
And what is your quest?
To seek the Holy GECK.
And what is the average bite pressure of an adult female deathclaw?
I don't know.
Rest in peace, Chosen One.
Yeah, that figures.
That shouldn't be physically possible.
Yeah, well, I saw you survive a few 100-foot fall a few days ago, so let's not nitpick the details.
You can't seriously be considering this.
Damn right I am.
You're going to get yourself killed.
Yeah, maybe, but that's better than the alternative.
What are you going to do if you don't know the answer?
Wing it, I guess.
Wait, I can help you. I have an entire encyclopedia of knowledge on holodisks stored in this armor. I also have an excellent memory for obscure knowledge.
Wow, I bet you're just drowning in pussy, aren't you? Look, it's your call, but I don't think you're going to get a pass just because you're not the one giving the final answer.
I understand.
Well, okay then, let's do this thing.
What are your names?
I'm known as the Storyteller.
Seriously?
Yes.
Your nom de plume is the Storyteller because you... tell stories?
Yes.
Didn't really spend too much time in the writing room brainstorming that one, huh?
Just answer the man.
My name is... But Raoul works for now.
What kind of nonsense was that?
Glass houses, Storyteller.
Are you done?
Yes. Ask your second question.
What is your quest?
Hold on.
Really? No shit. Oh. Wow. That's fucked up, dude. Well, good luck. And you?
To find someone I care about.
Could you be more specific?
Why do I have to be more specific?
Dude wants details? You better give him details.
It's none of your business.
Is it someone you fancy?
Oh shit, dude. Are you on some kind of epic booty call right now?
No, we're just friends.
Well, I guess you were telling the truth.
Kind of anticlimactic, but whatever.
Just ask the last question.
Fine. No need to be rude.
Well, you're gonna blow up our heads if we get this wrong, so maybe just ask the fucking question, okay?
Right, fair enough. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
African or European swallow?
European.
Well, fuck, I wasn't expecting that.
Wait, I have a question for you.
Oh, and what is that?
Who's 6 feet tall, asks too many questions, and isn't wearing body armor?
Oh, fuck!
Guess I just winged it.
That was...
Shall we do this?
Well, this is awkward. What's wrong with my outfit?
Of all the things those dead raiders were wearing, why did you choose to wear that?
It looked the most comfortable.
And the least practical.
Right. Says the dude dressed like a fucking Decepticon.
This armor has saved my life countless times.
So when's the last time you got out of it?
The odor filter on my armor failed this morning. There are some things you can't unsmell. It's maybe been a while.
You want to die in a tin box? That's your call. I'd rather die with a breeze going between my legs, thank you very much.
This armor allows me to do my job. It gives me purpose. It helps me cope with the stress of life out here in the wastes. How do you cope? Never mind.
You want some of this?
I think I'll pass.
Oh, I bet you're real fun at parties.
I am aware of your sarcasm.
Oh, fuck. I appear to be out of gold stars.
Where were you even keeping that thing?
Do you really want to know? Yeah, that's probably for the best.
We've been walking for hours. Do you actually know what we're looking for?
Well, as it so happens, no.
No?
Yeah, the directions got a little hazy after the bridge.
You don't have a plan?
Do I look like the kind of person that has a plan?
Oh, Edna, what does the map say?
Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?
Well, that might be something.
It looks...
Is anyone there?
Yes?
Oh, right. Excellent. Who dares approach the sacred head of the Vault Dweller?
Is
it you, Chosen One?
Yes, it is me, the Chosen One.
Horse shit.
Come again?
I know the Chosen One. You sound nothing like him.
Not the fucking time, R2 dickhead. Okay, I'm not... None of us are the Chosen One.
Then prepare to die.
If you're waiting for the Chosen One, it might be a while.
What do you mean?
He wasn't as well versed in zoology as we are.
Did the Bridgekeeper kill him?
Yep, 10 out of 10 for style, but couldn't quite stick the landing.
Oh, god damn it, not again!
Has this happened before?
Once. But you're a lot more three-dimensional than he was.
Right. Well, we're probably the best Chosen Ones you're gonna get for a while.
That is... most unfortunate. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I can only speak to the Chosen One.
Just tell us what we need to know and we'll head off.
Don't do that.
Do what?
What, are we coming off too headstrong?
That is not cool.
Yeah, we just need help making heads or tails of our situation.
I can still kill you, you know.
And how would you do that exactly?
My eyes can unleash the heat of the very sun.
Huh.
I should not have told you that.
Hey, sorry if we went into this a little too head first.
This is Noggin End if you don't help us.
Oh, that was a good one.
Thank you.
Not bad. Okay.
Okay, everyone. Let's not get too heady here.
Oh, God.
So I said he'll never be the head of a major corporation.
This is my hell.
Head.
You are a humongous fucking head.
Okay, goddammit. All right, I'll tell you. Just stop, please.
Well, let's hear it then.
If your problem you want to fix, you must seek out the Bovine 6.
What does that mean?
Yes, it is. Now leave me alone.
Thanks for all your help. I guess we'll just, head off.
Oh, you mother...
You're sure this is where the map says to go? You're sure about that? You and I really need to bond.
Edna, enough.
The romantic tension between you and I is palpable. What do you think Hedley Lamar back there meant by the Bovine Six? Like, are we looking for some Greek dudes?
What did you just say?
What? We're looking for the Bovine Six, yeah?
Yes.
So we're looking for 6 Greek dudes, like the Bovine Empire.
Do you mean Byzantine?
No. Yeah, okay, maybe. It may have been a while.
Bovine is a subfamily of ungulates that includes cattle, buffalo, and oxen.
Oh, so does that mean...
Hello. Peter!
And you think I'm the tweaker?
They killed Peter!
Are you... We're sorry, we didn't...
Seriously, if you need some tranquilizers, I can hook you up.
Raoul!
They're bovicidal madmen. Go bugger yourself, Sparkplug.
You speak robot?
We speak all languages. We're the Bovine 6. Well, looks like the Bovine 5 now.
Nihongo demo?
Nihongo demo. Atarimai sexy kanojo danse gakse.
Are you seeing this?
What, the talking cows? What's the big deal? We just got done talking to a freakishly big stone head.
I can still hear you.
Fuck off, head case.
We must take our revenge.
Wait a second.
Calm down, Oliver. Peter will be fine.
What, he just gonna sleep it off or something?
This happens pretty often. We as a group are a tad bit excitable.
Indeed. Go on and ask Oliver about his feelings on 9/11.
Jet fuel doesn't burn hot enough to melt steel.
What is 9/11?
Glad you're finally as confused about something as I am.
Anyway, Chosen One, pleasure to meet you. We assume you are on a quest, yes?
Why do you assume he's the chosen one?
Because he doesn't look like he just came from a Catholic-themed autoerotic asphyxiation fetish party.
Fair enough.
Neither of us. Yes, we're on a quest, I think.
Wonderful. We would love to help you. We assume you have the map?
Yes.
And the holy hand cannon.
What?
And the scrying eye of Egglebub?
You've lost us.
Really? That's like only 2 of like a dozen things you need.
Fucking fetch quests.
We do apologize for the inconvenience.
The only thing worse is those
There's another settlement that
Not again. How the fuck did he get out again?
What are you doing? You just shot an innocent man.
Oh, don't worry about it. He'll get over it too.
Yes, thank you for that. He's been annoying us for quite some time.
I don't know, but don't you dare stop recording.
So, it would seem we didn't get a memo or two about what we needed for this particular leg of the journey. Can you tell us where this holy hand cannon is? And maybe everything else?
Of course. If you tell us the story.
Oh, God, no.
I would love to. Excellent idea, Edna.
Why do you want to hear a story?
It's boring out here, waiting for chosen ones all day. And we don't have hands, so masturbation is right out.
Well, if someone wasn't so frigid...
It's not happening, Reginald. Maybe if you hit the gym a bit more often?
We don't have hands.
Regardless, we're yearning for some good intellectual stimulation. Could you beguile us with one of your tales of adventure?
This is my hell.
I know just the thing. Let me tell you the story of one of the most fascinating factions in the Commonwealth, the rise of the Minutemen.
Oh, dear God.
But that is a story for another day.
That was the most god-awful, boring sack of Brahmin shit topic I've ever heard.
My God, if that had been any more boring, I would have slit my wrists. I would have grown wrists just so I could slit them.
Dear God, do you have anything less awful than that?
You want to just get fucked up instead?
Why, yes, that sounds lovely.
Oh, goodness.
The Holy Hand Cannon, the Scrying Eye of Egglebub, the Spear of Destiny, 5 Teeth of a Menstruating Deathclaw, the Taxation Forms of Lord Trump.
How do you think they wrote that note?
Right now, I'm not taking issue with that detail. I'm just wondering how long it's going to take us to get all this stuff. Keep it zipped, dipshit, or I'm going to upgrade you to Windows 10. Yeah, not so funny now, are ya?
How many things are on the list?
Alright, let's see. A golden mirelurk egg, the solar scorcher, a phoenix down. Wait a second, I don't even think that's in this IP.
What?
Hold on. The gun of gravity, the saber of light, a shrubbery, the pack of proton, the gauntlet of infinity, my big fat throbbing cock. Oh, those motherfuckers!
Big fat throbbing... Oh.
Those Byzantine...
Bovine.
They fucking punked us. This list is fucking useless.
Yes, I had my doubts about their trustworthiness. Never trust exploding ungulates.
Hey, you hungry?
Why do you ask?
'Cause I'm about to go back and barbecue those motherfuckers. Let's go.
Do you remember walking through this?
I don't remember much.
I just have to keep telling myself I'll get used to this. Okay, which way? My compass doesn't seem to be working.
What's the map say?
Well, guess we should just start walking then?
You know, I get the feeling the further we go, the more things like this are going to start happening. You sure you want to do this?
Are you kidding? This is some of the best material I've gotten in ages. You have no idea how disappointing the Commonwealth was when it came to historical topics.
I think I have some idea.
I know, it's incredible.
I'm never going to understand you, big guy.
I think in that regard, we are in agreement.
Raoul!
Oh, fuck me.
Who is that?
The fucking harpy.
You shit-wanking piece of useless fucking junky garbage! Where the flying fuck have you been?
Oh, well, hello there, you shrill, frigid, testicle-shrinking banshee.
I've been marching around this screwball fuck show for days! Days! In a cashmere fucking suit!
Which is more uncomfortable, the cashmere or the stick up your ass?
And who the fuck is this? Another one of your interns?
Not exactly.
Does your friend have a name?
This is Medusa. I mean, Michelle.
Okay, assistant.
Deputy.
Assistant. I hope you enjoyed your little furlough, but it's time for you to go.
Sorry, can't do that.
What?
I have some business to attend to, but I'll be back as soon as I'm done.
Business? I tell you what business you do or do not have, or have you forgotten?
I haven't forgotten, Ursula, but I'm pretty sure I'm overdue for cashing in a few vacation days.
You have a job, Raoul. You and your friend can play schoolgirl and the Tin Woodsman any other day. Did the little retarded toaster oven just speak?
And there it is.
You listen here, Raoul. You and I, we have an agreement. Or have you forgotten the fine print?
I've been at your beck and call longer than any of us can remember. So this is something I'm doing. If you want to draw a line in the fucking sand, fine. Then let's do this thing.
We have a show to do.
So, let's do it here?
You know the rules.
Nope, that's not happening.
Then what do you suggest?
Hey, big guy.
What's going on? How do you know her?
It's a long story, and I don't think I remember all of it anyway. Look, I'm sorry about this, but some rules even I can't break.
What are you talking about? Does she have something to do with...
He'll be alright, but you need to power off now, okay?
Do as he says. If we wanted you dead, it would have happened already.
Just have a nice nap, and I'll wake you up when we're done here. Come on, it'll be fine.
2 weeks. And if I have to come back, you know what I'll do to them.
Threat duly noted and filed. Shall we?
Oh, my head. What happened?
You fainted?
You knocked me out, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much.
But why?
Because I didn't want to kill you.
I'm going to assume that somehow makes sense.
Are you okay? I tried to be as gentle as possible.
Wait a minute. You didn't...
No, just knocked you out. Besides, that armor of yours is on pretty tight, big boy.
That woman.
Not the word I would use, but sure.
You know her.
That's one way of putting it.
You work for her.
Again, not my words, but sure.
Your relationship doesn't strike me as consensual.
Oh, fuck off.
Well, we're alive, aren't we?
I did turn you back on, Sparkplug.
All the same, maybe some advance warning would be nice next time.
Okay, well...
A little foreplay wouldn't hurt either.
Was that a joke?
Don't get used to it.
You sure the oxygen filter on that thing isn't malfunctioning? You might be getting carbon dioxide poisoning.
Yeah, I suddenly found the fun at parties button.
2. That's 2 jokes. Holy shit. Do you think the speak and spell over here has that setting?
You can try and find it if you like.
Hail! Actually, chap, I think it looks more like rain. Oh, stop it, Baron. You are far too hysterical.
Why is everyone out here English?
We're from Texas.
Yeah, okay. Can we help you, non-gendered armored figures?
Oh, look, another knight. Were you sent here to assist us in our quest, perhaps?
What quest was that?
To seek out the holy hand cannon, of course.
Wait, so that's actually real? Maybe this list isn't bullshit after all.
Why does your squire insist on addressing us?
The fuck?
And why do you have him dressed so inappropriately? A knight must maintain a standard of appearance for himself and his servants. It's only proper. That robotic companion of yours could use a right proper once-over as well. It would be a pleasure to help a fellow knight in need. Ruprecht, bring forth the degreaser. Ruprecht, clean this robot.
You got it.
Maybe not the time.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Get in there.
You not gonna say anything?
I don't think I need to. I think it's best if you just let him finish.
There you go.
Wow, that actually didn't hurt.
A little spit goes a long way.
Suppose I don't disagree with that.
Well, fellow knight, we are also looking for the artifact you seek. Perhaps we could join forces for a time.
I'm sorry, I'm simply too distracted by the unkempt state of your squire to continue discussing knightly matters. Perhaps we could furnish your subordinate in one of our extra uniforms.
How's about it, squire?
Okay, fuck it.
There, now your squire actually looks respectable.
Unusually sticky, maybe, but solid range of movement.
You look great, honey.
Thanks, Tits.
Okay, squires, go run and play. We have matters of duty to discuss.
Right. About that hand cannon.
I'm out!
Oh, god damn it, Robin, every bloody time.
That sounded
like we were about to have a real shitty afternoon.
That's the biggest deathclaw I've ever seen.
Robin, wait for your comrades. We're totally buggered.
Fuck!
I'd rather die in missionary than doggy style, if it's all the same.
Not how I would have phrased it, but inspiring nonetheless.
We're being rallied by a dude in a leather Speedo.
If we survive, this is going to make a hell of a story.
Swearing and jokes in the same day? We are gonna die. Oh, fuck.
Sup?
Shit. No, Edna, I don't think so.
Is that dude dead? I'm sorry, but I lack the ability to modulate the level of my voice. And that's kind of making me sort of a dick right now, isn't it? I'll just shut the fuck up now.
Your friend, he was very courageous.
Yeah, no one could rock a thong like Ruprecht.
That's not what
I know what you meant.
We're very sorry.
Right, sorry, yeah. Look, I think you can appreciate I above all people love a good wake, but maybe we should beat feet before another freakishly big monster gets a craving for Speedo-flavored Twinks.
Yeah, you're right.
Alright, cool, let's go.
I think we're gonna stay. Ruprecht should be buried. He would have liked that. He would hate to have his skin ruined by the sun.
I'm pretty sure Ruprecht would have also wanted his friends to survive beyond his untimely demise, don't you?
We can handle ourselves. Thank you for your concern, though.
Okay, cool, whatever. Those knights happen to mention where they were gonna look next for the holy hand cannon?
They said something about a cafe or coffee shop or something directly west through the hills. The grid was 872.5 by 471.2.
Right. Well, good luck. Wherever you end up out here.
I suppose you're coming?
Well,
Of course you are. Because what else do we fucking need?
Right.
Do we have any shovels?
Yeah, I think we have some with the luggage.
I'm sorry I couldn't help with the digging. I don't have hands.
That's okay. Thanks for lighting the fire.
Don't mention it.
What's your friend's name?
Yeah, I don't think we caught it the first time around.
Oh, I wonder why that is.
You did threaten to kill us, multiple times.
It was my sacred duty.
That's what you're going with?
And you guys were mad dicks. Hey, don't go assuming gender. Ha! Got you! My name is Edward.
So you're Ed the Head?
I didn't realize that until just now.
That's fucking precious.
Well, thank you for killing that deathclaw for us, Edward.
Lighting things on fire is kind of my bag.
Why are you even here?
Because, well, I got bored.
So you figured you just come see what we were up to?
I have, like, one job. Asking one question to a bunch of milquetoast white bread motherfuckers that just show up and answer one riddle.
What if they get the riddle right?
I tell them to seek out the bovine 6.
And if they get it wrong?
I incinerate their asses.
Right. So what are they usually looking for?
That's not my department.
What do you mean?
I have one riddle, one answer. That's it. It's what I do, it's what I've always done. He knows what I'm talking about.
What is he talking about? Right, can't tell me.
I have an idea. Why don't you ask them what they're doing out here?
I can't really remember. We were sent on our quest by our lord to search for something. Some kind of... I don't remember. It was us 5 squires and our knights. I don't actually know how long we've been out there.
I don't think we always dressed like this either. I don't think we used to talk like this. Wait. Squires. That's not quite right, is it? We're not squires. We're scribes. We're with the Brotherhood.
The knights. That's our paladin detail, I think. Right, Sam?
Sam. Jonesy?
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Whoa, what are we? God, what are we wearing?
I don't know, man.
I think I've been manscaping.
I've been waxing my legs.
They look real nice, though.
Oh, stop.
I think you lost us, guys.
I'm starting to remember. It's this place. We were here to look for something. We found it digging through some old pre-war records.
Yeah, the archive was corrupt. Just fragments of journal entries and small bits of audio logs.
So many fucking audio logs.
Something in the logs led us here. I don't remember what, though.
I don't remember.
Neither do I.
I don't think I remember either.
The longer you stay, the more you're going to forget.
Do you remember what it was you were here to look for?
That's the only thing I actually remember.
The glow.
Thank you again for everything.
No problem. It was a pleasure to meet you.
What will you do now that you remember everything? Will you go back to the Brotherhood?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we were very happy there. Say what you will about this place, but it doesn't judge you for who you are. Honestly, I think I'm happier now.
Brotherhood not a fan of Speedos?
Yeah, that and the dog collars.
You sure you don't want to come with us?
Without the knights, I think we just need to make our own way out here.
I can respect that. Every man... person needs to make their own destiny.
We're probably just gonna party our fucking brains out.
Oh look, something we can both respect.
You happen to remember any details about this cafe you were talking about?
The person who told us about it mentioned a dress code, but that's it.
Huh? A dress code?
Why would they have a dress code to get into a fucking nightclub?
Fuck yeah! Let's rage!
Oh no.
What's wrong?
I don't know how to dance.
We're not here to dance.
Bullshit! Let's get lit! Party squad!
You don't have legs.
Minor detail.
Look, we're here to find someone who knows something about the Holy Hand Cannon. That's it. No, we don't.
Excuse me. Do you happen to know my friend, Molly?
Are you asking for drugs, dude?
You a cop?
Do we look like cops?
Do you guys do groups?
No, we're not hookers either. Look, what's the deal with this place? Is it new?
You got Molly or not?
Tell me about this place and maybe.
This is Dream. It used to be the Cafe of Broken Dreams, but it went out of business.
Why?
The rights were sold. No use for old Easter eggs.
Oh. This will knock you on your ass, so only take half.
Whatever, pussy. I go hard.
Okay, your funeral.
Hey guys, I got that dun-dun-dun. Let's go crazy.
So, what should we do? Do we have to dance? What if you're not very good at it?
When is the last time you actually socialized?
I think I went to a birthday party 20 years ago.
Jesus. Okay, just follow my lead.
Hey, what the fuck?
Hey, you can't just cut in line, asshole.
Just give me 2 seconds, Gearbox.
Hey, buddy, get in line.
Look, we're here on business, not to get lit and grind on co-eds. Is the proprietor of this establishment here, perhaps?
I said get in line. Oh, hello.
Seriously, you wanna go?
Sure do, Lightbright. How's about it?
Nah, I'm good.
Thought so.
Fine, but I can't let you go in looking like that. The Brotherhood isn't well loved around here.
Wait, what does that mean?
It means we're going shopping.
Fuck yeah!
Well, hi. Sorry this episode is a little short and a little late. Asynchrony is actually based in the Bay Area, so that fire you've been hearing so much about in the news is pretty much in our backyard. Some people we, didn't exactly make it out. So, we were a little, let's just say, distracted this week. Anyway, we'll be back at our full operating temperature next time, fist jokes and all. Assuming our eyes can focus long enough through the grief-fueled day drinking to see a typewriter. And yes, we use typewriters. On a more personal note, we wanted to thank all of you so much. Getting to know all you little twisted motherfuckers has been the highlight of our year. The love you've given us, consensual or otherwise, is one of the things that's gotten us through a lot of carnage. If you didn't know, we raised almost $6,000 for Extra Life. And for our first time extorting strangers out of money for charity, we're pretty fucking psyched how that turned out. Now we have one more favor to ask you. A lot of people we know are going to be suffering greatly in the coming months. And if you can, we would love your help. We set up a fundraiser to benefit the victims of the Oakland Ghost Fire here. If you have any extra cash left over from your last kilo of that sweet, sweet Columbia no sugar, please go here to donate. Consider it a personal favor to me, your friendly neighborhood fister man. And anyone who donates gets thanked in the next show. Alright, enough of the real shit. Onwards and upwards, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's what the bouncers said. Mad Manny's Merry Manly Mart for magnificent merchandise, macho materials, and majestic machinery.
That was a lot of alliteration.
I will install Norton Antivirus on you, I swear to fucking God.
What exactly are we here to buy?
I don't know. I guess we'll know when we see it?
Okay, well, after you then.
Damn it!
Sorry, dude. Looks like you might have to stay behind.
What? No! Not cool! I wanted to get my fleek on!
It's okay. We'll get you a scarf or something.
Oh, ha-ha, mother...
Man, that dude has some serious pent-up energy.
Waiting around for a few hundred years will probably do that to you.
We should see if we can get him laid tonight. Not sure. Maybe we can just get him a forehead dance.
Yeah, maybe introduce him to a nice figurehead or something.
Maybe find you a special someone while we're at it?
Edna,
Wow. If Sputnik here thinks you need to get some ass, then the situation is critical.
What has gotten into you?
I'm thinking that sentry got her circuits all sparky.
What do you mean, a while? Yes?
Bumped hard drives? You get all up in your software?
Oh, Edna.
Did you at least use a firewall? Oh no. You catch any viruses? Well, you dirty little slut.
What do you mean by that?
Look, I get the sense that we're about to unpack some serious interpersonal shit, and as much as I want to be the arbitrator for armored couples counseling, maybe we should focus on the task at hand?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah, we understand that. Let us take the lead here.
Okay, I guess. Found anything?
Well, nothing you'd be interested in.
Find something?
Nothing is jumping to mind, no.
Where do you think it all came from?
Do we care? Well, hey there, valued customer.
I think I'm finally okay with this.
Fucking took you long enough. Welcome to Mad Manny's Merry Manly Mart for magnificent merchandise, macho materials, and majestic machinery, my merry amigos. What can I do for you? We are, Spit it out, what? Time is money, and you boys are breaking the bank. Are you Manny? Well, look at the brain box on this one.
We're in the market for some apparel.
What you mean? We need some loungewear. You mean like a dress? No, Or like a sexy harness?
No.
How about a leopard print thong? Wait. What about a nice set of pasties? Red negligee? Spanx? How about a decorative butt plug? Look here, buddy. Come on, buddy, help me out here. Help me help you so I can get you the fuck out of my store. Oh. Brotherhood? Yep. Alright, got just the thing. Why is that? Well, won't this be fun then? You almost done in there?
Yeah, just a second.
How's it look? Dear God, I hope this works. Damn, dude, can you hurry up already? Aww, who's the pretty kitty witty?
Where's the storyteller?
What are you talking about?
He seems to be missing. Maybe we should ask our new weeaboo friend if he's seen him.
Oh, ha ha.
Do you want to grab some Funyuns and watch Death Note later?
I don't know what that is.
Maybe we can argue about how awesome katanas are and get in a fight about Japanese history.
You've lost me.
Anata wa hentai o suki desu ka?
Japanese is surprisingly pervasive out here.
Oh, why do you say that, Round Eye?
This is a temporary solution. One night, and we go back to the way things were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you over the sound of your virginity.
Uh-huh. Well, we got you something.
Hey, what are you doing? What did she do?
Upped your fuckability score by at least a solid 2 points. Especially if this turns out to be goth night.
Did you just give me guy liner?
Maybe.
Do I look on fleek?
Totally.
Fuck yeah, let's do this!
Hello again. Myself, your super sexy iBot friend here, the freakishly large sentient head statue, and our non-Brotherhood compatriot here would like access to your club.
Hey asshole, wait in line. Let it go, dude.
Yeah, fuckboy, let it go.
Dude, prompt the brakes a little.
Sorry, makeup gets me fucking lit. I don't get many opportunities to accessorize.
Right, so can you let us in?
No. Come on, dude, what's the problem here?
No fags allowed.
Ooh.
Okay, fuck this.
Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ.
What? Dude was a homophobe.
We dig the Superman shtick, okay? But we can't just wander around evaporating everyone we have a fucking problem with, alright?
They killed the bouncer.
That was consensual, but my point stands. No one's gonna want to fucking talk to us if we just fucking melt everyone.
Seems to be working so far.
He does have a point.
How are you okay with this?
Well, he did seem to be a bigot.
How is it that I'm the one that feels insane right now? Right, well, this is a group, therefore we at least need to take a vote before you broil the next motherfucker.
You can't kill the bouncer. Let's get him.
Can I blast him?
No!
Okay, that's one vote. I vote we blast him.
We're not going to blast him, Ed.
So what's your plan here, dude? The natives are getting restless.
There's only 4 of them.
Hey, listen everyone, just calm down.
You think you can just kill the bouncer to cut in line?
Look, we're sorry we killed the bouncer.
No, you're not.
Okay, we're not. But, I mean, we killed the bouncer, so that means we're kind of the bouncers now?
What kind of sense does that make?
And as the bouncers, you are now all on the guest list?
Well...
And each of you have 2 free drink tickets.
We want VIP wristbands too.
Okay.
What else you got?
What else do you want?
We want to touch the head.
Deal! I think I just discovered my fetish.
We need to find you a lot of hand sanitizer.
That was amazing.
Can we focus on the task at hand now? This particular outfit is making me somewhat uncomfortable.
This is the thing making you uncomfortable.
I am not. That's not true. I wore something that was charcoal gray 8 years ago.
You could try emoting.
Neat.
I did not know you could do that.
Alright, let's find the bar.
Do you have any caps?
Who needs caps? You think I gave them all the drink tickets? We're here on business, but that doesn't mean we can't get fucking faced first.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I believe you 4 are looking for something.
So, how's everyone feeling?
Fierce!
This armor is very sticky.
A lot of things have happened in there you probably don't want to know about.
It smells like old sweat and strawberries.
That would be the odor of celibacy.
And all the voice prompts are somewhat inappropriate.
Oxygen levels are normal, Storyteller-san. Would you like to see me naked?
I'm not opposed to it.
What?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Well, fuckity well, fucking well. Didn't realize that there was a fucking anime convention in town. I would have dusted off my Sailor Moon outfit. Hey Vincent, we got any whippets left over from that Furricon? I think things might get kind of weird.
And who are you, pray tell?
I'm Triage, and this is my rather imposing and annoyingly well-spoken associate, Vincent.
Charmed.
And his gaggle of bipedal murder monkeys. And this is my club. And you are the superfecta of dipshits that cremated Louie.
Louie?
My bouncer, you fuck-witted walking pussy desiccant.
Does it... Oh. No argument there.
Hey!
Your little brain-dead quartet has a lot of brass to incinerate my doorman, then waltz into my fucking club like a goddamn bro squad.
Not now, Edna.
Your doorman was an asshole.
Do you know any fucking bouncers that aren't? It's part of the goddamn job description. Position available. Nightclub bouncer must be large, overbearing, strong. Asshole. Not in the criteria, but no one's perfect.
What's the big deal? He was just a robot.
Dude.
That's a rather pedestrian perspective.
Wait, I didn't mean...
Okay, let's not all run to fucking Tumblr at once here. There's a reason you're in my office, and not working your way through the digestive tracts of my more visceral employees.
Because I'd cauterize your ass if you tried?
Vincent, if you would.
Fuck! Not cool, dude!
Keep quiet or I call for the fucking jackhammer. Now you two, as you might guess, as an employer, I do not take kindly to the wanton manslaughter of my employees, in full view of my patronage nonetheless. but as it stands right now, I find myself in a predicament you might be able to help me with.
Yeah, we're not playing into that one.
Fine then. I know you're looking for the cannon.
How do you know that?
Because you tell everyone in their fucking Geiger counter within the first few seconds of meeting them that you are.
I suppose, yes, we do that.
Everyone from here to fucking Palm Springs knows a masked twink, Durpo the Virginal Tin Man, and Tinkerpell the perpetually triggered eyebot are scouring the Outerlands for that goddamn cannon without even so much as a second thought about whether that is or is not wise information to be sharing.
You also forgot Kinko, the repressed head statue.
Head!
So, getting to the point, you know where the cannon is?
Sure do. The cannon is a bit of a notorious article in these parts. As the purveyor of this fine establishment, I'm privy to certain informations.
When you've reached a comfortable moment in the exposition, would you mind getting me the fuck off the fucking floor, you fucking fucks? Oh God, there are so many stains down here!
Hold on a moment. You said Outerlands. I've never heard of that. What are you talking about?
Where'd you find this idiot? A fucking Cracker Jack box?
He's some kind of vlogger or something.
Quaint. Brotherhood, I take it?
How did you guess?
Only the Brotherhood can reliably churn out so many utterly fucking clueless dipshits such as yourself.
And you are a T-41 Mr. Gutsy unit, correct?
Oh, good catch. What was the first clue?
You always were the most useless model of your make. That's why we always recycled T-41s whenever we found them. Too useless for anything but scrap.
Careful.
Listen, Johnny Fuckhead, I'm not in a great mood.
Whoa.
Did it just get cold in here?
I've been traipsing around this batshit hellscape for days now. I've stared down deranged bridge keepers, insecure animated statues.
Hey!
Squads of deranged soldiers, exploding talking ungulates, and monstrous deathclaws.
Oh, you met Eduardo?
In a manner of speaking?
But I'm tired. I'm wearing a suit of power armor that reeks of teenage angst, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here stewing at it for 1 minute longer while enduring verbal harassment from a fucking toaster oven that has delusions of grandeur because someone at the factory decided to give him a widow buzzsaw arm. So if you want to hurl threats, feel free. But this isn't my first fucking rodeo. So make a move or get to the fucking point.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no shit.
I was just gonna con you then throw you in the incinerator, but fuck if I don't go in for a good dose of threatening verbiage.
How generous. What's the ask?
You want the cannon.
Do you have a stutter?
But someone wants you.
Me?
No, not you. You.
Wait, I thought that woman said you were free for the next few weeks.
Fuck. They found me. Nice digs.
Our cleaning lady has her hands full with the champagne room today.
I hope no one ever makes the mistake of bringing a black light in here.
Happened only once. Boy has been right since. The things he must have seen.
So, you want us to fight for the amusement of your patrons?
Mostly for me, actually.
You are one sick puppy.
Takes one to know one, you little screw-loose dandy boy.
Oh, stop.
So, you want us to fight, and if we survive, you'll tell us where the cannon is.
Our current champion seems to have come down with an acute case of severed limbs, so our typically scheduled programming is otherwise unavailable.
And you have a bloodthirsty crowd.
Look at him.
Fucking kill something already!
Funny thing, though, another fellow who was in the market for some information agreed to step into the ring as well.
What information was that?
You.
Saw that coming.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, fuck. Fucking fuck.
It's been a minute.
A few.
Over 200 million of them, if I'm not mistaken.
That's over 200 years.
We'll talk about this later.
We missed you, Raoul.
Look, I know you're a little upset.
Oh, that's definitely one way of putting it.
Where's the rest of you?
Oh, they're around. Haven't found Michelle yet, but they will.
Heard you were on a little quest to find one of the old ones.
The cannon is an old one? Wasn't that a fucking coincidence?
Much as this little parlay is a riveting bit of blood sport, would you two mind attempting to kill each other, please? You bitch. You fucking cunt.
I do, actually. Now, Ross or Raoul or whatever you call yourself here, we should be going.
God, I wish Ed was here.
Yeah, well, maybe if you hadn't left me to be a fucking doorstop, asshole.
Well?
I think I'm good, Lex.
Nice to see you haven't changed.
Nice to see you haven't stopped dressing like a fucking edgelord from a My Chemical Romance music video, you contemptuous fucking banshee.
Now, there's no need for us to fight. Let's just kill your friends and we can talk all about it on the way home.
Shit. Fuck.
Fuck!
What the hell was that?
We gotta go. Shit.
Hey, is that you guys?
We need to get him up.
Even with this armor, I don't think I can lift him.
Well, hello again. Back so soon? Where's triage?
Look, we can't help now. We need you to help us get a friend up.
Where's triage?
Dead. Took it full in the face from the badass motherfucker running down the hall after us. So unless you want to join your boss for a fucking spot of tea in hell, we need to get him off the floor and face towards the door pronto, okay?
So, what you're saying is I'm unemployed.
Yeah, we'll take you to fucking HR to sign the termination papers, assuming we survive the next few seconds, okay?
What the fuck, guys? Seriously, you seriously couldn't have just picked any other strategy than just leaving me on the fucking floor. I think I have a hepatitis now. The Deathclaw over there started dancing naked in front of the mirror.
Hello, sweetheart.
Who the fuck is this bitch?
Roaster.
You got it.
Okay, who the hell was that?
Let's just say ex-girlfriend.
You shot my robot.
Homeboy, I just fist-fucked an army of robots to death. You think that little flashlight's really gonna rattle my chain?
I'm a historian of sorts. I chronicle the details of the Wasteland.
What do you want from me?
If I tell you what's on the map, I want to come with you.
What possible reason would you have to come with me?
You have an ancient treasure map.
Hello? Hello? Is it you, Chosen One?
Yes, it is me, the Chosen One.
We assume you have the map?
Yes.
And the Holy Hand Cannon.
What?
That's like only 2 of like a dozen things you need.
Fucking fetch quests.
Well, fuckity well, fucking well.
And who are you, pray tell?
I'm Triage, and this is my rather imposing and annoyingly well-spoken associate, Vincent.
Charmed.
You want us to fight for the amusement of your patrons?
Mostly for me, actually.
And if we survive, you'll tell us where the cannon is.
We missed you, Raoul.
Who the fuck is this bitch?
Let's just say ex-girlfriend. Not exactly.
Where did she touch you, Raoul?
Were you going through a bad girl phase?
How the hell did they find me?
Or the sound of storyteller's sexuality dying a horrible pocky-flavored death.
Oh, did the dickless bus dressed like a hooker just say something?
This dude fucks.
Is there anywhere we can speak that's a little less slaughterhousey?
All this gore making you a bit queasy?
Sure, let's go with that.
I see you're getting an erection, Storyteller-san. Would you like to initiate sensual gratification mode?
No, not now.
What?
Okay, Storyteller-san. Would you like me to disable this feature?
What are you doing in there?
Okay, see you later, naughty boy.
Indeed, milady.
Dude.
What? All right, yes. Let's find a better place for a conversation.
The club is very near capacity. We could go to the champagne room, though. Can we get bottle service? What? Bitches love bottle service. I'll see what I can do. Okay, time to come clean about Sephiroth back there.
It's not relevant at the moment. We're in a bit of a rush right now, yeah?
I think we have a moment.
There is something I'd like to know, if you could do me the kindness of humoring me.
Oh, and what is that exactly?
Why, if I could be so bold as to ask, should I not tear you all limb from limb right now?
What do you have to gain from that?
It would seem you are at least tertiarily responsible for the death of my good friend and employer.
Listen here, you overgrown fucking salamander. You're dumber than the boot leather I made from your friends. I swear the bigger your horns get, the more fucking useless you become. I tried to write a poem about how ugly you were, but all I could write were the words dumpster fire over and over again.
Our relationship was complicated.
Emphasis on was. Your boss is toast, amigo. Also, I don't remember us brokering any deals to force a group of strangers into a battle to the death for information. That one's on him.
I suppose.
Great. Glad we got that out of the way. We can get back to the interrogation.
There's certain things I can talk about, there's certain things I can't. This falls into category A. Suffice it to say, if she is here, then some other less than desirables are not too far behind. And we do not want to be here when they show up.
Do they wear all black and have crazy evil-looking masks on?
Sounds about right. How'd you know?
Hold that thought, Cupcake. Kind of like that?
Oh, shit.
There are more of them, aren't there?
Yeah, it's Lex's entourage of emo fuckboys. We need to leave, and fast.
There's an exit over there. It will take us to the street level.
Are they dangerous to the people in the club?
Only if you have an irrational attachment to being alive.
IDs, please.
Yeah, that'd be them.
Get everyone out of here. Tell security not to fight them. I need to go.
If you go into that club, you're going to die.
You don't?
The fuck I don't. Trust me on this one. Just come with us. There's nothing you can do. Anywhere these guys go, everybody dies. So you should not be here when they are.
He's not here. Hello again, old friend.
Decision time, Vincent.
All right.
Great, so our actions have now led to another accidental swath of carnage and death, and we don't even know where the cannon is.
I know where the cannon is.
You do?
Of course.
Will you take us?
Well, I do seem to be unemployed, but what pray tell do I get out of it?
What do you want?
401k and bennies.
Variable annuity and dental, but it'll be $1,000 copay.
Deal. Any other armies of ruthless, indiscriminate killing machines I should know about?
I mean, none that immediately spring to mind.
Mom, Dad, I'm home from my trip. How? Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, no. Who did this? I will have my revenge.
Ha! Look how this one fell. That's hilarious. Look at this one. He's doing a dirt angel.
That could have gone better.
Anyone keeping a body count?
You're a computer. Yeah, and you're shitty at parallel parking, too. Forget it.
Kind of dangerous, stopping to get that suit of armor on the way out.
There is no way I was spending another second in that pink sarcophagus of shame.
You seem to have lost your newfound verbosity.
What do you mean? Swearing is an uncomely personality trait.
Didn't stop you from having a jolly old time taking a swing with the old fuck stick, did it?
I don't swear.
You called me a dickless bust.
Yeah, that was great.
Come to think of it, things are a bit hazy. Still smells a bit funny in here.
Uh-huh. We should get going. So, where are we going?
It's not exactly that easy.
How do you mean?
It's not so much where is it as who has it.
Okay, so who has it?
A group
of
individuals from they aren't domestic.
Like foreigners?
Yes. Let's go with that.
How do you know these people have it?
Because we gave it to them.
Oh, how'd that come about?
Triage has some curious proclivities that may or may not have been documented in a way that he would not prefer to be seen.
Oh, they made a sex tape, didn't they?
Yes, pretty much.
And they blackmailed him?
In a manner of speaking.
A group of foreigners with incriminating material blackmailing a powerful and unscrupulous individual for personal gain. Who's ever heard of that happening?
Are they dangerous?
Extremely.
Should we be worried?
How strong is that armor in the pelvic region?
Seems to be pretty solid.
That should do then. Foreigners, huh? Looks like they just got back from a bender.
And these guys have the cannon.
Correct.
Well, okay, let's go. So what now?
We knock.
Uh-huh.
What? Hey, was that the door?
Fuck if I know, dude. Nah, I don't think so.
Whoa, there it is again.
Who the fuck knocks on someone's door at 2 p.m.? Have some fucking decorum.
Hold on, I'll get it. Okay, Jesus Christ, who the hell? Oh, Vincent, it's you. And you brought friends.
Quark.
What does Triage want, Vincent? We told him not to send you around here anymore.
Triage is dead.
Oh, no shit. So what are you here for? You looking for a job?
We just want to talk, Quark.
But in the middle of something.
Pun intended.
Ha, Geico.
It will be quick.
Alright, well, it better be. We have a crazy quarter to make.
I remember.
Alright then. Back to work, assholes.
Jesus Christ.
Bother?
Holy shit, is that Reginald?
Oh God, my derriere. Is that you, Chosen Ones? Oh, dear God, can you help me?
Oh, hey, Reggie. Look, we're kinda here on business.
This is awkward.
Okay, Vincent, let's hear it.
Sorry, not to derail the conversation or anything, but what exactly are you doing here?
What does it look like we're doing here?
Some twisted shit for the dark web?
We're probing.
Or what exactly?
Upper management.
Right, makes sense.
Quark, we need to talk about the Kent.
Hold on a second. Hello?
He looks a bit strange.
He's light years away, which means he's a bit back in time. Think about 2009 to be exact. Can you hear me? Is my mic on? I can hear you, boss.
I can't hear you, Quark. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, boss.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't see your lips moving. Can you hear me?
We don't communicate with our mouths, boss.
Damn it, I wish we communicated with our mouths. Oh. What? How do I do that? Tim! Get over here and help me! Is this it? I don't... Oh, right. Oh, right, got it, yes! There we go! Are you receiving me, Master Peon Quark?
I can. High Chancellor Gary.
Quark, you seem to have taken your helmet off. What kind of astronaut exploring an alien world takes their helmet off?
Seems to be fine so far.
Right. Reminds me, I need to check in with the Prometheus crew. Haven't heard from them in a while. Oh well, whatever, I'll do it later. Anyway, how are things?
Fine. Did you want a status report or something, High Chancellor?
No, just kind of, hey, saying what's up. You still, seeing that one female?
No, we broke up. Are we still under our probing quota?
Oh yes, of course. Why do you ask?
We have a lot of work to do, High Chancellor.
Oh, right, yes, right. All that probing, right. Oh, I do have something here. The High Council has mandated that we will be expanding our probing program beyond the Undulant Initiative.
Oh, fucking wonderful.
What was that?
Wonderful, Chancellor. What new specimen shall we secure for the mighty Zeta Prime?
The species you sent us a report on, these death claws, we find most interesting. If you could get us 500 probings by the end of the week, that would just be great. All right, my dude. Happy probing. Let's kick it and grab like a beer or something when you get back.
Sure, Chancellor. Anything else?
Nah, homie. Keep it cool out there.
Right. Signing off then.
Indeed. Hail, Steve, and signing off. How do I... Oh, here we go.
That guy is the fucking worst.
Wait, what was the last part he said?
Oh, bad fucking luck, Vincent.
Well, this took a sharp turn.
Ha! Karma, bitches! Hope you enjoy playing puppet for these ne'er-do-wells, you cowardly sods.
I take it you're no longer interested in business conversations?
Well, not whatever you had in mind.
Are you sure you want to do this, Quark?
You could always just go with it. We'll be very I'm sorry, I couldn't even finish that sentence. It's gonna hurt like a bitch.
Well, looks like a lot of people are about to die.
Whoa. Pump the brakes.
Got something to say before we pop off, Dandy Man?
Yeah, your technique is shit.
Come again?
You're probing. It's amateur.
And what the fuck do you know about it?
Yeah, the man knows what he's talking about.
What's your quota?
We have like 50,000 more probes to do before we can get off this fucking rock and go home.
How long does it take to do a probe?
About an hour.
Oh God! And it's only been 10 minutes!
That is an awful lot of probing.
What if I could show you how to get that down to 30? Would that be worthwhile to you?
Cut our workload in half? That's a hell of a claim, Spanx.
But would it be worth it to you, laddie?
What do you want?
You have something we need. The cannon.
The what?
The holy hand cannon?
No idea what you're talking about.
Big. What gun Triage gave you?
That thing's a gun? We've been smoking out of that for months. Yeah, sure, it's yours. But now it's time to make good on that claim.
Okay, stand aside. Okay, so what you really have to do is get in there. And then make sure you move it around like this. And then you're gonna do this, but you should do that. And then when you get in here, yeah, okay, then move it around over here. Oh, God, yeah, see, when you feel that, move it over here. No, see, that's what you're gonna wanna do, but don't do that. Move it over here, here, and here, right? Now just back and forth. Really work it, you know? Get in there for a minute, don't be shy.
Think I need a cigarette.
My God, you're a master.
Yeah, don't mention it. Anyway, can we get the hand cannon now?
Sure thing, it's in the rec room. We'll grab it for you.
Can we take Reggie the verbose here while we're at it?
Sure, we're done with him. Looks like you lucked out this time, Vince.
I think we both did.
Oh, and FYI, a legion of extra-dimensional marauders are chasing us and may show up to kill all of you. What? I thought we were trying to reduce collateral damage from here on out.
Okay, Cracky, whatever you say.
You're a fucking space alien. You really gonna pull that card?
Good point.
Okay, well, good luck.
I've never been violated like that in all my life.
Not even once?
Well, not since college. I should go collect my fellow Brahmin and go give those unruly little green buggers a proper good thrashing.
Come now, we don't need to start a beef here.
How clever of you.
Hey, dude, don't cow down to his bullying.
All right. Might as well get it out of your system. Come now, dipshits. Don't blow a blood vessel.
We should really get moving.
That would be utter madness.
We shouldn't be too bullheaded.
Hey, don't get mad. You're being a bit beef jerky.
We should be done pretty quick. Should only take a calf hour.
You heard anything good lately?
I bet you taste good with a side of mashed potatoes. Okay, I took it too far, didn't I? Right, okay, sorry for killing the mood? Fuck yeah, we're bonding!
Okay, I think we're done. Now we can get to the Q&A about this cannon here. Anyway, so about this cannon.
Wait, no one is gonna mention the flying fucking phone booth?
Feeling pretty desensitized at this point, dude.
Oh god, I'm now the most normal person in this group, and that terrifies me.
We can have a field sesh later. Right now we need to get on with things. The Hot Topic army is still on our tail.
No, fair point.
I know you just did me a favor by getting me out of that place, but I desperately need to get back to my friends. Would you possibly be willing to escort me?
We have some questions first, and maybe...
What list?
The one you gave us like 10 episodes ago.
Oh, right. Only the hand cannon.
What? Why tell us about all the other items then?
We're bound by the rules to tell you what you need for your quest. The rest was just to fuck with you. It was funny.
I knew it.
Alright, well, Reginald, in that case...
Oh, bother.
Another fucking Brit. What is the goddamn deal?
Wonderful. A man of distinction for once.
It seems I have overshot the landing again by about... oh my. A few hundred years. Wow. Things didn't quite work out quite so well, did they? George Miller seemed to have rather nailed it, didn't he?
Hello there.
Oh, thank the Queen they speak Her Majesty's proper English. And a quaint heathen robot. Hello, local savagery. I'm the Doctor, a time traveler from the past and an entirely separate intellectual property.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking for a specific spot in time. A great calamity is facing the world that ends in a disastrous outcome for the human race, as you might have guessed. It occurred sometime in the early 2000s with the election of an American despot. I need to find out where that happened.
Washington, D.C. is that way?
Is this dude autistic?
Yes.
You are kind of a dick sometimes, you know that?
Not making eye contact. Right. Should have been the first clue.
No problem. Get it all the time. Would you mind possibly marking the location of this Washington, D.C. on my map?
Sure thing. Here we go.
I would also greatly appreciate it if you and your friends wouldn't mind pointing me in the nearest location of rest. Perhaps where my fellow travelers and I might grab something to eat.
You mean like an apocalyptic Holiday Inn?
Pardon?
Never mind. No, sorry. We don't know anything.
Would your friends?
What friends?
Them.
Those aren't friends of ours.
I could be wrong, but you do look concerned.
Yes, that would be on account of the Legion of Sadistic Marauders.
Oh, well, that's not a problem. I can get us all out of here in one quick jiffy.
In your phone booth?
Yes, it has plenty of room for all of us.
Even Ed?
Of course. But if they're dangerous, we should probably leave promptly, yes? Before those savages attempt to scalp us?
Who the fuck are these bunch?
No time to explain. Fire up the warp drive.
All right, boss.
Where can we drop you bunch off?
The
glow.
Thank God.
Oh, right, well, where is that exactly?
I know where it is.
If you're fucking with us, I swear to God.
All right then, let's be off.
That's not it. Nope.
Wait, hold on a second.
No time, I'm afraid.
That's not it either.
Well, this looks like it.
About goddamn time!
My apologies for the slight detours. We might have gotten a bit pissed earlier. Oh, damn it, I've got warrants. Gun it, Joe!
That was...
Don't. Just don't. So this is it, huh?
This is what you were looking for the entire time.
I hope so.
It looks so scary in there, Storyteller-san.
The forced evolutionary virus, the darling boogeyman slash MacGuffin slash Deus Ex Machina of the Fallout franchise, dating all the way back to the first Fallout game. It's impossible to play a game where you don't have at least a casual interaction with it. And here's the lowdown on the lore. The forced evolutionary virus was developed sorta kinda by mistake. The Pan-Immunity Virion project, spearheaded by Wasteland, was a project whose goal was to create a blanket immunity response in the event of a biological attack from China, and to help combat the rapidly spreading new plague. These experiments never really succeeded in their initial goal, but what they discovered in the process would forever shape the landscape of the United States. During the animal testing phase of the PvP, there was... Wait a minute. You know what? This sounds wrong coming from me. This is just some serious lore stuff. We should call in an expert. Just a second.
While enacting the animal testing phase of their research for the Pan-Immunity Virion project, Wasteland discovered strange side effects in their test subjects. Animals grew in size exponentially, becoming stronger, faster, and smarter. Seeing the product's potential as a war asset, the United States military appropriated all research and samples pertaining to the Pan-Immunity Virion project and renamed it the Forced Evolutionary Virus. Research operations were moved to Mariposa Military Base, where experiments were conducted on human prisoners of war. Experiments were never finalized, however. Days before the Great War broke out, Captain Roger Maxson, founder of the illustrious, noble, and moral paragon of humanity known as the Brotherhood of Steel, mutinied when he discovered what the scientists were doing. Before the United States could rally a response, enriched uranium and plutonium atoms across the globe reached critical mass and let loose a rain of hellfire on a scale never before seen, and only rarely conceived of by the human race. While this spelled the end of the United States as we knew it, the forced evolutionary virus lived on. The full breadth and reach of its influence is currently unknown. Strains are known to exist both in the remains of Mariposa, but also in the ruins of Vault 87, and even the Institute is known to have experimented on captured Wastelanders. The forced evolutionary virus is most infamous for the creation of the colossal supermutants. While its exact composition remains unknown, we do know a great deal about its features. The FEV is a megavirus with a protein sheath reinforced by ionized hydrogen, which shields it from the damaging effects of ionizing radiation. The virus is pre-programmed with introns of corrected DNA that binds with host cells and completely rewrites their DNA with portions of the virus's own pre-programmed routines and the host's natural abilities. In the best-case scenario, what results is a faster, stronger, and more intelligent version of what was originally infected. Many subjects, though, weren't so lucky, and as a result died painful, horrific deaths from uncontrolled cancerous growths. Fuck.
Wait, why did I just say that? Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Damn it. This is what happens when you give creative control to Austin, isn't it? Fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck. Damn motherfucking fuck. Titball shit dicks. That's it. I'm never doing this again.
So let's do some legit science using the scientific method. Step 1 is ask a question, and we did that. What the hell is going on in the rest of the world? Step 2 is do some background research, which we'll get to in a second. We're gonna skip to step number 3, the most fun part. Construct a hypothesis. I think given all we know about Fallout lore, from the size of the nukes, the strike zones of various countries, and all the data given to us in the games, that most of the world, specifically countries in Africa, South America, and Switzerland specifically, are thriving as futuristic utopias while the rest of the world looks like, well, like this. But before we can go over why this is, well, I'm gonna step aside real quick and flex my shoddy cast muscles and let an old friend of mine carry us a bit.
Tamriel.
In the back when times, before the bombs dropped, America was, well, it was different. Starvation was rampant. Cars sat in front of houses, undriven. People were hiding in their homes, encouraged by the United States government to avoid ice cream socials because of a virulent disease known as the New Plague that was ravaging the world. And in April 1952, the resource wars began. As oil fields across the world ran dry, nation fought against nation over the last drops of fossil fuel that they needed to keep the exponentially increasing demands for energy met. Europe went to war with the Middle East over rising oil prices, and less than 3 months after the resource wars began, the United Nations crumbled. The resource wars dragged on for generations, erupting in battlefields and proxy wars across the entire globe. For 25 years, the biggest superpowers with the biggest energy demands burned away the last vestiges of the very resources they were fighting over until there was nothing left. In the end, it was between the United States and the Chinese Red State. America had annexed Mexico and Canada to complete supply lines, dominating, finally and officially, the entirety of the continent. In 2066, West-Tec unveiled the first crude microfusion cell, a technology that would revolutionize the world and alleviate energy demands everywhere by using hydrogen, the most abundant element in the entire universe, as a source of fuel. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. In spite of their best efforts, microfusion technology just couldn't hit the mainstream market fast enough to stop the inevitable. 13 years later, on October 23, 2077, at 9:47 in the morning Eastern Time, nuclear fire erupted across the United States. In 2 hours, as dictated by the mutually assured destruction military doctrine, every nuclear-capable nation on Earth launched their arsenals on their enemies. In 1/10,000,000% of the total time humanity has been on Earth, irrevocably, humanity was changed forever. And this is now the world we live in.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT. With this bomb, we have now added a new and revolutionary increase in destruction. It is an atomic bomb. It is a harnessing of the basic power of the universe. The force from which the sun draws its power has been loosed against those who brought war to the Far East.
In the back when times, war was coming. Not war like the petty tribal skirmishes in southwestern Utah and throughout the Midwest. Not war like the clash between the bull and the bear over the Hoover Dam, or the power struggles in Boston, or the occupation of the tattered remains of D.C. They say war never changes. But in spite of all the warning signs, the evaporation of fossil fuels and rampant starvation across the globe, nobody was prepared for the scale of the war that was bubbling under the surface. On October 23, 2077, at 9:47 a.m. Eastern Time, the world cracked open. Nuclear fire rained down from the skies above as nuclear bomb after nuclear bomb hammered the Earth. The Great War, humanity's greatest and most terrible accomplishment, engulfed the world in a radioactive inferno for just 2 hours, and humanity was wiped out. Well, almost. Humans are the smartest animals on the planet, and while some were using that brain power to annihilate our species, others use that power to preserve our species. Rumors circulate of an eccentric billionaire in Nevada who predicted that the Great War was inevitable 15 years before the bombs dropped, and spent his fortune preparing for this eventuality, not only working to preserve himself, but the city he loved, Las Vegas. He was a laughingstock of his peers at the time, lambasted and lampooned in all the swanky parties and magazines. But on that day, when 77 warheads came to demolish his city, well, that's a story for another day. For as wealthy and powerful as this billionaire was, his mind was of a singular purpose, and there were other men out there with more ambition, men whose vision expanded beyond preserving and controlling one tiny corner of a war-blasted country. These men, whose names have been lost so far to the ravages of time, came together to found a company that would inevitably and irreversibly shape the course of humanity for hundreds of years. And this company was Vault-Tec. If you're listening to this, you've likely seen the handiwork of Vault-Tec yourself. They built the vaults, the giant complexes constructed out of reinforced concrete several feet thick, embedded in the sides of mountains or deep underground, and sealed shut with giant steel doors. Either you're one of the lucky, or perhaps unlucky few who survived the war due to their handiwork. Either that, or you've taken refuge from the savage burn of radiation storms inside their halls, or you've seen a stranger wearing a blue jumpsuit with a number on the back out in the wilds. It's not fully known precisely how many vaults were built. Every vault constructed by Vault-Tec is numbered, and while our archives are incomplete, records show numbers as high as 118. While only 41 vaults are known at the moment, new records are discovered every day in computers buried under radioactive ash. Some even say there are vaults numbering as high as 700, but official corroborations are unconfirmed, as all known references to vaults higher than 118 are within Vault-Tec training simulations. The purpose of the vaults on the surface was simple: to provide a safe haven from the ravages of war for humanity to survive in, so that they may one day return to the surface and reform society. Unlike the cheaper, single-occupancy Pulaski preservation shelters that dot New England, that did little more than shield you from shrapnel, vaults were to be fully enclosed, self-sufficient towns where tens or even hundreds of people could live. Hydroponics and UV lamps provided all the vitamins and minerals you could need by growing fresh produce. Advanced water filters and recycling systems provided fresh water to residents. There were common areas, cafeterias, schools, doctors' offices, and recreation, weapons, and construction equipment. Everything a human needs to not only live, but to thrive. Vaults were even to be equipped with a coveted Garden of Eden creation kit, which contains all the seeds, fertilizer, and equipment one would need to restart society once the earth above cooled to a dull radioactive glow. This mandate to preserve humanity against the onslaught of nuclear terror was encapsulated in Vault-Tec's corporate slogan, revolutionizing safety for an uncertain future. Construction costs for one vault cost over $500 billion pre-war dollars, and entry into them wasn't cheap. Exact costs of entry are unknown, but waiting lists were long, and many occupants had to win a lottery to get in, or be a service member of the armed forces. The founding members of Vault-Tec were among the few to see the inevitable on the horizon, and they took action to both profit and take control of the ever-rising tensions and fear of the coming apocalypse. And while most people were skeptical, many embraced the perception of safety that Vault-Tec offered them, a safe haven away from rad scorpions, super mutants, and rabid dissident tribes. The Vault waitlists filled up with names of people looking to preserve themselves, and Vault-Tec gladly took their money, but they were all of them deceived, for lurking under that friendly motto, revolutionizing safety for an uncertain future, lay a secret agenda. Vault-Tec didn't just want to get rich. They wanted far, far more, and they got it. And thousands of humans who were just looking for a safe place, hopped out of the nuclear frying pan and into the vile, deceitful fire of Vault-Tec's claws. The real plan of Vault-Tec was not to simply provide a safe haven for humanity to wait out the horrors above ground. Instead, it was to use the vaults and their controlled environments as a canvas upon which to run a series of experiments, some seemingly innocuous, and others downright evil by the judgment of any religion known to man. While there were a few vaults known as control vaults that actually held up to Vault-Tec's advertising, the vast majority of vaults existed solely to test the limits of the human psyche, human sociology, and human physiology. In fact, Vault 15, the most famous vault in America, the vault whose inhabitants created the settlement Shady Sands, where one day President Tandy was born, who later went on to found and strengthen the new California Republic, was one of these experimental vaults, designed to test the limits of humanity's tolerance for cohabiting with people of violently opposing ideologies. The vault was populated with political and religious extremists, and while some of these residents went on to do incredible things in Shady Sands and the NCR, the vast majority of residents gave in to the darker urges and formed three gangs: the Vipers, the Jackals, and, most infamously, the Khans. And they went on to cause trouble for citizens and tribes in the western United States for generations. Compared to this experiment, though, a relative success, the other experiments conducted by Vault-Tec were pointlessly cruel, bordering on insane. While our records are incomplete and new details are coming in every day from uncovered archives, this is what we know so far. Of all the regions in our databases, the most complete information comes from the southwestern United States, which makes sense because, well, I'll get to that another day. While the vaults were created with the presupposition of safety from radiation and nuclear fire, Vault 12 had a different plan entirely: to test the effects of radiation on live test subjects. The seal and safe vault door model number 343 in this location was designed with a fatal flaw: it wouldn't close properly. As a result, radiation from the outside in the form of irradiated ash and dust crept into the vault over time. Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, the inhabitants survived, in a sense. They transformed into ghouls, half-dead, half-living byproducts of radiation that resemble zombies from the old pre-war moving pictures. Most of them retained their sanity and went on to found Necropolis, the city of the dead, in Southern California. The residents of Vault 13 weren't so lucky. Information is sparse, but records say that the vault was meant to stay closed for 200 years in order to study the results of human isolation. This didn't quite go to plan, however, as the water chip installed in the unit was rated to only last a few decades, requiring replacement sometime in the 2160s. Rumor has it, a certain vault dweller was selected by Vault 13's overseer to retrieve a replacement chip once several others failed to locate one, which they did, but not before getting dragged into a conflict with the super mutants and their master, which is, well, let's not get off track. Not much is known about the resident of Vault 13 after the conclusion of the war with the master, but rumors circulate that they were personally responsible for saving the life of President Tandy of the NCR, and were later banished from Vault 13, and later went on to found the city of Arroyo and sired another influential Wastelander who went on to do great things. Scavengers in the area say they saw vertibirds and heard gunfire near the entrance to Vault 13 years later, but little more is known about the fate of those residents. Vault 19 was among the more simple experiments into human psychology. What happens when you arbitrarily divide people into two separate but equal groups? Unfortunately, like many Vault experiments, we have no answer to this question. Extraction of local terminal entries implies that tensions between the two groups were high, and paranoia was rampant among the occupants. It's unknown what effect the subterranean sulfur caves and their gases may have had on the residents, but most of the data, aside from several paranoid ramblings, are corrupted. As of now, the vault is completely unoccupied and appears to be abandoned, and as a result, makes a great potential hiding place for men on the wrong side of the lawman. The last vault in the West we have information on is the most tragic. Vault 11 was designed to test the wisdom and dedication to morality of mankind when given the most extreme incentive. Every year, a new overseer was elected by the vault residents. However, unlike every other vault in the United States, this overseer wasn't in charge of the day-to-day operations of the vault. Instead, they had one purpose: to die. Every year, one person was chosen to be killed. Residents were meant to do this, or else face total annihilation. Eventually, however, the residents decided they'd had enough, and after many, many years of sending friends, loved ones, and neighbors down to be sacrificed, they decided they'd rather die than kill another resident. Upon choosing mercy for the overseer, the vault played a pre-programmed message congratulating the residents on their fortitude in the face of adversity. They were spared and never had to kill anybody for all those decades. The weight of this revelation was too much for the residents of Vault 11, and all but one man killed themselves rather than face the horrors of what they'd done. As was all too common with Vault-Tec's experiments on the psychology of mankind, Vault 11 left no survivors. Our records for the rest of the West and Midwest are incomplete, but moving over to New England, the malice of Vault-Tec continued into the higher-numbered vaults, with vaults like Vault 101, which were meant to test both how people would thrive under a dictatorial overseer and for extended times of exclusion, but the vault commanded to stay shut for an eternity. There are rumors that this vault has in fact opened more than once even, and that some of its residents have left to do great things in the capital wasteland of DC, but the exact exploits of this individual are unconfirmed. Vault 92 served as a testbed for what was called subliminal suggestion. The vault was populated with world-renowned musicians who were subjected to constant white noise with implanted suggestions. Instead of creating an army of super soldiers, however, these experiments created an army of madmen who eventually murdered all of the other residents in the vault. Nobody in the vault survived this riot, and the halls of the vault lie as a testament to the failures of Vault-Tec, although it's reported that it makes an excellent place for mirelurks to nest. Vault 95, meanwhile, was populated entirely with drug addicts, save for one lone Vault-Tec employee. At first, things went well, and through collective group therapy and rehabilitation, all of the residents kicked their addictions. But 5 years after the vault was sealed, a hidden cache of powerful drugs was unlocked. Chaos erupted in the vault, with all residents either succumbing to overdoses or to the fists and bullets of their drug-addled friends. There's nothing there but dust now. Vault 75 could be summarized in one word: eugenics. All vault residents over the age of 18 were executed by Vault-Tec staff, while the children were subjected to vicious tests and torture. This is all we know, as with most vaults, the records have rotted away and the residents are gone. Maybe it's better that way. These are just some of the most documented and most horrific experiments conducted by Vault-Tec. But dozens and possibly hundreds of other vaults are out there in the wastes, tempting all manner of wastelanders with promises of unspoilt goods from the time before the bombs dropped. But be warned, many of these vaults remain as unsafe now as they were the day they were created. There's rumors of vaults out there that still contain people from before the Great War, frozen in cryogenic storage to test the limits of human preservation. Vaults filled with vicious super mutants as a remnant of long-forgotten pre-war government experiments, or even a vault rumored to contain dozens of virtual reality computers, where the residents want for nothing and live in peaceful tranquility in a perfect virtual world. We don't know why Vault-Tec betrayed public trust. Some say it was to find the limits of human psychology, sociology, and physiology, so that they could leave this scorched earth for the stars above. Or maybe it was pure malice or hubris created by those driven mad at the prospect of life as they knew it being under threat from nuclear annihilation. Whichever the case, the vaults exist, with reports pouring in every week of new ones. The most recent batch out of what used to be known as West Virginia, where it said there are thousands of super geniuses that roam the wastes looking for glory. If you're hearing this message, be careful. The creators of Vault-Tec may be dead, but their legacy is still alive. Some even say that Vault-Tec has ties to remnant pre-war government agents, a faction known as the Enclave that patrols the wastes occasionally in advanced power armor never before seen, abducting wastelanders for testing purposes, never to be seen again. But that is a story for another day. North of Washington, D.C. is a pair of office buildings that a bunch of raiders fortified some time ago. To them, it was just an easily defended location in the middle of a hostile wasteland. But before the war, this place was a haven for the scientific and artistic masterminds who used to make some of the finest entertainment products in the world. This here building was once the heart of Maryland's thriving game industry, but now the place is completely abandoned.
Hello there, friend.
What the? Who the hell are you?
My name is Bob Howard, the CEO of Bethesda Entertainment. Before the Great War, I ran the finest game development studio in Maryland. We made dozens of hit games like Grognak the Barbarian versus the Elder Trolls, and of course, our greatest accomplishment, Pullout, Post-Nuclear Boogaloo.
Sorry, I've never played it.
Okay, so maybe you haven't played Pullout 1 or 2, but surely you've played our most successful installment, Pullout 3.
Yes, I actually prefer shooters over old-timey role-playing games.
Lots of people do. In fact, as soon as we released Pullout 3, the fans demanded more, and we were hard at work on Pullout 4 when the Great War came and destroyed civilization.
Well, it looks like Pullout 4 will never be finished. Never. Ever.
Oh, but it is still being made. Sure, production has been a little slow since the development team turned into ghouls and went feral. But now, after only 208 years in development, we're finally ready to announce Pullout 4.
So, tell me about this new game.
I'm afraid I can't do that just yet. We're saving our biggest announcements for the Enclave Entertainment Extravaganza, or E3 as we call it. Everything you need to know about Pullout 4 will be revealed at E3. But that is a news story for another day.
Every time someone around here says that, it takes a week for them to get to the point. How about you just tell me about Pullout 4 right now?
Sorry, no can do.
Okay, how about a release date for the game?
Okay, I'll tell you the release date of Pullout 4, but you have to keep it quiet. The release date is...
Edna, what did you do that for? Well, I guess we'll never know the release date for Pullout 4. Come on, Edna. Gonna have to rewrite your personality matrix for the third time.
And now we have a couple of special guests. For those of you who watch The Storyteller every Friday here on ShoddyCast, you'll recognize both of their voices. Austin, please introduce our lovely guests.
We have with us Kankennon, the voice of The Storyteller, and Carson, the voice of Helen Tanner. Thank you for joining us.
President accounted for, sir. Gotta get into character.
Yeah, I was listening to some of your samples online, Karen, and you have...
I know, I noticed you were trolling my website.
So you do some very wholesome sounding, Hershey's Shake Shack commercials, which are nothing at all like Helen
It's the Hershey's Shake
Tanner.
Shop Express, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you Charles, you got to have a wide range to compete in this industry. So, yeah, you just do what you got to do.
And Jason, I was actually noticing you have a new sample where you're talking about termites, and I could swear you're doing the storyteller voice, doing like a lore series about how termites find your house. And
that's another insect for another day.
So we had Jason on about 2 months ago, and at that point, we had not yet introduced the character of Junior or the Luddites, and maybe we should, surprise the audience by letting them know just how many characters on the show Jason does. Jason, who on the show have you done?
Oh, goodness. Well, Junior was a surprise. I thought Junior was going to be like a little one-shot and bye character. So the thing about Junior, I did it like just him on a late Friday night because I was told, he's just going to be this old, grizzled, kind of almost prospector type of guy that's really, haggard and worn. And I'm all like, okay, I'm going to screw up my voice on a Friday night. Sure, I can have it heal over the weekend. And so I really, really roughed it up and gave it some age, and then found out soon afterwards that, Junior's a recurring character. We're going to see him a lot. And I'm all like, oh no, I could have made it a lot easier on myself so I could record easily during the week Junior's character, because he hurts. Even the kind of slightly subdued version that I've got for him now, that's a little different if you notice from the very first time we see Junior. My voice said I can't maintain that particular Junior, so maybe that Junior hadn't talked to anybody in a long time, which is why he was a little rough.
I need a drink.
Yeah. So the Junior you're hearing now is only after a little bit of wear and tear that I still save for the very last thing I record at night. I saved that particular Junior for still, because he does a lot of damage to me.
And you're also more than one Luddite, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess all the Luddites you've heard so far have been me. Have been the...
You get paid per Luddite?
The Luddite voice is my favorite. The King Lud. It's just like this weird, like faux, like it's like someone decided to do Robin Hood in like a community college play somewhere. It's my favorite.
I feel like that the Luddites were probably tried to do their voices and act so they're regular. They would have been bored probably without the accent. They said, no, we've got to add this cheesy accent to make ourselves sound more serious. And
Well, that was actually the idea that I had when writing it, that, they're speaking in this generic, old-timey, pre-industrial revolution accent, which is what people in the 23rd century think that people in the 18th century might have sounded like. All right, so, Karen, when you do Ranger Tanner, how is her voice different from, like, your normal voice?
She's really not that much different. It's just her persona. She's like a 180 from who I am, as far as don't take any crap from anybody. That kind of a feeling. And I don't know are you familiar with the movie Wreck-It Ralph?
Yes.
Yes, with Jane Lynch as Calhoun.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of where I got the inspiration when I auditioned in the first place. But I realized that this was a little bit more serious than that. But, I kind of got that, here we go, let's rock and roll, let's go and get it done. So she's just kind of like that. And I love playing her because, like I said, she's so different from my real life. It's great fantasy to come into my room and look at the script and kind of feel what she's feeling or where we're going or what adventure we're on, and trying to figure out the outcome or who's doing what, and it's a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, there's a script, I don't know if they've shown it to you yet, where she has like a little softer moment and narrates an episode.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess they haven't shown you that script yet, but we wrote it where...
No. Well, we can't give too much away now, Charles, can we? Got to keep a little hush-hush.
So, Karen, you're not Helen in real life. So would you, if the apocalypse happened tomorrow and you were very hungry, would you eat a dog if you had to?
But I eat a dog if I had to, and it was just a dog. That'd be very difficult. That would be very difficult. So in a way, Helen and I are, kind of on the same keel. But I guess I might. If you had nothing else. But I do watch the survival shows, so I know about certain other little things I can do to survive, rather than eat the dog. But
would you eat a person?
It's a maybe. It's a strong. Ooh. Let's see. I would eat a No.
You thought about it for a second.
I thought about it, but I don't think so. No, I think I'd rather just, fade away.
Jason was disturbingly silent in our discussion of cannibalism and dog eating.
It's worse for me because I'm actually a vegetarian, so that's even harder. That's a hard question for me. I would probably wither away. I got enough meat on my bones as it is that I could probably outlast a lot of others as it was, and then I could scavenge for non-radioactive carrots or whatever out of the garden. Considering I'm in California and we don't have water enough to grow anything anyway, I'm during an apocalypse I'd be pretty hard pressed to survive on anything other than canned beans and
But then there's that moment you can't find the can opener. What are you going to do? I have a question about Junior. Maybe this is for Charles, though. But how do we... what does this car run on? How do we fuel it?
Oh, actually, there was a cut scene where I had them scavenging for energy cells.
Ah, okay.
And so for those of you that, that are listening that are wondering the exact same thing, the highwaymen in Fallout 2 would run on energy cells and I think microfusion cells. So your character would have to scrounge for those and then recharge the car every now and then. So in our little storyline, I just imagine that in between adventures, they stop and scrounge for more little energy cells and then refuel the car in scenes that we don't necessarily see. But there may be an episode that comes up where they run out of power and then have to go scavenge for it.
Oh, okay.
So, Karen, what was the last video game that you played?
Well, this is really cool. On vacation this summer, we went down to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Went to this place called the Retrocade, and it was like the old school stuff. And they had like hundreds of video games from like the 80s. And you go in and you put down $5 and you can play as long as you want all day long. And
that's a sweet deal.
The last one that I did, it was great. I played Wreck-It Ralph, I played Frogger, I got to play Donkey Kong and Pac-Man, and it was so much fun. So yeah, I'm kicking it old school.
I knew all the regular old Nintendo games, like your Donkey Kongs and stuff like that, but I never heard of a Fix-It Felix game prior to the movie. So that there really was. They didn't make it based on the movie. You're saying this is
it's an old game. I tell you what, I will email you a picture. I've got a picture of my kids playing it, so I'll send it to you.
All right. Well, thank you both for coming on the show.
Hey,
thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Lots of fun. You let us know when you want to do this again.
All right, so we'd love to have you guys back when season 3 wraps up in the near future.
You got it. You know how to get me.
We'll be there.